In the realm of allure and strength, the unparalleled Alpha Qi Xian stands as the epitome of desire for all little Omegas, even evoking admiration from other alphas. However, he has a formidable rival in Fu Zhanli, whose mere presence captivates the attention of numerous Omegas. This rivalry leads them to engage in a subtle competition, igniting palpable tension upon their encounters. Yet, it is widely acknowledged that Fu Zhanli has never truly antagonized Qi Xian. One day, passersby noticed two figures lurking in the shadows. Fu Zhanli stood behind Qi Xian, his sharp teeth grazing the nape of Qi Xian's neck, his usually serene brows betraying a hint of restraint. Chapter 1. Qi Xian orders you to leave. On a midsummer afternoon, golden sunlight filtered through a row of lush water cypress leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the ground. This summer was exceptionally sweltering, and even before stepping into the sun, one could already feel the discomfort of the relentless ultraviolet rays. Warning ahead, in a narrow alley, a throng of individuals gathered, each exuding an intimidating aura, as if on the brink of pouncing to tear each other apart, leaving nothing but bones behind. "I heard you stole my girlfriend," declared a tall, lean youth, his fair complexion strikingly luminous against the sun-kissed skin of the others. His face was chiseled, resembling a sculpture, with sharp features and a head of thick, gradient blue hair. Beneath his pronounced brows lay slender, alluring peach blossom eyes, brimming with emotion, yet at that moment, they radiated arrogance and disdain. His tone was languid, his expression haughty, with lips that were as delicate as flower petals curling into a smirk as he spoke with reckless bravado. "If you can't keep your girlfriend in check, don't embarrass yourself by coming out here." The response dripped with sarcasm. Before the youth could retort, his subordinate immediately chimed in, displeased. "Xian, don't waste time with them. Let's just go for it." The youth's lips curled into a playful grin as he cast a teasing glance at his adversary and nonchalantly replied, "All right then, star." "Zhou man." An urgent voice broke through Zhou Man's reverie as she anxiously gazed out the window. Annoyed by the interruption, she turned her attention to the speaker. Yet, this person was her friend, so she concealed her irritation and greeted her with a smile. "What's wrong?" Lin Su's face was etched with fear. "Haven't you heard? Qi Xian got into a fight because of you and that." That person, Qi Xian, was notorious as a delinquent, a dominant figure who often surrounded himself with a gang, ready to brawl at the slightest provocation. Recently, he had started dating Zhou Man, yet he refrained from any physical intimacy, leaving her yearning and vulnerable, only to turn to someone else. And now, he had been caught in the ACTAS, a top-tier alpha with a notoriously volatile temper. Qi Xian instilled fear in nearly everyone around him. Even the school administration was at a loss, with rumors of his affluent background circulating, though unverified. "Is it serious?" Zhou Man's voice trembled with anxiety. Lin Su nodded, revealing that even Qi Xian had sustained injuries. Zhou Man shivered at the thought, envisioning the consequences of her actions that had led to Qi Xian's distress. Lin Su leaned closer, offering comfort. Man, don't be scared. This isn't your fault. After all, Qi Xian had merely given her a title, and they had never even held hands." Before Zhou Man could respond, a commotion erupted at the door. Qi Xian entered, his face marked with wounds, yet he maintained an air of superiority, undeterred by his injuries. Though victorious in the fight, he was overwhelmed by a medley of scents that made him feel nauseated. Upon entering, he cast not a single glance at Zhou Man, lazily leaning against a chair while conversing with his companion, Chen Dong, who animatedly recounted the recent scuffle. Their confrontations had always relied on brute strength, but this time, the opponent had unexpectedly deployed pheromones, catching Qi Xian off guard. As a premier alpha, he remained unaffected, viewing his adversary as utterly weak. The rival, aware of this, resorted to invoking the name of a renowned scholar. Qi Xian visibly faltered upon hearing the name, leading to a swift punch from his opponent. Caught off guard, he suffered a wound to his LIP. In the aftermath, Qi Xian, seething with rage, nearly retaliated with devastating force. Zhou Man sensed the calm before the storm and deliberated whether to approach him to apologize. If he grew impatient, she would apologize and end their relationship. If he still harbored feelings for her, she would continue as his girlfriend. Zhou Man was the belle of the class, possessing an alluring figure and radiant beauty, precisely the type Qi Xian favored. As Qi Xian prepared to rest, he caught sight of a familiar figure, the smirk played on his lips as his captivating eyes languidly regarded her. Zhou Man trembled uncontrollably. Despite the charm of his gaze, it was as frigid as ice, akin to a sharp blade. Qi Xian, I'm sorry, Zhou Man stammered, summoning her courage. The chatter surrounding them faded into silence as all eyes turned to Zhou Man and Qi Xian. Qi Xian's expression remained impassive. Upon hearing her words, he showed little reaction, casually gesturing for her to leave. Zhou Man, perplexed by his indifference, opened her mouth to speak, but Qin interjected with a scoff. Xiangu told you to leave. Don't linger in front of him. Zhou Man's face drained of color, biting her lip to hold back tears. She stomped her foot in frustration before retreating to her seat. As she departed, Qin turned to Qi Xian with a triumphant grin. Xiangu, I was right, wasn't I? Qi Xian shot him a glance and nodded with a slight smile. Indeed, your efforts were not in vain. Qin beamed at the praise, his eyes sparkling with delight as he eagerly fawned over Qi Xian. Qi Xian playfully pinched his mouth, placing a finger on his soft, pink lips. I'm going to sleep now. Keep it down. Qin nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains. Qi Xian withdrew his hand, yawned, and ignored the others as he settled into a restful slumber. Qin, ever considerate, shifted his position slightly to ensure Qi Xian's comfort. Lifting his gaze, he met the eyes of the academic prodigy, Fu Zhanli, which startled him into looking away. Fu Zhanli, renowned for his intellect, hailed from a prominent family and, like Qi Xian, was a top-tier alpha. This similarity only fueled Qi Xian's disdain for him. Their animosity was well known throughout the school. Everyone was aware that these two could not stand each other. Fu Zhanli maintained a cold demeanor toward everyone and possessed a sharp tongue. Nonetheless, many little Omegas harbored infatuations for him, including several who were enamored with Qi Xian. The two had clashed violently over this very issue last month, with Qi Xian being the one to explode in frustration while Fu Zhanli remained composed, his emotions inscrutable. Qi Xian felt as if he were striking a pillow, his anger only intensifying with no outlet. From that moment on, it was common knowledge that Qi Xian and Fu Zhanli were adversaries. Qin couldn't help but mutter to himself, why is this scholar staring over here? There are no Omegas on this side. Then it dawned on him that Fu Zhanli must be mocking their leader. Yes, that was it. Once their leader awakened, he would surely inform him of this. Fu Zhan subtly averted his gaze, lowering his eyes to scrutinize his test paper. Seated beside him, Yizi could no longer contain her curiosity and whispered softly, Fu, do you think Qi Xian is truly fighting for love? Chapter 2. Is Fu Xian in charge of me? Fu Zhanli chuckled softly. Why not inquire with him directly? Yi Zishan shook his head in a frenzy. Who would be foolish enough to pose such a ridiculous question to Qi Xian? That would surely invite trouble. He sighed, forget it, it's best to just listen. Qi Xian is quite volatile. I dare not provoke him. Fu Zhanli's actions momentarily paused as his dark eyes shifted slightly. Volatile, you say? He then turned a glance at Qi Xian. Qi Xian, lying on his stomach, revealed the pale nape of his neck, prompting a flicker of intrigue in Fu Zhanli's gaze. Deep in slumber, Qi Xian suddenly felt as though he were being watched. He opened his drowsy peach blossom eyes and, upon detecting no anomalies, adjusted his position. Propping his head with one hand, his gaze fell upon Fu Zhanli, who was over 2 meters away. Fu Zhanli possessed an exquisite visage. His thick, brown hair glimmered with soft, golden hues under the slanting sunlight, with delicate strands partially obscuring his cool, indifferent eyes. Qi Xian appraised him briefly before scoffing lightly and turning his attention to Qin. As the time approached, Qi Xian rose punctually and swiftly departed the classroom with Qin, vanishing like a wisp of smoke, leaving the teacher to shake his head in exasperation. Qi Xian's admission into this class was solely due to his financial prowess. He appeared to excel in everything except academics. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Yi Zishan noticed Fu Zhanli showed no signs of leaving and could not help but speak up. Fu Xian, there's no need to exert yourself so much. You ought to take a break. Fu Zhanli's movements faltered slightly. You may leave. I have matters to attend to." Seeing this, Qi Xian said nothing further and departed, eagerly anticipating the weekend ahead for some well-deserved fun. After Qi Xian had been gone for half an hour, only Fu Zhanli remained. He leisurely packed his bag before rising to leave. Exiting the building, he paused momentarily, his gaze lingering on a path before he nonchalantly withdrew his eyes and proceeded onward. Qi Xian, wielding a baseball bat, wore a smile that hinted at mischief, his face exuding a fierce determination as he stared ahead. The person he was focused on was none other than the individual who had struck him at noon, the one who had deceived him into believing Fu Zhanli was present. With his fiery temper, Qi Xian would not let this slide. It was always his role to outmaneuver others. After all, the title of school bully would be wasted otherwise. Su Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Qi Xian blocking his path, capturing his companions without fail. "What's the matter? Surprised?" Qi Xian smirked. "Planning to harm my father? Shouldn't you have inquired about his reputation first?" Su Yi was unfamiliar with Qi Xian, only aware of his brute strength and, most infuriatingly, that he was a top-tier alpha, capable of inciting envy in others. Shun Dong, chiming in from the side, cheered, "Father Xian is incredible. Father Xian is the best. I am infatuated with Father Xian, crazed for Father Xian, crashing headlong into walls for Father Xian." Though somewhat foolish, the praise seemed to please Qi Xian. Qi Xian extended a hand, rhythmically tapping the baseball bat against his palm, producing a sound that resonated ominously. Su Yi felt as if that sound reverberated through his very being, sending chills of cold sweat down his spine. "Tell me," Qi Xian inquired, "where should this bat land?" His gaze shimmered with a captivating beauty, yet bore a faint chill, and his tone was nonchalant. Su Yi could sense Qi Xian's serpentine scrutiny appraising him from head to toe, as if contemplating where to strike. However, Su Yi was resolute in his refusal to concede, for he had never been one to yield since childhood. Qi Xian let out a light snort, and soon, a muffled grunt echoed from a nearby alley, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. Before Fu Zhanli could approach, he heard those muted groans. His eyes darkened as he sauntered to the alley's entrance, glancing sideways to behold a tall figure amidst the crowd. The individual slightly bent down, the white tip of his shoe lifting Su Yi's chin, challenging him. "Do you dare?" This time, Su Yi found himself unable to protest. The words that had been on the tip of his tongue twisted into a different direction upon recognizing that figure at the alley's mouth. "Fu Xiuxian." Qi Xian raised his hand, resting the baseball bat on Su Yi's shoulder, his tone laced with mockery. "What's this? Haven't learned your lesson yet?" He dismissed Fu Zhanli's presence as irrelevant to him. The youth's tone was audacious, perhaps due to recent exertion. His tousled hair lent him an air of careless charm, and his striking features were sharply defined, captivating all who beheld him. Yet, Su Yi could hardly spare a moment to admire. Before him stood Qi Xian, who resembled a paternal figure. Su Yi trembled slightly. "No, Qi school bully, you should look behind you. Fu Zhanli is truly right there." Just as he intended to speak again, Qi Xian delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling to the ground, his hand clutching his chest as his complexion turned ashen. The intensity of their earlier confrontation had caused pheromones to overflow, saturating the narrow alley with their mingled scent, rendering the air almost suffocating. Xian. Brother Chun Dong seemed to sense something amiss, as a peculiar, enticing fragrance, akin to crisp cedar, wafted through the otherwise unpleasant phenomenal odor. Instinctively, he glanced back and saw Fu Zhanli approaching them, causing him to call out to Qi Xian in a panic without turning around. Qi Xian, irritated by the incessant calling and catching a whiff of Fu Zhanli's pheromones, turned in annoyance, smacking Chun Dong on the head. "What are you, a scaredy cat? Seeing you like this, one might think I'm afraid of Fu Zhanli." Qi Xian. Fu Zhanli's voice was deep and magnetic, resonating with clarity. Yet, Qi Xian remained displeased. The sight of Fu Zhanli was enough to irk him. After all, encountering a sworn enemy was inherently vexing. With a languid demeanor, Qi Xian leaned on his bat, his elongated eyes concealing a rebellious spirit, a smirk gracing his lips tinged with mischief. "What brings you to such a place, Fu Xiuxian?" Fu Zhanli ignored the sarcasm in his tone, his perfectly chiseled features displaying an icy calmness. His mysterious and profound gaze settling upon Qi Xian as he uttered 4 words. Know when to stop. Qi Xian continued to smile. Is Fu Xian attempting to lecture me? No sooner had he spoken than his smile faded, and he scoffed lightly. You think you're worthy? The two faced off, one exuding an air of cool indifference, the other relaxed and reckless. An invisible pressure enveloped the alley, and Chen Dong felt as though he could scarcely breathe. He hurriedly interjected, Xian, please don't argue. It's us little shrimp who will suffer the consequences. 1 top-tier alpha was manageable, but 2 was rather excessive. Fu Zhanli reined in his pheromones, his gaze sweeping over Chen Dong's hand, and remarked coolly, I am not in a position to intervene with you now. Qi Xian was not truly listening to him. With a dismissive snort, he retracted his pheromones and disregarded Fu Zhanli, instead wrapping an arm around Chen Dong's neck. Come, Brother Xian will take you to enjoy something delightful. Chen Dong felt as though he had been singled out, particularly due to the grip on his neck. Upon glancing up at Fu Zhanli and realizing it was not him, he breathed a sigh of relief and departed with Qi Xian. Once Qi Xian's entourage had vacated the premises, Fu Zhanli finally made a move. Striding towards the now-standing Su Yi, his narrow eyes glinting with a cold intensity. However, Su Yi remained oblivious, for Fu Zhanli had indirectly saved him for a brief moment. Chapter 3. Pursued relentlessly by Fu Zhanli stood before Su Yi, and it was then that Su Yi felt the weight of his presence. Both Fu Zhanli and Qi Xian were acknowledged as the pinnacle alphas in their school, with some even speculating that Fu Zhanli surpassed Qi Xian in strength. Su Yi forced a smile. Thank you, Scholar Fu, for today. Assuming Fu Zhanli harbored disdain for Qi Xian, he took a jab at him. Qi Xian is nothing but a coward, too afraid to act up in your presence. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? So, Scholar Fu, shall we be friends? Fu Zhanli's eyes were like a bottomless abyss, emanating an air of frostiness. Who said we were friends? Even the dimmest of minds could sense the chill in his tone, causing Su Yi to shudder. Scholar Fu, you don't dislike Qi Xian? Fu Zhanli's gaze remained icy, his expression dark, and he chose to remain silent. Minutes later, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the alley. Fu Zhanli emerged with composure, his handsome visage betraying no hint of alarm, and after rounding a corner, he entered a private vehicle and drove away, having indulged himself the night before. Qi Xian had only managed a few hours of sleep, necessitating a climb over the wall to enter the school. Such antics were second nature to him, and he effortlessly scaled the wall. Just as he was about to leap down, he spotted Fu Zhanli waiting below, his gaze cool and seemingly patient. Qi Xian rolled his eyes, extending his long legs to land just in front of Fu Zhanli, the distance between them a mere half-meter. Should Qi Xian lean forward a tad more, he would tumble into Fu Zhanli's embrace. Scholar Fu is truly dedicated, he thought, his eyes curving like a crescent moon. Devoid of warmth, Fu Zhanli lowered his gaze slightly, observing the glimmering orbs before him, his throat tightening as he spoke in a husky voice. Qi Xian, you are 1 hour and 48 minutes late. Unfazed, Qi Xian shrugged and bumped into Fu Zhanli's shoulder. Excuse me. Fu Zhanli subtly shifted aside, seizing Qi Xian's arm. In response, Qi Xian instinctively threw a punch, which Fu Zhanli anticipated, deftly evading it and capturing his wrist. Enraged, Qi Xian retaliated with a kick, but Fu Zhanli calmly sidestepped, countering by pinning him against the wall. Throughout the altercation, Fu Zhanli maintained an air of unflustered control, effortlessly subduing Qi Xian, whose face flushed with anger, his expressive eyes glistening with unshed tears. Fu Zhanli, what the hell are you doing? Let me go, he exclaimed, mortified at the prospect of being seen in such a state. How could he possibly navigate university life? Fu Zhanli spoke softly. Qi Xian, be good. His gaze fell upon Qi Xian's smooth, fair neck, his eyes darkening. The tugging between the two caused Qi Xian's collar to slide back. Yet the latter remained oblivious to Fu Zhanli's unusual demeanor. Upon hearing those words, Qi Xian erupted with fury, struggling to break free. Let go. You'll regret this. With his notorious temper, Fu Zhanli would undoubtedly suffer greatly if he stepped outside. Yet, Fu Zhanli, upon hearing Qi Xian's protest, tightened his grip even further, firmly restraining him. Qi Xian trembled with rage, and sensing this, Fu Zhanli's lips curled into a pleasing arc. Their bodies were enveloped in pheromones, while typically repelling each other. Qi Xian couldn't shake the feeling that his own pheromones were being lured by Fu Zhanli's. It must be an illusion. Fu Zhanli, do not push me to strike you. Qi Xian gritted through clenched teeth. He turned his head, his disheveled hair veiling the fury in his eyes, the tips of his lashes tinged with red, his scarlet lips slightly moving. Fu Zhanli instinctively licked his lips and, upon hearing Qi Xian's words, suddenly released him. Qi Xian reacted swiftly, turning around to deliver a punch. Fu Zhanli stepped back, evading the blow, his gaze landing on Qi Xian's flushed wrist, a pleased smile escaping him. Classmate Qi Xian, next time, don't let me catch you. With that, he turned and departed before Qi Xian could process the encounter. Frustrated, Qi Xian thought it unwise to confront him directly. He straightened his rumpled shirt, slung his bag over his shoulder, and left with a dark expression. Seeing Qi Xian's displeased demeanor, Chen Dong couldn't resist approaching with curiosity. Xian, who annoyed you so early in the morning? Qi Xian tossed his bag at him, scoffing. Just my luck today. I encountered a dog on the way, and it chased me. His voice was raised, casting a subtle glance at Fu Zhanli, attempting to provoke his anger. The entire class fell silent, some quickly realizing whom Qi Xian referred to, especially since today's duty roster was on display. After a moment, whispers began to circulate. Do you think Qi Xian and Fu Zhanli were enemies in a past life? There's always a palpable tension between them. The school bully truly lives up to his name, disregarding even the top student's face and directly confronting him. Only Fu Zhanli can endure his temper without retaliating. If either of them were an Omega, I could really ship them. Whatever you say, just be careful going home tonight. Qi Xian remained silent, inwardly contemplating that if either of them were an Omega, it would undoubtedly be Fu Zhanli. Fu Zhanli appeared obliviously engrossed in his studies. Yizi-san, overheating. Cast a glance at Qi Xian, silently shaking his head. If Qi Xian were an Omega, who would dare to be interested? Qi Xian passed the time like it was an eternity, alternating between playing on his phone and dozing off, avoiding focusing on the podium. Bored, he fiddled with his pen, suddenly curious about what Fu Zhanli was doing. His gaze shifted to that upright figure, sitting with impeccable posture, back straight, and an expression of intense concentration. Qi Xian, perhaps influenced by his surroundings, inexplicably lifted his gaze to the blackboard. The array of formulas left him feeling dizzy and overwhelmed. Somehow, he sensed a faint trace of Fu Zhanli's presence, specifically his pheromones. Qi Xian furrowed his brow in an attempt to block it out. But the pheromones seemed to have a mind of their own, relentlessly invading his senses. Not only was his head throbbing, but he also felt disoriented, as though he were enveloped by Fu Zhanli's scent. Logically, he should have been repulsed by it. However, in that moment, he felt an undeniable acceptance from his own pheromones, a reality he could not alter. Qi Xian glared at Fu Zhanli, irritated by the indiscriminate release of pheromones that disturbed his peace of mind. Unbeknownst to him, he was the only one affected, as the surrounding Omegas exhibited no reaction. As time passed, Qi Xian remained lethargic, unable to muster any enthusiasm. Chen Dong, noticing his unusual demeanor, inquired, Xian, what's wrong? You're not feeling unwell, are you? Chapter 4. Pheromones in check. Qi Xian shook his head, dismissing the concern. I'm just a bit tired. Chen Dong hesitated to voice his thoughts, fearing eavesdroppers, yet Qi Xian understood the implication. He let out a lazy hum, his elongated eyes glistening with a hint of mischief. Of course, after all, he was never short of funds. The sound of clinking glasses filled the air, mingling with the intoxicating scent of alcohol. The dim, vibrant lights and thundering music created an electrifying atmosphere. Qi Xian settled in a corner, gently swirling his drink. His alluring eyes half closed, caught between ecstasy and lucidity, with a hint of redness at the corners and a captivating smile that concealed a wild beauty. In his other arm, he cradled a sultry female Omega. Qi Xian had a preference for females, but only those classified as Omegas. While Omegas were not uncommon, they were still protected by law. Xian, the Omega in his embrace, softly called out to him. Yet Qi Xian felt a persistent haze clouding his mind, attributing it to a chill he had caught earlier, having taken some medicine before heading out. The current situation, however, felt less than favorable. Dong was engrossed in the revelry, oblivious to Qi Xian's plight. Qi Xian rubbed his temples, brows furrowed in concentration. The air was thick with a cacophony of disordered pheromones, each scent more nauseating than the last. The aroma of the Omega nearby only exacerbated his discomfort, prompting him to push her away with a sudden resolve and rise abruptly. He could no longer endure it. All he desired was a breath of fresh air. Upon stepping outside the bar, Qi Xian inhaled deeply a few times, gradually feeling more at ease. He had sent Dong a message before departing. Damn, what is happening to me? I've been acting so strangely lately. Frustrated, Qi Xian raked a hand through his hair, and as he lifted his gaze, he spotted Fu Zhanli. His eyes widened in disbelief. How was it that Fu Zhanli seemed to be everywhere? Moreover, why was he constantly emitting pheromones? Did he not fear the nearby Omegas entering their heat? Frowning, Qi Xian considered taking a detour, but Fu Zhanli called out to him, halting his escape. Ignoring him, Qi Xian continued to walk. Fu Zhanli pursed his lips and caught up, saying, Qi Xian, rein in your pheromones. Qi Xian responded with confusion, halting his steps to turn and glare at him. Fu Zhanli, what do you mean? Shouldn't you be the one to control your own pheromones? Why is it my concern? Fu Zhanli's dark, profound eyes locked onto him, revealing a hint of surprise. Qi Xian bristled, realizing the man before him was indeed Fu Zhanli, which only intensified his irritation. Are you certain it's not you who is carelessly releasing pheromones? Fu Zhanli disregarded his sarcastic remarks, his cold, piercing gaze accentuating his indifferent demeanor. You're insufferable. When Fu Zhanli remained silent, Qi Xian decided to walk away. As a top-tier alpha, how could he not control his own pheromones? Yet, Fu Zhanli was also a top-tier alpha. How could he fail in that regard? Still, why was Qi Xian able to perceive Fu Zhanli's pheromones? Likewise, Fu Zhanli could detect his. Qi Xian dismissed the thought, convinced it was of no concern to him. Fu Zhanli's affairs were irrelevant. However, Fu Zhanli pondered this possibility. A flicker of excitement dancing in his dark eyes, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward. Qi Xian had indulged in alcohol, his steps somewhat unsteady. Yet the dizzy sensation began to dissipate once Fu Zhanli arrived. Just as he hesitated to summon a designated driver, Fu Zhanli seized his hand, pulling him into a secluded corner. Instinctively, Qi Xian swung his fist, believing that physical confrontation was the best means to resolve matters. Fu Zhanli, don't force me to hit you. Struggling, he attempted to strike Fu Zhanli, his eyes ablaze with uncontainable fury. At some point, Fu Zhanli's hand found its way to Qi Xian's slender waist, pinning him against the wall. Qi Xian's face nearly brushed the surface of the wall. He instinctively turned his head, his eyes blazing with rage, as if he wished to snap Fu Zhanli's neck. What the hell do you want? Despite his strength, facing Fu Zhanli felt like being subdued by an unseen force, rendering him powerless, at the mercy of his opponent. Qi Xian believed Fu Zhanli was his nemesis, destined to thwart him. From the moment he transferred, it seemed his life was inextricably linked to Fu Zhanli. Wherever Qi Xian went, Fu Zhanli was always there. Perhaps it was their antagonistic relationship that drew the attention of others, who loved to discuss their rivalry. Yet, Fu Zhanli remained unfazed, engrossed in his own pursuits, seemingly unaffected by the chaos he stirred within Qi Xian. This incessant torment made Qi Xian exceedingly irritable, leading him to ignore the situation for several months. However, those disturbances had resurfaced, and even Fu Zhanli, who previously had no connection to him, now repeatedly appeared in his vicinity, even initiating physical contact. This was utterly intolerable for Qi Xian. Then, Fu Zhanli's melodious, magnetic voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Qi Xian, I have not released any pheromones. He spoke the truth. But in his fury, Qi Xian disregarded his explanation, cursing under his breath, attempting to strike, but finding his wrist firmly grasped. Fu Zhanli, one day, I shall surely bring you to your demise. For reasons unknown, these past few days, Fu Zhanli has taken to being rather hands-on with him. Were it not for his awareness of being an alpha, he might have suspected that Fu Zhanli harbored some ulterior motives. After all, a romantic entanglement between alphas is an impossibility, as their pheromones would only clash. Qi Xian's words instilled a sense of dread, even igniting fury. Yet within Fu Zhanli's dark, obsidian eyes lingered a hint of obsession and gentleness. A subtle smile graced his lips, reminiscent of a lion hiding in the shadows, having finally captured its prey after a prolonged period of stealth. His voice, deep and husky, commanded, "Do not move." This utterance seemed to possess a spellbinding quality, rendering the still struggling Qi Xian utterly motionless. In that moment, Qi Xian became acutely aware of his predicament. Fu Zhanli's breath fanned against his nape, warm and rapid. He experienced a fleeting moment of relaxation, during which his pheromones inexplicably escaped. The delicate scent of roses enveloped Fu Zhanli, imbued with fervor. Yet it felt as though the roses bore thorns, beckoning him closer. Qi Xian, despite the scent not aligning with his essence, evoked curiosity and derision among others, who dared not act recklessly in his presence. Qi Xian's atoms apple-bobbed as Fu Zhanli's chest pressed against his back, radiating an alarming heat. Through the thin fabric, Qi Xian could discern the contours of Fu Zhanli's robust muscles and abdominal definition. Rather than amplifying his fear, it was the subtle release of Fu Zhanli's pheromones that unsettled him, reminiscent of a snow-laden cedar, cool yet infused with mint. The collision of their contrasting pheromones did not incite conflict. Instead, they entwined and melded together harmoniously. Chapter 5. The Terrifying Scholar Fu Zhanli. I am frightened. Fu Zhanli's lips brushed against his gland, and instantly, alarm bells rang in Qi Xian's mind. Breathing heavily, his voice hoarse and strained with suppressed rage, he exclaimed, "Fu Zhanli, damn it, I have this absurd illusion that you might just bite down and mark me fiercely. I am an alpha, not an omega." Qi Xian's anger surged, yet simultaneously, he feared the prospect of Fu Zhanli's bite, as it felt akin to capitulating to a stronger force, causing him to tremble slightly. Fu Zhanli's eyes, as deep as the night, regained a semblance of clarity. His soft lips caressed Qi Xian's nape tenderly before retreating slightly, though he did not relinquish his grip on Qi Xian's wrist, holding it firmly. Qi Xian felt a sense of clarity return, the throbbing in his head subsiding, his inebriation lifting significantly. However, he remained oblivious to how captivating his gaze upon Fu Zhanli appeared, enticing and dangerously alluring. His misty eyes shimmered with a captivating charm, tinged with a hint of crimson, suggesting an undercurrent of tender affection. Fu Zhanli's throat convulsed, his gaze darkening, and the atmosphere between them became thick with unspoken significance. Qi Xian's mind raced, seeking an opportunity to retaliate when, just as Fu Zhanli was about to speak, a startled exclamation pierced the air. Qi Xian froze, instinctively turning toward the source of the sound, only to discover Chen Dong standing there, having appeared unnoticed, his mouth agape, eyes wide with a mixture of shock and fear, betraying the remnants of inebriation. Fu Zhanli appeared unperturbed, his gaze casually drifting over, his dark eyes devoid of emotion, cold and distant. He simultaneously released Qi Xian and took a step back. Witnessing this scene, Chen Dong found himself engulfed in a world of gossip, yearning to inquire of the parties involved, yet feeling entirely out of place, as if his heart were being scratched by a cat. Upon meeting Fu Zhanli's eyes, he couldn't help but recall the dangerous glint from that fateful night, his displeasure evident, much like someone whose affairs had been interrupted. He had seen with his own eyes Fu Zhanli's lips pressed against Qi Xian's gland, Qi Xian's face flushed, eyes glistening with tears, and deep blue irises sparkling. The mere thought of it made Chen Dong's face burn. How could his leader possibly exhibit such a demeanor? In his mind, his leader would always embody strength and prowess. Yet, Chen Dong couldn't resist stealing glances at Qi Xian, uncertainty gnawing at him, followed by yet another furtive look. Day and night. He sensed an unusual tension between the two, and Qi Xian's fiery temperament seemed to intensify. In contrast, Fu Zhanli appeared unfazed, as if the events of that night had never transpired. As Chen Dong gazed repeatedly, he suddenly locked eyes with those fathomless depths. "Boss!" Chen Dong exclaimed, his voice trembling, fear written all over his face, feeling utterly desolate. Who gets caught while peeking? Qi Xian's slender, almond-shaped eyes held a teasing glimmer, the corners of his lips curving upwards as he scrutinized Chen Dong. Before Qi Xian could utter a word, Chen Dong dared not even breathe. The bell rang, and voices erupted around them. Qi Xian, fully aware of Chen Dong's thoughts, let out a cold laugh, abruptly rising and striding towards the exit without a word. This only heightened Chen Dong's panic. He felt as though his fate was sealed. His loyalty to his leader was unwavering, resolute. He feared Qi Xian might abandon him, and he sprang to his feet, channeling the energy of a sprinter, rushing towards Qi Xian while calling out, "Boss." Thus, under the gaze of numerous onlookers, Chen Dong flung himself towards Qi Xian like a forsaken spouse, tears brimming at the corners of his eyes. "Boss, don't leave me. My feelings for you are sincere. Even if your Omega were to abandon you, I would never forsake you." As he spoke, he clung tightly to Qi Xian's long legs. Qi Xian, the crowd. A silence enveloped the air for a few seconds before someone broke the tension with laughter. Wasn't that a curse upon Qi Xian, suggesting he would be abandoned by his Omega? And here he was, still single. Realizing his blunder, Chen Dong quickly backtracked. "No, boss, please let me explain. That is not what I meant." Qi Xian, rubbing his temples in exasperation, bore a look of restraint. Had Chen Dong not been one of his own, he would have kicked him out. He felt as though Chen Dong was tarnishing his reputation, the burning gaze on his back igniting his embarrassment. Fu Zhanli, holding up in, had drawn a long line across the paper with a sharp stroke the moment he witnessed Chen Dong's interaction with Qi Xian, even tearing through the page. Yizi glanced at Fu Zhanli, puzzled, as he observed the latter's intense focus on Qi Xian. Was he startled by the sudden noise? Yizi pondered quietly. Qi Xian lowered his gaze towards Chen Dong, gritting his teeth as he whispered, "Get up." With his legs being held, he could not walk, and he certainly couldn't drag someone along. Yet Chen Dong, oblivious to the murderous intent in Qi Xian's eyes, clung tightly, mumbling, "Boss, forgive me, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." After a moment of silence, Qi Xian finally spoke, "I need to relieve myself. Are you coming too?" Upon hearing this, Chen Dong immediately sprang to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "Of course, I'm going with the boss." The boss's words are like imperial edicts. Qi Xian squinted his eyes and remained silent as he walked away. Just as Chen Dong was about to catch up, he felt a piercing gaze on his back, sending shivers down his spine. Turning around, he saw Fu Zhanli standing behind him, that very gaze emanating from him. Chen Dong was terrified, fearing he might be silenced for discovering something about the esteemed scholar. The next moment, Fu Zhanli's voice, laced with amusement, rang out, "What's wrong? Isn't classmate Chen coming along?" Realizing that Fu Zhanli had overheard him, Chen Dong stiffly nodded and hastily followed Qi Xian's footsteps. "Boss, wait for me." "Oh dear. Fu Zhanli is so frightening. I'm so scared." Fu Zhanli casually withdrew his gaze and leisurely followed. As Qi Xian was about to relieve himself, he caught a glimpse of Chen Dong entering with a pale expression, his eyes darting towards the door as if trying to signal him. Qi Xian bluntly asked, "Chen Dong, is your eye twitching?" Chen Dong replied, feeling a sense of helplessness. Before Chen Dong could say anything further, Qi Xian noticed Fu Zhanli entering, his gaze fixed upon him. Qi Xian lazily turned his gaze away, continuing with his business. Fu Zhanli approached him, watching intently. Qi Xian's movements halted. Damn it! How was he supposed to relieve himself under such scrutiny? He shot Fu Zhanli an annoyed glance and coldly remarked, "Is Fu Zhanli so eager to watch?" Chapter 6. Was it premeditated or a spur of the moment? Just as Chen Dong was about to relieve himself, he froze at the comment. With only the three of them present, he felt an overwhelming sense of being superfluous, contemplating whether to leave. He found himself paralyzed by the tension emanating from the two prominent figures. Fu Zhanli coolly said, "Apologies." Qi Xian lazily glanced at him. After returning to the classroom, Qi Xian couldn't help but let his gaze linger on Fu Zhanli, who still maintained his straight, proper posture. Since returning home yesterday, he found himself wanting to physically confront Fu Zhanli whenever he recalled that moment. Yet, upon reflection, Fu Zhanli's pheromones were undeniably peculiar, and he wondered why he felt no aversion to them, instead continuously accepting them. The more he thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. Qi Xian believed he wouldn't have any connection with Fu Zhanli. They were like oil and water. However, the reality was stark. He was not an O, and neither was Fu Zhanli. Fu Zhanli was overly close to him, prompting Qi Xian to entertain certain thoughts. Could it be true? Was Fu Zhanli interested in AA relationships? And with him, no less. Why has it only now become so blatant? Is it a premeditated scheme or merely a spur-of-the-moment decision? Qi Xian, despite having witnessed much of the world, found himself increasingly agitated. After all, this situation directly involved him. After half an hour of introspection, Qi Xian ultimately regained his composure. Perhaps Fu Zhanli did not harbor any affection for him. Rather, he might simply enjoy opposing him, especially since, in terms of physical prowess, Fu Zhanli might not stand a chance against him. With this thought, Qi Xian's expression softened considerably. For a time thereafter, Fu Zhanli indeed refrained from seeking out Qi Xian, and their interactions reverted to their previous state. Consequently, Chundong spent a considerable period discreetly observing the two. Qi Xian, in turn, cast the matter aside, indulging daily in revelry with Chundong or simply luxuriating in sleep. Some might wonder why Qi Xian's family does not intervene in his affairs. The answer is simple. They are busy. Upon returning home one day, Qi Xian gently brushed aside the stray hair from his forehead, and the grand villa suddenly illuminated, revealing an opulent yet eerily quiet living room, lacking in warmth. Qi Xian adeptly retrieved a medical kit to tend to his wounds, his expression blank, as if accustomed to the routine. After addressing his injuries, he swept aside the hair from his forehead once more, revealing a wound of moderate size, conveniently concealed by his locks. This added an unsettling edge to his otherwise handsome visage. Reflecting on that young man, Qi Xian felt a fierce desire to engage in combat once more. Underestimating him, that fellow had struck him with a brick, though Qi Xian had retaliated tenfold. The adversary was left nearly incapacitated, yet Qi Xian would never succumb to fear, had it not been for Chundong, who had restrained him to prevent further escalation. A life might have been lost that day. After hastily disinfecting the cuts and applying a bandage, Qi Xian ascended the stairs to freshen up. Upon emerging, he noticed several missed calls. Maintaining a nonchalant demeanor, he chose not to return the calls, coldly scoffing to himself. Each time, it was for the same reason, and he had grown thoroughly weary of it. A moment later, the phone rang again. Qi Xian lethargically glanced at it, his finger hovering over the disconnect button, but he hesitated and answered. In that instant, neither party spoke, and a sense of irritation washed over Qi Xian. The other party, sensing his mood, gently called out to him, Xian, have you been fighting again?" The voice, soft yet tinged with resignation, belonged to his Omega father, Wen Zhifan. Despite his usual bravado and irritation, Qi Xian could not muster anger while conversing with his Omega father. His turmoil eased somewhat. He responded with a muffled acknowledgement, falling silent. Qi Xian had inherited his alpha father's temperament, yet his eyes and hair bore an uncanny resemblance to Wen Zhifan. Xian, I'm so sorry." Wen Zhifan's tone was laced with helplessness and concern. Qi Xian's two fathers had entered into a marriage of convenience, fostering love after the fact. They had faced familial pressure when bringing Qi Xian into the world, and their demanding careers had left little room for nurturing him, resulting in his current state. With their frequent absences, both parents were currently abroad on business, leaving Qi Xian alone at home. "Father, I assure you I am fine. Please do not concern yourselves with this matter. It is not life-threatening." Qi Xian is well aware of what Wen Zhifan does. Business trips are a regular occurrence. Qi Yizhou often clings to his Omega father, and due to work commitments, he frequently travels. Before Wen Zhifan could utter a word, A furious voice erupted from the other end of the line. "You little rascal! How dare you speak like that?" Qi Xian immediately hardened his expression and replied in a low voice, "I'm going to sleep." With that, he hung up before Wen Jifan could respond. Gazing at the starry sky outside, a flicker of melancholy crossed Qi Xian's eyes. His phone lit up, revealing a message from Wen Jifan. "Xian, my dear, sleep well and disregard your father. Tomorrow, I will send my assistant to handle everything. Just rest at home. Good night." Unable to resist, Qi Xian replied with a simple okay. He had a soft spot for his Omega father. The following day, while Qi Xian slept peacefully at home, little did he know that someone had caused quite an uproar, even escalating to the school. Furthermore, Qi Xian's absence, due to his leave, only solidified the rumors that he was in grave danger. Dong was taken aback by the chaos this individual had stirred up and, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "What nonsense are you spouting? Xiange is not that kind of person." Although he had confronted Qi Xian the previous day, he knew Qi Xian was not one to act recklessly. The troublemaker was from a neighboring class, and their animosity had begun 2 weeks prior. Ignited by the fact that the girl he secretly adored had developed feelings for Qi Xian and even confessed her affection. Enraged, he sought out Qi Xian for confrontation. Qi Xian, however, was a person of principles. He refused to engage in violence without provocation and chose to ignore the provocations, ultimately leading to the altercation the day before. This individual, emboldened by his affluent background and his father's influence, had become arrogant, while Qi Xian's family circumstances remained a mystery, concealing the strength behind it. The arrogant youth sneered, "So what? The injuries I bear are all thanks to him, and I nearly suffered a fatal blow." He had arrived, bloodied and battered, solely to witness Qi Xian's disgrace. Otherwise, he would have been recuperating at home. Yet, he was taken aback to find Qi Xian absent. It appeared he was too frightened to show his face. This realization only fueled the troublemaker's arrogance further. Dong, suppressing his fury, clenched his fists, veins bulging in his eyes. He regretted not allowing Qi Xian to take decisive action the day prior. The troublemaker appraised Dong with a mocking gaze, scoffing. "What is the matter? After trailing behind Qi Xian for all these years, hasn't he ever gifted you anything worthwhile? Why not join me? I can provide for you." After all, it was plausible that Dong was merely a pauper, clad in unknown brands, his authenticity questionable. The man scrutinized Dong from head to toe and scoffed. "What? After trailing behind Qi Xian for all these years, has he not gifted you anything of substance? Why not follow me instead? I could provide for you. After all, he might just be a penniless wretch, clad in unknown attire. Who could ascertain its authenticity?" Dong's eyes flared crimson. His family wasn't particularly affluent, yet his exposure to knowledge was vast. Qi Xian donned clothing that was quite appealing, though the brand remained a mystery. Those who disdained Qi Xian would seize upon such matters, dismissing his attire as mere street market fare. In response to the derision, Qi Xian merely smiled, offering no explanations, leading others to perceive him as a pauper, even assuming his shoes were mere replicas. However, Dong's allegiance to Qi Xian was not rooted in wealth. He was oblivious to Qi Xian's familial background, as Qi Xian never divulged it, nor did he inquire. Yet, Qi Xian was notably generous, extending his support to friends whenever possible, a fact unbeknownst to others. In their eyes, Qi Xian was merely a debauched youth, idle and indifferent to worldly affairs. "You're talking nonsense." Dong, having followed Qi Xian for some time, was equally incensed. "What do you think you are to dare call yourself the boss?" Huang Gish's expression twisted grotesquely. He hadn't anticipated Dong's fierce loyalty towards Qi Xian. His complexion turned a sickly hue as pheromones surged forth, prompting Dong to retaliate without mercy. The pheromones escalated rapidly, inciting a frenzied panic among the nearby Omegas, who gasped for breath. "I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die. Where are your suppressants? Where are mine?" The little Omegas were thrown into utter chaos. Dong aimed to retract his pheromones. Yet Huang Guisha had no intention of relenting, showing no sign of withdrawing his own. If Dong were to retract his pheromones, he would undoubtedly suffer even greater bullying from Huang Guisha. Gritting his teeth, He hesitated for several seconds before finally suppressing his pheromones. Observing this, Huang Guisha smirked coldly and intensified his own pheromones. Qin found himself overwhelmed by the acrid scent of rust. His head bowed in submission. Just as he prepared to collapse, a skeletal hand grasped his arm, lifting him up on an even more potent wave of pheromones surged towards Huang Guisha. This formidable pheromone, as crisp as a cedar, carried a refreshing aura that swiftly quelled the metallic scent, forming a barrier that isolated the Omegas. Some of the beleaguered Omegas, finally able to breathe, succumbed and collapsed to the ground, their faces paling, while others turned a sickly shade of green. Chaos ensued. Huang Guisha, overwhelmed by the absolute suppression of his pheromones, crouched in agony, his face turning ashen as he too retracted his pheromones. Fu Zhanli, with an impassive demeanor, cast a cool glance at Huang Guisha. As a top-tier alpha, he adeptly controlled his pheromones, and only when the air was free of the rust scent did he withdraw his own. His pheromones were gentle, ensuring the Omegas remained unharmed. The school prohibits the indiscriminate release of pheromones. Do you wish to face disciplinary action? Had he not arrived in time, the surrounding Omegas would have slipped into a state of distress. Even the alphas would have been affected. Qin gradually regained his composure, gazing at Fu Zhanli with admiration. In his eyes, Fu Zhanli had become his deity. Qi Xian was taken aback. What did Fu Zhanli have to do with this? Huang Guisha had not anticipated Fu Zhanli's involvement in the matter, considering that Fu Zhanli was solely dedicated to his studies, oblivious to the world beyond. Fu Zhanli spoke calmly, addressing the situation, slandering a classmate, tarnishing their reputation, and creating disorder with pheromones, especially when the victim is someone from my class. Shouldn't I, as the class monitor, intervene? It was well known that Fu Zhanli hailed from a wealthy family. Although he maintained a low profile, it did not imply that he was easily intimidated. Huang Guisha understood this all too well. Upon hearing Fu Zhanli's words, he felt a wave of anxiety, fearing repercussions, for he had indeed encountered a formidable opponent. He attempted to speak further, but the icy gaze of Fu Zhanli sent a chill coursing through him, silencing him instantly. The teacher soon arrived, ushering the students away from the scene. However, in the presence of Huang Guisha, the teacher hesitated to raise their voice, concerned about job security, yet equally reluctant to offend Fu Zhanli. Aware of the teacher's predicament, Fu Zhanli swiftly interrupted, stating, "I am indifferent to any grievances between Huang Guisha and Qi Xian, but he must apologize for the transgressions he has committed today." Despite his fear of Fu Zhanli, Huang Guisha insisted on maintaining his pride, declaring, "I don't believe I did anything wrong. The fault lies with Qi Xian. And as for Qin, he cannot escape unscathed. I will acknowledge my mistakes. But that does not extend to you." Qin maintained a stoic expression. Just moments ago, Huang Guisha had no intention of retracting his pheromones, a fact for which Qin could empathize. At most, he would face reprimand. Huang Guisha was about to voice his thoughts when a commotion erupted in the corridor, prompting everyone to turn in unison, including Fu Zhanli, who could not help but glance back. Upon recognizing the newcomer, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed his eyes. The visitor was impeccably dressed in a tailored black suit, tall and imposing, exuding an air of authority associated with high societal standing. His demeanor was stern, radiating a sense of efficiency as he disregarded the gazes of onlookers and strode directly towards the office. As he passed Huang Guisha, his piercing gaze briefly met Huang's. Yet he offered no words before continuing on his way. Huang Guisha felt an unsettling premonition. Could this individual be related to Qi Xian? The aura of the elite captivated many, and the incident involving Qi Xian and Huang Guisha quickly spread among the crowd. Heavens, could that be a member of Qi Xian's family? The presence was so commanding that no one dared to breathe as he walked past. He was undoubtedly a person of high social standing. Was Qi Xian truly the wealthy heir rather than the pauper Huang Guisha had described? Yet, Qi Xian's clothing hardly suggested luxury. They were not from any renowned brand that anyone recognized. Soon, the truth of the newcomer's identity would be revealed. Amidst the buzzing speculation, Fu Zhanli furrowed his brow, but his thoughts diverged from those of the crowd. He pondered the absence of Qi Xian today, realizing that only his secretary had come in his stead. Chapter 8 Support. As Chun Dong witnessed Fu Zhanli turn to leave, he had intended to catch a glimpse of Huang Guixia's disgraceful demeanor. However, the crowd was too dense, preventing him from squeezing through. Thus, he could only follow in Fu Zhanli's wake. Thank you, Fu Xian, for today. If it weren't for you, I would have not only caused trouble for my family, but also lost face in front of everyone, making it difficult to continue associating with Xian. Fu Zhanli's expression remained indifferent. It was merely a small act of assistance. Besides, I simply could not tolerate Huang Guixia's smugness. Chun Dong exhaled in relief, though he could not fathom why he found Fu Zhanli so approachable at that moment, subconsciously viewing him as part of Qi Xian's circle. Where did Qi Xian go yesterday? Suddenly, Fu Zhanli halted, and Chun Dong, lost in thought, nearly collided with him. Fortunately, he stopped just inches away, causing Chun Dong to leap back several meters, as if he wished to distance himself from the individual before him. Otherwise, he would feel a sense of guilt. Huh? Chun Dong looked at Fu Zhanli in confusion, seemingly having misheard him. Fu Zhanli patiently repeated his inquiry. Upon realization, Chun Dong hesitated briefly, but, considering Fu Zhanli's assistance, recounted the details of the conflict between Qi Xian and Huang Guixia. After a moment of silence, Fu Zhanli simply nodded and continued on his way. Chun Dong, bewildered, was about to ask Fu Zhanli further questions when a commotion erupted behind him, each face reflecting disbelief. Immediately, Chun Dong turned around, eager to witness Huang Guixia's moment of humiliation to report back to Xian. Before he could approach, he overheard a cold voice recounting the incident involving Qi Xian and Huang Guixia, devoid of any apology. The man spoke as if he were there to demand Huang Guixia's reckoning. Huang Guixia had summoned his Omega mother and his secretary. Both were secretaries, yet their demeanor was starkly different. Huang Guixia's secretary was evidently lacking in comparison. In terms of appearance, temperament, talent, and background, Qi Xian's side utterly eclipsed the other. He was Qin Mu, the domestic secretary to Wen Jifan. Last night, he had received a message from Wen Jifan, prompting him to investigate the events surrounding Qi Xian. Evidence and legal counsel were already prepared. Should Huang Guixia fail to act judiciously, they would resort to legal proceedings, reflecting his typical modus operandi. Qin Mu introduced himself with an impassive expression, stating that Qi Xiaoye's father was aware of the severity of the situation and, due to pressing engagements, had sent him to handle the matter. If the other party wished to avoid hasty closure, they were prepared for litigation. Not only the teacher, but even Huang Guixia's mother found Qin Mu's approach overly dramatic, her expression stiffening. She hesitated, unsure of how to respond. In her mind, Qi Xian was notoriously arrogant yet discreet, never flaunting his family background within the school, leaving others largely in the dark about his origins. Little did she expect that Qi Xian was a concealed powerhouse. Qin Mu understood the implications of her words. With a placid demeanor, he remarked, Qi Xiaoye is the apple of our boss's eye. Should anything untoward occur, it would not be a simple matter of blame. A singular statement sealed the conversation tightly, leaving the eavesdroppers outside momentarily slack-jawed. Previously, they had assumed that Qi Xian's arrogance stemmed from a lack of parental guidance or perhaps a single-parent household. Little did they know the formidable background of his father. Indeed, Qi Xian possessed the means to be so audacious, and the surname Qi was quite rare. Only after returning to investigate did their conjectures receive confirmation. Huang Guixia, realizing that Qi Xian was not to be trifled with, instantly shrank back, utterly humiliated. When the principal arrived, Chun Dong, having heard enough, excused himself and eagerly sought confirmation from Qi Xian, bombarding him with numerous messages. As he slumbered, a gentle aura enveloped him, devoid of the arrogance and intensity he typically exuded when awake. His tousled hair nestled into the plush pillow, resembling a languid Persian cat. Qi Xian was roused from his slumber, blinking his bleary eyes. His elongated, misty gaze reflected a slight pallor, and he raised a hand to massage his temples before reaching for his phone. In the dimly lit room, the screen illuminated with a sudden brightness, momentarily disorienting him. He squinted slightly, perusing the messages from Chun Dong, vividly imagining the incredulous expression on his friend's face. with a languid demeanor. Qi Xian allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. It appeared that maintaining a low profile would be a challenge from now on. Only the principal was privy to his circumstances, while others remained oblivious. Even Shindong was left uninformed, as Qi Xian valued friendship over material wealth. He feared that revealing too much would hinder Dong's acceptance of the truth. However, upon returning and reflecting in silence, he seemed to have overestimated Dong's capacity for discretion. His friend was not only thrilled but also eager to boast, wishing for everyone to know that his leader was indeed formidable. Dong recounted the day's events to Qi Xian, including Fu Zhanli's involvement. Qi Xian fell into contemplation, pondering Fu Zhanli's sudden emergence. Nonetheless, he dismissed Fu Zhanli's actions as a reaction against Huang Guixia, and the two swiftly shifted topics, though they soon circled back to Qi Xian. "Xiangu, what is the story behind your clothing?" Dong inquired. The consensus was that Qi Xian's attire resembled items from street vendor, untraceable in the market, but Dong could not abide this insinuation. Yet, he struggled to counter it. After all, Qi Xian, as a scion of wealth, seemed an unlikely candidate for such attire. Calmly, Qi Xian replied, "Oh, it's an internal production." Dong was perplexed, but Qi Xian made no effort to clarify, tossing his phone aside, intending to return to his slumber as his head still throbbed. Meanwhile, while Qi Xian slept, matters swiftly resolved themselves. Huang Guixia's mother sought to avoid escalation, aware that the opposing party was not to be trifled with. During this time, Qin Mu received a call, and a flicker of reverence crossed his previously indifferent visage. After hanging up, Huang Guixia's mother received a chilling piece of news. Alpha Group had terminated its partnership with Huang's company, reclaiming a parcel of land in the outskirts, with a breach of contract compensation proceeding as usual. Even Huang Guixia, despite his foolishness, recognized that this time he was doomed. The Alpha Group, as recounted by him, was a source of immense stress for his father, who had labored tirelessly to finalize the contract. Just days after achieving this, he had inadvertently jeopardized everything. Huang Guixia's face turned ashen. Could it be that Qi Xian was the son of the Alpha Group CEO? The Alpha Group, a conglomerate of significant stature, ranks among the elite in the nation. Those fortunate enough to work there are either highly educated or among the creme de la creme. No wonder Qin Mu exuded such competence. Huang Guixia's mother sought to salvage the situation. "Secretary Qin, might you persuade your employer to show leniency? We will extend our sincerest apologies to young Master Qi. This matter is our fault." Chapter 9, Epitome. Qin Mu replied, "I regret to inform you that I am not affiliated with the Alpha Group. This matter is beyond my influence." Not affiliated with the Alpha Group? Who would believe such a statement? Who was on the line just moments ago? Qin Mu chose not to elaborate, clarifying that the boss he referred to was not the same. Once this issue was resolved, Qin Mu assisted Qi Xian in taking a few days off before departing. The principal dared not voice an opinion, as this was clearly a notification rather than a request for input. After seeing Qin Mu off, the principal exhaled in relief. Though not the main figure, even his secretary wielded substantial influence, clearly backing their child. Huang Guixia not only failed to impose any repercussions on Qi Xian, but also lost a significant contract, which would surely spell disaster upon his return. It was only around noon that Qi Xian awoke leisurely, descending the stairs with tousled hair after freshening up. Sounds emanated from the kitchen, and a meal was laid out on the dining table. He bypassed breakfast entirely, heading straight for lunch. As he descended, an Omega middle-aged woman emerged from the kitchen. She was someone Wen Jifan had arranged to specifically attend to his dietary and daily needs. "Young master has risen. Lunch is freshly prepared." Qi Xian nodded. "Aunt Lin, there's no need to prepare so much next time." Gazing at the array of dishes, Qi Xian couldn't help but wince, fully aware that this was orchestrated by Wen Jifan. Although Wen Jifan was not home, Qi Xian's meals, clothing, and other necessities were all provided by him. Aunt Lin smiled warmly. "This is what Madam has arranged. It's beneficial for your growth." Qi Xian chose not to comment further and began to eat in silence. Aunt Lin returned to the kitchen, intending to tidy up after he finished before departing, only to return at mealtime again. She did not reside there. Aunt Lin had come to know Qi Xian somewhat, and had heard various opinions about him, yet she held a different view. Despite his fiery temperament and penchant for conflict, he remained respectful towards his elders, which endeared him to her. However, the thought of his workaholic parents made her shake her head in dismay. Qi Xian was oblivious to Aunt Lin's musings as he savored his meal while glancing at his phone. The entire school forum was abuzz with discussions about him, and the frenzy was palpable. Fu Zhanli had also been thrust into the spotlight. The two top alphas were neck and neck in every regard, except academics, of course. The small OS on both sides were in an uproar, some advocating neutrality and suggesting a partnership between the two, while a scant few believed in their right to shine independently. As Qi Xian gazed at the photograph of Fu Zhanli on the forum, depicting him immersed in study within the classroom, he discerned that the angle suggested it had been captured clandestinely. A subtle halo enveloped him, rendering his beauty divine, akin to that of a deity. After squinting at the image for a moment, he dismissed it and began chatting with Qindong. Accompanying his message was a picture of the dismal meal he had consumed that day. "Xiange, without you here, I can't indulge in my favorite sweet and sour ribs," he lamented, his expression in the image reminiscent of a stormy tempest. Qi Xian felt a surge of amusement, playfully sending a picture of his own meal, which elicited an even more exaggerated response of despair from Qindong. He promptly shared the image in their brother group chat, provoking a flurry of excitement. "What the hell? Qindong, what is going on? Are you hoarding food?" Seeing that Qindong remained silent, Siwu playfully patted him on the backside, urging him to lighten up. Qindong appeared innocent. "It's the boss' doing." As the chatter erupted, the screen was soon inundated with messages. "Boss, take care of your health and eat more." Indeed, the boss ought to eat plenty to have the strength to deal with others. Qindong observed their shifting expressions with feigned exasperation. Qi Xian, with a languid demeanor, typed, "Who are we dealing with?" The group collectively tagged Siwu, while only Siwu tagged Qindong. "Do you want some?" Qindong inquired, and the group cautiously speculated on Qi Xian's words, with Qindong boldly affirming, "Yes." The confirmation revealed a lack of foresight on his part. In stark contrast to Qi Xian's leisurely existence, Huang Guisha faced dire consequences. Upon discovering that Huang Guisha was the source of the debacle, Huang's father, consumed by rage, physically reprimanded him. His face flushed crimson, chest heaving. He pointed a trembling finger at the moaning Huang Guisha sprawled on the floor. "You squanderer! After all my effort to secure that project, you've ruined it. I could just kill you." Huang's father seethed, his frustration mounting as he recalled the energy he had invested, only to have it undermined by Huang Guisha's recklessness. Just as he raised his whip, Huang's mother intervened. "Enough. He is still a child. Your actions are futile. He is already an adult. It's your indulgence that has led him to be so heedless." Huang Guisha, fortunately, after 3 days of unwavering persistence, he finally encountered Qi Xian. The latter descended leisurely from a luxury vehicle, his gait languid and demeanor notably relaxed. Huang Guisha could not suppress a pang of jealousy, yet recollecting his purpose, he managed to force a smile and approached. Qi Xian lazily lifted his eyelids, and upon spotting Huang Guisha, he couldn't help but express surprise. "Oh, isn't this the little tyrant? What brings you here with such leisure?" The corners of Qi Xian's mouth curled slightly upwards, intrigued to see Huang Guisha's intentions. Huang Guisha, disregarding Qi Xian's sarcasm, offered a flattering smile. "Brother Xian, I have come to apologize." After scrutinizing Huang Guisha, Qi Xian could not fathom that the other was indeed there to express remorse. Noticing Qi Xian's silence, Huang Guisha continued earnestly, "Truly, Brother Xian, this matter is my fault. I apologize for venting my frustration upon you. Please forgive me. I cannot blame you for your charm, for it is a burden as well." Qi Xian's elongated, peach blossom eyes sparkled with mirth, enveloping him in an air of languorous allure that was utterly captivating. Huang Guisha clenched his fists tightly, his expression shifting. Yet he maintained a smile, responding, "Brother Xian speaks wisely." Chapter 10. Let me guess what you were thinking. Huang Guisha's face flushed crimson with anger, his gaze fixated on Qi Xian's retreating figure. a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. Qi Xian, just wait. He had already humbly apologized. Yet Qi Xian had ignored him and rebuffed his overtures. In his mind, he believed Qi Xian had the capacity to assist him, but simply chose not to. Qi Xian, however, was disinclined to acknowledge Huang Guisha. He truly regarded him with indifference. Setting aside whether he would aid Huang Guisha, how could he expect his father to heed his requests, given the latter's temperament? It was entirely possible that his father had already contemplated canceling the project, perhaps not wishing to pursue it further, rendering Huang Guisha's plight merely an excuse for Qi Zhou. While Huang Guisha contemplated how to teach Qi Xian a lesson without arousing suspicion, a hand suddenly clapped on his shoulder. Instinctively, he glanced at the hand resting on him, then followed its ascent to behold the cool visage of Fu Zhanli. At that moment, a smile graced Fu Zhanli's face. Yet Huang Guisha understood that the smile did not reach his eyes. Trembling, Huang Guisha felt cold sweat trickling down. He was perplexed by Fu Zhanli's intentions. Fu Zhanli spoke. "Let me guess what you were thinking." His magnetic voice resonated slowly, sending shivers down Huang Guisha's spine, akin to a death knell. "Nothing much," he stammered. At that moment, Fu Zhanli seemed far more formidable than Qi Xian, like a lion lurking in the shadows, ready to strike should one let down their guard. "Is that so?" His tone remained neutral, as if merely posing a casual inquiry. Yes. How could I possibly not believe you?" Huang Guisha felt an unsettling conviction that Fu Zhanli was privy to his thoughts, which was why he toyed with him like this. Fu Zhanli's patience was wearing thin. His dark, piercing eyes narrowed, exuding an air of frigid warning. You would do well not to harbor any designs against him. Huang Guisha, upon hearing his deep voice, felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. He swallowed hard, his complexion paling drastically. Continuing, he heard Fu Zhanli's voice say, "Unless you wish to be beaten to death by your father." With that, Fu Zhanli departed, leaving Huang Guisha in a state of turmoil amidst the wind. It took him a moment to comprehend that Fu Zhanli was indeed threatening him. If he dared to lay a finger on Qi Xian, the Huang family business would face calamity, perhaps even bankruptcy, and at that point, Huang's father would undoubtedly deliver a fatal blow. Huang Guisha was compelled to abandon his scheming thoughts. As Qi Xian settled down, Chen Dong approached, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Unable to endure Chen Dong's gaze, Qi Xian pushed him away, saying, "What are you doing? Keep your distance. Are you not aware of the principle of personal space?" Chen Dong fell back into his chair, a grin spreading across his face. "Xiangu, Xian Dad, you finally arrived. I was utterly bored without you." Each time they fought, it was Qi Xian who bore the brunt of the injuries, while his underlings only sustained superficial wounds. They knew the reason behind it all. "I missed you." Qi Xian promptly delivered a resounding slap, smirking as he replied, "Come back and say that when you transform into a little O." Chen Dong, cradling his wounded pride in a corner, lamented his inferior status as an A. Though Omegas were indeed rarer than Alphas, such disdain felt unjustly harsh. Qi Xian grinned maliciously, his gaze falling upon Fu Zhanli, who had just entered. His smile faltered for a moment before he averted his eyes, pondering something. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but it seemed that after he shifted his gaze, Fu Zhanli glanced in his direction. Just as Qi Xian contemplated his next move, his front-row classmate audaciously turned to him. "Xiangu, is what they say around school true?" Qi Xian's eyes shifted to Su Yang, a beta and the most gossipy individual in class, perpetually driven by curiosity. Upon entering, anyone who laid eyes on him would gaze with bright, eager interest, whether out of gossip or admiration, some even in disbelief. "What do you think?" Qi Xian found amusement in Su Yang's question, chuckling softly, his enchanting peach blossom eyes twinkling as they regarded him, refraining from answering directly. He languidly leaned against the back of his chair, his legs draped over the horizontal bar beneath the table, while the wind playfully tousled the blue tips of his hair, revealing his captivating eyes. Su Yang stared, nearly biting his tongue, his heart racing. If only he were an Omega, he would certainly pursue Qi Xian. Qi Xian, seemingly aware of his own allure, nonchalantly remarked, "You still haven't answered me." I think it's true," Su Yang stammered, momentarily dazed. instinctively voicing his thoughts before turning his head in a daze. Qi Xian pouted, finding the exchange dull, his gaze wandering until it met Fu Zhanli's. Why do our eyes keep meeting? He calmly averted his eyes, yet for some inexplicable reason, he caught a whiff of that familiar scent, Fu Zhanli's pheromones. Even without his sense of smell, he knew he was not mistaken. Qi Xian frowned. Fu Zhanli's constant release of pheromones was incongruent with his persona. Was there some hidden agenda at play? He took a deep breath, collapsing into slumber, striving to shield himself from the scent of his own pheromones. After retracting his gaze, Fu Zhanli's long, dense eyelashes fluttered delicately like a small fan. His thin lips pressed tightly together, and a faint glimmer sparkled in his ebony eyes. Soon, he returned to a state of calm detachment, attending to his own affairs. Qi Xian possessed boundless energy throughout the weekend. Not a single moment was wasted as he meticulously arranged his schedule. On Friday evening, he invited everyone to his home for a party, and upon learning they could visit Qi Xian's residence, the group erupted with excitement. Does this mean I will get to meet my future mother-in-law? One enthusiastic little O exclaimed. Dream on, mother-in-law? Why not just call them mom and dad? A nearby Alpha overheard and couldn't help but retort, inciting a playful slap from the little O. Qi Xian smiled slyly, with the parents absent. Little OS, see you next time. Yi Zishan couldn't help but murmur. It's too much, openly teasing. Fu Zhanli remained silent. Yi Zishan quietly asked, Fu Xiuxian, do you think Qi Xian will invite you? Fu Zhanli pressed his lips together, likely doubting it. Before he could respond, a bold voice from the class called out, Xiangu, does that include Fu Xiuxian? Instantly, the room fell silent. All eyes fixated on Qi Xian and Fu Zhanli, even the latter pausing his pen, seemingly awaiting Qi Xian's reply. Some believed Qi Xian and Fu Zhanli were inherently at odds and would not include him, while others thought their animosity wasn't significant enough to exclude him. Qi Xian was conversing with Chun Dong about weekend plans when he heard his name mentioned and looked up, momentarily bewildered. Su Yang repeated the inquiry, and upon hearing Fu Zhanli's name, Qi Xian instinctively turned his gaze towards him. You should ask Fu Xiuxian. Chapter 11. Let us consider it a favor from Fu Xiuxian. Qi Xian concocted a plan, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips, his eyes sparkling with mischief as he regarded Fu Zhanli with keen interest. He refrained from making the choice for him, allowing Fu Zhanli to decide for himself. Even if Qi Xian were sworn enemies with Fu Zhanli, he wouldn't isolate him so cruelly. The entire class's attention converged on Fu Zhanli, seemingly awaiting his response. Sitting beside Fu Zhanli. Yi Zishan felt a surge of anxiety, fearing he might agree. Their relationship was far from amicable, and Qi Xian might seize the opportunity to retaliate against Fu Zhanli. After a moment of silence, just as everyone presumed he would decline, a melodious and resonant voice broke the tension. All right. That single word sent the entire class into a frenzy. Su Yang was the quickest to react, babbling excitedly. Did I hear that correctly? The class leader just agreed. Curiosity and confusion swept through the room. Even those who had never seen Fu Zhanli and Qi Xian knew of their rivalry. Logically, Fu Zhanli would not acquiesce to someone like Qi Xian, who was undoubtedly harboring ulterior motives. Fu Xiuxian, I didn't miss here, did I? Wait, class leader, are you serious? How perplexing it is to squander the precious weekend, deliberately seeking discomfort. Truly a form of self-inflicted torment, is it not? Class leader, do share your reasoning. The room was filled with a cacophony of voices, entirely oblivious to the presence of the two individuals at the center of the discussion. Before Fu Zhanli could respond, Qi Xian's discontented voice echoed softly. What? Do you harbor objections? The classroom fell into an immediate silence, no one daring to speak. For the wrath of a formidable figure could easily ensnare the innocent. Observing their sudden muteness, Qi Xian let out a satisfied chuckle, his gaze settling upon Fu Zhanli. Let us consider this a favor bestowed upon us by the esteemed scholar Fu. Fu Zhanli turned to him, his dark eyes remarkably clear, a fleeting smile gracing his features before vanishing just as swiftly. By the time Qi Xian sought to confirm it, it had already gone. A subtle frown crossed his brow as the air abruptly filled with the crisp, refreshing scent of pine and mint, overwhelming him with the essence of Fu Zhanli's pheromones. A tingling sensation surged through his chest, striking every nerve and rendering him quite uncomfortable. Qi Xian suddenly perceived that Fu Zhanli's penetrating gaze was both enigmatic and profound, instilling a sense of dread that he could not meet directly, akin to prey caught in a hunter's sights, a feeling he detested. With a slight curve of his lips, Qi Xian, in a moment of panic, averted his gaze, almost fleeing the scene. Fortunately, no one noticed this subtle misstep. Fu Zhanli's eyes glimmered momentarily, a hint of amusement evident. Qi Xian inwardly scorned himself. After all, it was merely a matter of eye contact. Yet it felt as if it were something far more intimate. Nevertheless, for reasons unbeknownst to him, his spirits soared, devoid of the former urge to unleash his frustrations upon others. As evening approached, around 6 o'clock, guests began to arrive in a steady stream, some even arriving earlier than expected. Prior to the gathering, Qi Xian had specifically advised against overly extravagant attire, emphasizing that it was merely a casual get-together, not an extravagant banquet, and comfort was paramount. Curiosity and excitement danced upon their faces, as they were eager to learn every detail about Qi Xian's life. In their youthful exuberance, such a modest request was easily met by him. Qi Xian's residence boasted a backyard complete with a gazebo and a pond where koi swam freely, unperturbed by the presence of strangers, occasionally leaping through the air. Chen Dong gazed at the barbecue and desserts with an insatiable hunger, determined to devour everything in sight. Having arrived with an empty stomach, intent on indulging in Qi Xian's generosity, holding a piece of cake, Qi Xian's lips curled into a smile as he observed Chen Dong's foolish expression, unable to resist the urge to chide, "Don't mix too much. If you end up with an upset stomach, it's not my responsibility." Chen Dong nodded vigorously, his words mumbled and indistinct, but Qi Xian had no inclination to decipher them. After savoring a bite of the sweet cake, Qi Xian wandered off in high spirits. The gathering was set in the backyard, where he had even lugged out a gaming console and prepared a projector, ensuring the availability of delightful short films. It must be said, Qi Xian's efforts not only won the hearts of his peers, but also stirred romantic feelings among the fellow alphas, who could not help but express their admiration. "Xian, you are my idol. Xian, I love you. I would willingly be defeated beneath your tailored trousers. I declare, today I shall not adore Scholar Fu, but rather, I shall cherish Xian. Fu Xian, I find myself on the verge of infidelity. I hope you do not harbor any disdain towards me. Today, my unwavering loyalty is dedicated to Xian." Someone could not help but jest. What? Only love for a day? Your affection is truly inexpensive. Indeed, setting aside whether Xian would accept you, the mere act of abandoning Fu Xian would surely bring you to tears. Qi Xian, do not associate me with that. He does not engage in AA relationships. He only fancies soft little OS, who would appreciate such hard, chiseled muscles. Qi Xian's azure eyes were as clear as the depths of the sea, yet concealed an untamed spirit. His eyebrows arched with mischief, and the corners of his lips curled into a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. Shall I then express my gratitude to you all? Upon hearing this, those who had just shifted their affections suddenly became exceedingly sycophantic. As long as they could cling to a strong ally, they had no worries. Not at all. Our hearts solely belong to Xian. He is akin to my rebirth parents. Qi Xian, scram, you flatterer. With the thought that Fu Zhanli had yet to arrive, a spark of mischief lit up Qi Xian's eyes as he grinned wickedly. The group clinging to him suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. They anxiously regarded Qi Xian, donning innocent and harmless expressions. Why did they sense that Xian was up to no good? Who was more handsome, me or Fu Zhanli? Once the question was posed, the group collectively sighed in relief. This was indeed a question with an obvious answer. Without a doubt, Fu Xian. Qi Xian, observing Qi Xian's countenance darken. Another interjected, "No, Xian is beautiful and kind. Smile. Xian is beautiful, and Fu Xian is handsome." One nearby could no longer tolerate it and shoved the speaker aside, revealing a smile, only to alter their previously rehearsed response. In my heart, Xian is the most beautiful, a perfect match for Fu Xian. Qi Xian, I advise you to speak properly. As Qi Xian's gaze grew increasingly lethal, Su Yang intervened. Go on, what nonsense are you spouting? Xian is the most handsome. Fu Xian is merely your decorative green leaf. The group? This sounded rather peculiar, echoing a similar sentiment. Qi Xian frowned, visibly displeased, emanating an aura of coldness, while Su Yang wished to slap himself for the absurdity of his words. Chen Dong, clutching several skewers of grilled delicacies, immediately grew irate. Xian was the most impressive. What are you saying? Chapter 12. Are you implying that you have ulterior motives towards me? Speak sensibly, will you? His leader is the mightiest Alpha. Beauty cannot compare to his stature. Chen Dong mused internally. Xian is the most handsome in the universe. Fu Xian pales in comparison. Humph. Chen Dong's remarks eased Qi Xian's expression, a nonchalant smile gracing his face. Su Yang hurriedly echoed Chen Dong's sentiment. Xian is the most handsome. Consequently, the chorus of voices declaring this truth arose. In the corner, Yi Zishan curled his lip, his peripheral vision catching sight of someone at the entrance. His eyes instantly brightening. Fu Xian. This exclamation brought the group to an abrupt halt, turning to gaze at Fu Zhanli, who stood at the threshold. Su Yang felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain if Fu Zhanli had heard. What if he bore a grudge and refused to lend him his homework in the future? Fu Zhanli entered, clad in dark athletic attire, his presence obscured by the night. Had it not been for Yi Zishan's keen eyes, he might have gone unnoticed. Qi Xian smiled. The esteemed scholar Fu has arrived? An inexplicable sense of pressure filled the air. Fu Zhanli smirked, since the infamous Qi has extended an invitation. I must oblige. Qi Xian chuckled lightly, dismissing him as he accepted a skewer from Chen Dong, urging everyone, please don't hold back. Enjoy. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Fu Zhanli, unwavering. On Fu Zhanli's cool, handsome face lingered a hint of warmth, causing Qi Xian to momentarily falter in his actions before awkwardly averting his eyes. He couldn't shake the feeling that Fu Zhanli's gaze was peculiar, almost sticky, as if he wished to consume him whole. A shiver coursed through Qi Xian, prompting him to hastily discard the thought. It was far too dangerous. If anyone were to be consumed, it should be him devouring Fu Zhanli. Qi Xian had prepared himself for an evening of indulgence, convinced of his commendable tolerance for alcohol. Yet, to his astonishment, after downing 5 glasses, he found himself utterly disoriented, only to discover he had unwittingly chosen the strongest liquor available. Frowning, he couldn't recall retrieving that particular bottle. Could it have been mistakenly taken by someone else? As he gazed at the blurred figures around him, Qi Xian clicked his tongue and rose to head inside, intending to sober up. Fu Zhanli had been observing him closely. Upon noticing Qi Xian's departure, he exchanged a few words with those nearby and followed suit. After splashing water on his face, Qi Xian felt significantly better, even requesting Aunt Lin to prepare a hangover remedy. Just as he stepped out, he nearly collided with a figure, the familiar scent of pheromones wafting in the air, instantly revealing the identity of the person. Qi Xian rubbed his temples, finding Fu Zhanli's persistence rather unsettling. He seemed to appear wherever Qi Xian went. Uncomfortable, Qi Xian decided to avoid a confrontation, attempting to sidestep him. However, as he moved, he heard Fu Zhanli's cool voice. Not feeling well? He responded gruffly, his demeanor notably frosty. Yet unbeknownst to him, in Fu Zhanli's eyes, he appeared exceedingly endearing. Yes, endearing. Qi Xian's handsome face bore the marks of inebriation, his cheeks flushed, and his eyes sparkled like crystal submerged in water, the corners slightly lifted in an alluring manner, exuding charm. His thin lips were as pale as water, and his gradually darkening hair shone softly under the cold light, inviting a desire to tousle it. Fortunately, he remarked casually. Fu Zhanli suppressed a fleeting impulse of possessiveness and smiled gently. Shall I assist you to rest? Qi Xian frowned, feeling capable of walking unassisted. Perplexed by the familiarity of the situation, he replied coolly, no need. Perhaps you should attend to the other little OS. I prefer aiding alphas. Recalling the admiration others had expressed towards Fu Zhanli moments earlier, Qi Xian found himself momentarily breathless. Oh, there are plenty of alpha admirers outside. That should keep you busy. His statement, devoid of any emotional weight, was perceived by Fu Zhanli as a hint of jealousy. His tone softened. Indeed, I shall only assist you. What? Qi Xian, unsure of what he had heard, looked at him with confusion. It is rather peculiar, for both individuals are quintessential alphas, yet Fu Zhanli stands a whole head taller. At times, he finds himself reluctant to stand beside Fu Zhanli, wishing to conceal this trivial detail from the gaze of others. At this moment, Qi Xian is enveloped by Fu Zhanli's pheromones, his intoxication having dissipated significantly. He instinctively inquires, Fu Zhanli, why do you continually release your pheromones in my presence? Do you believe I would seize you and give you a good thrashing? Or is it that you harbor some inappropriate intentions towards me? Given that Fu Zhanli's pheromones do not possess any aggressive undertone for him, he can only contemplate this possibility, much like how an Omega's pheromones invite an alpha. Typically, alphas would deem such an Omega to be rather forward. However, as both he and Fu Zhanli are alphas, the absence of repulsion towards Fu Zhanli's pheromones only fuels his thoughts. Expecting Fu Zhanli to be infuriated, Qi Xian is taken aback when the latter merely chuckles softly, his dark eyes holding an unfathomable depth. Well, Qi Xian muses perplexed. Is this truly Fu Zhanli? He is certain he has not been swapped. Despite such teasing, Fu Zhanli remains unflustered and even agrees. Could this be a new tactic? With a playful glint in his eye, Qi Xian asks, how about a bite? To his astonishment, Fu Zhanli answers without a hint of hesitation, his swift response leaving Qi Xian momentarily speechless. It's all fun and games until it has to be wrapped up. Shall I bite you, or will you bite me? Fu Zhanli's finely sculpted features are accentuated by the subtle smile that plays upon his lips, his dark eyes casting an alluring gaze upon Qi Xian. The intensity of that gaze sends Qi Xian's heart racing, as if it might burst forth from his chest at any moment. Yet, he must not falter in his bravado. With a determined smile, he retorts, of course, I shall be the one to bite you. What a ridiculous notion. How could the esteemed school bully simply yield to the whim of another? Fu Zhanli's unwavering gaze seems to assess the possibility. Believing Fu Zhanli to be intimidated, Qi Xian smirks, his voice low yet laced with disdain as he leans closer, teasingly murmuring, shall we go to your place? Or simply remain here? At this, Fu Zhanli's expression darkens, his eyes swirling with stormy intensity as he replies in a husky, tantalizing tone, what do you think? Is proximity a factor? Qi Xian steps back, his cerulean eyes locking onto Fu Zhanli's. I have yet to mark an alpha. Are you certain you wish to give it a try? It is generally impossible for one alpha to mark another, as their pheromones would repel one another rather than harmonize. However, in their current situation, it seems feasible, as there is no evident aversion between them. This is my first time as well, Fu Zhanli confesses. After uttering these words, the two appear to be waiting for the other to make a move. After a moment of stalemate, Qi Xian, feeling the lack of excitement, stifles a yawn. Since Fu Zhanli is not inclined to take the initiative, he decides to take a step back. In reality, Qi Xian had no genuine intention of biting Fu Zhanli. He has a preference for female Omegas. Just as he passes by Fu Zhanli, a hand grips his forearm. Chapter 13. Qi Xian. Do you wish to give it a try? As Qi Xian passed by Fu Zhanli, a hand seized his forearm. Before he could react, he was abruptly pulled back and pressed against the wall. Shock flickered in Qi Xian's eyes, and before he could comprehend the situation, a figure loomed over him, enveloped by the chilling scent of cedar pheromones that overwhelmed him. It was even more forceful than before, as if intent on trapping him within its confines, leaving no room for intrusion. Instinctively, Qi Xian released his own pheromones in a bid to counteract the force. Fu Zhanli, do you seek death? His eyes, tinged with red, glared up at him in anger. Weren't you supposed to bite me? Fu Zhanli replied slowly, come on then. Qi Xian cursed inwardly. Had Fu Zhanli been possessed? He leaned closer, and were it not for the fact that the other was an alpha, he would have found it difficult to restrain himself. Although he usually exhibited erratic behavior, he had no intention of seeking out a peer. Tentatively, He pressed his hand against Fu Zhanli's forehead. No fever. Are you ill? Qi Xian couldn't help but utter. Fu Zhanli pressed his lips tightly together, his dark, profound eyes reflecting an inscrutable emotion. Indeed, he was unwell. If you don't bite. Fu Zhanli leaned closer to Qi Xian's ear and whispered, I will bite. In that instant, Qi Xian's mind exploded in a flurry of confusion, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. At that moment, Fu Zhanli's pheromones shifted to an exceptionally serious tone, suffocating him. Was it possible that Fu Zhanli harbored feelings for another alpha? Had he walked willingly into a lion's den, facing the consequences of his own audacity? Trapped against the wall by Fu Zhanli, even without physical contact, the pressure was palpable, the atmosphere thickening, and he could feel the heat radiating from the other's body. The heavy sound of breathing lingered in his ears, causing Qi Xian to forget about resisting. Fu Zhanli chuckled softly, exuding an irresistible allure. Qi Xian, care to give it a try? Qi Xian remained silent, evidently stunned, unable to fathom the stark contrast in Fu Zhanli's demeanor. Realizing something was amiss, Fu Zhanli's dark eyes sparkled with amusement. Qi Xian, almost involuntarily, lifted his gaze, becoming ensnared in those deep, captivating eyes, which held an enchanting power like a magnet, drawing him into a state of helpless surrender. With his teeth grazing Qi Xian's neck, the sensation was akin to that in a hidden corner, yet even more intense. Panic surged within Qi Xian, and he instinctively threw a punch at Fu Zhanli, who let out a muffled grunt. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Xian fled. Fu Zhanli, completely unprepared for Qi Xian's sudden strike, had been relaxed, shocked that his opponent had managed to escape. Rubbing his abdomen, he mused that was quite a blow, but it's fine. One must always take things step by step. Qi Xian stumbled away, or rather, he fled in disarray, anxiety written all over his face. Once he reached his room and closed the door, he finally allowed himself to relax. Leaning against the door, he slid down to the floor, panting, beads of sweat forming on his back. Was Fu Zhanli joking? Why had he acted so unexpectedly? Had he truly lost his mind? Did he actually wish to mark him? A dream, perhaps? Two alphas could never yield results. He favored omegas, not alphas. After a moment of self-reassurance, Qi Xian headed for a shower. Half an hour had elapsed since he last graced the gathering with his presence. Upon spotting him, Qian called out, Xiange, over here. This proclamation drew the attention of everyone present, including the individual himself. Qi Xian raised his gaze, momentarily meeting his dark pupils before hastily averting his eyes, recalling their recent encounter in the restroom, which rendered him unable to look at him directly. Unbeknownst to him, he had approached and seated himself beside Qian under the collective scrutiny of the crowd. As Qian munched on skewers, he exclaimed, Xiange, you must assist me with a few games. You know I am utterly inept at this position, and yet it has been assigned to me. My economy is suffering, and I am being mercilessly criticized. Noticing that Qi Xian had changed into fresh attire and carried the scent of shower gel, Qian inquired, Xiange, why did you go take a shower? Qi Xian accepted the game controller, his tone calm yet firm. If you wish to win, keep silent. At that, Qian complied, fixating on the projected screen as he observed Qi Xian's gameplay. The economic aspect of the game was indeed challenging, but Qi Xian played cautiously, occasionally eliminating isolated opponents, swiftly catching up, and even securing multiple kills. Qian erupted in excitement, his eyes alight, prompting a teammate to remark, is someone else playing? With ease, they clinched victory, and Qian rushed over to flatter him, incessantly praising him. Maintaining a low profile, Qi Xian reached for a nearby can of beer, opening it with a single hand in a manner both alluring and stylish, eliciting cheers from several onlookers. He tilted his head back to take a sip, his throat enticingly moving, exuding a captivating charm. Those around him watched in rapt attention, some even audaciously calling out, Xiange, if you were an Omega, I would definitely pursue you. Another retorted with a laugh, as if Xiange would be interested in you. He'd likely choose someone like Fu Xiuxian. The moment the words left his lips, he became acutely aware of their implications and immediately fell silent, casting cautious glances at Qi Xian and Fu Zhanli. The former offered a nonchalant glance in his direction, while the latter smirked, his dark eyes glimmering. The conversation swiftly shifted away from that topic. Qi Xian had little inclination to indulge in alcohol. He consumed only a small bottle before turning his attention to other fare, uncertain of what he was actually apprehensive about. As the evening wore on, some sang, others feasted, while a few engaged in gaming, and time slipped away. Approaching the midnight hour, individuals began to depart in succession. For those without transport, Qi Xian arranged for their rides home. Chen Dong yawned, saying, "Xiangu, I must return home. If I linger any longer, my mother will come looking for me." Qi Xian patted his shoulder in silence. With most guests having left, Qi Xian decided to return home as well, his biological clock signaling exhaustion. However, to his surprise, Fu Zhanli remained, calling out to him. Qi Xian's body stiffened momentarily before he turned around, asking, "What do you want? Considerate?" Fu Zhanli's lips curled slightly. Qi Xian replied, "Are you serious? I have no interest in you. It matters not. Your interest in me suffices." Qi Xian clenched his fists, veins protruding from his forehead, ready to strike. Fu Zhanli. Fu Zhanli wore an innocent expression, just joking. What a ridiculous jest. Chapter 14. A change of seats on Monday morning. Qi Xian arrived fashionably late, though it was a significant improvement, as it was not 2 hours past the bell. Shortly after he settled in, Chen Dong leaned in. "Xiangu, the seating arrangements have been altered this morning." Uncertain of the reasons, the class representative had initiated the changes, declaring they would rotate monthly. However, their table remained untouched. Who would wish to switch with Qi Xian? Qi Xian shot him a glance, silently urging him to continue. Chen Dong glanced around before whispering, "Fu Xiuxian is right behind you. So, hasn't he fallen to the bottom of the rankings?" Qi Xian scoffed, pondering what Li Wei was thinking, allowing the top student to sit next to the bottom. Just as Chen Dong was about to speak further, he fell silent upon seeing Fu Zhanli enter, clutching his assignments. Fu Zhanli distributed the papers, notably overlooking Qi Xian's. But this did not seem peculiar to him as he approached Qi Xian with an air of composure. Qi Xian's gaze followed Fu Zhanli until he stood directly before him, at which point he casually withdrew his attention. The waistline is quite appealing. The university's blue and white uniform appeared ordinary, yet donned by Fu Zhanli, it looked exceptionally striking, embodying the essence of a diligent student. Fu Zhanli, in truth, seemed somewhat unapproachable. With a cold demeanor, he was distant and indifferent, yet his smile was harmless. "Are you entranced?" His cool, melodious voice carried a hint of amusement, resonating within a not-so-quiet space, igniting the gossip around them. Even Chen Dong could not help but drop his jaw in astonishment. At this moment, Qi Xian had already shifted his gaze, surprised that Fu Zhanli would so brazenly voice such thoughts, and coldly retorted, "I'd rather gaze at my own." Fu Zhanli did not contest him, a charming smile gracing his lips as he returned to his seat behind Qi Xian. The atmosphere grew hushed, with everyone engrossed in their own tasks. Unaware, they were fervently typing away, nearly igniting their keyboards. The entire forum was abuzz with the presence of Qi Xian and Fu Zhanli. "So?" The school tyrant Qi Xian caught sneaking glances at the scholarly Fu Zhanli. This headline was bolded, making it nearly impossible to overlook. Those idling began a frenzy of inquiries. "Today I crave milk tea. What on earth is happening? Is the original poster's claim true? Is the school tyrant this bold?" Another day of slumber. Aren't these two sworn enemies, utterly disdainful of each other? Why do I sense some underlying tension? Most detestful fool. Are you certain of your interpretation? Are you sure Qi Xian's gaze was not filled with malice? Original poster replies, "Absolutely true." Fu Xiuxian even asked if he was entranced. That voice was utterly captivating. I nearly blushed. Can you guess how the tyrant responded? "Most detestful fool. Did he throw a punch?" Original poster. Incorrect. He said, "I'd rather gaze at my own," which implies he was indeed looking at Fu Xiuxian. "Today I crave milk tea." What? Is Fu Xiuxian this skilled at flirting? Adorable girl. These two undoubtedly have something going on. Two top alphas. Engaged in a heated exchange. Cupid quipped, "No need for speculation. The original poster is undoubtedly in the same class as the infamous Qi school bully." The individuals involved remained blissfully unaware that this minor incident had sparked such a significant uproar. Qi Xian did not sacrifice his sleep due to the arrival of Fu Zhanli. He continued with his routine undisturbed. However, Dong maintained a proper posture throughout the morning. By afternoon, Qi Xian had skipped class, and even Dong was absent. It was only during the final period that Dong returned, only to find Qi Xian's seat still empty. Fu Zhanli, initially engrossed in his work, raised an eyebrow upon Dong's arrival and inquired, "Where is Qi Xian?" Dong hesitated. After all, Qi Xian was like a father figure to him. But the intensity of Fu Zhanli's presence was overwhelming, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Sensing Dong's trepidation, Fu Zhanli calmly reassured him. "I won't disclose this to Qi Xian." After a moment's hesitation, Dong decided to give Fu Zhanli some face, replying, "Xian has gone home." Since the final period was drawing to a close, Qi Xian had departed, leaving Dong with no choice but to return to school to avoid contacting his parents. Fu Zhanli nodded slightly, his gaze returning to his work. Dong swallowed hard as he resumed his seat, a nagging premonition creeping in. Was Fu Zhanli aspiring to take on a maternal role? The memory of a previous encounter only solidified this unsettling thought. Indeed, Qi Xian had returned home, spending his day either in fights or in a state of languor, devoid of ambition, merely wishing to savor each day as it came. That evening, Qi Xian received a message from Dong. "Xian, I was followed by that group of rascals tonight, but fortunately I ran fast enough to evade them." Qi Xian paused, his fingers hovering over the screen. "Who?" He had many adversaries and numerous individuals he found displeasing. Dong replied promptly, "The bully from the other campus, that Omega." Qi Xian's school comprised 2 campuses. He attended the newest one, while the other was undergoing expansion but had no available land, necessitating the establishment of the current campus. The animosity between Qi Xian and the campus bully stemmed from Qi Xian's reputation reaching the ears of the bully in the older campus. It was rumored that next year, those in their 3rd and 4th years would transition to this campus for a more conducive atmosphere. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, which meant that either Qi Xian or the Omega would have to concede. Given that Qi Xian was an alpha, the bully aimed to assert dominance early on, seeking to suppress Qi Xian. Qi Xian believed he lacked the virtue of a gentleman. He felt no compulsion to refrain from fighting simply because his opponent was an Omega. In his eyes, conflicts were dichotomous, good versus evil, rather than alpha versus Omega. Moreover, as long as the opponent refrained from using pheromones, Qi Xian would do the same. They would resolve matters through sheer physicality. Even if the opponent was an Omega, disobedience would not be tolerated. During the last encounter, Qi Xian had not directly confronted the challenge, but had sent Dong and his companions to engage while he perched on a nearby tree, observing the unfolding situation. Thus, the Omega remained unaware of what the new campus bully looked like, mistaking Dong for the legendary school tyrant upon his arrival with the group. Omega was merely aware that the individual before him was an alpha, and coincidentally, Dong was indeed an alpha. Qi Xian cast a languid glance at the person, but had no intention of intervening. In his eyes, this little O was not worth his attention. Before Qi Xian could respond, Dong sent another message. "I believe they merely wish to confront you, hoping you'll relent and vacate your position. That seat is not something one can simply claim. Be cautious when you return. If necessary, do not hesitate to call the police." Dong had honed considerable skills, yet he was outmatched, as numbers were not in his favor, and he preferred to avoid another scolding upon his return. Qi Xian was somewhat acquainted with Dong's family circumstances. Initially, he did not want Dong to associate with him, but Dong, adhering to his principle of seeking protection, persisted in following him. After Dong agreed, just as Qi Xian prepared to rise, another message arrived. "Xian, what is your relationship with Fu Xian?" Chapter 15. A meal in mid-September. The weather was particularly sweltering, and the cicadas occasionally serenaded the branches within the campus. The classroom's doors and windows were tightly shut, with the air conditioner in the corner emitting a cool breeze as the students focused intently on the lesson. The school had announced that in early October, they would face a monthly examination to assess whether the students remembered their studies after a summer break. Even Dong, typically distracted, began to scribble notes, albeit with little comprehension. Qi Xian disregarded the mathematics teacher at the podium, entering through the back door, pulling out a chair, and sitting down without acknowledging Fu Zhanli, as if he were invisible. The mathematics teacher was expounding on concepts when Chun Dong whispered, "Xiange, the monthly exam is approaching. Do you have any plans?" Qi Xian leaned back lazily, his azure eyes curving in a relaxed manner. "What plans?" Chun Dong fell silent. He should have known better than to ask, for Qi Xian had never taken such matters seriously. Qi Xian was born with a head of blue hair. Albeit he had made a few minor adjustments himself. He had no habit of wearing the school uniform, donning it only during flag-raising ceremonies for the honor of his class. A black short-sleeved shirt accentuated his fair complexion. During the first two periods, Qi Xian succumbed to sleep, while Chun Dong managed to stay awake for a session. However, under Qi Xian's influence, he too began to feel drowsy. When school ended for lunch, Qi Xian did not leave at the usual time. Tian Dong invited, "Xian, are you going to the cafeteria?" Chun Dong was determined to study diligently and achieve a respectable grade to show his mother. Being a boarder, he relied on Qi Xian's presence to venture beyond school grounds. "Xian, eating disinterested?" replied. "No. What would you like to eat? I can bring something back for you." "I'm not hungry." Chun Dong had no choice but to dash out alone, fearing that if he lingered, his desired meal would be gone. Qi Xian lingered for a while longer, rising only after the bell had rung, at which point most of the classroom had emptied, leaving only a few students slowly departing. As he stood, he heard the sound of books closing and pens moving behind him. Curiously, he glanced back to find Fu Zhanli still present, dressed in a clean and tidy school uniform, devoid of creases, with one button of his polo collar slightly undone, revealing a glimpse of his collarbone, which bore a small mole. Qi Xian cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze. He had no desire to remain in the same space as Fu Zhanli. Ignoring him entirely, he shoved his hands into his pockets and walked away. He feared that staying any longer would compel him to unleash his pent-up frustration. Qi Xian opted against leaving with Fu Zhanli and headed straight to the restroom, emerging only 10 minutes later. Upon spotting the figure standing in the corridor not far away, he wished he could rewind time and return to those previous 10 minutes. However, it seemed the other party would not grant him such a luxury. As he lifted his head to meet Qi Xian's gaze the moment he stepped out, before Qi Xian could utter a word, Fu Zhanli approached him. "Shall we go grab a meal?" Qi Xian maintained a stoic expression. "No." Fu Zhanli replied, "It's already been half an hour. Have you feasted while holed up in there? Do you have an issue with that?" Qi Xian lifted his eyelids, his gaze a mix of amusement and sarcasm. "It's quite normal for an alpha to handle matters. Wouldn't you agree, esteemed scholar Fu?" After saying this, he scrutinized Fu Zhanli, recalling what Chun Dong had mentioned about him always embodying the role of a diligent student, having eschewed all sports, thus cultivating an image of a delicate and frail scholar. Fu Zhanli's elongated eyes regarded him, a charming smile playing upon his lips. "What.This? Would you like me to assist you? I assure you, I won't let you off so easily." Taken aback by his retort, Qi Xian paused momentarily, his lips twitching as he circumvented him and continued on his way. No one could surpass Qi Xian in speed. Fu Zhanli did not impede him, merely trailing behind, and the two left the school in a staggered formation. Qi Xian suspected Fu Zhanli was deliberately maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close. Unable to endure it any longer, he abruptly halted, veins throbbing at his temples, and turned back to grip Fu Zhanli by his collar. "What do you mean by this?" Fu Zhanli leisurely placed his hand over Qi Xian's. "Calm down. I merely wish to invite you to dine." At these words, Qi Xian fell silent, his striking eyes fixed intently on Fu Zhanli, seemingly searching for something within him. Yet, the other's demeanor remained nonchalant, as if the words just spoken were uttered by someone else entirely. "So what? What was the intent behind this?" Qi Xian released him, stepping back to create space between them. Fu Zhanli adjusted his collar, his gaze softening. "It's nothing." Observing Qi Xian's growing impatience, teetering on the brink of eruption, he smiled and said, "I simply thought the tension between us was rather palpable, hence my invitation for a meal." Qi Xian's fingers curled, a desire to confront him rising within, yet he restrained himself grinding his teeth. Very well, since esteemed scholar Fu has spoken, we shall dine. I shall choose the cuisine and the venue. Fu Zhanli nodded, as Fu Zhanli sat in a hot pot restaurant. Gazing contemplatively at the bubbling, aromatic broth, he paused, his eyes drifting to Qi Xian across the table, words lingering on his lips. Qi Xian smirked, a playful smile gracing his features. What's the matter? Surprised? You wanted to dine with me, did you not? I have a penchant for this dish, so you must accompany me well. Otherwise, it may be a while before I agree to another outing. My time is quite precious. Fu Zhanli nodded earnestly. Understood. Qi Xian had anticipated that Fu Zhanli would be driven away by his provocations, possibly abandoning any intentions of further engagement. Yet he was pleasantly surprised by the other's agreeable response. As the dishes were served, Qi Xian directly placed a slice of meat into Fu Zhanli's bowl, saying, "Eat. Don't be polite." Chapter 16. Spicy Tears, understand? Qi Xian had never indulged in hot pot before. It was Dong who brought him along. Upon learning that Qi Xian had never experienced this culinary delight, Dong remarked that he was out of touch with reality and insisted on taking him the very next day. To be honest, Qi Xian initially questioned what was so appealing about hot pot, but he was soon captivated by its fiery spice. That day, his face flushed crimson, and he even shed tears. It was rather embarrassing to admit. He had never cried during a fight, yet a meal of hot pot brought him to tears. Thus, he resolved that he could not be the only one in tears. He wanted to see Fu Zhanli cry as well. If possible, capturing a video to relive the moment would be delightful. Fu Zhanli paused momentarily with his chopsticks before picking up the slice of meat and consuming it without hesitation. Qi Xian observed him, noting that Fu Zhanli's expression remained unchanged. Doubtful, he prepared another slice for Fu Zhanli. It was not until the third slice that Fu Zhanli finally lifted his gaze, his eyes glistening with moisture, clearly affected by the spice. "Qi Xian," he spoke, his voice husky and magnetic, calling out his name in a particularly melodious way. Upon witnessing this, Qi Xian's earlier irritation vanished, and his affectionate eyes curved as he inquired, "Is it delicious, Scholar Fu?" Without a moment's hesitation, Fu Zhanli nodded, replying. He then subtly poured himself a cup of warm tea, sipping it slowly. Qi Xian observed Fu Zhanli's lips, now flushed from the spice, and felt his own throat tighten. He then lowered his gaze and began to eat. After a few bites, Qi Xian regretted his decision, realizing that he too would succumb to the tears of spice. His lips tingled, and his face felt warm. Despite the air conditioning, he began to sweat. Just as he was about to grab a few bottles of liquor, a cup of tea was offered to him. "Drink slowly. It can alleviate the spice." Qi Xian glanced at him and decided to trust his words. The heat intensified at first, but soon the fiery sensation subsided. Looking at the remaining dishes on the table, Qi Xian turned to Fu Zhanli. "Eat. Good students do not waste food. You should eat as well. You need your strength to fight." Fu Zhanli lifted his gaze. Qi Xian continued, and the two, adhering to their principle of not wasting food, managed to consume more than half of the meal. Eventually, they were unable to eat any further, and in perfect harmony, they set down their chopsticks and silently began to sip tea. Upon returning to school, both were enveloped in the lingering aroma of hot pot. Qi Xian initially intended to shower and change clothes, but Fu Zhanli insisted that as class monitor, he could not allow him to go back without a proper appearance. They arrived in the classroom at just the right time, finding that most of their classmates had already gathered. As they entered together, still reeking of hot pot, the students erupted in excitement. They began typing furiously, gossiping about Qi Xian and Scholar Fu dining together. Within mere moments, their escapade had surged to the forum's trending topics. While Dong was idly browsing the forum, he stumbled upon two hot topics centered around Qi Xian. Unable to resist, he clicked on them, and within seconds, his eyes widened in astonishment. What had he stumbled upon? No. The real question was, what was the relationship between Qi Xian and Fu Zhanli? Last time they had been at odds, and now they appear to be close enough to share a hot pot meal. Dong could not help but steal a few glances at Qi Xian. Initially, he intended to speak directly to him, but with Fu Zhanli standing behind, he hesitated and ultimately opted to forward the two topics to Qi Xian instead. Qi Xian's phone vibrated softly within the confines of the table, and upon picking it up, he noticed Chen Dong making exaggerated facial expressions at him. Astonishment. Qi Xian, the school bully, caught in the act of peeking. Qi Xian dining with Fu Zhanli over hot pot. Qi Xian paused momentarily, clicking on the two topics one after the other. He was not constantly monitoring the school forum, so all the happenings were relayed to him by Chen Dong. Reading the comments below, Qi Xian felt utterly bewildered. He merely glanced at Fu Zhanli, who inexplicably uttered a remark, and in an instant, it became everyone's delightful gossip. As for the hot pot, the speculation about their close relationship led him to mutter a single word: ridiculous. However, Qi Xian was indifferent to this. After all, he was no stranger to scandalous rumors. The last incident involved a small O accidentally bumping into him, which resulted in a photograph being taken before he could evade. That same O had been excessively affectionate, causing the news to circulate for 3 whole days. He could never locate the source. Of course, this was not discovered by Qi Xian himself. It was Chen Dong who informed him. Regarding Zhou Man, it was a momentary lapse of judgment that led him to agree. But Qi Xian maintained his integrity, navigating through the myriad of temptations without succumbing. Zhou Man dared not provoke him. Qi Xian was known for his fierce temperament, living a life of reckless abandon, flaunting a roguish countenance that attracted both small OS and small as. For a time, love letters and snacks flooded his desk. Yet he paid them no heed. They either found their way into Chen Dong's stomach or the trash bin, leaving no room for dignity. Yet gifts continued to pour in. Fu Zhanli was not to be underestimated either. Among their peers, the two of them were the most sought after. Chen Dong leaned closer to Qi Xian, inhaling the unmistakable scent of hot pot. Xiange, could it be that you truly went out for hot pot? Despite the softness of his voice, Fu Zhanli overheard. And even Yi Zishan, who was nearby, cast a puzzled glance at the engrossed Fu Zhanli. Their behavior was indeed somewhat unusual. Qi Xian, comfortably basking in the cool air, felt the heat of earlier dissipate significantly. Upon hearing Chen Dong, he shot him a sidelong glance. Would you like me to record it for you? It was a jest. Even if Qi Xian were to show them a video, they would hardly dare to watch it. Life is precious. Then you, Chen Dong, still harbor doubts, especially since the aroma of hot pot wafts occasionally, making even him feel a twinge of hunger. Qi Xian yawned, his elongated eyes narrowing slightly, the corners of his lips curving upward. One cannot strike. One can only spice him into tears, understand? Chapter 17. If you can't win, spice him to tears. Chen Dong appeared momentarily stunned. Then, with a twist of thought, found it to be quite sensible, cheekily remarking, Xiange indeed has a brilliant plan. If we cannot make him cry, we shall spice him to death. Qi Xian, filled with pride, completely forgot that he had just indulged in a considerable amount with Fu Zhanli, nearly brought to tears himself by the spice. Reflecting on it now, he felt rather foolish for subjecting himself to such torment. The conversations at the front table were clearly audible to those at the back, prompting Yi Zishan to frown. Fu Zhanli, I recall you cannot handle spicy food. Fu Zhanli indeed could not tolerate spice. It made him uncomfortable. However, Fu Zhanli, in his current state, hardly appeared to be uncomfortable. His demeanor was placid as he continued to work on his paper. Occasionally, a subtle smile flickered in his calm eyes, and his long, thick eyelashes fluttered slightly, concealing the emotions beneath. Yi Zishan was oblivious to the feelings reflected in Fu Zhanli's gaze and let out a resigned sigh. He found Fu Zhanli's recent behavior quite peculiar, particularly regarding Qi Xian. Had it not been for their previously uneventful history, he might have suspected a deeper connection between the two. During break, Qi Xian made a trip to the restroom, lowering his head to catch a whiff of his own scent. Indeed, he detected the lingering aroma of hot pot. Being naturally fastidious, he frowned tightly. If circumstances permitted, he would have preferred a shower. Observing his displeasure, someone inside remarked with a grin, "Oh, Brother Xian, what seems to be the trouble? Could it be that there's something brewing between you and Fu Zhanli?" Qi Xian retorted with a laugh, questioning how two alphas could possibly be entangled. His intention was to deny any relationship with Fu Zhanli, yet others interpreted his response as an implicit acknowledgement. albeit one tinged with shyness. Brother Xian must be the one on top, they mused. Both Fu Zhanli and Qi Xian were exemplary alphas, yet Qi Xian's charm resonated more profoundly with the young Omegas. Possessing a face that could easily ensnare anyone's affections, coupled with a robust physique and a way with words that captivated both Omegas and alphas alike. His charisma outside the school was palpable, enough to leave many smitten. Qi Xian chuckled softly, ready to continue speaking when Fu Zhanli entered, abruptly silencing the group as they returned to their own affairs. Fu Zhanli maintained an air of aloofness, seemingly indifferent to their conversation. Qi Xian cast a glance his way before stepping outside. The final class was taught by Li Wei, and Qi Xian hesitated to leave, settling instead into a slumped position on his desk to catch some sleep. He had been feeling unusually fatigued these past few days. It was evident that his sensitive period was approaching. An alpha's sensitive period occurs only a few times a year, and this month marked its return, with the preceding week often filled with tiredness and lethargy. The next day, Qi Xian arrived late and found Fu Zhanli already seated, though his expression seemed rather grim. Unconcerned, Qi Xian laid down to sleep. In the grand scheme of things, sleep took precedence. Yet, no matter how he tried to rest, discomfort plagued him as Fu Zhanli's earlier visage haunted his thoughts. The pallor of Fu Zhanli's face and the depth of his dark, alluring eyes seemed to draw him in with an almost magnetic pull. Slowly propping his head up, Qi Xian's brows knitted in irritation as he rubbed his temples, a persistent voice in his mind urging him to glance back. At the front, the teacher passionately lectured, the words flowing into his ears. But Qi Xian gritted his teeth and turned to face Fu Zhanli directly. Fu Zhanli was diligently taking notes, his slightly ashen complexion weighing heavy on Qi Xian's heart. Could it be that the hot pot they had shared yesterday had caused some ailment? As he became aware of a burning gaze fixed upon him, Fu Zhanli leisurely lifted his eyes to meet Qi Xian's. Their gazes locked, each enveloped in silence, save for the sound of classmates writing and the teacher's lecture. Those dark, clean eyes regarded him with an unruffled calmness, devoid of any tumult. Qi Xian scrutinized Fu Zhanli and furrowed his brows. "Are you unwell?" His voice was not loud, yet it was sufficiently audible for the teacher to hear. The mathematics instructor on the platform shot a glare at Qi Xian, clearly conveying the message that while he may neglect his studies, he should not hinder Fu Zhanli, a promising student. What was Qi Xian thinking? All eyes in the classroom were fixated on them, with some daring souls even capturing the moment on their phones. Fu Zhanli remained silent, while Qi Xian turned to the teacher and smiled. "I noticed that classmate Fu seems a bit unwell. I thought I might inquire after all. He is the pillar of our class." As soon as he finished speaking, the teacher glanced at Fu Zhanli, about to inquire further, when Fu Zhanli spoke up. "I have a slight case of low blood sugar. I'll be fine shortly." The teacher nodded and offered a few words of caution before resuming the lesson. Qi Xian shot him a sidelong glance, a smile lingering on his lips, yet he remained silent. As soon as class ended, Fu Zhanli rose as if intending to leave. Qi Xian was quicker, stepping in front of him with long strides, blocking his path. "Are you truly unwell?" The students' eyes instantly gleamed with curiosity, all directing their gaze towards the back door. Fu Zhanli regarded him coolly before suddenly smiling. "Are you concerned for me, classmate Qi?" He indeed felt unwell. He had not felt right since returning home yesterday. However, he had taken medication and was nearly recovered, yet one could not recover too quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of teasing erupted, startling even passersby outside, causing them to halt in their tracks. The window was visibly crowded with onlookers. Qi Xian frowned. How had so many people gathered so quickly? All of this was Fu Zhanli's fault. Next time he spoke to me, he ought to consider his words carefully. With a cold laugh, Qi Xian retorted, "Otherwise prepare to face my fist." Fu Zhanli remained silent, which only exacerbated Qi Xian's irritation. I cannot believe I am witnessing true love between them. What nonsense is this? The school bully is so assertive. Surely he deserves a soft and sweet counterpart, like myself. How shameless. My ship may be niche, but must not be bizarre. To alphas? How could this be? Nevertheless, this does not affect my fervor for shipping them. What? Do you have a throne to inherit that requires an alpha and omega pairing? My shipping is not a crime. I refuse to believe my ship cannot sail. The scene was chaotic, with some resorting to insults and counter-insults. The school bully is so dominant. Surely Fu Zhanli is the one being suppressed. I wager 3 packets of spicy strips. I wager 5 packets. 6 packets. I wager 10 packets. The bully is definitely the one on top. Impossible. You are impressive. Yet who does not know the bully could defeat 10 of you with a single punch? Fu Zhanli, delicate and studious, certainly cannot overpower the bully. I do not care. Height determines everything. I believe Fu Zhanli will find a way. Otherwise, where has all that knowledge gone? As Qi Xian listened to the incessant chatter around him, and the speculation about whether he was the one being dominated, he found it utterly unbearable. If they were to truly be together, Qi Xian would undoubtedly be the dominant one. Fu Zhanli's demeanor was more suited to a submissive role. However, the concern at present was not about who would take the lead, but rather what was truly ailing Fu Zhanli. He had yet to respond. Everyone be quiet. Chapter 18. Fu Xian exhibited commendable behavior, which I found quite endearing. Qi Xian's voice, though soft, bore an undeniable weight, instilling fear even without the use of pheromones. Aside from brawls, no one had detected Qi Xian's pheromones. Indeed, some even furtively speculated about compiling a list of all dominating pheromones for voting. As for Fu Zhanli, it was needless to mention. Only during the incident with Huang Guisha did he release his pheromones, prompting any awareness. One must admit, the allure of a top-tier alpha's pheromones is quite captivating. As the conversation dwindled, Qi Xian's gaze languidly fell upon Fu Zhanli. Shall we head to the infirmary? He was skeptical of Fu Zhanli's claims of low blood sugar, suspecting it might be related to yesterday's hot pot. Could it be that he had an upset stomach? Fu Zhanli, abandoning his usual aloof demeanor, wore a faint smile. Are you, the school tyrant, taking me? Chen Dong, standing nearby, was rendered speechless. Why was he so attentive to Fu Zhanli? Their exchange was simple, yet the atmosphere was thick with an invisible pressure, as if the air itself dared not stir. Others shared the same astonishment. What had come over Fu Xian? Qi Xian clicked his tongue. Is Fu Xian missing an arm or a leg? Do you need me to assist you? Daring to command him in such a manner. Fu Zhanli was the first. Qi Xian took note of this. In a class so populous, why must it be him? Fu Zhanli fell silent, instinctively clutching his stomach, his pallor indicating discomfort. What was afflicting Fu Xian? Was he truly unwell? His ashen complexion suggested so. How could the school tyrant be aware of this? Was he secretly observing? Before he could finish his thought, a friend swiftly covered his mouth, for Qi Xian's expression had darkened further, not from illness, but from irritation. Qi Xian stepped forward, firmly grasping Fu Zhanli's arm. Let us check the infirmary. Had it not been for Fu Zhanli's hot pot indulgence the previous day, Qi Xian would have remained indifferent to his fate. However, the evident signs of gastrointestinal distress were concerning. Fu Zhanli remained quiet, obediently allowing himself to be led away. His demeanor submissive, yes, distinctly obedient. Qi Xian, consumed by his own vexation, failed to reflect on the inappropriateness of his actions. Chen Dong, witnessing Qi Xian's retreating figure, felt helpless, furiously sending messages, drenched in sweat, fearing that if Qi Xian were to become angry, he might lash out at Fu Zhanli. Even Yi Zishan was momentarily taken aback. Had Fu Zhanli truly lost his senses? Once the two departed, the classroom erupted in gossip, consumed by speculation about Qi Xian and Fu Zhanli's relationship. Ultimately, they concluded that it was a tale of love and conflict between a domineering alpha and his delicate partner, a saga that had captivated thousands overnight. Qi Xian brought Fu Zhanli to the infirmary, waiting outside. Although he initially intended to leave, an inexplicable urge compelled him to stay. He furrowed his brow in agitation as a troubling thought flickered through his mind. Could he truly be experiencing the sensation of waiting for a child to be born? Qi Xian hastily dismissed this notion and turned to enter the infirmary. As Fu Zhanli completed his examination, the school doctor was prescribing him medication and advising him against consuming anything indiscriminately. Fu Zhanli nodded in acknowledgement, his uniform impeccably neat and tidy, standing quietly as a paragon of a diligent student. Qi Xian regarded him with disdain, thinking to himself how pretentious he appeared, skillfully playing the role. Once they exited the infirmary, Qi Xian could not suppress a mocking laugh. Did Fu Xian grow up drinking dew? A mere hot pot caused such a predicament? Truly delicate and frail. Fu Zhanli lifted his gaze to meet Qi Xian's, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he candidly admitted his vulnerability. Observing the lack of excitement in Fu Zhanli's reaction, Qi Xian scoffed, "You should focus on your studies, you pampered one," with a playful glint in his eyes. Fu Zhanli retorted, "I remember someone nearly cried while eating." Qi Xian halted, irritation etching his features as he seized Fu Zhanli's collar, pinning him against the wall. Fists raised in a threatening gesture. "Say that again." Such an embarrassing incident must remain concealed. He would go to great lengths to ensure that no one else discovered it. Especially not Fu Zhanli. Yet he had been the one to invite him to the hot pot. Regret washed over him for bringing Fu Zhanli along. Despite being restrained, Fu Zhanli remained unfazed, his gaze shifting from Qi Xian's clenched fists to the hand gripping his collar. Those hands were long and graceful, their defined knuckles accentuated against his pale skin, resembling a work of art. "Do not be angry." Fu Zhanli spoke softly, his voice perfectly modulated, as he placed his unoccupied hand over Qi Xian's in an attempt to coax him into releasing his hold. However, Qi Xian misinterpreted this as fear, a smirk curling on his lips. "What, are you scared?" He leaned in closer, his voice lowered, inhaling the refreshing scent of Fu Zhanli's pheromones. Fu Zhanli's mild, likening him to a thorny little rose, whose sharp quills could easily draw blood at the slightest provocation. Fighting is for the body, not the face. This figurement makes finding a spouse difficult. Qi Xian chuckled in irritation. The moment he mentioned it, he found himself gazing into Fu Zhanli's strikingly clear eyes. And time seemed to come to a standstill. Their stares held an unspoken tension, seemingly calm, yet igniting sparks between them. Damn, why is Fu Zhanli half a head taller than him? At that moment, a voice shattered the charged atmosphere. "What you two doing?" A teacher passing by, upon recognizing Qi Xian, interjected, "Qi Xian, no fighting." Qi Xian did not turn. His grip on Fu Zhanli's collar had loosened, but he did not withdraw. Instead, he adjusted Fu Zhanli's collar, feigning innocence. "Nothing, teacher. I noticed Fu Xian's collar was askew and was merely helping him fix it." The teacher frowned, approaching them. "Are you sure? Did he misinterpret your actions? Were you genuinely assisting with the collar?" Qi Xian's sincerity was unshakable. The teacher turned to Fu Zhanli, uncertainty clouding his expression. "Zhanli, are you all right? If you're being bullied, just blink." Fu Zhanli smoothed out the wrinkles in his clothing, raising his gaze with a smile. "Me fine. Qi classmate was just being considerate since I was in a bit of a predicament." "That's good to hear. Class has already started. You both should return quickly." "Understood." Qi Xian replied readily, then casually draped his arm around Fu Zhanli's shoulder, exuding a camaraderie that belied his true feelings. Inwardly, however, Qi Xian smirked. "Fu Xian performed admirably. I quite like it." Fu Zhanli paused momentarily. "Really?" The other party chuckled lightly. "We can always do it again." Upon returning to the classroom, Shindong signaled for him to check his messages. Qi Xian cast a glance at Fu Zhanli before pulling out his phone. It was filled with messages from Shindong. Upon discerning the content, Qi Xian shot him a fierce glare. What nonsense was this? When had he, a person of impeccable integrity, ever engaged in a tumultuous romance? Chapter 19. Fu, the scholar, "You're the best." Shindong rubbed his nose, remaining silent. He was innocent. Qi Xian initially had no intention of delving into the matter. Yet he was inexplicably drawn to the phrase kissed and clicked on it. The content grew increasingly absurd and risque, prompting Qi Xian to feel the dire need for a distraction. He took a deep breath, extinguished his phone screen, and fell into a slumber. Noticing his agitation, Shindong felt a twinge of apprehension. As Fu Zhanli settled into his seat, Yi Zishan expressed concern, hesitatingly asking, "Fu, about you and Qi Xian." The tone was unmistakable, and Fu Zhanli caught on immediately. With a languid glance, he replied coolly, just a classmate relationship. Qi Xian struggled to voice his thoughts. If it were merely a simple friendship, their bond seemed too intimate. You wouldn't understand this kind of friendship, Fu Zhanli stated, his mood buoyant as he shared a smile. Qi Xian suddenly perceived that Fu, the scholar, was no longer the detached figure he once was, as if he had been pulled down from his pedestal. His gaze was laden with complexity, yet he ultimately refrained from speaking. During the last period, Qi Xian slipped away, taking advantage of the self-study session to exit through the back door. Fu Zhanli raised his eyes to the audacious figure before him, calmly stating, "Classmate Qi, it is currently class time." Everyone had grown accustomed to Qi Xian's antics. Previously, Fu Zhanli had been oblivious to his departures, but now, with Qi Xian right behind him, every move was under Fu Zhanli's scrutiny. Their encounters were akin to a battlefield, drawing the attention of the entire class once more. Qi Xian furrowed his brow, his gaze sharp, yet he feigned nonchalance. "I know." A collective gasp arose. It was as if Fu, the scholar, was admonishing his partner from seeking distractions. More material for the article noted. Points will be deducted. Qi Xian chuckled softly, suddenly leaning closer to Fu Zhanli. A shriek erupted in that moment. "Oh, Fu, scholar, just pretend you didn't see?" He whispered into Fu Zhanli's ear, and amidst the cacophony, no one discerned his words. His voice was languid and melodic, the final note rising slightly, ensnaring Fu Zhanli's heart like a delicate hook. Fu Zhanli showed no visible reaction to Qi Xian's unexpected closeness. His eyelashes fluttered slightly, lips pressed together, yet his heart faltered for a moment, racing wildly. As the scent of his unique pheromones wafted into Fu Zhanli's nostrils. Qi Xian, adept in the art of romance, sensed Fu Zhanli's psychological state and, observing his silence, whispered again, "Thank you, Fu, scholar, you're the best." The sweet melody of his voice set Fu Zhanli's heart aflutter. The warmth of his breath brushing against Fu Zhanli's neck, sending a tingling sensation coursing through him. The final 4 words struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving his heart utterly softened and his dark eyes clouded with confusion. Noticing that Fu Zhanli remained silent, Qi Xian straightened up and smiled, resembling a cunning little fox whose scheme had succeeded. Shendong hastily followed in Qi Xian's footsteps. The entire class was instantly enveloped in a haze of pink bubbles. Goodness, what a celestial pairing this is. Qi Xian is truly adept at flirting. In just a few words, he managed to coax the class president into compliance. "Oh my, Qi Xian is quite the charmer. That devilishly handsome face captivates not only the little O, but even I, a little, have been thoroughly enchanted. Woe is me. Qi Xian is forever my idol. I am utterly infatuated. This is a fierce athlete I cannot possess." The chatter continued unabated, with one person quietly inquiring, "What did Qi Xian say?" It was evident they hadn't overheard, yet that did not deter their conversation. Who cares? If it could elicit a concession from Fu Xian, our esteemed class president, it must have been something pleasant. Otherwise, Fu Zhanli would not be seated there, content and unperturbed by their ruckus. It was precisely the sort of exchange they imagined. It seemed this matter was about to be confirmed. "I truly wish to see Qi Xian's abs. They must be impressive. Hey, fellow student, please adjust your shirt. It's about to fly into my face. He. Don't you all desire it? I've heard that those with waist dimples possess great core strength. The deeper, the better. Being Qi Xian's little O must be sheer bliss." The groundhog screams. "Really? Don't deceive me. I still haven't seen Qi Xian take off his shirt. What a pity." The topic was veering increasingly toward the risque direction. And just as it was about to spiral out of control, a cool voice interrupted. "Are you all quite idle? One more word, and I shall deduct a point." Instantly, everyone fell silent, returning to their own tasks. If Fu Zhanli had not been present, they might have behaved even more recklessly, especially concerning the two of them. Little did they know, a group chat was exploding with activity. Chaos ensued. Qi Xian questioned, "Fu Xian, is this truly acceptable?" Without lifting his gaze, Fu Zhanli continued writing his exam, deducting a point. Qi Xian, "Fine, he remains taciturn. After all, the back door is quite splendid." When Qi Xian emerged, he scaled the wall. The dilapidated and low barrier was a blind spot for surveillance, rendering it undetectable to most. Thus it became a popular spot for wall scaling. Dong had been trailing Qi Xian for so long that climbing a wall was a matter of moments. As they landed, several of their underlings immediately surrounded them. Indeed, there was work to be done. After a few days of inactivity, they were quite restless. Just then, the local bully from the old campus sought them out for a duel, aiming to settle the score, with the condition of not using pheromones. Given his status as an Omega, Dong found him commendable. A little O could actually hold the title of bully. Did he not fear being caught off guard by pheromones? It was unclear how he acquired Dong's contact information, but upon receiving the duel invitation, Dong promptly informed Qi Xian. He anticipated that Qi Xian would refuse. Yet to his surprise, he agreed. The meeting place was situated between the old and new campuses, in a desolate park rumored to have witnessed a tragic death in its lake, which was why it had fallen into neglect. As they approached, they beheld a throng of individuals standing menacingly at their destination. Among them stood a relatively short figure, strikingly handsome with a fair complexion. Yet his eyes were filled with hostility, resembling a fierce little kitten from afar. Though the entourage led by Qi Xian had yet to reach half of their number, he remained unperturbed, walking forward with poise and composure. Upon noticing Qi Xian's approach, the small tyrant, with hands tucked into his pockets, confronted him. "Is this all the company you bring?" The school bully assessed their group with a scornful glance directed at Dong. Qi Xian did not stand at the forefront. Dong had taken the lead, leading the small bully to mistakenly believe that Dong was indeed the school tyrant, albeit one that appeared rather feeble. Was the rumor of his volatile and erratic nature merely a misconception? Chapter 20. When Qi Xian engages in combat. There will be injury. Dong naturally perceived the derision in the other's eyes. He endured. "Xiangu is right behind me." The mere thought of this bolstered Dong's confidence. "We too can bring you down." He feigned bravado. "What's the matter? Are you afraid?" The small bully scrutinized him for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Just don't cry out for your daddy later." Dong retorted. "Who calls whom is still uncertain. Especially with just you, an Omega, thinking you can make a name for yourself." It wasn't that Dong looked down upon Omegas. It was simply unfathomable for a school bully to be one. If they encountered those who valued integrity, they might fare well, but with others, pheromones would have been unleashed long before resorting to physical confrontation. The small bully's laughter faded as he sneered. "What if I am an Omega? I can still take you down. Look at your frail appearance. How did you come to be a school bully? Perhaps you should consider joining me and reluctantly become my subordinate." Qi Xian pocketed his phone, observing the brash individual ahead with an air of indifference. "Who says I am?" Dong had never claimed to be the school bully. He merely stepped forward. "What does that imply? You can't even identify the individuals correctly and still aspire to be a school bully? Have standards truly sunk so low?" The speaker was Qi Xian, who scoffed lightly before stepping into the forefront of the crowd. The small bully eyed Qi Xian warily. Instinctively, as an Omega, he sensed that this individual was formidable, certainly more capable than Dong. Before them stood Qi Xian, extraordinarily handsome, his chiseled features resembling a finely sculpted statue, his face sharp and striking. He exuded an aura of reckless charm, his eyes twinkling with mischief. As an alpha, his physique surpassed anyone present, and his deep blue gaze was as profound as a frigid abyss, emanating an alluring yet sinister presence. "You are the new school bully?" The small bully furrowed his brow at Qi Xian. He had to concede that Qi Xian was indeed a prime specimen of an alpha, a walking embodiment of pheromones wherever he went, with his elongated, enchanting eyes casting a captivating glance at everyone. To the unknowing, it might appear as though he harbored affection for all. Dong, with a hint of pride, echoed Qi Xian's earlier words. "My Xiangu is not only the school bully, but also the dream alpha of every Omega. Why not consider joining us and reluctantly become my subordinate?" Qi Xian cast a languid glance at the small Omega, his meaning unmistakable. He was protective of those close to him, thus allowing Dong a moment of triumph by turning the tide of the situation was not out of the question. The small Omega's face turned a shade of green with anger as he retorted coldly. So what if you're an alpha? I can still bring you down. Qi Xian, with an air of indifference, leisurely responded, such grandiose claims. Chen Dong translated, go on then, let us not waste each other's time. When had the small Omega ever faced such indignity? Before long, the two parties were entangled in a brawl, while Qi Xian remained rooted in place, his demeanor utterly detached, as if merely a passerby. Though the small Omega was of the Omega designation, he possessed considerable skill, swiftly bringing down a taller opponent with ease. Qi Xian observed them with a dispassionate gaze, unaffected by the chaos unfolding. Despite his usual volatility, he felt surprisingly composed, almost as if he could smoke a cigarette in this moment of tumult. As the scene grew increasingly chaotic, Qi Xian's gaze focused on the melee, and he seized the opportunity to strike, relishing in the act of delivering a blow to someone's face. He was adept at protecting his own. While evading an incoming attack, his eyelids flickered, and he suddenly perceived something amiss. His expression hardened as he stepped forward, twisting the small Omega's wrist with a sharp motion, producing a metallic clang. The pained cry of the small Omega quickly drew the attention of the crowd. Chen Dong shoved the individual he had been grappling with aside and approached, his expression shifting upon spotting the knife on the ground. Ouch! Let me go! The chill in Qi Xian's expression mirrored the frost of winter, his elongated eyes piercing into the small Omega's very being. Damn it, you little brat. Resorting to underhanded tactics? Chen Dong couldn't contain his exasperation. They had agreed to forego pheromones, which meant engaging in a fair fight. Yet this small Omega dared to wield a knife? Typically, they relied on fists and pheromones. It was unheard of for anyone to resort to blades. Yet here was this small Omega armed. They had tolerated the absence of pheromones, but now, to employ a weapon while outnumbered? Qi Xian's tousled hair framed his face as he regarded the pleading small Omega with a mocking laugh. What's wrong? Unaware of the rules? Eyeing the knife on the ground, he lifted his foot and kicked it away, while Chen Dong, quick on the uptake, tossed it into the lake. The small Omega sensed the oppressive aura of the alpha nearby, swallowing hard, anxious that Qi Xian might deliver a punch, his pheromones beginning to seep out uncontrollably. Qi Xian detected the small Omega's pheromones, his revulsion prompting him to shove the individual away. Is this all you've got? A so-called school bully? You'd be better off relinquishing your spot in the old campus, you weakling. The small Omega's complexion paled, realizing his pheromones were leaking, prompting him to request a suppressor from those nearby to spray a few times. Damn it, you're Qi Xian? The recognition finally dawned on him. Qi Xian appeared nonchalant, entirely unlike someone who had just been in a confrontation. Were it not for your status as an Omega, you would be crawling out of here today. Qi Xian's fights invariably left someone injured. The small Omega understood he stood no chance against Qi Xian and retreated with his companions, dejected. With a frustrated click of his tongue, Qi Xian turned and departed as well. Today had indeed proven to be rather dull. Strangely enough, in recent times, neither Su Yi nor Huang Guisha has sought to trouble him. Otherwise, he could have practiced his skills further. Qi Xian's fighting prowess is not merely instinctive. He has previously trained in boxing, which is a source of regret for Qi Yizhou. Had he known Qi Xian possessed such fighting capabilities dominating at school, he would have never allowed him to pursue this discipline. After the incident involving Qi Xian and the young Omega came to light, Li Wei summoned him to the office. Coupled with the impending monthly examinations, Li Wei felt compelled to have a discussion with him. Qi Xian's visits to the office had become routine. Upon entering, he noticed Li Wei setting down his thermos. What brings you here? Li Wei inquired, observing Qi Xian's nonchalant demeanor with a mix of disappointment and frustration. Did you skip class again? Qi Xian had done this more than once. If he weren't so absorbed in his own affairs, he would have to chase after him daily. Li Wei expressed his discontent. He recounted how the young Omega had returned from the fight only to experience a severe bout of heat, even more intense than usual, causing him to rest for 3 entire days, during which even suppressants proved ineffective. Unable to contain his anger, the Omega reported the incident to their homeroom teacher, who subsequently contacted the principal of the new campus. Upon hearing claims that Qi Xian was responsible for the Omega's condition, Li Wei was incredulous. Although Qi Xian was not particularly studious, he was of good character and did not fit the stereotype of an alpha who bullied others. However, a single voice could not match the clamor of many, so Li Wei had no choice but to summon Qi Xian to clarify the situation. Is it truly my fault that he is suffering? Chapter 21. If one is to flirt, let it be with the class monitor. Qi Xian had never encountered such a situation before. Li Wei shot him a glare. He claims you use your pheromones. Who does he think he is? Does he even deserve that? Qi Xian couldn't help but laugh in irritation. Li Wei observed Qi Xian, and he appeared to be sincere. If Qi Xian had indeed used his pheromones to provoke the Omega's distress, he would not stoop to deceit. Yet, the reality remained that the Omega's condition was indeed severe. Li Wei, you know my character well enough. Fighting is one thing, but I maintain a sense of gentlemanly conduct. I wouldn't resort to using pheromones against a mere Omega. My pheromones are limited. I do not waste them on those unworthy. Li Wei, having grasped the situation, sighed in resignation. They will be coming over next year. You should avoid any encounters with him. Omegas are inherently protected. If any issues arise on Qi Xian's side, it would not be a trivial matter. Qi Xian opened his mouth to respond, but a knock at the door interrupted him. Come in. Qi Xian did not turn, but recognized a familiar scent that caused him to stiffen momentarily before casually lifting his gaze. Fu Zhanli entered, carrying his homework, and approached Li Wei's desk. Teacher, I have collected the assignments. Li Wei's furrowed brow instantly relaxed. Fu Zhanli was a favorite among all teachers, excelling in every subject without showing any signs of favoritism. If only Qi Xian could learn from Fu Zhanli, perhaps he wouldn't have to toil so hard each day. Li Wei provided him with the answers and asked him to assist in grading the assignments. Fu Zhanli nodded and took a seat, beginning to review his homework. Under normal circumstances, he would complete in under a minute, but now it took him several minutes. Engrossed in his tasks, Li Wei naturally did not notice this detail and began to inquire of Qi Xian. Is the process truly that simple? What else could it be? Qi Xian shrugged and uttered a rather irritating remark. Not everyone is like me. He is merely an Omega. It's best if he simply continues to play the part of his pitiful self. I shall protect this vast campus. Qi Xian chose to omit the matter of the little Omega wielding a knife, swiftly bypassing that segment. Li Wei's blood pressure rose as he observed Qi Xian's seemingly indifferent demeanor, gritting his teeth in frustration. Old Li, do not be angry. I am merely speaking the truth. Qi Xian. All right, it's my fault. Blame me for being too easy on the eyes. Even his glands cannot help but go wild. Qi Xian's eyes sparkled with mischief, resembling a cunning little fox, exuding a brazen confidence. Fu Zhanli's movements momentarily paused, the corners of his mouth curving upwards slightly. Besides, if one were to flirt, it should be with someone like the class monitor, though it's rather unfortunate. Qi Xian perceived his smile as mockery and unwittingly voiced his thoughts. Li Wei glared at Qi Xian, feeling as if his prize cabbage had been trampled by a pig. Old Li, don't get worked up. I was jesting. Li Wei retorted. Fortunately, both cabbage and pig are alphas. At that moment, Fu Zhanli completed his assignment. Rising to approach them, Qi Xian's gaze, half smiling, fell upon him. Teacher, I've finished. Li Wei's expression instantly transformed into one of warmth. Qi Xian muttered under his breath about favoritism. Li Wei smacked him lightly. Write me a 1,000-word reflection to submit by tomorrow. As Qi Xian opened his mouth to respond, he was swiftly interrupted. Li Wei, calming his ire, reassured himself not to hold grudges against Qi Xian and redirected the conversation. The monthly exam is approaching. You must devote time to your studies. Qi Xian remained silent, but Fu Zhanli obediently responded. Li Wei's gaze landed on Qi Xian. Did you hear that? It is impossible in this lifetime, Qi Xian replied. Li Wei continued, for the sake of your grades. I've decided to have Zhanli tutor you on your assignments to solidify your foundational knowledge. No need. That would be a waste of the class monitor's time. It would be better to invest more effort in oneself. Old Li, you cannot burden the class monitor. He is the top of the grade. Li Bei azitata. Fu Zhanli earnestly interjected. It's no trouble. I am more than willing to assist my classmates, and I have ample time. Initially, Li Wei felt uncertain about not consulting Fu Zhanli, but Qi Xian's comment made him realize his plan might be unfeasible. After all, who would wish to squander their time on others with the exam looming? Seeing Fu Zhanli's agreement, Li Wei hesitated but felt compelled to confirm. Zhanli, are you certain? Fu Zhanli smiled and nodded, his demeanor radiating the essence of a diligent student. Qi Xian's resistance proved futile, ultimately being escorted back to the classroom by Fu Zhanli, who naturally released his grip upon their arrival. Qi Xian erupted in fury. Fu Zhanli, if you wish to study, do not drag me along. The mere thought of having Fu Zhanli as a tutor was suffocating. The once dominant school bully now found himself reliant on another for academic assistance. A shameful predicament indeed. For the future of my classmates, Qi Xian blurted out in exasperation, observing him like a feisty little tiger. Fu Zhanli found the scene exceedingly amusing and quietly entered the classroom. Qi Xian felt a pulsating throb at his temples, his brow furrowed with irritation, wishing to lash out. The other party merely pointed out Qi Xian's solitary presence. Hence Qindong was not summoned for a conversation. Upon Qi Xian's return, he anxiously inquired, Xian, how is it? Are you all right? Yes, Qi Xian replied. Qindong expressed his confusion. A mischievous smile crept onto Qi Xian's lips, a thousand-word reflection. I'll leave it to you. Qindong's face fell in despair. Fu Zhanli interjected, reflections must be written by oneself. Qi Xian casually turned his head at the remark. Do you have an objection? I am the class monitor, and I have the authority to supervise. Fine, Qi Xian retorted with a playful scold before turning back. Qindong sensed the atmosphere was off and, taking advantage of Fu Zhanli's distraction, secretly buried himself in his work. Qi Xian resolved to ignore Fu Zhanli for several days. After the monthly exam, it could go to hell. Thus, he spent another morning in a daze, his body resembling that of a boneless creature sprawled in slumber. He contemplated how soon he would be able to remain home, as during the sensitive period, the school prohibited alphas from being present, affecting not only omegas, but alphas as well. As for tutoring, that was a mere fantasy. After school, Qindong once again dined alone, while Qi Xian felt genuinely fatigued, utterly out of sorts and lacking energy, to the point that he had no appetite whatsoever. Once everyone had departed, Fu Zhanli poked him from behind. Qi Xian, would you like to join me for a meal? Under normal circumstances, Qi Xian would have made a few teasing remarks, but he was not in the mood at all, impatiently replying, if you want to go by yourself and stop bothering me. Fu Zhanli remained unperturbed, moving closer to him. What's wrong? His tone softened involuntarily. Chapter 22. Are you not afraid? Qi Xian remained silent, continuing to lay there, making no move. Fu Zhanli furrowed his brow tightly, and then a delightful scent of roses wafted into his nostrils. Ever since he learned that Qi Xian could perceive his pheromones, Fu Zhanli had begun to educate himself about all related knowledge. It was no wonder he had been able to detect Qi Xian's pheromones these past few days. He shook Qi Xian awake. Qi Xian, are you preparing for your sensitive period? Qi Xian propped up his head, slightly annoyed by the remark, and could only nod. It will be in just a few days. However, he had not anticipated the abruptness of today. It felt as though it were happening right now. The Alpha's sensitive period was notoriously volatile, with unpredictable moods. If left unchecked, it could lead to marking an omega, which is precisely why alphas are isolated during this period. No sooner had he spoken than the scent of roses enveloped Fu Zhanli, rolling in like ominous clouds, terrifying and aggressive. Fortunately, the classroom windows were shut, preventing the pheromones from escaping too swiftly. Fu Zhanli secured both the front and back doors, isolating the scent. Qi Xian's pheromones enveloped Fu Zhanli tightly like a suffocating net. Fu Zhanli furrowed his brow, yet he did not exhibit the agitation one might expect from an alpha. Instead, he released calming pheromones, intertwined with the spiky roses. Qi Xian has regained consciousness. His azure eyes have grown profound, fixated intently on Fu Zhanli. Between alphas, an innate repulsion exists. Even if the pheromones do not bear an aggressive intent, the pervasive aura of aggression can evoke discomfort. This effect extends even to omegas. Initially, Qi Xian felt a sense of lethargy, but now an escalating restlessness and irritability began to surface. Fu Zhanli, with his obsidian gaze, did not shy away. Meeting Qi Xian's eyes. "Do not worry, I shall call the teacher now." Before Qi Xian could respond, Fu Zhanli had taken only a few steps when a sound erupted from behind. Sensing a looming threat, he calmly turned his head. In the next instant, he was shoved by Qi Xian, stumbling backward until his back collided with the edge of the podium. An oppressive figure loomed over him. It appears that Qi Xian has perceived Fu Zhanli as prey, the controlling and possessive instincts of an alpha peak during sensitive periods, amplifying exponentially and leading to potential aggression towards other alphas. Fu Zhanli. Qi Xian's voice was strained, his temples throbbing, the look in his eyes tinged with possessiveness. Albeit fleeting, Fu Zhanli frowned, then sighed with resignation, lifting his hand to grasp the one clutching his collar. Qi Xian. The soothing pheromones of cedar and mint were extraordinarily potent, a strength absent in alphas. Instantly, the agitation and fury within Qi Xian were doused. He inhaled the refreshing mint scent, his body relaxing wholly, a sensation he had not experienced during previous sensitive periods. The fiery rose pheromones were likewise calmed by the cedar and mint, retracting their thorns and nestling close. Qi Xian gazed at Fu Zhanli with a complex expression. "Aren't you afraid?" As he spoke, he released his grip and stepped back, wary of any impulsive actions. Fu Zhanli straightened his crumpled shirt, his eyes curving. If a classmate is in distress, one cannot stand idly by. Qi Xian forced a smile, at a loss for words. His head still heavy, and he sank into a nearby chair. Still feeling unwell? As he spoke, the pheromones intensified, cool and elegant, revitalizing the dazed Qi Xian, alleviating his discomfort. Reflecting on their relationship, Qi Xian pressed his lips together, finally uttering two cold words. "Thank you." Fu Zhanli did not catch that, his gaze resting on Qi Xian. Qi Xian studied him for a moment, realizing he was not feigning ignorance, but genuinely did not hear. He repeated it. Fu Zhanli chuckled, not mockingly, but with genuine warmth. The cedar and mint pheromones swirled with his laughter, creating a joyful atmosphere within the enclosed space, where the scents of roses and cedar mint found a kindred spirit, intertwining harmoniously. Qi Xian felt an unfamiliar sensation, as if he had found a sense of belonging. Believing that the person before him was meant to be his, a fleeting thought of possession flashing through his mind. Yet, it was quickly dismissed. Fu Zhanli was an alpha, and such a connection was impossible. Were it not for Fu Zhanli's overwhelmingly friendly pheromones soothing him, that notion would likely never have crossed his mind. Qi Xian. Fu Zhanli gently called his name, his dark eyes gazing at him serenely. Qi Xian lifted his head. "What is it? Do you not feel anything? Or rather, do you truly know nothing at all? How does it feel?" Upon hearing Qi Xian's inquiry, Fu Zhanli sensed it was a question directed at his current emotions and replied candidly. After a brief silence, Fu Zhanli remained expressionless. Qi Xian cast a peculiar glance at him, a mischievous glint illuminating his eyes. "If you were an Omega, today would be quite unfortunate for you." With an impassive demeanor, Fu Zhanli responded, "If I were unwilling, you could very well find yourself in trouble." Such captivating charm was not without merit. If one were to speak of allure, Qi Xian radiated warmth, appealing to anyone. Fu Zhanli, however, possessed a subtle allure, reserved solely for Qi Xian. Without uttering a word, Fu Zhanli turned coldly and exited. Fearing he might suffer from the absence of pheromones, Qi Xian hastily called after him. "Fu Zhanli, I was merely jesting. Don't leave, let us see this through." Pausing at the doorway, Fu Zhanli replied somewhat resignedly, "Go call the teacher. We cannot linger here, and we have class this afternoon." Qi Xian found his reasoning sound and waved him off. Once Fu Zhanli departed, the classroom lingered with his pheromones, their richness contrasting with Qi Xian's rising agitation. His gaze becoming contemplative, he endured a full 5 minutes, which felt like an eternity, as if he could not survive without Fu Zhanli's pheromones. It was only upon Fu Zhanli's return that Qi Xian sighed in relief, exclaiming, "Quick, give me your pheromones." Damn it. Fu Zhanli was the first person in his life he felt such a desperate need for. As soon as he spoke, Fu Zhanli generously released his soothing pheromones, allowing Qi Xian to feel as if he had been revived. How peculiar. What is so strange? Fu Zhanli inquired, taking a seat beside him. Qi Xian hesitated before slowly articulating, I find myself needing an Alpha-S pheromones like an Omega would. Fu Zhanli lowered his lashes, muttering inwardly, what a fool. Clearly, I'm also an Alpha, yet I remain so... Qi Xian's expression bore a hint of hurt. It may simply be that your glands are particularly fond of me. Fu Zhanli remarked lightly, and that cannot be blamed on you. Qi Xian retorted, nonsense. We are like water and fire, sworn adversaries. The so-called adversary, Fu Zhanli, turned his head, a smirk playing on his lips. Do you still need the pheromones? Qi Xian conceded, all right, let us pretend you didn't say that. A true gentleman can bend and adapt. I shall reclaim it in a few days. Fu Zhanli gazed at Qi Xian's profile, his expression softening unconsciously. Qi Xian, let us study diligently together, he suddenly proposed after a prolonged silence. Qi Xian turned, the distance between them merely a few centimeters. Chapter 23, Class Monitor. May I borrow some pheromones? As they drew closer, the scent emanating from Fu Zhanli intensified. This could incite an Alpha-S instinctual agitation and aggression. However, Fu Zhanli maintained his usual composure, appearing entirely unperturbed. Qi Xian even questioned whether his own pheromones were insufficient, oblivious to the fact that to others, his pheromones resembled a ferocious beast ready to pounce. Qi Xian regarded him with incredulity. No, he was utterly confused by such matters, feeling dizzy at the sight of the dense figures. Fu Zhanli chose not to pursue the topic further, and the two awaited Qi Xian's family to arrive for his return. The end of September this year remained unseasonably warm, showing no signs of cooling down. Qi Xian is currently isolating at home, feeling increasingly vexed each day, even contemplating summoning Fu Zhanli to release his calming pheromones. The mere thought of such a notion causes him to frown. He and Fu Zhanli are sworn adversaries. However, after the events of the day, he realizes that he does not harbor as much disdain for Fu Zhanli as he once believed, and finds him rather agreeable. At the very least, during his sensitive period, Fu Zhanli chose to remain and offer comfort rather than leaving, an act reminiscent of an Omega tending to an Alpha. Thus, Qi Xian resolves that the next time he encounters Fu Zhanli, he will treat him with more kindness, refraining from the biting sarcasm of the past. Xian, I miss you so much. Sob, sob, sob. Chundong's overly effusive message arrives, prompting Qi Xian to disregard it entirely. Yet, sensing his silence, Chundong sent another message. Xian, your sensitive period was rather abrupt, wasn't it? The scent hasn't even dissipated, and several Alphas are particularly irritable. Qi Xian, still with an hour left for the scent to fade when he was taken away, notes that Li Wei has prohibited classmates from entering the classroom during this time. I heard the class monitor helped out. Doesn't he feel irritable? Qi Xian responds to the latter part of the message. Oh. The class monitor feels no discomfort at all. He wishes to keep the fact that Fu Zhanli comforted him a secret. The mere thought of Fu Zhanli ignites a peculiar fire within Qi Xian, a wave of restlessness surging as he desperately yearns for the soothing scent of cedar and mint. Whereas Fu Zhanli, Chundong, sitting in the classroom, instinctively glances at Fu Zhanli, who, sensing the attention, raises an eyebrow. The monitor is working on his test. Chundong promptly turns back. Qi Xian clicks his tongue, asks him for a contact number. Tiandong hesitatis, Xian em scored. Don't be afraid. The monitor is quite amiable. Chundong fixates on this statement for a full minute, determining whether Qi Xian is deceiving him, while Fu Zhanli is indeed agreeable. Conversing with him requires considerable courage. After a moment of internal struggle, Chundong finally musters the bravery to ask Fu Zhanli at the end of class, Monitor, may I add you as a friend? Upon hearing this, Fu Zhanli leisurely lifts his head and observes Chundong's resolute demeanor, his expression as cold as ever. Chundong feels the pressure and stammers. Xian asked me to inquire. Forgive me, Xian. I do not wish to perish. Sob, sob, sob. Fu Zhanli retrieves his phone. I'll add him. Chundong has no choice but to share Qi Xian's account with him. Nearby, Yi Zixin watches their interaction in astonishment. Aren't these two sworn enemies? Why do they seem so calm now, even adding each other as friends. As Qi Xian is engrossed in his phone, a friend request suddenly pops up, quickly followed by Chun Dong's message. The monitor has added you. He nonchalantly clicks to accept. Academic prodigy, are you free after school? Fu Zhanli responds swiftly. What is up? Noticing that Fu Zhanli has not addressed his availability. Qi Xian smiles silently and continues typing. I just wanted to ask for a favor. What favor? Fu Zhanli replies promptly. Tell me, and I will consider whether to assist. Qi Xian raised an eyebrow. Were it not for the fact that the other party was Fu Zhanli, he would likely have been scolded. How would I survive without you? Although it seemed like a nonsensical remark, Fu Zhanli soon grasped its meaning. Have you wasted your growth? All these years? Class monitor, don't be so stingy. Lend me some pheromones, Qi Xian added after a moment's thought, but Fu Zhanli remained silent. Qi Xian, pondering, remarked, Class monitor, you're truly kind. Having received the good person card from Fu Zhanli, who simply replied, Qi Xian felt an overwhelming urge to send someone to fetch him immediately. However, recalling that classes were in session, he suppressed the impulse. With Fu Zhanli's consent, Qi Xian felt as though he had glimpsed an oasis in the desert. Eagerly yearning to quench his thirst, he realized how much he depended on Fu Zhanli at this moment. In the past, he could manage alone, but now he found himself relying on him. Could it be that he would need to seek Fu Zhanli's assistance in the future? Lost in thought, he impulsively sent a message. Class monitor, if you were a little Omega, it would be perfect, although I prefer female Omegas. Get lost, came Fu Zhanli's curt reply. Fu Zhanli arrived courtesy of his driver, and Qi Xian seemed to have orchestrated everything in advance, arriving directly at the door. As Qi Xian opened the door, he could already scent the brazen pheromones of several individuals. Fortunately, Fu Zhanli's driver was a beta, or else Qi Xian would have been overwhelmed by their presence. The passionate and aggressive aroma of roses immediately bristled with thorns upon sensing the approach of an alpha, but quickly softened again, seemingly reliant and trusting of Fu Zhanli's pheromones. Qi Xian scolded himself internally for allowing his own pheromones to welcome an incoming alpha so readily. As soon as Fu Zhanli exited the vehicle, Qi Xian seized him and pulled him inside, closing the door with a resounding thud. Qi Xian's gaze, dark and intense, remained fixed on him. Fu Zhanli lowered his eyes, observing Qi Xian, who stood half a head shorter than him, before leisurely releasing his pheromones. In an instant, the rose-scented pheromones in the living room melded with the refreshing aroma of cedar and mint. Qi Xian sighed contentedly. Finally, this is more comfortable. Fu Zhanli followed him upstairs and into the room, saying, Now, scholar, go study well. I'll take a nap. Without waiting for Fu Zhanli's reaction, he flung himself onto the bed, intending to sleep deeply. Fu Zhanli pressed his lips together, his gaze flickering around Qi Xian's room. Although he was known for his arrogance and volatility, the decor of the room contrasted starkly with his personality. It was quite similar to his own. Just as Qi Xian was about to drift off, he suddenly raised his head and said, Oh, by the way, if you get hungry, feel free to order takeout or cook something yourself. I didn't invite the Omega Annie over. Fu Zhanli approached Qi Xian's desk and softly acknowledged him. Only Qi Xian could be so audacious while asking for favors. The quiet room was filled only with the occasional rustle of papers and the soft sounds of Qi Xian shifting, creating an oddly harmonious atmosphere. When Qi Xian finally awoke, it was already 8 in the evening. After a refreshing sleep, he slowly got up, tousled his disheveled hair, and noticed Fu Zhanli still diligently working on his assignments. Class monitor, do you really love studying this much? Chapter 24. Descending the stairs. Opening the door, it was perhaps the remnants of sleep that rendered his voice slightly hoarse. Imbued with an alluring quality, Fu Zhanli paused momentarily, his pen suspended in midair, and lightly remarked, Learning brings me joy. Qi Xian resolved to refrain from engaging Fu Zhanli in discussions about academia. Feeling a pang of hunger, he inquired whether Fu Zhanli had dined. No, I shall eat when I return later, Fu Zhanli replied. Upon hearing Fu Zhanli's intention to leave, Qi Xian's brows furrowed deeply. The thought of Fu Zhanli departing unsettled him, making sleep seem an elusive prospect. Tomorrow was not a weekend. Fu Zhanli had classes to attend and could not remain by his side indefinitely. The more he pondered, the more pronounced his frown became. His pheromones began to shift in tandem with his rising agitation. Even Fu Zhanli sensed his unease and turned to him, inquiring, "What is troubling you?" Having released his pheromones for several hours, their calming essence now felt strained. He could not endure this for much longer. Qi Xian, somewhat vexed, asked, "Is it possible for you not to return?" Fu Zhanli appeared momentarily taken aback, prompting Qi Xian to elaborate. "The moment I am away from your pheromones, I struggle to exist in comfort." He could not quite fathom why, but it seemed as though Fu Zhanli was his antidote. After a prolonged silence, Fu Zhanli eventually spoke. A hint of amusement lacing his voice. "There exists another solution." "What solution?" Qi Xian's slender eyes brightened suddenly, his eagerness prompting Fu Zhanli's smile to broaden. "Allow me to mark you, to infuse your glands with my pheromones. Even whilst I am at school, you would not suffer so." Qi Xian regarded him with a peculiar look. "We are both alphas. How could marking occur? If anything, I would be the one marking you." Fu Zhanli shrugged nonchalantly. "It matters not. It is not I who endures the discomfort." Qi Xian felt a sense of reluctance. After all, it seemed more honorable to be the one doing the marking rather than being marked. The thought of uttering such a proposal was mortifying. Ultimately, Qi Xian declined Fu Zhanli's suggestion, ushering him out the door. Standing outside, Fu Zhanli shook his head in resignation, pondering the nature of their relationship, merely a tool to be discarded after use. His driver awaited him outside, once seated in the car. The driver could not restrain himself from asking, "Young master, is this your friend?" "A classmate," he replied, closing his eyes to recuperate. Having released pheromones for 3 hours, fatigue weighed upon him. Qi Xian, being a top-tier alpha, was no trifling matter. The potency of his pheromones nearly overwhelmed him. Yet his obedient demeanor stirred a reaction within Fu Zhanli. As for the notion of marking, Fu Zhanli was in no hurry. He knew Qi Xian would seek him out when the time was ripe. In the end, Qi Xian opted for takeout. While eating, he felt better. However, during the 2 hours following Fu Zhanli's departure, the cedarmint scent of the pheromones gradually dissipated, reigniting Qi Xian's restlessness. He longed to hurl the contents of his room in frustration. The need for solace intensified, and Qi Xian's brows knitted tighter. This sensation was markedly different from before. In the past, he could easily endure such feelings, but now, even a minute felt like an eternity of torment. Lying on his bed, he gasped for breath. Drenched in sweat, his head pounding relentlessly. After struggling for half an hour, Qi Xian gradually calmed himself, reflecting deeply on the events that had transpired. He pondered why he felt this way. When Fu Zhanli had inquired about his feelings, Qi Xian could only describe it as extraordinary, as if he were a cherished possession of the other, and they were destined to be together, as if he harbored an urge to claim Fu Zhanli for himself. There was a fleeting moment when he questioned whether Fu Zhanli had undergone a second transformation into an Omega, yet the pheromones emanating from him undeniably belonged to an Alpha. During the sensitive period, the pheromones of an Alpha's preferred Omega would greatly enhance the situation and provide comfort. Realizing that his own pheromones were so attracted to Fu Zhanli's, Qi Xian suddenly understood. This afternoon, he had even wished to possess Fu Zhanli, who had not pushed him away. Coupled with his recent unease, Qi Xian began to believe that Fu Zhanli might have feelings for him. Fu Zhanli maintained an aloof demeanor towards everyone at school, displaying no signs of concern even when Qi Xian sought trouble. Furthermore, since their pheromones did not repel each other, was this not akin to his own pheromones welcoming Fu Zhanli's? What on earth was happening in this world? Were his pheromones truly so devoid of principles? Previously, they had been at odds, yet now they seemed to harmonize effortlessly. If he could deduce this, surely Fu Zhanli had come to the same conclusion. Moreover, it was entirely possible that Fu Zhanli harbored feelings for him. This was not mere narcissism. Given the circumstances, he found it hard to believe that Fu Zhanli was so willing to assist him. If Fu Zhanli were unwilling, who could compel him? Realizing that he was favored by an Alpha, left Qi Xian in a daze. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly chuckled. His nemesis had faltered beneath his tailored trousers. If this truly came to fruition, he would be the one in control, marking Fu Zhanli as his own. Suddenly, he found Fu Zhanli less intolerable. After a night of psychological turmoil, Qi Xian's agitation remained unrelieved. It seemed that acknowledging his feelings for Fu Zhanli only intensified his restlessness, amplifying his desire for the soothing presence of that cool pheromone. Grabbing his phone, the remnants of his rationality, already frayed under the strain of the sensitive period, finally broke. Fu Zhanli had just stepped out of the shower, wrapped in a towel, his hands still drying his hair. With broad shoulders and a slender waist, droplets of water cascaded down his chest, the lines of his muscles devoid of any excess. The 8 distinct abdominal muscles were arranged flawlessly, leading down to a well-defined and alluring V-line. The normally composed and detached figure was now relaxed, exuding an enticing charm. As the phone screen illuminated, Fu Zhanli paused his actions, picked it up, and saw a message from Qi Xian. "Dear class leader, I urgently need your help. I wish to mark you." To soften the blow of having just been sent away, he added an adorable crying emoji. A handsome smile curved at the corners of Fu Zhanli's lips as he replied leisurely, "Not having second thoughts? Aren't you fond of the soft and fragrant little O? That's just a rumor. Right now, I'm drawn to your robust alpha physique," Qi Xian retorted. Fu Zhanli gently caressed the edge of his phone, murmuring softly, "Do you really like me?" Despite taking a cold shower, Qi Xian found it impossible to calm his racing thoughts. Just as he was about to immerse himself in an all-night gaming session, a call invitation from Fu Zhanli appeared on his phone. Qi Xian momentarily froze, then answered. "What is it?" "Come downstairs and open the door." A flicker of confusion crossed Qi Xian's mind before realization struck him, sending a shiver through his body. His previous words had been uttered without thought. He had assumed Fu Zhanli was joking, never expecting him to actually arrive at his building. On the other end of the line, silence reigned, punctuated only by their shared breaths. Chapter 25. Are you ready? A soft chuckle broke the stillness as Fu Zhanli gently asked, "Regret it?" Qi Xian, feigning bravado, retorted, "Who regrets anything?" The return of Fu Zhanli left Qi Xian feeling profoundly uneasy. The mere thought of marking sent beads of sweat forming in his palms. Eventually, it was Fu Zhanli who spoke up. "You needn't worry. I won't disclose this marking matter. I'm simply here to help." Qi Xian cast a complex glance at Fu Zhanli, who, despite his obvious affection, maintained a facade of seriousness. The more he observed Fu Zhanli's nonchalant demeanor, the more irritation brewed within him. He found himself torn between fear and anticipation. Fu Zhanli studied him for a moment before following him upstairs with a smile. Once the door was closed, Qi Xian couldn't help but confirm once more, "Will marking be the same as for an Omega?" Fu Zhanli pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I don't know. We didn't cover that in biology class." Most of the discussion focused on AB and AO, with little mention of AA and OO, but I am not one of those. His deep, dark eyes remained fixed on Qi Xian, who felt warmth flooding his body, utterly uncomfortable, as if he were the prey unwittingly ensnared in a trap set by a hunter. Feeling restless, Qi Xian decided to plunge in head first, his tone betraying his unease. "Let's get on with it." It was merely marking. He wasn't an Omega, so what was there to fear? Time slipped away, and eventually, Fu Zhanli released Qi Xian. He collected his thoughts and prepared to depart, not forgetting to remind Qi Xian, who was lying still, "Aren't you getting up?" Qi Xian leisurely turned his head, his face pale. "This is quite different from what I imagined." Fu Zhanli smiled, but chose not to respond to his inquiry. As Fu Zhanli's gaze lingered on him, Qi Xian found it peculiar, yet felt compelled to say, "Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal another day." After all, Fu Zhanli had come specifically for him. It would be remiss not to show appreciation. Fu Zhanli nodded. "All right. I'll hold you to that." Once Fu Zhanli left, Qi Xian felt a resurgence of energy. Aside from being enveloped in Fu Zhanli's pheromones, he was much the same as usual. Yet, a strange feeling gnawed at him. Was it truly possible to endure the alpha sensitivity period in this manner? Nevertheless, he swiftly dismissed the thought. Qi Xian stayed at home, waiting for the sensitivity period to pass, with Friday marking the final day. He could then enjoy a restful weekend at home as Fu Zhanli's pheromones began to fade. However, the mark left by Fu Zhanli remained. leaving Qi Xian with no choice but to apply a barrier patch to conceal it. The examination will last for merely 2 days, coinciding perfectly with the Thursday and Friday of the week after next. Thus, coupled with this weekend, he has 12 days to prepare. This is of little consequence to Qi Xian, as he has never cared much about such matters. Fu Zhanli has not forgotten and boldly proposed to assist him with his studies over the weekend, only to be met with a firm refusal from Qi Xian. If you don't study, how can I explain this to Li Wei? Qi Xian furrowed his brow and typed back, I truly cannot. You can learn. I do not wish to. Very well. Qi Bao is rather rebellious, yet Fu Zhanli did not relent. Ultimately, he managed to persuade him, even bringing along Qi Xian's schoolwork when he arrived. Upon first seeing Fu Zhanli after that fateful marking, Qi Xian's heart raced like a startled deer. The sensation was markedly different from before. It seemed as though an unspoken sentiment had blossomed between them due to the marking, at least in Qi Xian's perception. Fu Zhanli arrived right after school, still clad in his uniform, exuding youthful vitality, the epitome of a model student. His handsome face bore a gentle expression, and as the soft breeze stirred, it playfully tousled his clothes and hair. His dark, lustrous eyes sparkled with a subtle mirth, as if they could speak directly to him. In the past, Qi Xian would have assumed Fu Zhanli was mocking him, but now he felt a flutter of emotions. Qi Xian's elongated eyes remained fixated on him, gazing with an affection that kindled a yearning deep within, a desire to envelop him in his very essence. Are you ready? Fu Zhanli's voice floated into his ears. Light and carefree, carried by the wind of the setting sun, let us begin. Chapter 26. Your little dad is quite gentle-seated at his desk. Qi Xian was still in a daze, having unwittingly allowed Fu Zhanli to enter. Fu Zhanli appeared unfazed by the fact that he was alone at home, quietly attending to his own tasks. He placed a notebook before Qi Xian, stating, I have compiled the fundamental concepts. Take a look and attempt these few problems. Fu Zhanli's demeanor reverted to its usual aloofness as he earnestly guided him. Qi Xian gazed at the notes, marked with various colors, his expression a mixture of emotions. Despite being academically challenged, he possessed some foundational knowledge and was not entirely lost, yet he truly did not desire to study at that moment. However, considering Fu Zhanli's good intentions, he could not bring himself to disregard his earnest effort. Thus, Qi Xian dutifully picked up his pen and began to toil away. This unexpected diligence startled Fu Zhanli, and when Qi Xian sensed his gaze, he snapped defensively, What are you staring at? After half a minute, a low chuckle reached his ears, which only added to Qi Xian's irritation. He resolved to ignore him and immersed himself in his studies. Whenever he encountered a challenging problem, he was unashamed to ask for help, and Fu Zhanli refrained from teasing him, instead elucidating the problem-solving strategies and laying out the formulas. This side of Fu Zhanli alleviated Qi Xian's initial apprehensions, making him feel considerably more at ease. As Qi Xian sat beside Fu Zhanli, sharing the same space as if they were desk partners, he could still catch the faint scent of Fu Zhanli's pheromones, drawing him closer into a tranquil atmosphere. As soon as he caught a whiff, Qi Xian began to spiral into a whirlwind of thoughts, pondering why he was perpetually able to detect his pheromones. He was not oblivious. He understood that only he could perceive them. Qi Xian's gaze fell upon Fu Zhanli, his expression laced with curiosity. What are you thinking? Have I articulated myself clearly? Do you have any semblance of an idea? Qi Xian lowered his eyes, studying the meticulously penned words on the draft paper, and slowly shook his head. Fu Zhanli remained silent, intending to teach him once more. Fu Zhanli, why is it that I can always sense your pheromones? Fu Zhanli's movements paused, his long and dense eyelashes fluttering slightly. Perhaps it was due to the marking? Qi Xian said nothing, furrowing his brow, lost in contemplation. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. What about before? How does that work? It could possibly be attributed to the sensitivity period. Fu Zhanli responded ambiguously. Are you approaching your sensitivity period as well? Qi Xian inquired. He was aware that once a person's sensitivity period approached, others would certainly be able to detect that individual's pheromones. Previously, he and Fu Zhanli could sense each other's pheromones. Now that his sensitivity period was imminent, Was Fu Zhanli also prepared for it? The mere thought sent a thrill through Qi Xian, implying that he might also be able to mark Fu Zhanli. His eager thoughts were clearly etched across his face, while Fu Zhanli pressed his lips together, letting out a quiet sigh without uttering a word. Silly boy. You must have been dozing during biology class, only absorbing half the lesson, Fu Zhanli mused. Nonetheless, he did not intend to clarify, allowing Qi Xian to harbor his expectations. At 6 o'clock, Qi Xian received a phone call from Wen Zhifan. They were in England, where it was currently 10 in the morning. Fu Zhanli halted his writing and gestured for him to answer. Qi Xian shot him a glance and languidly settled into his chair to take the call. Hey, brat. Doesn't your school have exams coming up soon? Before Qi Xian could utter a word, he was interrupted by an irritable voice. Instinctively moving the phone away from his ear, his expression composed, as if he were accustomed to this. He clicked his tongue, refraining from responding, and instead carelessly remarked, "Using little dad's phone to make calls again? What are you thinking?" Whenever Qi Xian wished to speak with him, he would resort to using Wen Zhifan's phone, knowing that a call from his own would likely go unanswered, or perhaps even result in being blocked. If I don't, will you answer? If you're just a tad gentler, would I not answer? Qi Xian scoffed. You do not deserve my gentleness. His tenderness was reserved solely for his own Omega. Qi Xian replied with an indifferent "oh," adding, "Then you don't deserve me answering your calls." He concluded with, "Having little dad is sufficient. You are truly ruthless." Although Qi Xian was aware that Qi Xian would provoke him, he could not help but engage in verbal sparring. Just as Qi Xian was about to hang up, he heard Wen Zhifan's gentle voice come through, prompting him to remove his finger from the button. It appeared Wen Zhifan had snatched the phone, his soothing tone resonating. Xian, I heard that you were preparing for a monthly exam. Is that correct?" Qi Xian responded with a muffled affirmative. In front of Qi Xian, Qi Xian was a tempestuous tiger, but before Wen Zhifan, he transformed into a docile kitten. "I plan to hire you a tutor." Qi Xian remained silent, and Wen Zhifan assumed he was disinterested in studying. With a resigned sigh, he remarked, "Father knows you do not enjoy learning, yet one must possess a skill. While education is not the sole pathway to success, it is essential to persevere and absorb the knowledge it offers. Moreover, your father frets daily about the future of his company, worrying that no one will inherit it, to the point of his hair turning gray. Who would want that insufferable brat to take over?" Before Wen Zhifan could finish, Qi Xian's voice echoed from afar. Qi Xian was unperturbed. "Little dad, why not have another?" Wen Zhifan responded without hesitation, his tone remaining gentle. "Having you is sufficient." Qi Xian's voice rang out again. "Another one like you? As if I don't have enough trouble already." Qi Xian deduced that Qi Xian had activated the speakerphone and exclaimed, "Whatever you say, can it be any more troublesome?" He then quickly added, "Little dad, I'm hanging up. We'll discuss matters later." With a decisive click, he terminated the call, silencing Qi Xian's irate voice. Noticing Fu Zhanli observing him, he realized that Qi Xian's outburst was audible to Fu Zhanli, who sat beside him. He clicked his tongue in annoyance and said, "Please disregard that." Fu Zhanli smirked. "You and your father share quite a resemblance." Qi Xian understood Fu Zhanli was referring to their temperaments and replied, "What can I say? I inherited only my little dad's hair color and eyes." "I thought you dyed them," Fu Zhanli remarked. "Your little dad is quite gentle." Qi Xian chuckled softly. "Indeed, my little dad is gentle. It's puzzling how he could fancy someone like Qi Xian." Wen Zhifan's gentleness was genuine, ingrained in his very being. With a sigh, recalling a conversation, he continued, "According to my grandmother, my little dad was quite popular in his youth, pursued by many, yet he only had eyes for his career, showing no interest in romance, which ultimately led to a marriage of convenience. It was strange to think that Qi Xian was not my little dad's type at all, yet they ended up together." Fu Zhanli chuckled. "Though your father has a fiery temperament, there will always be someone who unconditionally accepts him. Love can transform many things." Chapter 27. Studying, please do not disturb. Qi Xian lazily yawned and waved his hand dismissively. "Perhaps, but I'm not interested in their love story." Fu Zhanli replied, "Not interested, yet you know so much." Qi Xian explained, "I learned it from my grandmother when I was a child." "Oh, so what about you?" Qi Xian scrutinized Fu Zhanli and teased, "What about your parents?" Fu Zhanli continued to peruse his papers. "Both my parents are Alpha." Qi Xian was taken aback. He had assumed Fu Zhanli's family would have at least one female Omega. Can Alphas even have that? I don't recall learning about this. Fu Zhanli paused his writing and glanced at him nonchalantly. Just because you Haven-T learned it in biology class doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Relationships between two Alphas or two Omegas are akin to same-sex love, often unaccepted by society, burdened with rumors and prejudice. Fu Zhanli had never spoken of his family circumstances to others. However, he now calmly expressed his thoughts to Qi Xian, for he placed his trust in him, believing that he would eventually come to know the truth. Qi Xian squinted in contemplation. "Your words pique my curiosity about your two Alpha fathers. What sort of individuals could possibly have given rise to someone like Fu Zhanli?" Fu Zhanli paused for a moment before responding with a smile. "Are you wondering what kind of father could raise someone so aloof and distant as yourself? They were just ordinary people. Yet, when it came time to meet the parents, the revelation that Fu Zhanli's two Alpha fathers were merely ordinary left Qi Xian in tears of excitement. During dinner, Qi Xian requested Aunt Lin to come and prepare the meal. He had nearly overcome the sensitive period. As long as Aunt Lin kept her distance from his room, everything would be fine. This marked their second meal together. Throughout the entire weekend, Fu Zhanli had kept Qi Xian busy with studies, to the point that even when someone challenged him to a fight, he could not step out. When Chun Dong inquired about his activities, Qi Xian sent a photo in reply, "Studying. Do not disturb." This revelation shocked Chun Dong's worldview. The otherwise versatile Qi Xian was actually dedicating himself to his studies. "Xiangu, are you seriously just going through a sensitive phase? Have you lost your mind?" Qi Xian coldly responded with a single word, "Get lost." When Ji Fan had initially intended to hire a tutor for him, but Qi Xian rejected the idea, sending a photo back featuring Fu Zhanli's hand gripping a pen as he diligently worked on his assignments. Upon witnessing this, when Ji Fan reluctantly acquiesced, as long as Qi Xian was committed to his studies, he would support him in any endeavor. Perhaps it was due to Fu Zhanli's pressure that Qi Xian found himself being pursued by materialized objects in his dreams. After much effort to escape their grasp, he was confronted by Fu Zhanli, who wore a smirk of schadenfreude. Consequently, Qi Xian felt as if he were floating while walking, his mind brimming with knowledge. Yet when he attempted to express it, he found nothing to convey. When Chun Dong spotted Qi Xian, he initially intended to greet him, but the palpable hostility radiating from Qi Xian caused him to swallow his words. It was best to refrain from disturbing him on this day when his mood was evidently sour. However, some were intent on confrontation, while others sought to avoid conflict. As Qi Xian walked, a waft of perfume suddenly enveloped him, followed by a figure blocking his path. The saccharine voice of Zhou Man only served to amplify Qi Xian's discomfort. With a slight lift of his eyelids, his slender, expressionless eyes betrayed no emotion. Yet his brow was furrowed with irritation. "What is it?" It was Zhou Man, Qi Xian's former girlfriend. Chun Dong could not help but murmur, "What is wrong with this woman? He no longer wants her." Zhou Man had followed Su Yi for a brief period, only to be swiftly discarded when he grew tired of her, openly declaring that he preferred to pursue Qi Xian's Omega. Now that Qi Xian had no interest in her, Su Yi naturally had no reason to want her either. The confrontation between Qi Xian and Zhou Man drew the attention of passersby, who stopped to observe the escalating tension. Qi Xian's demeanor was nonchalant, and his disheveled hair could not conceal the icy resolve in his gaze. "And then, is there any future for us?" Zhou Man cautiously replied, feigning innocence, as if she had not been the one to betray him. With a cold smirk, Qi Xian retorted, "Who do you think you are to deserve a place in my life?" The moment those words escaped his lips, Zhou Man's expression shifted dramatically. The surrounding crowd began to murmur, deeming Zhou Man shameless. Could it be that someone still believes themselves to be highly sought after? What could the domineering Qi possibly desire that he does not already possess? Would he truly welcome a traitor into his fold? How audacious of her, especially as an Omega, to presume that he would overlook past grievances and embrace her once more. It is utterly preposterous. If she were to ascend, I would rather continue to indulge in my Lycian couple. Suddenly, I find myself preferring the company of Fu Xian and Qi Xian, upon hearing these remarks, felt her composure beginning to unravel. Qi Xian paid her no heed, choosing instead to bypass her and proceed toward the classroom. Xian clenched her fists and, in a sudden outburst, called after Qi Xian's retreating figure. Two alphas can lead to no good outcome. Do you not find it repulsive? Her words silenced the surrounding crowd instantly. Even Qi Xian turned to face her, his elongated, almond-shaped eyes darkening with disdain. Repulsive? No one is more repulsive than you, he retorted, though his relationship with Fu Zhan was purely platonic. This insinuation irked him immensely. With that, he dismissed Xian and sauntered off, completely unaffected. Xian's expression was one of malevolence as she absorbed the murmurs around her. In a fit of rage, she confronted a few individuals before fleeing. Truly, a wicked person often brings forth their own misfortune. The school tyrant had handled her well. What a two alphas. As long as they consent, their love is free, and she has no right to intervene. Yet, the present societal norms make acceptance a challenge. I hope that the Qi Xian couple can endure. While many support them, there are also those like Xian who vehemently oppose same-sex relationships. There was a time when she went on the offensive, but ultimately, her attempts to report them fell short and were dismissed. Qi Xian had not ventured far when Dong rushed to catch up with him. Xian, do not take her words to heart. Qi Xian cast him a sidelong glance, scoffing lightly, entirely dismissive of Xian. Dong instantly grasped Qi Xian's sentiment and prudently fell silent. Indeed, he had overthought. Gu remained unperturbed by insignificant matters. The events of this morning swiftly circulated throughout the school, leading Xian and Qi Xian to be summoned for a discussion. Qi Xian frowned as he addressed Li Wei. What does this have to do with me? I'm merely a victim. Xian claims you were once in a romantic relationship, Li Wei replied. And what of it? Does mere suggestion constitute guilt? Qi Xian retorted, glancing at Xian. Why not invite your ex-boyfriend to join us? Li Wei observed Xian on the verge of tears. As an Omega, she was afforded legal protection, so he found himself in a predicament. Yet, Qi Xian had committed no wrongdoing. He could only request that Qi Xian write a self-reflection before departing. The previous reflection had been penned by Dong, and so too would this one. Dong, visibly irate, remarked, had she been an alpha, I would have knocked her to the ground. Qi Xian yawned and retrieved his textbook. Enough of this. It is not worth my anger. Chapter 28. It seems Fu Xian is lacking. Dong concurred with Gu. It was not worth becoming incensed over such a person. By the way, Gu, exams are approaching next week. Have you devised a strategy to tackle them? Though Dong also indulged in leisure, he still harbored concerns regarding the impending examinations. Qi Xian merely responded with a nonchalant, "Oh," and added, "My desk mate will help me cram. I am confident I can raise my score by 5 points." Dong had long regarded Fu Zhanli as a mother figure in his heart. Although his emotions were complex upon hearing this, it was a sentiment that made sense. Qi Xian was not jesting. Fu Zhanli was indeed earnestly tutoring him. In a nutshell, it was akin to cramming for an exam, but the effectiveness remained uncertain. Occasionally, Dong would glean some understanding, and when he solved a fill-in-the-blank question, his joy was uncontainable. Meanwhile, the classroom buzzed with excitement. It was a rare sight to witness the academically challenged Qi Xian engaging in study. This was not meant to belittle Qi Xian. He truly struggled with his studies. As they observed Qi Xian sitting beside Fu Zhanli with a face that resembled a funeral procession, their laughter was barely restrained. They had never seen Qi Xian in such a predicament, now subjected to the formidable intellect of Fu Zhanli. Thus, whispers began to circulate, suggesting that Qi Xian was under the thumb of his partner, unable to defy her wishes. Yet, others contended that it was Fu Zhanli who wielded authority in this relationship, as evidenced by Qi Xian's compliance. There were also neutral observers who remarked that Fu Zhanli had merely acquiesced to Li Wei's request to tutor Qi Xian. After more than a week of rigorous preparation under Fu Zhanli's guidance, Qi Xian finally awaited the monthly exam. On the day of the test, Fu Zhanli offered no words but patted him on the shoulder in encouragement. Qi Xian, however, was unfazed. Despite Fu Zhanli's efforts, he retained little knowledge. And what he did remember was chaotic at best. The classmates closely monitored Qi Xian's demeanor, mistaking his confidence for certainty of success. However, the results were shockingly disappointing. Qi Xian's score had risen by a mere 15 points, totaling 255. He stared at his results, lost in contemplation, while Chun Dong remained silent. Their class was a prestigious one, marred only by the presence of a single underperformer, Qi Xian. Noticing Qi Xian fixating on the test paper as if to bore a hole through it, Chun Dong leaned in, saying, "Xian, this score is commendable. At least it's an improvement." Qi Xian glanced at him dismissively, retorting, "Oldly said this test was easier than the last." Chun Dong silently bit his tongue. Qi Xian turned away, frowning in frustration, just 5 points short. If only he had scored 250. Fu Zhanli had just returned from outside, and, seeing Qi Xian lost in thought, assumed he was concerned about his score. With a resigned sigh, he patted Qi Xian's shoulder as he passed, saying, "Try harder next time." It was evident that raising Qi Xian's scores would be a long and arduous journey. Qi Xian was indeed concerned about his score, but not in the way Fu Zhanli imagined. He felt embarrassed to have come so close to 250, which was far worse than scoring 150. He turned his head, a knowing look in his eyes, and quipped, "It seems even the esteemed scholar Fu isn't all that capable." The classmates within earshot couldn't help but stifle their laughter, their faces flushed from the effort. Yet, Fu Zhanli maintained his composure, replying, "Every endeavor requires a process. And this applies to you as well." Qi Xian scoffed lightly, turning away to avoid further conversation. The school forum erupted once more, buzzing with news of Qi Xian and Fu Zhanli's exploits. My alpha boyfriend, a cold academic genius, and his underachiever companion, under the guidance of the scholarly Qi. The grades of the diligent Fu improved by 15 points. Below, I have included Qi's previous scores alongside the results from this month's examination. I am craving bubble tea. The host has a knack for naming. Host. Actually, it could be a bit larger, but that would lead to post-deletion. Cupid. LOL. The love story between a scholar and an underachiever is just too much to bear. Most hateful sand. I've taken a screenshot and will share it with the school tyrant and his delicate partner later. Cupid retracted a message. Most hateful sand. It's no use. The screenshot is in hand. Cute girl. School tyrant. Do I not care about my face? Another day of sleeping. School tyrant. You'd better keep your eyes open while sleeping tonight. By now, everyone has grown accustomed to the relationship between Qi and Fu, which has evolved from fierce rivals to close brothers, even embarking on joint study sessions. There is even a written piece circulating. After differentiation, the fierce rivals have exploded. A comment below has received over 1,000 likes. Isn't this precisely the flavor contemporary youth crave? The pheromone suppression leads to one becoming an Omega and ultimately falling in love, resulting in a blissful life together. Allure. Fictional narrative about waiting for their transformation into Omegas. Below, someone has replied, expressing their anticipation. Just when everyone thought the two would continue their amicable cohabitation, they were caught fighting, discovered by the gray director, and are now sipping tea. After the director's departure, Li Wei's previously smiling demeanor morphed into one of anger as he trembled, pointing a finger at Qi, his face filled with disappointment. What can I say about you? He had believed that the relationship between Qi and Fu had improved, only to find out today that the director had caught Qi bullying Fu during his school rounds. In a secluded corner, Fu was being held by the collar against the wall by Qi, their proximity suggesting a romantic exchange. However, upon witnessing Qi's furious expression, it became apparent that such notions were misguided. Fu, typically aloof, exhibited great politeness towards teachers, always performing admirably, which endeared him to those who cherished diligent students. Thus, it seemed to Li Wei that Fu was the victim, with Qi solely responsible for the bullying, expecting Qi to offer some form of denial. He was astounded when Qi readily admitted his fault. Li Wei, taken aback, looked at him several times, finding it incredibly rare for Qi to acknowledge a mistake. Qi, noticing Li Wei's astonished expression, smirked. "Old Li, what is wrong? Do you still not believe that I willingly admitted my fault?" Li Wei's gaze was complex. About to speak when a figure appeared at the door. Report. Qi lowered his eyelashes, seemingly ignoring Fu. Li Wei, puzzled, turned to Fu. Zhanli, what is the matter? Fu, also avoiding eye contact with Qi, stepped closer and quietly stated, Teacher, I too share some responsibility. I fought back, but you simply did not witness it. Li Wei observed the two of them, momentarily speechless, sensing something was amiss, yet simultaneously familiar. I was the one who struck first. Does Fu really need to argue about this? Chapter 29. My affection. Fu Zhanli's expression was indifferent, not even casting a sidelong glance at Qi Xian. I have my own principles. Once a mistake is made, one must accept the consequences. Qi Xian fell silent, his gaze intrigued as he observed Fu Zhanli. Li Wei ultimately decided to punish both Fu Zhanli and himself, requiring them to prepare a 2,000-character self-reflection without the need for repetition. After delivering this decree, he specifically glanced at Qi Xian. Don't think I am unaware of how you crafted your previous reflections. This time, you must write diligently, otherwise, it will be 3,000 characters next time. Moreover, the director has insisted that you present your reflections on stage next Monday. Once outside, Qi Xian remarked, What are you doing here? If you hadn't come, you could have helped me share the burden of my reflection. Now, we each have to write 2,000 characters. This director was rather childish. In this day and age, insisting that we read our reflections aloud was akin to broadcasting our misdeeds to all. Fu Zhanli cast him a sidelong glance. What do you like? Who in the school doesn't know? Qi Xian, known for his frequent brawls, felt a pang of indignation as he glared at Fu Zhanli. Oh, you're looking down on me? Who knows how much I am valued? The moment he uttered those words, regret washed over him. He instinctively held his breath, gazing at Fu Zhanli's back. Damn it, how could he have let that slip? Wasn't that a blatant admission of his affections for Fu Zhanli? Moreover, why should he be flustered when Fu Zhanli remained composed? Indeed, as soon as Qi Xian spoke, Fu Zhanli abruptly halted, turning to face him. His dark, profound eyes pierced through Qi Xian like a sharp blade, instigating a tremor within him. Qi Xian, momentarily stunned, frowned and questioned, What are you staring at? Is it so strange that someone values me? After all, he had not specified who it was. There was no way Fu Zhanli could take it to heart. Yet, Qi Xian seemed to forget that the two statements combined clearly implied that Fu Zhanli valued him. Fu Zhanli continued to gaze at him quietly, his striking black and white eyes seemingly capable of seeing through one's innermost thoughts. Qi Xian felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Never mind, he thought. Knowing was one thing. Why should he be anxious? There were plenty of people who admired him. So what did it matter if Fu Zhanli was one of them? A soft chuckle echoed through the air as Fu Zhanli fully turned to him. It was class time, and the path back was deserted. Fu Zhanli possessed a pair of starry, jet-black eyes, rarely smiling, exuding an aura of cold detachment. Serene, yet captivating like the quiet flow of night. At that moment, however, a subtle smile graced his lips, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the sky. I value you. Qi Xian's elongated and expressive eyes flickered with incredulity. He had not anticipated Fu Zhanli would so openly proclaim his feelings without reservation. Even Qi Xian, who often treated flirting as a second nature, found himself momentarily dazed. Do you think I should conceal it? Qi Xian slowly nodded. Fu Zhanli turned away. As autumn had already arrived, the chilly breeze rustling through the air. Yet, Qi Xian felt a warmth coursing through him, his face heating up as if it were ablaze. Damn it, had he just been teased by Fu Zhanli? When it comes to feelings, I never hide them, especially not from you. Fu Zhanli uttered these words without turning, seemingly granting Qi Xian a moment to regain his composure. Qi Xian remained silent, for he found himself a loss for words and uncertain of how to confront Zhanli. Previously, they had both withheld their true feelings, yet now, a singular event had compelled them to reveal their innermost thoughts, and remarkably, he felt no aversion toward Zhanli. Perhaps it was due to the bond of their marks, or perhaps he had quietly developed an affection for Zhanli. The reason he had pushed Zhanli against the wall was known only to them. Initially, Qi Xian and Zhanli had been discussing the upcoming monthly exam and tutoring sessions. But as their conversation unfolded, Qi Xian inexplicably veered towards the topic of their marks. He pondered why. Since Zhanli had marked him, he could not reciprocate by marking Zhanli as well. He then impulsively led Zhanli to a secluded corner, eager to experiment. Zhanli, however, exhibited no extreme reaction, merely regarding him with a bemused expression, as if convinced that Qi Xian posed no threat. Frustration welled up within Qi Xian. He gripped Zhanli a bit too forcefully. Just as he was about to make a move, he heard the voice of his supervisor and instinctively seized Zhanli's collar, roughly pinning him against the wall, contemplating a confrontation. Another perplexing matter nagged at him. During their shared awareness of pheromones, Zhanli entered his sensitive period, yet Qi Xian had waited in vain for Zhanli's scent, which seemed to have vanished. Although he refrained from questioning Zhanli about this, he was left to speculate. He had considered that perhaps it was his own sensitive period that allowed him to perceive Zhanli's scent, but that reasoning felt flawed. The more he contemplated, the more agitated he became. Throughout it all, Zhanli maintained a serene demeanor, which momentarily puzzled Qi Xian. Why was Zhanli so composed? The memory of being cornered by him made Qi Xian anxious, fearing that Zhanli might indeed take a bite. Was this the distinction between affection and indifference? After the supervisor intervened, Qi Xian observed Zhanli leisurely adjusting his clothing, devoid of any signs of having been bullied moments earlier. Ultimately, Qi Xian did not return to the classroom. Instead, he slipped out with familiarity and chose to sit beneath a hidden tree, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. In truth, he dabbled in smoking and drinking, though he did not indulge excessively, managing to maintain control. However, when faced with troubling matters, he found himself unable to resist the urge to smoke. Contemplating Zhanli's feelings for him stirred a sense of unrest within Qi Xian. It was not so much annoyance with Zhanli, but rather with his own predicament. Frankly, since that day, he had sensed that his glands were somewhat askew. He had researched online and discovered that an alpha marking another alpha would not lead to discomfort, merely a rapid dissipation of scent. The thought of having adhered a barrier patch for an entire week only to find that the scent faded so swiftly left him feeling helpless. He had not voiced this frustration, only noting its fleeting nature. Could it be that alphas were peculiar, and in this context, swift meant a week? Qi Xian scoffed to himself, uncertain of what to believe. His current behavior bore a hint of evasion, for he was unclear about his feelings toward Zhanli. He did not wish for his affection toward Zhanli to stem solely from the mark. Yet, to deny any fondness seemed disingenuous, as his heart leaned towards Zhanli, and even his own pheromones were drawn to Zhanli's scent. Qi Xian grew increasingly annoyed, taking several deep puffs from his cigarette until it was nearly finished, at which point he extinguished it and discarded it into the trash. In truth, he could choose to engage without emotional investment, but that would be a flagrant display of irresponsibility. He had no desire to become a scoundrel. As he wandered aimlessly along the roadside, he found himself in a sparsely populated area when several figures suddenly appeared behind him, obscuring his presence entirely. His expression darkened, and the agitation etched across his brow intensified. His piercing blue eyes glinting with frost, emanating an aura of chill. Chapter 30. The bully has no equal. He turned around nonchalantly, regarding the insufferably smug figure before him, and a smile graced Qi Xian's lips. He maliciously lifted the corner of his mouth. "Oh, you've been discharged?" The individual clearly had no intention of letting Qi Xian off the hook, their competitive spirit forbidding them from bowing to anyone. Coincidentally, the word surrender and yield were absent from Qi Xian's lexicon. Finally caught you. The adversary had been keeping a close watch on Qi Xian, waiting for the moment he was isolated. Qi Xian tilted his head, his thin eyes sparkling with amusement, though the effect was chilling. "Oh, that sounds rather exhausting for you." During the preceding days, he had been nearly inseparable from Fu Zhanli or Chun Dong for his studies, leading the other to mistakenly believe he was easy prey, assuming he was no match for so many individuals despite being with the top alpha. "Would you like a chance to call for backup?" Though the words were spoken lightly, the individuals surrounding Qi Xian encircled him tightly, leaving him no opportunity to escape. Unperturbed, Qi Xian glided past them, the corners of his mouth curving upwards. He had felt a twinge for a good fight lately and doubted he would be rusty. With a malicious grin, the adversary commanded, "Go on, don't let him escape." The moment the words left their lips, the surrounding alphas surged towards Qi Xian, driven by a palpable urge to overpower him. Furrowing his brow, Qi Xian warned, "Don't blame me if something goes awry. You started this." With that, a powerful wave of pheromones emanated from him, the scent of roses surging forth like barbed thorns, sending several assailants collapsing to their knees, unable to withstand the pressure. Observing the remaining opponents, Qi Xian clicked his tongue. It seemed unnecessary to exert such force. With the agility of Swallow, he deftly dodged a punch, brushing past the attacker. In a flash, he seized the assailant's wrist, yanked him forward, and grasped the back of his collar, forcefully pressing him down. He drove his knee upward, eliciting a pained grunt accompanied by the sickening sound of cracking bones. Quickly discarding the incapacitated individual, he spun and delivered a powerful kick that sent another adversary flying several meters away. The cacophony of the brawl startled the occasional passerby. Having dealt with a few, Qi Xian retracted his pheromones. As those who had fallen began to rise, he coolly snatched a stone from one of their hands, twisting their wrist with a sudden force that resulted in a resounding crack, followed by a cry of agony. Qi Xian noticed someone at the roadside on the phone, their complexion pale as they observed the unfolding chaos. He averted his gaze, swiftly eliminating the remaining threats. Even with the use of pheromones, they were no match for Qi Xian. Qi Xian lazily lifted his eyelids, casting a languid glance at Xiao. "Oh, is it your turn now?" Xiao, taken aback by the realization that he and his entourage had failed to subdue Qi Xian, felt an unexpected surge of fear. "I advise you not to provoke me, or you shall come to regret it," he said with a cold, hard demeanor, threateningly. "I know you have a boyfriend. If you dare to act against me, I will target him and bring you to your knees." Qi Xian furrowed his brows in confusion, momentarily stunned. It seemed he had come to understand that Xiao must have seen something on the forum, leading him to believe that Fu Zhanli was his boyfriend. Observing Qi Xian's expression, Xiao assumed he was intimidated, his demeanor exuding a sense of triumph. "What's the matter? Are you reluctant? Or do you think I wouldn't dare?" Qi Xian regarded Xiao with a nonchalant air, devoid of any worry. Yet Xiao remained undeterred, continuing, "With looks like yours, you might as well submit to me." Qi Xian let out a derisive laugh, his eyes glinting with mockery. "Oh, if you wish, I can make you weep without even needing him. Do you believe it?" Upon encountering Qi Xian's brooding gaze, Xiao felt a chill creep over him. Though the weather was not particularly cold, he felt as if he were trapped in an ice cellar. "But I find you repulsive," Qi Xian remarked with a chilling smile, his azure eyes radiating a dangerous aura akin to a sharp, icy blade. Xiao's face drained of color. For an Omega, such words were undeniably lethal. He glared at Qi Xian, yet found himself at a loss for words. In this university, there was but one tyrant. Qi Xian spoke with a dismissive tone. "You are merely my defeated foe, a despicable individual who resorts to underhanded tactics. Do you truly believe you are worthy?" He added ominously, "Should there be a next time, you know what to expect." Qi Xian's delicate features bore an excessively fierce expression, both capricious and violent. Xiao trembled, still shaken. The pressure Qi Xian exerted was overwhelming, leaving him breathless. "Do not turn pale. I shall not take the blame," Qi Xian said slowly, a light scoff escaping him. Xiao attempted to retort, but the wail of sirens grew nearer, soon arriving at their location. The caller pointed at Qi Xian and his companions, exclaiming, "They were fighting. It was terrifying." How could it not be? Qi Xian had broken several of their hands. The sound of Xiao's sobs filled Qi Xian's ears, further agitating him. He was then questioned separately, maintaining his icy demeanor. "They initiated the violence. I was merely defending myself." The officer seated across from him had witnessed the injured being taken to the hospital and was incensed by Qi Xian's audacious attitude. "Are you certain you did not instigate? How do those individuals explain their injuries?" Qi Xian's gaze remained calm. "And?" The officer, unable to tolerate Qi Xian's arrogance, retorted, "Do you believe you can remain uninvolved?" "Why shouldn't I?" Qi Xian replied, his eyes gleaming with derision. "Is it merely because I am unscathed?" "Officer Xiao," the officer addressed as Xiao fell silent. Yet his eyes still reflected defiance as they locked onto Qi Xian. Qi Xian, disinterested in further engagement, shifted his attention to the officer beside Xiao, flashing a smile. What sort of individuals is the police station accepting these days? Have you got your priorities reversed? Officer Xiao clenched his fists, yet remained resolutely silent. Qi Xian could not fathom why this individual held such a disdainful view of him, yet he never allowed himself to succumb to frustration. According to the officer's words, should he then consider the possibility of losing an arm or a leg to safely emerge from the situation? Otherwise, would the blame rest squarely upon his shoulders? With each utterance, Qi Xian's tone grew increasingly frigid, his countenance resembling a wintry frost. No, this is a misunderstanding. Xiao Dan has only recently arrived and is still lacking in composure. The speaker, appearing quite amiable, inadvertently induced a sense of relaxation. However, Qi Xian was far from an ordinary individual. It was evident that he was ill-suited for the profession of law enforcement. Entering at this age certainly posed a challenge for him. Xiao Dan, seemingly nearing 30, behaved as though he had only just stepped into society, displaying neither maturity nor steadiness. How could he not perceive Qi Xian's sarcasm? Yet, reflecting on the hard-won position he had secured, he felt compelled to swallow his pride. Qi Xian maintained a tranquil demeanor, locking eyes with him, causing Xiao Dan to shy away from his gaze. Chapter 31. Surely, Scholar Fu would not be so petty? Another officer believed that the youth of today were in a rebellious phase and that it was best not to confront him directly. He could only assure Qi Xian, "We are currently investigating the surveillance footage and hope Mr. Qi will cooperate with us." Qi Xian did not spare them a glance, his eyes cast down, lost in thought. The investigation into the surveillance footage was swiftly concluded, revealing that it was indeed Xiao who initiated the altercation, and it had escalated into a group brawl. Had Qi Xian not dodged that stone, he would likely have ended up in the hospital. Despite Xiao's instigation, Qi Xian was still subjected to a session of ideological education. Upon his release, Qi Xian did not see the individual arranged for him by Wen Jifan. Instead, he encountered Fu Zhanli. Fu Zhanli stood before a vehicle, seemingly hurried, still clad in his school uniform, his dark eyes carrying a hint of gravity. As Qi Xian raised his gaze, it met Fu Zhanli's. His azure eyes momentarily glinting with a trace of indifference before adopting a languid expression upon recognizing Fu Zhanli. "Scholar Fu, class leader Fu, what brings you here?" he inquired casually, his tone devoid of the external agitation. "To pick you up." Fu Zhanli's voice, neither warm nor cold, resonated in the evening breeze. As he approached, he slightly lowered his gaze. "Are you injured?" During class, his eyelids had been twitching, an omen of impending misfortune. Little did he expect that upon stepping outside after school, he would hear of a confrontation on a rather desolate path, where a young man was encircled, only to dispatch his assailants with remarkable prowess. Though brawling was deplorable, the onlookers could not help but admire Qi Xian's formidable presence as he faced overwhelming odds. Fu Zhanli, instantly recognizing it was Qi Xian, made his way directly to the police station. Surely, the school bully does not achieve his status without merit. Fu Zhanli exhaled in relief, taking a small step back to create some distance. "Shall we dine together? Dinner, you say?" Qi Xian murmured, furrowing his brow in contemplation. This invitation was one he had anticipated upon realizing Fu Zhanli's intentions. "Shall I treat you?" Upon witnessing the mischievous smile that crept across Qi Xian's face, Fu Zhanli fell silent, his appetite for hot pot waning. As Qi Xian observed Fu Zhanli fall silent, he immediately discerned his thoughts, unable to stifle a laugh. Fu Zhanli, perplexed, turned to him, questioning the source of his amusement. "It's nothing, haha." Qi Xian attempted to suppress his laughter, but the thought of the usually aloof Fu Zhanli being afraid of something as trivial as hot pot only intensified his mirth. Noticing Qi Xian's joy, Fu Zhanli felt a flicker of pleasure himself, and chose not to dwell on the reason for his laughter. After laughing for a good half-minute, Qi Xian composed himself and declared, "Let us go eat. This meal is on you." He quickly corrected himself, realizing he owed Fu Zhanli a meal. "No, I'll treat you." Without waiting for Fu Zhanli's response, he hopped into the car, exuding an air of familiarity as though it were his own vehicle. Fu Zhanli watched him silently before entering the car with an expression of indifference. Qi Xian urged Fu Zhanli to select a restaurant, which turned out to be a Cantonese eatery with a preference for lighter flavors. Upon entering, Qi Xian admired the decor, which aligned with his taste. He unapologetically ordered his favorite dishes before handing the menu to Fu Zhanli for his selection. One might mistakenly think it was Fu Zhanli treating him. Just these will do, Fu Zhanli replied. Noticing Fu Zhanli's reluctance to add more, Qi Xian glanced at the menu and ordered a few more dishes, exclaiming, "This is too little. Let us order more. If there are leftovers, so be it." Fu Zhanli shot him a look, retorting, "Didn't you say we should be frugal and avoid waste?" Qi Xian internally chuckled, recalling his earlier deceit to coax Fu Zhanli into indulging in hot pot, surprised that he had remembered it until now. Surely, Fu Xian wasn't that stingy? Qi Xian gazed at him intently, his tone laced with a playful challenge. By the end of the meal, it was evident that Qi Xian had eaten heartily. After all, engaging in physical activities earlier had left him famished, compounded by the lengthy discourse on ideology. Throughout the meal, they exchanged little conversation, allowing Qi Xian to focus on his food. This dining experience further solidified his impression of Fu Zhanli as someone who, beneath a facade of cool detachment, harbored a more complex, perhaps even passionate, nature. His habitual indifference could explain why Qi Xian had previously found him so unappealing. However, following this tutoring session, Qi Xian's animosity towards Fu Zhanli had diminished considerably. Yet, should anyone dare to provoke him, Qi Xian could still envision himself throwing a punch at Fu Zhanli's face. "When does your sensitive period begin?" Qi Xian inquired. "Uncertain. I feel nothing," Fu Zhanli replied blandly, his eyes betraying no emotion. He added, "I will inform you if I sense anything." Qi Xian took a moment to respond, finally managing to mumble, "All right." After escorting him home, Fu Zhanli departed. The driver who was supposed to pick Qi Xian up after school, upon receiving news of his absence, had gone to the police station only to find no trace of him and ultimately returned home. Eventually, he spotted Qi Xian alighting from a luxury vehicle, indicative of a prestigious background. Leisurely, Qi Xian strolled into the house and glanced at the driver, asking, "Did my father inquire about me?" The driver nodded earnestly. "Madam could not reach you and called me instead. She must have been informed." Qi Xian refrained from questioning why no one had come to rescue him. Perhaps Qi Yizhou had intervened, or when Ji Fan had grasped the situation, knowing Qi Xian could handle it and thus refrained from sending assistance. While when Ji Fan indulged him, she was not without discernment, which prevented Qi Xian from becoming entirely complacent. Qi Xian nodded without looking back as he ascended the stairs. Chapter 32. The Omega Pheromones Within You, edited. Qi Xian arrived at school early, yet his eyes barely opened. Seizing the time before class, he rested his head on his hands for a brief moment. A few minutes later, he succumbed to fatigue and laid his head on the desk, propped up by a few books. When Fu Zhanli entered the classroom and spotted Qi Xian, he was quite taken aback. As more students trickled in, Fu Zhanli began to review the material for the day. The academic prodigy had already changed his study focus 3 times that morning. Qi Xian awakened when Chen Donglai arrived, and upon seeing his dazed expression, Chen Dong was startled. "What time did you sleep last night?" The faint shadows under his eyes suggested a night spent in wakefulness. Indeed, Qi Xian propped himself up, bleary-eyed, and replied, "I probably didn't sleep at all." From certain perspectives, he had indeed spent the entire night awake. Chen Dong suggested, "Why don't you continue to sleep?" Qi Xian nodded and laid back down, sleeping soundly for the entire morning, his head buzzing. Interestingly, Fu Zhanli did not disturb him, allowing him to enjoy a peaceful slumber. However, the others were less than pleased, their faces etched with resentment. Qi Xian found their reactions perplexing, but cast a mild glance their way, causing them to immediately avert their gazes. Upon seeing that Qi Xian was awake, Chen Dong leaned in to say they were reminded this morning about sleeping. Qi Xian lazily lifted his eyelids, regarding Chen Dong with disinterest, and, "The class monitor spared you," Chen Dong replied diplomatically. Qi Xian's expression turned playful as he leaned back slightly, glancing sideways. Fu Zhanli, hearing this, raised his gaze, and quietly observed Qi Xian's profile without uttering a word. Qi Xian did not expect Fu Zhanli to respond to his query. In a certain group, neither of them concedes to the other. Setting academics aside, they're truly formidable. Why set aside academics? Qi Xian, the school tyrant, excelled in all areas besides studies. During lunchtime, Qi Xian went to the cafeteria with Chun Dong, choosing the most expensive one. The school had established several cafeterias, considering that some students came from less fortunate backgrounds, including academically gifted individuals from impoverished families. One cafeteria was specifically designated for students in need. Chun Dong usually opted for the mid-range cafeteria and seldom visited the pricier one, only accompanying Qi Xian on such occasions. At times, Chun Dong felt disheartened about not being an Omega. Fu Zhanli did not comment on this, and Qi Xian did not see him in the cafeteria. Chun Dong looked around and asked, "Why didn't you invite the class monitor to join us?" Qi Xian replied, his expression unchanging, "Why should I call him?" His tone implied it was a matter of course. Chun Dong murmured under his breath, "Shouldn't you treat him for the sake of your studies? When would that be appropriate?" Qi Xian retorted, "Fine." Chun Dong fell silent. After lunch, Qi Xian parted ways with Chun Dong. He usually either returned home or spent time outside. Yet now he found himself yearning to remain in the church. Having slept all morning, he was now quite lively, feeling no trace of drowsiness. Upon sitting down, he gazed at his cluttered desk, feeling a wave of annoyance wash over him. Turning to look at the tidy desk behind him only intensified his irritation. He sat for a few minutes before rising and taking a seat beside Fu Zhanli. As he gazed at the underside of the table and its surface, his fingers itched to flip through the papers. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Qi Xian's hand had already reached for the exam papers hidden beneath the table. Upon retrieving one, he discovered it was indeed the test from this month. Fu Zhanli's paper was immaculate and orderly, devoid of any typographical errors. Even the punctuation marks were flawlessly executed. Qi Xian let out a sound of admiration. No wonder he had scored full marks. It would be difficult to deduct points for presentation. Comparing his own scrawl, resembling a dog's paw print, to Fu Zhanli's clear and aesthetically pleasing script, Qi Xian found himself lost in thought while holding the paper. After a considerable time, he returned the paper to its original place and awkwardly made his way back to his own seat. Staring at his disheveled desk, Qi Xian was momentarily stunned. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Damn it!" Half an hour later, Fu Zhanli entered the classroom and found Qi Xian propped up on his chin, pen in hand, frowning in impatience as he scrutinized his practice work. Upon hearing noises from behind, Qi Xian instinctively turned his head. Seeing the newcomer, his frown deepened. Fu Zhanli set down his backpack and inquired, "What's wrong? You have the scent of an Omega." This time, it was Fu Zhanli who furrowed his brow. He had clearly aired out his scent for quite a while outside. How could it still linger? Qi Xian felt the Omega pheromones were oddly familiar, as if he had encountered them before. Fu Zhanli remarked, "Perhaps I was just brushed against by an Omega." This explanation seemed a bit far-fetched, leaving Qi Xian to wonder if he would believe it. He merely regarded him with a half-smile. "Indeed," Qi Xian scoffed, "does the esteemed scholar not watch where he walks?" Fu Zhanli, feeling somewhat guilty for not providing a better explanation, fell silent for a moment. Qi Xian turned away, dismissing him. In the classroom, they were the only two present, with over an hour remaining before afternoon classes began. As he turned away, Qi Xian chided himself internally. They were not in any sort of relationship, so why should it matter to him what scent Fu Zhanli carried? Nevertheless, the strong presence of the latter made it challenging for Qi Xian to concentrate on his practice work. "Could you refrain from making noise?" Qi Xian snapped, turning to glare at him. Fu Zhanli, who was about to offer comfort, wore a look of confusion. What? Qi Xian felt as though he had lost his mind. Otherwise, he would not be engaging in such embarrassing behavior. The two exchanged glances for a while until Fu Zhanli finally smiled softly. Is Brother Xian upset? Noticing Qi Xian's gaze upon him, filled with disdain, did not bother him. In fact, it brightened his mood. Qi Xian shot him a cold glance and chose silence. Returning to his exercises, his chest felt heavy and his mood soured further. He mistakenly selected the wrong answer. Just as his frustration peaked, Fu Zhanli approached him. his long fingers pointing to one of the multiple choice questions. Qi Xian, irate, thought, what kind of conversation is this? Can't you see I'm angry? I love option C, so I chose C. What is wrong with that? His slender eyes bore into Fu Zhanli, radiating an aura of coldness and annoyance. If an ordinary person were in this situation, they would have long since vanished without a trace. However, Fu Zhanli merely paused momentarily before slowly responding. It's fine. You choose your path. Yet, I can impart the correct answer to you. Qi Xian raised an eyebrow, tempted to deliver a punch. If Chun Dong were to pose another question, he could retract his earlier statement made in the cafeteria and assert that the gaze directed at Fu Zhanli now was indeed one of aggression. The weekend soon approached, which had once been Qi Xian's favorite days, but now they had become his most detested. He even speculated whether Fu Zhanli was exacting revenge on him, particularly in moments like these. Fu Zhanli was quite proactive regarding Qi Xian's studies, taking a hands-on approach, even assisting in collecting textbooks and exercises. Upon noticing Qi Xian lacked practice books, he generously purchased several out of his own pocket. As Qi Xian stared at the stack of books before him, he fell into contemplation, pondering why he was even considering whether to develop feelings for Fu Zhanli. If they were to become a couple, would he be confined to this realm of textbooks? Would he face these exercises every day? It seemed Fu Zhanli discerned his thoughts, smiling gently, his voice low and melodious. You should adapt sooner. Qi Xian found something amiss in that statement. Why did Fu Zhanli speak with such an air of inevitability? A mischievous glint flashed in his eyes, and a lazy smile graced his lips. Now, let us add a condition. What condition? To pursue me. You may speak. Seeing Fu Zhanli's nonchalant demeanor, Qi Xian eagerly anticipated his reaction upon hearing the request. Let me mark you once, he said, licking his lips. As expected, Fu Zhanli fell silent for a moment before finally responding. Am I allowed to refuse? Qi Xian scoffed. You may. Fu Zhanli's expression brightened, but the next moment, he heard Qi Xian's retort. I too would refuse you. Fu Zhanli, noticing Fu Zhanli's renewed silence, Qi Xian remained unperturbed. He had ample time and was not in a rush. Thus, he sprawled lazily on the sofa. Think it through. Fu Xian, be sure of your decision. Just as he was about to check his phone, Fu Zhanli approached him, his handsome face devoid of any expression. Even his brows remained unwrinkled. I agree, but there is a stipulation in my family. What stipulation? Upon hearing Fu Zhanli's agreement, Qi Xian was overwhelmed with excitement, leaping to his feet with a fiery gaze fixed on him. Both understood that Qi Xian's intention was merely a playful retort. Fu Zhanli hesitated, looking at the advancing figure, and stated, this person must be a son-in-law of the Fu family. Qi Xian's movements abruptly halted, momentarily frozen, before he regained his voice. What did you say? Son-in-law? Qi Xian was taken aback. What sort of stipulation was this? Could there be an exception? Fu Zhanli's expression turned serious. No exceptions. Qi Xian, fine, ishal. He fell silent, retreating to his seat. A subtle smile played on Fu Zhanli's lips. Xiange, do you still desire this? Qi Xian's complexion shifted. He was still uncertain of his feelings. Should he truly accept? What if he ultimately discovered he did not harbor affection for Fu Zhanli? The consequences of Fu Zhanli failing to find a partner would be dire. Furthermore, they were merely in a phase of ambiguity, not yet true boyfriends. Fu Zhanli felt a heaviness in his heart, and even his tone grew somber. What is it? Do you not like me at all? Qi Xian, in a state of agitation, ran his fingers through his hair. This is not merely a matter of liking or disliking. Then what is it? Fu Zhanli genuinely could not fathom Qi Xian's thoughts. Yet he understood that Qi Xian was attempting to gauge their feelings, and he was entirely unbothered by it. Qi Xian's current hesitation was quite natural, yet it still left him feeling discontented. He was at a loss for how to articulate his feelings to Fu Zhanli. Refraining from speaking made him anxious about Fu Zhanli misinterpreting his silence. I do not comprehend my emotions toward you. If I were to mark you now, I cannot become a son-in-law of the Fu family. Would that not bring you misfortune? He felt a surge of frustration, reaching into his pocket for a cigarette, contemplating smoking despite being at home, where Qi Xian was unafraid of being caught. Just as he prepared to bring it to his lips, a hand suddenly grasped his wrist. Fu Zhanli frowned. Do you have a smoking habit? He was unaware that Qi Xian smoked, having never seen him do so, and there was no scent of tobacco about him, so he seldom considered it. He was taken aback when Qi Xian produced a cigarette in front of him, his movements surprisingly adept. Qi Xian momentarily froze, mentally chastising himself for forgetting that he was in the presence of Fu Zhanli. He admitted to feeling a bit flustered, especially when confronted by those deep, dark eyes. He could not quite discern the source of his unease. Was he afraid Fu Zhanli would discover his smoking habit? Or perhaps he feared Fu Zhanli's disapproval? Or did he simply wish to shield him from more of his unsavory habits? Qi Xian felt he was troubled by all three concerns, apprehensive that Fu Zhanli might leave at any moment, breathing unevenly, with a slight tremor in his throat. Qi Xian met his gaze and replied softly, "No, I only smoke occasionally when I encounter particularly vexing matters." He discarded the cigarette into the trash bin. Fu Zhanli then inquired, "Shall we study?" He shifted the topic. Qi Xian nodded. "Sure, I'll treat you to a meal once I tire of studying." With that, he ascended the stairs first, while Fu Zhanli followed closely behind, clutching his practice materials. After studying for a while, Qi Xian suddenly felt he had forgotten something. Fu Zhanli glanced at him. The reflection paper. Qi Xian asked, "Have you written yours?" Fu Zhanli nodded. Then, observing Qi Xian's expression, decisively stated, "You must write yours yourself." Qi Xian acquiesced, determined to tackle it on his own. Ultimately, he set aside some time to compose his reflection, managing to write 1,000 words. But when he faced the remaining 1,000, he became frantic and tossed his pen aside, opting to cease his efforts. With 2 days remaining, he resolved to address it later. Fu Zhanli did not press him. Qi Xian queried, "Do you prefer to eat out or at home?" "At home," he replied. Qi Xian had already instructed Aunt Lin to prepare a meal. If Fu Zhanli preferred not to dine at home, he could ask Aunt Lin to pack it for him. After their meal, just before getting into the car, Fu Zhanli suddenly turned to glance at Qi Xian, who was leaning against the doorframe. Qi Xian seemed to sense it and lifted his gaze. "What is it? Will you come to my house tomorrow?" Fu Zhanli paused before adding, "To review." Qi Xian agreed, as he had already organized his schedule. During the day, Fu Zhanli went home to review, and in the evening, he would dine out with Dong and the others. Although it was possible to go out now, Dong was confined at home, diligently completing his assignments, and only after finishing could he indulge in some leisure. During their recent meal, Dong had sent numerous pleas for assistance. As soon as Fu Zhanli departed, Qi Xian began to respond to Dong's messages. "Dong, Xiange, you finally replied? I thought I was going to perish. 995. Qi Xian leisurely made his way upstairs, sending a voice message. "Dad is coming to rescue you." Fu Zhanli had already guided Dong through 2 of his assignments, leaving only the final 2 challenging questions. Dong promptly replied with a voice message, "Thank you, Dad. It's truly wonderful to have a genius father. I need not worry about my homework. The rest will be completed tomorrow. Xian, Dad, can you guarantee that I can go out to play tomorrow?" "Certainly." Qi Xian assured him that they would send the assignments to Dong by noon, allowing him to enjoy his evening. Dong sent a loving emoji. "Xian, Dad, you are truly wonderful." Qi Xian chuckled softly. Among their group of brothers, only Dong was in the same class as him. Siwu was in the liberal arts class, residing far enough away that he rarely visited, but when needed, he would certainly make the effort. Despite this, his academic performance remained commendable. Thus, among the 4 of them, only Siwu's grades were noteworthy, although he was a beta. Qi Xian shared the materials in their group chat, ensuring that even those not written down could be retained. Siwu chimed in, "Xiange, what is going on? Have you been hacked?" Qi Xian replied, "For your reference, in case of need." The answers are correct. Any discrepancies are purely coincidental. Siwu responded, "What a remarkable coincidence." At this moment, Jiangxing also emerged to contribute. "Xiange, what is the nature of your relationship with the academic prodigy in your class?" Qi Xian replied, "Just classmates." Jiangxing questioned, "Could it be that the rumors are unfounded? That seems impossible." Qi Xian. In the next moment, Jiangxing began forwarding various articles from the forum, filled with all manner of speculation. Some artistically inclined individuals had even illustrated their interpretations. The imagery was so vivid that Qi Xian found it somewhat overwhelming. Qi Xian. Dong, witnessing the influx of messages from Jiangxing, was unable to intervene in time and could only silently observe Qi Xian's reactions. Fearing he might concoct an unexpected retort, Qi Xian, inexplicably drawn to the content Jiangxing had shared, clicked on it. After a brief perusal, he saved a few images he found appealing, maintaining a calm demeanor. Upon exiting, Qi Xian did not bother to glance at the rest. Jiangxing and Dong awaited Qi Xian's response, and after a lengthy pause of 10 minutes, they finally received his message. Upon opening their phones, they nearly fainted upon realizing they had forgotten about Si Wuyu. Qi Xian's message stood out vividly. Is there more? Jiangxing pondered for a moment before cautiously sending the last few images, trembling as he inquired, Xiange, is this it? Qi Xian did not respond. Si Wuyu, however, directly messaged, Xiange, how does it feel? A message from Si Wuyu suddenly appeared on the screen. Qi Xian pressed his lips together in silence, saving the message with a stoic expression before stepping into the bathroom. When he emerged over an hour later, he was drying his hair and, upon retrieving his phone again, found that Si Wuyu's message still lingered. Little did he know, the three of them had already formed a private group chat. Chapter 35. Why do I feel that you are eager to leave this place? Fu Zhanli's car glided away from the estate. As they exited the gates, the driver inquired, is this the young master's friend? The other nodded, clearly reluctant to elaborate, yet the driver continued, unfazed, it's good to make friends, just make friends. He had been a driver for the Fu family for several years, having started driving Fu Zhanli to school since he was a child. He had always seen him as a solitary figure, devoid of companions. However, in recent times, Fu Zhanli had been frequently visiting this place. And while the driver was hesitant to pry, he noticed that today he carried an abundance of study materials, suggesting a classmate's presence. Don't mention this to them, Fu Zhanli instructed. The driver, aware of the dynamics between father and son, readily agreed. The young master was admirable in many ways, yet his two fathers were overly controlling. If they discovered that he had made friends, they would undoubtedly investigate the matter thoroughly, even delving into the backgrounds of those acquaintances. This was precisely why Fu Zhanli preferred to keep things to himself. Lowering his gaze, Fu Zhanli concealed half of his face in the shadows, revealing only his sharply defined jawline, exuding an air of mystery and darkness. Qi Xian glanced at the message Fu Zhanli had sent half an hour prior. Fu Zhanli, I have arrived home. Qi Xian, what time should I come over tomorrow? Fu Zhanli, whenever you wish. Upon reading this, Qi Xian felt inclined to visit in the afternoon, but it seemed the other was aware of his thoughts and subsequently sent another message. But it cannot be in the afternoon. A headache washed over Qi Xian. Ever since he began studying with Fu Zhanli, his mental capacity felt insufficient, and now he was even carving out time to socialize during the weekends. After exchanging a few casual messages, he turned to gaming. The following day, Qi Xian left his home around noon, timing his arrival at Fu Zhanli's residence for the afternoon. The aesthetic of Fu Zhanli's home differed from his own. While his abode was of European design, Fu Zhanli's leaned towards classical, complete with a long corridor upon entry. Unable to resist the tease, Qi Xian remarked, this style is quite unlike your disposition. Fu Zhanli replied with a faint smile. It was all arranged according to my father's preferences. Accompanying Fu Zhanli to his room, Qi Xian asked, aren't your parents home? They are quite busy and return occasionally. Then we are rather alike, both solitary figures. Fu Zhanli cast a glance at him. At least they do come back. Qi Xian understood the implication behind Fu Zhanli's words. The two quickly transitioned into a study mode, and Qi Xian found that after immersing himself in the questions, his mood calmed considerably, no longer fraught with the restlessness of the past. However, the reality of his academic struggles remained unchanged. For certain problems, Fu Zhanli often needed to explain multiple times until comprehension dawned. Each time Qi Xian struggled to retain the information, he felt the urge to toss his pen aside. Yet Fu Zhanli would discreetly press down on his hand, his expression cool and composed. There are no spare pens at home. Qi Xian glanced at the quietly lying pen beside him, feeling a twinge of unease. However, it must be said that Fu Zhanli truly possessed remarkable patience, tirelessly teaching him time and again. In a bid to carve out some time for himself, Qi Xian would often have Fu Zhanli work on his assignments, dismissing him from his duties. Obediently, Fu Zhanli would delve into his papers, his speed astonishing. By the time Qi Xian was still calculating, Fu Zhanli had already completed an entire exam sheet, drawing Qi Xian's attention towards him. He would pause intermittently, earnestly explaining the problems to Qi Xian. Isn't this time spent on me a waste? Qi Xian mused. At the pace he was currently studying, it was difficult for him to advance, and he could not afford to give up halfway. I never engage in endeavors devoid of confidence. At that moment, he turned his head slightly, his high nose, delicate lips, and sword-like brows framed by a few strands of hair that partially obscured his profound eyes, his facial contours impeccably flawless. Qi Xian chuckled softly and picked up his pen to continue his assignments. After enduring the afternoon, Qi Xian, initially languid, suddenly revived upon glancing at the time. His newfound energy evident enough for Fu Zhanli to notice. Do you have something to attend to shortly? Fu Zhanli inquired. Without lifting his head, Qi Xian replied, no. Then why do I feel you are eager to leave this place? Qi Xian paused, the tip of his pen hovering momentarily. No. Fearing his response lacked conviction, he added, I'm not cut out for this. After being dragged into studying for so long, naturally, I look forward to it ending. Fu Zhanli acknowledged with a thoughtful O. He had certainly noticed Qi Xian's earlier inattentiveness, likely hinting at a rendezvous, yet he chose to remain silent. Qi Xian had already sent his assignments to Qindong, who must be finishing them up now. It was nearing evening, and he could tidy himself up and head out. Fu Zhanli quietly rose, putting away the books. That's enough. Tomorrow you may take a day off. Really? Qi Xian expressed disbelief at his own ears. Normally, Fu Zhanli could hardly bear to let him go, and this sudden leniency made Qi Xian suspect ulterior motives. Fu Zhanli nodded nonchalantly. Then I shall not keep you for dinner. Qi Xian lazily stretched his limbs, finally being himself for once. Thank you, Scholar Fu. He grabbed his bag and departed without a backward glance. After bidding farewell to Qi Xian, Fu Zhanli's gaze flickered, observing his retreating figure, lost in thought. When Qindong arrived at the meeting point, he spotted Qi Xian and others standing there, their conspicuous presence attracting the attention of many small Omegas. Xian, Qindong shouted, overwhelmed with emotion not only for receiving assignments but also for being awaited. See, Wu frowned. You're quite late. Thinking of his mother, Qindong felt helpless. What can I do? If I don't work harder, my mom will have a third child. Qindong was not the only child at home. He had a younger Omega sister currently in kindergarten. Jiangxing interjected. Enough of that. Tonight we won't return until we are intoxicated. The four of them had chosen a modest barbecue joint by the roadside rather than an upscale restaurant. As one ventures down the street, the aroma of barbecued delicacies lingers in the air, creating a somewhat chaotic yet remarkably clean atmosphere. This is a reason why Qi Xian finds it tolerable. Chapter 36. How far have you all progressed? A few individuals ascended the stairs, and upon spotting them, the proprietress set aside her tasks and approached. What would you charming young gentlemen like to eat this time? Qi Xian settled into a seat while Jiangxing adeptly ordered skewers and a few cases of alcohol. The proprietress remembered them well, primarily due to Qi Xian's striking looks and their frequent visits, which had quickly made them familiar faces. Is this all? Qindong waved his hand dismissively. Let us start with this. We can order more if needed. Throughout the exchange, Qi Xian remained silent, absorbed in his phone, seemingly engrossed in a game. Yet, a faint smile danced in his eyes. Jiangxing exchanged knowing glances with the others, understanding conveyed without words. However, Jiangxing, being forthright, could hardly contain his curiosity. Xiangu, allow me to inquire once more. Is it true that you and Fu Zhan are not involved? With the trio's gaze firmly fixed upon him, Qi Xian calmly extinguished his phone screen, as if concealing something. Given your question, do you truly expect me to deny it? Jiangxing replied without hesitation. I wouldn't believe you. Then what is the point of asking? Even so, Jiangxing remained uneasy. So, how far have you two progressed? Qi Xian shot him a sidelong glance. What are you thinking? Jiangxing's expression shifted. You're not actually telling me that nothing has happened between you? Otherwise? Then why do your actions seem so intimate? Chen Dong and Si Wuyu gasped in astonishment. One must admit, Jiangxing was quite audacious, speaking his mind directly. Qi Xian uncorked a bottle of wine. We're merely learning from each other. What do you know? Jiangxing fell silent, choosing not to press further. They had indeed not reached that stage, but the possibility remained for the future, as they were currently in a state of ambiguity. Chen Dong hesitated before approaching. Xian, what if Fu Xian allows you to fight in the future? Qi Xian downed a glass of wine. What can be done? I suppose I'll have to placate him. Upon uttering this, Qi Xian was met with 3 peculiar gazes, his mind swirling with questions. What.This? Why do their expressions seem so strange? Nothing. Jiangxing quickly responded. Just a moment of distraction. Though he said this, their minds wandered elsewhere. Qi Xian was genuinely ensnared. With 2 alphas, if the leader desired, they would create opportunities. Chen Dong eagerly echoed Jiangxing's sentiments, noting that having Fu Xian as a father seemed quite advantageous. The 2 together appeared to be a perfect match, destined for one another. Qi Xian ate sparingly, primarily indulging in drinks, while Jiangxing and Chen Dong showcased their barbecue prowess. Si Wuyu poured Qi Xian a drink. Xiange, are you serious? Qi Xian lazily lifted his eyelids. Are you questioning his capabilities? Si Wuyu, not fully grasping the implication, asked, so I don't need to pursue? I can have whatever I desire? Qi Xian smirked slightly. Speaking nonchalantly, Si Wuyu cautioned, just don't miss the opportunity. Don't let a momentary impulse lead to future regret. Qi Xian glanced at him. To abandon midway signifies a lack of true love. If it ends, so be it. On to the next. Si Wuyu remained silent, gazing at him for a moment without uttering a word. Next one, just don't wear such a frightening expression, Qi Xian remarked casually, his azure eyes glimmering with a peculiar light. Si Wuyu pondered that if Qi Xian were truly to fall in love, he would not relinquish his affections so readily. The innate possessiveness of an alpha would surely cloud his judgment. There were indeed instances in the world where alphas, consumed by their adoration for their omegas, committed dreadful acts, such as confinement or lifelong marking, relentlessly tormenting the omegas until escape was no longer an option, leaving them ensnared beside their alpha. The thought sent a shiver through Si Wuyu, yet fortunately, he was a beta, impervious to the influence of pheromones. He resolved to seek a beta companion to lead a tranquil life, eschewing any entanglements with alphas. The establishment would not close until dawn, and Qi Xian and his companions lingered until the first light of day. Si Wuyu remained relatively sober, while the other 3 were thoroughly inebriated. Qi Xian was at least composed, whereas Jiangxing and Chen Dong leaned against each other in a drunken stupor, displaying a surprising degree of self-awareness as they supported one another. Si Wuyu assisted Qi Xian as they staggered away from the narrow street. The sky began to brighten, casting a pale hue, and they were the only souls on the deserted road, where even the slightest sound was amplified. They did not summon a driver, opting instead to hail a taxi. Si Wuyu guided his companions to a nearby bench, and he took out his phone to request a ride. His vision began to blur, and he misclicked on the app several times. Suddenly, the sound of an engine caught his attention. A vehicle was approaching, but he lacked the motivation to look. Chen Dong and Jiangxing were dozing off, their heads resting against one another. Qi Xian had his eyes closed, whether asleep or merely resting, he could not tell. The morning air was slightly chilly, causing them to shiver in the breeze. Even Qi Xian wrapped his arms around himself for warmth. A sudden screech of brakes halted in front of Si Wuyu. He blinked in surprise and lifted his gaze, instinctively widening his eyes upon recognizing the figure before him. Goodness! Who is this? Is this not the myth of the science class? Isn't this Qi Xian's boyfriend? Si Wuyu's mind raced, almost desperate to rouse Qi Xian from his stupor. Fu Zhanli stepped out of the car, his long legs hitting the ground with an air of aloofness. His piercing black eyes betrayed no emotion, yet when directed at others, they cut like a sharp blade. Clad in a thin, long black coat, the wind caught its edges, tousling his brown hair in an aesthetically pleasing manner, amplifying his distant and aristocratic demeanor. Si Wuyu found himself locked in a silent confrontation with Fu Zhanli's gaze, a chill coursing through him. It took a moment before he spoke. "Fu Zhanli, what brings you here?" At that moment, he seemed to forget the connection between Qi Xian and Fu Zhanli. Upon hearing Fu Zhanli's name, Jiangxing and Chen Dong sprang to life as if a switch had been flipped. "What?" Chen Dong exclaimed, astonished. "My father?" Jiangxing was evidently different from them. Without uttering a word, he directly pushed Si Wuyu aside. "Fu Xiuxian, Xiangu is here, and he is intoxicated." Fu Zhanli seemed unfazed by the recent interruption and strode purposefully toward Qi Xian. Qi Xian appeared to be shivering from the cold, his delicate brows furrowed, reeking of alcohol, with even the corners of his eyes tinged with a slight flush, a clear indication of his inebriation. Fu Zhanli observed Qi Xian, his striking brows knitting slightly. Jiangxing smiled. "We've all had too much to drink, and the way back with Xiangu isn't smooth, given the lack of space in the car. I kindly ask you to help us escort Xiangu home." After speaking, he swayed unsteadily and pulled Si Wuyu back, who was about to approach. "Oh dear, my head is spinning. Si Wuyu, please take care of us." He then dragged the two of them quite a distance away. Chapter 37. "Of course. I will take care of you." Fu Zhanli leaned down to gently pat Qi Xian's cheek only after they had moved a considerable distance. The air was imbued with the refreshing scent of cedar and mint pheromones, prompting Qi Xian to instinctively relax. Qi Xian remained utterly unresponsive to Fu Zhanli's touch, not even furrowing his brows, indicating how deeply he was asleep. Fu Zhanli sighed helplessly and assisted him from the chair. Qi Xian leaned entirely against Fu Zhanli, and the air he breathed was suffused with his fragrance, instilling a sense of tranquility that alleviated much of the fatigue accumulated over the past few days. Jiangxing stood nearby with Chen Dong and Si Wuyu, observing with a knowing gaze. TSK, I told you there's mutual interest between them. One is not overt enough, while the other is blissfully oblivious." Chen Dong readily agreed. Yet, Jiangxing had misjudged. It was not a lack of clarity, but rather a case of being slowly immersed in warmth. Si Wuyu, squinting at their figures, inquired about his most pressing concern. "Can two alphas truly coexist?" Jiangxing turned to him. "It seems your knowledge is rather lacking." Unable to tolerate the look of disdain, Si Wuyu retorted, "Is it not understandable for a beta like me to be unaware?" Indeed, you are quite right, Si Xiao. I have been blind." Si Wuyu rolled his eyes dramatically. Once Qi Xian entered the vehicle, the driver kept glancing back, even though he had come to pick up Fu Zhanli from Qi Xian's residence. The distance was too great for him to discern Qi Xian's features clearly, only noting that he was not unattractive. However, upon closer inspection, he found Qi Xian comparable to his own young master, albeit with an air of restlessness, likely inheriting his temperament from his mother. The driver was about to steal another glance when he sensed a piercing gaze upon him. Turning his head, he met Fu Zhanli's strikingly clear eyes, which bore into him as though he were trespassing on sacred ground. Predictably, the young man coldly remarked, "I would prefer not to find myself in the news later." The driver felt a chill run down his spine. Though Fu Zhanli was generally affable, when angered, he bore an uncanny resemblance to the two members of his family. Upon arriving at Qi Xian's home, Fu Zhanli swiftly hefted Qi Xian onto his shoulder and adeptly pressed his fingerprint to unlock the door. Qi Xian felt quite uncomfortable being carried and nearly retched. "Fu Zhanli, what are you doing here? Put me down." Only when Qi Xian regained consciousness did he realize he was being carried and struggled to free himself from Fu Zhanli's grasp. Fu Zhanli felt slightly unsteady due to the commotion, and as he was about to fall, he hurriedly grasped the handrail. Unable to restrain himself, he instinctively raised his hand, creating a momentary hush in the air. Qi Xian's previously drunken gaze sharpened into clarity as he muttered in a low, furious tone, "Fu Zhanli, this is far from over." Fu Zhanli lightly tapped. "What did you say?" Qi Xian, consumed by rage, his face flushed with embarrassment, could hardly contain his desire to retaliate against Fu Zhanli. Yet, ensnared by Fu Zhanli's firm grip, he was unable to escape, compelled to endure the onslaught. "Damn it, you better avoid me when you see me." "Oh," came the indifferent reply, and Qi Xian then felt a hand resting on his backside. To avoid a painful retaliation, he repeatedly reassured himself to endure. Just hold on. Revenge would soon be his. Qi Xian's face, either from anger or humiliation, was flushed crimson, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Appearing now like a small tiger with its claws unsheathed, feeling bullied. Noticing this, Fu Zhanli couldn't help but smirk, his dark eyes glimmering with amusement. Once Qi Xian was thrown onto the bed, he immediately flipped over and lunged at Fu Zhanli. The latter, caught off guard, was swiftly toppled, crashing onto the floor. Fortunately, the carpet cushioned the fall, but the weight of the person atop him was somewhat bothersome. "What are you doing?" Fu Zhanli grunted, veins bulging at his temples as he questioned him in a hoarse voice. Qi Xian, in a fit of rage, resorted to his skills. Yet reason reminded him that he could not truly harm the man beneath him. He could only pin him down with force. "Of course, I'm going to beat you up." Qi Xian gritted his teeth, each word punctuated with resolve. He had long coveted the opportunity to strike at Fu Zhanli's nape, and now that the chance had presented itself, he could not let it slip away. At that moment, his mind was solely occupied with the thought of biting Fu Zhanli, marking him, completely disregarding the words exchanged the day before. Fu Zhanli, observing Qi Xian's slender, expressive eyes narrowing slightly, understood his intentions. "You wish to bite me?" His voice was deep and magnetic, resonating beautifully within the stillness of the room, both enticing and provocative. Qi Xian felt as though a switch had been flipped. His gaze darkened, and the scent of rose-infused pheromones enveloped the room, immersing Fu Zhanli in a sea of roses. Fu Zhanli sensed the overwhelming desire of the alpha pheromones, striving to possess him, yet struggled to maintain control. Grasping Qi Xian's arm, he urged, "Calm down." Qi Xian lowered his lashes, gazing down at Fu Zhanli, his throat tightening as he whispered, "I want to bite you." His response echoed Fu Zhanli's previous words. Fu Zhanli paused momentarily, then smiled, his eyes crinkling. "Qi Xian, should you bite me, you are aware of the consequences." Realizing the weight of his actions, Qi Xian's pheromones softened slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke, "I want to be a scoundrel." Fu Zhanli raised an eyebrow, momentarily perplexed. Qi Xian's statement triggered a shift in Fu Zhanli's demeanor, his eyes flickering with a depth akin to a cold, turbulent lake, filled with swirling emotions, before revealing a fierce determination. The scent of cedar and mint pheromones surged forth like a tempest. As Qi Xian's legs weakened, Fu Zhanli seized the opportunity, spinning him around, and before he could comprehend the situation, Qi Xian found himself firmly restrained. Qi Xian thought, "Damn it, can someone tell him, as fellow top alphas, why Fu Zhanli's pheromones affect me so profoundly while mine merely tickle him?" Fu Zhanli coldly inquired, "What do you wish to do?" Qi Xian swallowed hard. "Bite you. But I have no desire to become a son-in-law of the Fu family." His response was blunt and unapologetic. Fu Zhanli couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. "Qi Xian, you must take responsibility for your words. Do you understand?" "What have I said?" Fu Zhanli remained silent, his deep-set eyes fixed on him. Qi Xian felt a shiver run down his spine under that gaze, frowning as he displayed his dissatisfaction. "Get off." Fu Zhanli did not budge. One of his knees rested between Qi Xian's legs while the other stayed outside, firmly grasping Qi Xian's wrist. "I am quite displeased." Chapter 38. What is our relationship? Qi Xian was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he had seen Fu Zhanli exhibit such an expression, creating a stark contrast. He raised an eyebrow, a smirk gracing his lips. "What troubles the esteemed scholar Fu? Why the unhappiness?" Fu Zhanli lowered his gaze, his dark eyes lingering upon him. In a dimly lit space, Qi Xian's elongated eyes took on an alluring charm, akin to a small hook that left Fu Zhanli parched. Qi Xian seemed aware of his own allure. His gaze is shimmering like a spring pool, evoking a sense of enchantment within Fu Zhanli's heart. Fu Zhanli suspected Qi Xian was deliberately provoking him, seeking revenge for his earlier marking. "Oh," Qi Xian suddenly exclaimed, "so the esteemed scholar Fu has cherished me for quite some time, but was too timid to voice it. Is that why you're so eager for me to enter your home? We haven't even begun to scratch the surface." Qi Xian appeared nonchalant, his rogue demeanor capable of driving the little Omegas wild. Indeed, Qi Xian had much to offer, which was understandable given the affection from both Omegas and Alphas alike. Yet, the mere thought of others coveting his Qi Xian frustrated Fu Zhanli, though he could not stifle Qi Xian's brilliance. In Fu Zhanli's eyes, Qi Xian was free. He was unfit for confinement, having grown wild and untamed. Forcing him would yield only adverse effects. Take it slow. There's no need for haste. One cannot rush the enjoyment of hot tofu. Fu Zhanli's long, thick eyelashes quivered slightly, resembling delicate wings. He slowly rose, feigning an intention to depart from Qi Xian. Seeing Fu Zhanli silence, Qi Xian feared that his words had caused him pain or triggered some painful memories. Suddenly liberated from his restraints, Fu Zhanli's collar was abruptly grasped, causing him to lose his balance and fall back, bringing them closer together. Their breaths intertwined, and Qi Xian smirked. Is Scholar Fu attempting to entice me, or merely teasing my appetite? Fu Zhanli remained silent for a moment, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. In your dreams. Shall we? Qi Xian echoed with a laugh, softly uttering those words as if seeking Fu Zhanli's approval. Fu Zhanli's laughter gradually faded into silence. He raised his gaze, meeting Fu Zhanli's shadowy eyes. As an alpha, Qi Xian understood all too well. Fu Zhanli, are you certain? It's just a kiss. I'm not an Omega, so I want to hold you accountable. Qi Xian replied with a playful tone. Well, the current Fu Zhanli appears quite kissable. He admits he is swayed by appearances. Fu Zhanli's eyes glimmered slightly. But I wish to take responsibility for you. Qi Xian chuckled, his slender eyes glinting with mischief. So, what exactly is our relationship? Fu Zhanli shook his head. What relationship do you speak of? I wish to be your boyfriend. Fu Zhanli spoke slowly, as if imprinting the words into Qi Xian's mind. Qi Xian's eyes sparkled with humor. What? Are you not afraid I might cast you aside? Willingly so. Fu Zhanli chuckled softly, his deep, magnetic voice resonating in Qi Xian's ears, causing his cheeks to flush. Qi Xian felt it was perhaps the remnants of his intoxication that made him so disoriented. He smiled lazily and leaned closer to Fu Zhanli's ear, his voice soft and smooth. Shall we give it a try? Qi Xian chuckled, tilting his chin up. Is it sweet? You'll know once you taste it. As he spoke, Fu Zhanli leaned slightly, their proximity diminishing to the point that a mere movement of lips would bring them together. Then I shall taste it. Neither had experience. They were rather naive. Fu Zhanli and Qi Xian began to engage in a subtle competition. Their pheromones intensified, no longer gentle but increasingly fervent, as if they might erupt into a clash at any moment. Qi Xian felt discomfort rising, attempting to turn away, yet to no avail. Unwilling to concede, Qi Xian kicked Fu Zhanli's knee, causing him to wince, inadvertently biting the corner of Qi Xian's mouth. Ouch! Their movements halted abruptly. Qi Xian wiped his mouth and smirked, quite sweet but rather fiery. They had been too vigorous, their lips flushed. Fu Zhanli. Captivated by the way Qi Xian's lips moved, smiled. I too enjoy taming the unruly. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the battlefield erupted into chaos once more. This time, Qi Xian emerged victorious, straddling Fu Zhanli, panting heavily, pinning his hands down. Just an hour ago, he had been in a similar position. Qi Xian lowered his gaze, his eyes fiery. Fu Zhanli, let me take a bite. I'll make you official. Hearing this, Fu Zhanli smiled, saying sure. But don't overdo it. Upon hearing his agreement, Qi Xian's mind exploded with anticipation. I'll take responsibility, but your worthiness is still to be determined. Is that acceptable? Fu Zhanli chuckled softly, his gaze toward Qi Xian enigmatic. Sure. Qi Xian felt there was something more in his gaze, as if something awaited him. However, in his current state, he was too entranced to ponder deeply. The fact that Fu Zhanli was accommodating him brought him immense satisfaction. Fu Zhanli revealed the pale skin of his neck, where a slight bulge indicated the presence of glands. His pheromones were faint, as if deliberately concealing something. After half an hour of lingering, Qi Xian finally released Fu Zhanli, gently licking the bead of blood, finding the taste pleasant. Fu Zhanli tilted his head slightly. glancing at him without speaking. The pair of pitch-black, profound eyes seemed to be brewing something, causing Qi Xian a tinge of unease. "What's the matter?" Qi Xian suppressed his inner turmoil and calmly inquired. "Regret?" Having attained what he desired, he now adopted a relaxed demeanor, indifferent to how Fu Zhanli carried on. The sky outside had brightened considerably. Sunlight poured in, illuminating the room. Qi Xian felt a surge of ominous premonition as he met Fu Zhanli's imposing gaze. Yet he found nothing amiss upon reflection. "Why are you looking at me like that?" He couldn't help but ask. In response, he heard Fu Zhanli's cool voice slowly articulate. "Qi Xian, you better not regret it." Chapter 39. Enigma. Fu Zhanli's voice carried a chilling resonance that startled Qi Xian momentarily. However, that sensation was fleeting as Fu Zhanli returned to his usual self. On Monday, Qi Xian indeed went to deliver an apology, but he was the only one present, as Fu Zhanli was absent. He suspected it was due to the events of the previous day. Perhaps he had been too aggressive, and Fu Zhanli couldn't bear it, opting not to show up. "I should not have laid hands on Fu Zhanli. That was my mistake. I will earnestly reflect on this and strive for unity and camaraderie among my classmates." Holding Fu Zhanli in high regard and treating him with the utmost care as a cherished blossom of our nation, Qi Xian rambled on, his words often misaligned, inappropriate, and at times nonsensical, clearly padding for length. This prompted a flurry of whispers and even laughter from the audience. Halfway through, he was called down, and Li Wei's gaze was decidedly unfriendly. He shouldn't have believed Qi Xian's apology. A thorough examination was warranted. Qi Xian, not particularly invested in finishing, recognized he hadn't completed his composition anyway. He had spent the entirety of the previous day with Fu Zhanli, the air thick with pheromones, rendering the room chaotic, as though it had been ransacked. Ultimately, both had conscientiously opted for a cold shower. Throughout the morning, Qi Xian felt an unsettling absence of the familiar sound of pages turning behind him. His mind was consumed with images of Fu Zhanli, leaving him inexplicably irritable. He sent Fu Zhanli a message. "Why didn't you come? Are you unwell? Surely, this couldn't be his fault again? Last time it was the hot pot. What could it be this time? Overindulgence." Qi Xian waited a long while, but received no reply from Fu Zhanli. Frowning, he exuded an aura of coldness, causing his classmates to shiver involuntarily, fearful of provoking this formidable figure with even the slightest misstep. "What is going on? Qi Xian seems off today, terrifyingly so. Is it related to Fu Zhanli? Someone help me. I can't take it anymore. I feel suffocated." A blindly guessed Qi Xian is perturbed because of Fu Zhanli, but I'm not sure why. Could it be that Fu Zhanli's absence has upset him? That improbable. Isn't it? Aren't they sworn enemies? What are you talking about? Are you on a 2G network? Their relationship has long surpassed mere enmity. I suspect Fu Zhanli's absence and lack of communication has incited Qi Xian's ire. That makes sense. I concur. I agree. After a series of continuous remarks, an individual suddenly exclaimed, "Can you not possess a modicum of common sense? Is it conceivable for two alphas to coexist in such a manner? This notion is simply unacceptable to society." Another interjected, "Indeed, I cannot fathom how you all perceive this. You have draped a veil of illusion over their relationship. Mind your own business. I shall indulge in my preferences as I please. If you find it distasteful, keep your thoughts to yourself and refrain from imposing your beliefs upon me," came the retort. "Two individuals in love shall not cower before the judgment of the world. However, I trust they will silence your criticisms. Are you bold enough to wager? Should these two unite, I challenge you to publicly humiliate yourself before the entire class. Bring it on. What have I to fear? Conversely, will you broadcast yourself indulging in excrement from a toilet? Come on, let us see." The atmosphere was rife with excitement, and the class erupted into chaos, the noise escalating to a fever pitch. Chun Dong glanced at Qi Xian, but ultimately refrained from voicing the wager. After all, it did not concern Qi Xian, who deemed it unnecessary to engage further. Meanwhile, Qi Xian was preoccupied with contemplating the reasons behind Fu Zhanli's absence. Just as he internally blamed himself, Fu Zhanli responded with a simple message, sensitive period. Those three concise words conveyed to Qi Xian that Fu Zhanli was likely struggling at that moment. What happened? Qi Xian inquired, only to realize that perhaps his marking from the previous day had triggered Fu Zhanli's sensitive phase. He quickly followed up with, "Is it because of me?" Fu Zhanli replied, "Yes. Do you intend to take responsibility?" After a moment of contemplation, Qi Xian recalled how Fu Zhanli had supported him during his previous sensitive period. Given that Fu Zhanli's current predicament stemmed from his actions, it was only right for him to offer assistance. Was it not merely a matter of marking a few more times? He believed he could manage that. Very well, just be ready for my arrival. A wicked smile crept across Qi Xian's lips, and the ominous aura surrounding him dissipated significantly, prompting another round of commentary from his peers. While conversing with Fu Zhanli, Qi Xian sensed the weight of their gazes and, with a subtle smile fading, cast a fleeting glance their way. The classmates instantly straightened up, not daring to let their eyes wander, cold sweat breaking out on their backs. Qi Xian redirected his focus to Dong, asking, "Can an alpha mark another alpha?" Dong was taken aback by the question, glancing nervously around to ensure no one overheard before he heaved a sigh of relief. "Xiange, are you serious about this?" Qi Xian frowned, urging him to dispense with the frivolities and simply provide an answer. Dong stammered, "It is indeed possible, but it can be quite painful, as alpha pheromones are inherently repellent to one another, and the pheromones from the marking do not linger for long." Qi Xian's frown deepened. Why had Fu Zhanli's pheromones managed to remain with him for such an extended period? Sensing Qi Xian's growing displeasure, Dong cautiously advised, "Xiange, think it through. Be quiet. I am aware of my limits." Dong was left dumbfounded. It appeared Qi Xian was genuinely serious about this. Had he truly developed feelings for Fu Zhanli? What had transpired between them the previous day? Could it be that Jiang Xing's meddling had truly brought them together? Jiang Xing, who had played a crucial role, sneezed unexpectedly. Dong fell silent, grappling with disbelief. Yet the reality was undeniable. Xiange has truly captured someone. Successfully securing Fu Xushen. Now, Fu Zhanli has genuinely become his father. "Xiange, may I pose a question to you?" Dong bravely inquired. Qi Xian nodded in consent. "Who are you with?" Qi Xian shot him a glance, and that look conveyed everything. Dong immediately realized the gravity of the situation. Xiange was indeed formidable, being the one on top. "Oh, by the way, Xiange, there's something I wonder if I should mention," Dong suddenly recalled, hesitating over whether to speak. Qi Xian nodded, in a pleasant mood. Dong continued, "Aside from Alpha, Beta, and Omega, there exists another gender, rather rare and quite powerful, possessing a strong desire for control over their Omega, which seems rather perilous." Qi Xian frowned, questioning if he was indeed ignorant. "What is it?" "Enigma," Dong replied. "The teacher mentioned it briefly last time, and I took note. They can mark alphas, betas, and omegas aside from themselves, and those marked become their exclusive omegas." Qi Xian instantly became intrigued, feeling that his status as a top alpha had diminished. Is it truly that impressive? They are at the pinnacle of the food chain. Dong sighed, extending his phone. "I haven't encountered one yet. I just wonder if they resemble what is depicted online." Qi Xian briefly browsed through information regarding Enigma before returning the phone to Dong. "Though formidable, I am currently your sole deity." Dong immediately flattered him. "Xiange is indeed a remarkable alpha." Qi Xian promptly dismissed the matter from his mind, treating it as mere idle chatter, and began to await an opportune moment to seek out Fu Zhanli. The room was dimly lit, yet the natural light was still ample. Fu Zhanli meticulously traced the edges of his phone, contemplating Qi Xian's words, a smile unconsciously tugging at his lips, his dark eyes resembling a predator lurking in the shadows. Fixating on its prey, he had long been prepared, merely awaiting the arrival of another. This time, he deemed it necessary to inform Qi Xian that biting him would entail consequences. Qi Xian arrived by taxi, navigating effortlessly through the familiar environment as he scanned his face and recorded his fingerprints, as if he were entering his own home. Yet, with each step deeper into the place, an unsettling anxiety began to swell within him, reminiscent of yesterday's feelings. Qi Xian sent Fu Zhanli a message. "I have arrived." The moment he dispatched the message, the door swung open, but no one emerged to greet him. The faint scent of cedar and mint pheromones wafted through. Without hesitation, Qi Xian stepped inside, his demeanor casual, utterly unaware of the imminent danger awaiting him. The interior remained unlit, the curtains tightly drawn. Qi Xian furrowed his brow, questioning why the windows were not drawn and the lights not turned on. Speaking to himself, he flicked on the light, only to find Fu Zhanli standing at the top of the stairs, observing him with eyes as deep and dark as the night, tinged with a hint of melancholy. He slightly lowered his eyelashes, concealing the fleeting madness within his gaze. "Have you arrived?" Chapter 40. Are you an enigma? Qi Xian nodded, disregarding the pheromones surrounding him. Confidently approaching Fu Zhanli. The Alpha's sensitive period craved the pheromones of someone they admired. A triumphant smile graced Qi Xian's face. "Do you want it, esteemed scholar?" Fu Zhanli lifted his eyelids slightly. "Isn't the answer already within your heart?" Qi Xian released a soothing pheromone, diluting the cedar and mint scent that filled the living room. Qi Xian was never particularly afraid of Fu Zhanli. They could only reach a stalemate. It was hard to believe that this usually composed individual could exert such force. However, upon entering the room, Qi Xian felt an unsettling shift. His alpha instincts kicked in, and even his pheromones began to take on an aggressive nature. Fu Zhanli stood not far away, his eyes dark and unyielding, as if he were a lion in the shadows, fixating on his prey. Qi Xian was acutely aware that he was the target. The powerful pheromones made Qi Xian's legs slightly weak, almost causing him to collapse. This was no ordinary alpha's pheromone. It resembled that of a more formidable being, one that could command the submission of all. A recent conversation with Chun Dong flashed through Qi Xian's mind, causing his expression to stiffen as he nearly blurted out, "Are you an enigma?" Fu Zhanli remained silent, seemingly conceding to his deduction. Qi Xian cursed under his breath, turning sharply to open the door. Bang! As the door cracked open, a deafening sound reverberated, blocking his exit. The overwhelming pressure from behind left him gasping for breath. Taking a deep breath, he turned calmly to face Fu Zhanli. "What? Do you wish to intimidate me?" Even without words, Qi Xian had nearly arrived at the answer in his mind. He pondered why Fu Zhanli was unafraid when he was in his sensitive period, and how he managed to soothe him with pheromones. What angered him further was that Fu Zhanli had purposefully allowed him to mark him yesterday. His demeanor appeared calm, yet turbulent undercurrents hinted at a trap awaiting him. Is that acceptable? Fu Zhanli's lips curled into a slight smile, neither entirely playful nor serious as he regarded him. Qi Xian felt that this inquiry was superfluous. All signs pointed to his inescapable fate, and those three words were merely a response. Regardless of his agreement, Qi Xian realized he could not fully exit through that door. His azure eyes darkened, and the soothing pheromones withdrew, without the comfort of the desired pheromones. The enigma became evidently more terrifying. The cedar and mint pheromones in the room loomed like a beast with its jaws wide open. The two stood in silent confrontation for several moments, ultimately leading to Qi Xian's capitulation. Just a bite, then. Ultimately, Fu Zhanli could be considered his boyfriend, and a temporary mark wasn't unreasonable. A flicker of surprise crossed Fu Zhanli's eyes before he regained his composure. "Qi Xian, you know that enigmas differ from alphas, don't you?" "Of course," Qi Xian replied, slightly irritated as he ran his fingers through his hair. "Isn't it just a bit more terrifying than an alpha?" "I'm not afraid." Fu Zhanli chuckled softly, seemingly unwilling to pursue the conversation further. His gaze lowered to Qi Xian. Noticing his inaction, Qi Xian frowned. "A hug will suffice." Fu Zhanli reached out, pulling him into an embrace, his fierce pheromones softening. Qi Xian found himself enveloped in his scent, and as he pushed against him, he asked, "Could we perhaps engage in something more tangible?" In his mind, there was only the notion of fighting. There was no room for gentle embraces. "Do you prefer a more violent approach?" His voice held a note of astonishment, which irked Qi Xian greatly. What did he mean by prefer? Shouldn't it be a matter of an alpha confronting another alpha in combat? Oh, he had forgotten that this dog was not an alpha. In the end, the fool was himself. Embrace, embrace, embrace. If one day isn't enough, then let us embrace for two. Qi Xian said impatiently. Fu Zhanli tightened his grip. Then let it be 2 days. Are you serious? How about 3 days? Get lost. Fu Zhanli's voice came out plaintively. I just want to soothe my pheromones. Despite his complaints, Qi Xian still provided ample pheromones, wondering why he never realized how annoyingly charming Fu Zhanli could be. You found me bothersome right from the first day? Fu Zhanli commented lightly, revealing that all alphas were indeed scoundrels. Qi Xian swallowed back the retorts that bubbled in his throat. Fine, he would not hold a grudge. There was plenty of time ahead for Fu Zhanli to endure. This man, resembling a dog, was surprisingly able to hold him quietly for an entire day, not releasing him even for a moment. When it was time to use the restroom, Qi Xian had to threaten him with a fist. Otherwise, he would have clung on to every second. For the first time, Qi Xian felt troubled, yet his heart was undeniably sweetened, which he found quite perplexing. Fu Zhanli sat quietly on the edge of the bed, his gaze fixed intently on the closed door, as if fearing that the person inside might escape at any moment. The temporary marking of the enigma would take a long time. He couldn't bear to let Qi Xian suffer through a day without his presence. The last time he bit him, it was merely to inject a bit of pheromone. He had yet to mark Qi Xian. When Qi Xian emerged, their eyes met. And he smiled playfully. What is the matter? Afraid I might fly away? Fu Zhanli nodded slowly. I can't defeat you, so I must take precautions. Qi Xian chuckled softly, unsure if he believed him. The scholarly figure seemed too delicate to fend for himself. Fu Zhanli joined in his laughter, and the gloom of the day dissipated, making him realize that the sensitive period wasn't as unbearable as he had thought. However, even so, Qi Xian could not escape the fate of studying. Fu Zhanli, aside from kissing him, only held him close, not once overstepping any boundaries. Had it not been for the events of the previous day, Qi Xian would have doubted that this person before him was anything but a paragon of virtue. After being dragged to study for an entire day, Qi Xian was nearly driven to madness. That night, he rested at Fu Zhanli's place, initially intending to sleep in the guest room, but the latter claimed that he would be uncomfortable without Qi Xian's pheromones. Qi Xian understood that feeling was indeed unpleasant, so he relented. He slept rather obediently, but to his surprise, he awoke to find himself draped over Fu Zhanli. He remained still, contemplating this position, fully aware of his own sleeping habits. Thus, he directed his gaze towards Fu Zhanli, realizing how cunning he was, almost making Qi Xian believe him. Shooting a fierce glare at Fu Zhanli, he turned over to rise, but his movements were gentle enough not to wake him. As Qi Xian washed up, he took the time to sort through his feelings, meticulously analyzing that he did not actually dislike the contact with the talisman. Even during moments of intimacy, there was no aversion, only a yearning for more. It was absurd that within just a few days, he had developed feelings for Fu Zhanli. Chapter 41. No hitting your boyfriend. Well, having feelings for Fu Zhanli was not shameful. The only concern was whether it would affect his performance. A man would only influence the speed of his punches. Qi Xian stepped out of the bathroom and raised his gaze to find Fu Zhanli, who had been sleeping, now awake and fiddling with his phone at the head of the bed. Awake? Qi Xian's voice was slightly hoarse, his eyes weary from a night filled with nightmarish formulas, more terrifying than being chased by ghosts. Fu Zhanli set his phone down and looked at him. Is someone at your place preparing breakfast? No. Qi Xian, with practiced ease, pulled out his phone and began to scroll. Fu Zhanli, understanding his actions, interjected, We can't order takeout here. So, are we supposed to starve here? Qi Xian retorted. Fu Zhanli tilted his head and replied, You did quite well yesterday. Qi Xian did not wish to engage in conversation. Yesterday, they had attempted to make fried rice while watching a tutorial and ended up burning it. After a few bites, he lost his appetite and resorted to bread, while Fu Zhanli finished the entire plate of fried rice. Damn the fried rice. He could not believe it. Qi Xian glared at him for a moment before finally, with a face as grim as a funeral, gritting his teeth and heading downstairs. Damn it, he wanted to leave this place. It was absurd to expect him to cook in such a large house when no one else could. This time, Fu Zhanli did not stop him, but allowed him to leave, seemingly waiting for something. After the door closed, he picked up his phone once more to check the time. 5 minutes later, the door opened, followed by the sound of it closing again. Damn it, Fu Zhanli, are you toying with me? Qi Xian squinted, grabbing Fu Zhanli with a hint of anger in his expression. Fu Zhanli looked genuinely innocent. I thought you were going to make breakfast. Qi Xian's slender eyes scrutinized him, as if weighing the truth of his words. He released him and sat beside him, thoroughly irritated. Why couldn't you have told me earlier that your father was back? Just as he was about to head downstairs, he noticed someone sitting in the living room, exuding a formidable presence that made Qi Xian instinctively retract his foot. He couldn't tell if the person had seen him. I intended to inform you, but I didn't anticipate you would leave so swiftly, Fu Zhanli said innocently. Qi Xian's temples throbbed with frustration, wishing he could pound him. Seemingly aware of his thoughts, Fu Zhanli smiled slightly. You can't hit your boyfriend, you know. Get lost. After Fu Zhanli went to freshen up, Qi Xian furrowed his brows in annoyance, reaching for a cigarette only to realize there was none in his pocket. This wasn't his clothing, after all. He searched for the clothes he had worn yesterday, but found nothing. When Fu Zhanli emerged and saw him in a daze, he understood what Qi Xian was looking for. Let's go eat breakfast, then head to class. It's 7 in the morning. There's still time. Weren't you the one who said there was no breakfast? Qi Xian's azure eyes regarded him, harboring a dangerous glint. My dad had someone bring some back. Qi Xian retorted. Don't worry, my dad has a decent temper. Who's worried? Qi Xian shot him a glare, clearly indicating his irritation. He was on the verge of lashing out, yet refrained from doing so. Nevertheless, a wave of anxiety coursed through him, akin to the nervousness one feels before meeting a partner's parents. If his relationship with Fu Zhanli were uncomplicated, he could proceed with candor. However, the nature of their connection was anything but straightforward. Fu Zhanli guided Qi Xian downstairs, and upon hearing the commotion, Fu Mingyuan lifted his gaze from his tablet, his expression one of surprise as he regarded Qi Xian. Dad, this is my classmate, Qi Xian. Fu Zhanli introduced. Qi Xian suppressed his usual bravado, adopting a respectful demeanor as he greeted. Hello, uncle. Fu Mingyuan offered a subtle nod, replying, Hello. Qi Xian found himself unable to decipher Fu Mingyuan's thoughts or whether he held any fondness for him. Observing that cool demeanor, Qi Xian finally understood the resemblance Fu Zhanli bore. Fu Zhanli did not acknowledge Fu Mingyuan directly. Instead, he strode toward the dining table, beckoning Qi Xian. Unbeknownst to them, Fu Mingyuan, who had been engrossed in his tablet, raised his head once more to appraise Qi Xian, scrutinizing him briefly before being summoned away by a phone call. With Fu Mingyuan gone, Qi Xian's posture relaxed, reverting to his usual self. Amused, Fu Zhanli regarded him. Why so tense? One must maintain decorum in the presence of elders. Fu Zhanli smiled, but remained silent. Qi Xian, noticing his smile, chose not to argue. After finishing breakfast, he departed for school, while Fu Zhanli returned to school a day later, prompting Chun Dong to nearly exclaim in surprise upon seeing him. Dressed in a thin sports jersey and feeling no chill after exercising, Qi Xian entered the classroom amidst a throng of peers. The back door was shut, forcing him to enter through the front, where he unexpectedly collided with Fu Zhanli, who was about to exit. Stepping back, Fu Zhanli raised his eyes to meet Qi Xian's amidst the crowd of alphas. Qi Xian pressed his lips together, silently holding his gaze for several seconds, prompting even those nearby to sense the unusual tension. Just when everyone anticipated a retort from Qi Xian, he surprisingly stepped aside, saying, After you, Fu Xiuxian. Such an amicable exchange left the class in shock. What had transpired? The notorious Qi Xian was yielding to Fu Zhanli. What kind of development was this? Had their relationship progressed to such a level? Was Qi Xian harboring intentions? Fu Zhanli dismissed the clamor behind him, casting a fleeting glance at Qi Xian before departing with his assignments. Qi Xian felt the weight of his gaze, his scalp prickling, and instinctively shifted away, muttering, Keep your distance. The perplexed Su Yang, who had been resting a hand on his shoulder, withdrew his arm, bewildered, having not yet changed clothes. Qi Xian soon felt a chill creeping in, especially since he hadn't brought a jacket. Disturbed by his restless sleep, he turned to Chun Dong. Could I borrow your uniform jacket? Chun Dong, having left both of his jackets behind, instinctively handed over his uniform upon hearing Qi Xian's request. Just as Qi Xian awaited Chun Dong's response, A familiar scent enveloped him, and he turned to find Fu Zhanli wearing a long-sleeved shirt, his sleeves rolled up, revealing his elegantly defined wrists. Noticing Qi Xian's gaze, he leisurely raised his eyes and inquired, "Aren't you cold?" Qi Xian remained silent for a considerable moment, pursing his lips before turning his head, swiftly dressing himself, and then laying down to sleep. Shandong was unfazed, yet Yi Zishan gazed at him as if he had encountered a ghost, disbelief evident in his eyes. What had he just witnessed? Were these two truly so close? Their interactions resembled those of young lovers. He hesitated, casting a glance at Fu Zhanli. Perhaps his curiosity was too apparent. Fu Zhanli turned his gaze towards him, prompting Yi Zishan to quickly shake his head. Never mind, he decided not to inquire further. Surely the answers could be found on the forum. Chapter 42. The Power of Love at Noon. Qi Xian returned to wash up and then went to lunch with Fu Zhanli. They now almost always entered and exited together, only showing restraint while at school. Others speculated that they were secretly dating, and some even reported seeing them dining together, accompanied by a blurred photo that, upon closer inspection, was recognizable. In light of this, people began to understand the relationship between Qi Xian and Fu Zhanli, both being alphas. I'm losing it. Truly. The school bully and the academic prodigy. These two are remarkably well-suited. I hope fate grants them an opportunity. If one of them could transform into an Omega, that would suffice. Please don't let my ship sink. Shouldn't the school bully treat us to a celebratory feast for winning over the elusive flower of the school? What a fanciful thought. If that were to happen, Li Wei would be the first to object, as he had devotedly nurtured his little cabbage. Indeed, the school bully is a true alpha. Despite this, Qi Xian's table was piled high with pink love letters and several cups of milk tea. He grew increasingly impatient each day, while Shandong, ever perceptive, discreetly took his share. Those little OS were undoubtedly drawn to Qi Xian's striking appearance. Their only concern was to present their offerings, indifferent to whether Qi Xian would accept them, essentially seeking trouble. Fu Zhanli, even more cold-hearted than Qi Xian, unceremoniously discarded the letters into the trash without a glance. A mere look from him was sufficient to deter anyone from placing items on his table. Nonetheless, Qi Xian was now his, and even if they harbored no romantic intentions, jealousy was an unavoidable emotion. Qi Xian remained oblivious to Fu Zhanli's feelings. Once seated, he eagerly produced his exam papers and made his way to Yi Zishan's desk. "Come on, prodigy, let us begin," he said. Ever since Qi Xian began studying with Fu Zhanli, he had rarely skipped classes or gotten into fights. His focus was solely on academics. Failing to study would only provoke his boyfriend, and the consequences of his boyfriend's anger were dire. He smiled brightly at Fu Zhanli, his long fingers tapping the paper. This was the exam he had completed yesterday. He had finished the basic questions with a high accuracy rate, which significantly elevated Fu Zhanli's mood. At the very least, Qi Xian held him in his thoughts. Fu Zhanli set aside his extracurricular reading and took out draft paper to begin teaching him. Qi Xian's gaze shifted to Fu Zhanli's profile, observing his face for a considerable time before resting on his lips. Noticing Qi Xian's silence, Fu Zhanli turned to look at him, unavoidably meeting his gaze. He decided not to shy away, asking, "Do I have the answers written on my face?" Qi Xian chuckled softly. "My eyes are tired. I'm merely resting them." Fu Zhanli pursed his lips in silence, observing that Qi Xian's mind was already engrossed in the test paper before he resumed his instruction. Noting Qi Xian's struggles in mathematics and science, Fu Zhanli began teaching him gradually, starting from the basics, ensuring that the daily workload was manageable. During this hour, Qi Xian mastered 2 types of problems, and after Fu Zhanli had guided him, he presented a few similar questions for practice. Although the process was somewhat challenging, the answers were ultimately correct. Classmates who arrived early to the classroom witnessed this scene and remained silent, aware that the unfolding events between the two had spread like wildfire on the school forum, rumors swirling that they were on the brink of something more. Qi Xian, witnessing his own progress, experienced for the first time the exhilarating sensation of academic achievement, a modest sense of accomplishment that significantly brightened his mood. Truly, Qi Xian was remarkably intelligent. Twisting a pen between his fingers, he raised an eyebrow at Fu Zhanli, asking, "How does it feel? Are you excited?" Fu Zhanli glanced at him, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes, and replied, The most crucial aspect was Qi Xian's willingness to learn. At least his mind was still engaged. Brimming with enthusiasm, he urged Fu Zhanli to tackle another problem together. "Teach me this one. Let's see if I get chased by formulas tonight." "All right," Fu Zhanli responded softly, his slender fingers gliding over the draft paper. Those secretly observing them were captivated, wondering if this was indeed love. As more people gathered, Qi Xian and Fu Zhanli appeared oblivious, lost in the ocean of knowledge. When Yi Zishan arrived, he momentarily froze upon seeing the familiar face in his seat, only to be pulled over by Dong to occupy his own spot, which was now Qi Xian's. Confused, Yi Zishan asked, "What on earth is happening?" Dong, sipping his milk tea, handed Yi Zishan a cup as well, saying, "Can't you tell? The usually combative ones are now diligently studying. Surely you can see the reason behind it?" Instinctively accepting the milk tea, Yi Zishan inquired, "Is what's on the forum true?" Dong replied, "Except for the outrageous claims, it's mostly accurate." "What qualifies as outrageous?" Dong looked at him as if he were foolish. Taking a sip of his milk tea, Yi Zishan sat down next to Dong. The afternoon consisted of one regular class, with the other 2 periods designated for self-study. The sole formal class was English, a subject Qi Xian excelled in, though he occasionally struggled with understanding the questions. The English teacher, noticing his change of seat, merely turned a blind eye. Qi Xian remained attentive, diligently listening to the lesson and asking his neighbor for clarification when necessary. After class, Qi Xian lounged lazily in his chair, one hand resting on Fu Zhanli's chair back. "Xiange, are you playing basketball?" A boisterous group of boys approached, spotting Qi Xian at the back door. Though Qi Xian rarely played basketball, when he did, it was always an exhilarating match. Earlier that morning, he had played a game with them, igniting their competitive spirits and leaving them eager for more. Qi Xian waved his hand dismissively, not playing. "Come on, Xiange, I know you have self-study in the last 2 periods. Why not join us?" Qi Xian raised his chin, gesturing towards the papers on the table. The group of individuals, upon seeing him, were left utterly astounded. "WC, Xiange, are you all right? Have you been dazed by the winds of October?" Qi Xian retorted, "Continue speaking, and I shall make you consume it." "All right, Xiange," they replied, nodding in deference. Once they departed, Qi Xian chuckled softly and turned back, only to find Fu Zhanli gazing at him, an eyebrow raised in inquiry. "What's the matter? Everything seems well." Fu Zhanli's lips curved into an alluring smile, his dark eyes glimmering with mirth. Qi Xian suddenly moved closer, aware of his boyfriend's presence, and restrained himself from acting foolishly. Fu Zhanli remained silent, yet it was evident that he was in high spirits. After creating some distance, Qi Xian scrutinized the examination paper, eager to engage, exclaiming, "Come, let the tempest rage even more fiercely." Fu Zhanli obliged his wish. Observing the fervent Qi Xian, their classmates couldn't help but gaze skyward, pondering if the sun had risen in the west. Could this be the power of love? Each day at school was followed by a prompt reminder from Fu Zhanli to check in and complete the day's tasks upon returning home. Qi Xian was entirely unfazed, his affectionate gaze towards Fu Zhanli imbued with a sense of indulgence, though perhaps it was more complex than that. Chapter 43. The thrill-seeker fearing that Qi Xian might not comply, Fu Zhanli opted for a video call instead. Just as Qi Xian had finished his grooming, he received the invitation from the esteemed scholar. Upon accepting, Fu Zhanli's handsome visage appeared on the screen. Qi Xian positioned himself beside the hairdryer, curious about Fu Zhanli's eagerness. Fu Zhanli remarked nonchalantly, "I feared I might lose sight of you in the next moment." Qi Xian chuckled softly, realizing that Fu Zhanli still remembered the last time he had been late to connect, leaving Qi Xian amidst the cacophony of a KTV, which had caused a headache. The hairdryer hummed in the background, its noise not overwhelming, allowing Qi Xian to hear Fu Zhanli's voice as he set the phone aside. From Fu Zhanli's angle, he could catch a glimpse of Qi Xian's alluring Adam's apple, exuding an irresistible charm that captivated Fu Zhanli. Below that lay his well-defined abs, the muscle lines smooth and devoid of excess fat, likely a result of his combative nature, suggesting latent explosive strength. When is the next exam? Qi Xian inquired casually while drying his hair, not yet glancing at his phone. Not hearing Fu Zhanli's response, he turned off the dryer, puzzled, and looked at the device. Observing his dazed expression, Qi Xian initially frowned but then chuckled. What do you think? Am I not striking? As an alpha with an impressive physique, 8-pack abs, and a height of 185 centimeters, he was taken aback to find Fu Zhanli equally impressive, possessing qualities that made it difficult for Qi Xian to associate him with fragility. Fu Zhanli lowered his eyelashes, perusing his homework. It's acceptable, he replied. Qi Xian raised an eyebrow, amused yet silent. It seemed Fu Zhanli preferred to maintain an air of modesty. That evening, Qi Xian focused on chemistry, while Fu Zhanli, wary of the potential pressure mathematics might impose through a screen, opted to teach Qi Xian foundational concepts. With the experience gained, Qi Xian found the learning process less daunting, managing to solve basic problems under Fu Zhanli's guidance. Qi Xian was engrossed in writing when a message from Wen Jifan popped up on his screen. Your clothes have been sent back from here, and Qinmu will personally deliver them tomorrow. I heard that your scores improved in the last monthly exam. Excellent work. Keep it up. Upon seeing the message, Qi Xian swiped to reply. Fu Zhanli glanced at him, inquiring about the matter. It's nothing, Qi Xian replied. Fu Zhanli remained silent, his gaze fixed on him. Qi Xian felt as if he were committing a betrayal right before Fu Zhanli's eyes. Torn between annoyance and amusement. It's my little dad, all right? Fu Zhanli acknowledged with a nod and returned to his work. Could this be the enigma? Such trivial actions could evoke such jealousy. Nonetheless, Qi Xian relished the feeling, a sweetness blossoming in his heart. The following day, as Qi Xian prepared to leave for class, Qinmu had already delivered the autumn attire designed by Wen Jifan. He scanned the clothing and chose a lightweight hoodie, slipping it on while grabbing a sandwich and milk before heading out. He did not forget to send a message to Wen Jifan. The pants are a bit short. I've grown 2 centimeters. Wen Jifan did not reply, and Qi Xian was not concerned. Aunt Lin shook her head in exasperation. Upon reaching the school gate, Qi Xian encountered Fu Zhanli, who had just stepped out of the car. Without hesitation, Qi Xian approached and wrapped his arms around him. You're early. Fu Zhanli glanced at him. So are you. Qi Xian's routine had nearly transformed, although he begrudgingly rose each day. The thought of Fu Zhanli motivated him to persist. Have you eaten breakfast? Yes. Then let us go. Qi Xian smiled, leaning closer to whisper, boyfriend? Fu Zhanli lowered his gaze to meet Qi Xian's, suddenly smiling, opening his lips as if to speak when a flustered voice interrupted from behind. What are you two doing? Hugging so early in the morning? Qi Xian slowly released his hold on Fu Zhanli's shoulder and turned to Li Wei. Oh, is it you, old Li? Have you had breakfast? Upon recognizing Qi Xian, Li Wei's eyes widened in surprise. Why are you here so early? It was not that he disapproved of Qi Xian's early arrival, but rather that Qi Xian had never been punctual before, often arriving after the first couple of classes. Qi Xian smiled. Old Li, don't you want me to come this early? Li Wei shot him a glare. As your teacher, I certainly hope you can greet the new day in your best state. Oldie, enough of this, I must be off. You take your time. Qi Xian knew that Li Wei had a plethora of motivational speeches ready to spill, and he feared that if he lingered, he would be late. Before Li Wei could retort, Qi Xian seized Fu Zhanli's hand and dashed away. Li Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. Let go of his hand, quickly. Qi Xian pretended not to hear and continued running, only releasing Fu Zhanli's hand once they were at a safe distance. Old Li is truly entertaining. Fu Zhanli responded with an affirmative sound, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, then stepped closer, gently intertwining his pinky with Qi Xian's. Qi Xian's smile faltered in surprise. He had not anticipated such a bold move and quickly raised his gaze to him. You want to hold hands? How exhilarating. Qi Xian teased, yet his hand instinctively curled around Fu Zhanli's fingers. Fu Zhanli's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, I enjoy a thrill. Qi Xian smiled wickedly. Why not invite the entire faculty to share in the sweet treats directly? He merely uttered this in jest. Yet Fu Zhanli took it to heart and pondered for a moment. Well, why not? It was not until a few days later that Qi Xian grasped the true meaning of excitement. Fu Zhanli arrived at school bearing hundreds of boxes of candy. Unable to manage the load alone, he enlisted the help of his bodyguards to transport the treasure to the back of the classroom. Fu Zhanli, eyes sparkling with curiosity. Fu, is today some sort of special occasion? Chen Dong, momentarily perplexed, quietly inquired, Dad, what is this all about? Are we treating everyone? Since learning of their connection, Chen Dong had taken to privately addressing Fu Zhanli as Dad. Fu Zhanli set down his backpack and, under the curious gazes of those around him, stated coolly, this is a treat for everyone. All who see shall partake. Instantly, someone in the crowd recognized the exquisite candy. The most expensive on the market, shaped like gemstones in a variety of colors, beautifully packaged. Goodness, what is Fu up to? This is my favorite candy. Last time, my dad brought back a box, and I couldn't bear to eat it. Truly, as expected of a genius, such quality. Chen Dong speculated, could this possibly be wedding candy? Fu Zhanli nodded lightly in affirmation. Now it was Chen Dong's turn to feel unsettled. Fu Zhanli was indeed impressive, creating such a spectacle. This was sheer thrill. Qi Xian had yet to arrive at school. As he groggily entered, he observed the excited crowd emerging from the classroom, clutching their elegant black boxes, smiling knowingly at him. What on earth is happening? He wondered, sensing an ominous premonition. Chapter 44. Distributing candy. Upon seeing Chen Dong grinning while distributing candy, Qi Xian's expression darkened instantly. It was obvious this was Fu Zhanli's doing. Excitement? This was madness. Wasn't this a direct challenge to Li Wei's authority? With half an hour remaining before class. But with Li Wei enforcing a 15-minute study period beforehand, they had a mere 15 minutes to distribute candy. Come one, come all, there's enough for everyone. No pushing. Please, one at a time. Chen Dong called out, reminiscent of an overzealous caretaker. Qi Xian felt embarrassed, wishing fervently to drag him away for a good scolding. What is the occasion today? Someone in the crowd curiously asked. Qi Xian merely wanted to silence Chen Dong's incessant chatter. He replied, today is my father's grand celebration. Everyone in the school is invited to enjoy candy. Feel free to say a few kind words. Since Chen Dong was aligned with Qi Xian, he would never betray him. Now that the candy came from Fu Zhanli, anyone aware of their connection would inevitably draw parallels between Fu Zhanli and Qi Xian. A chorus of playful voices erupted in the corridor, all wearing expressions that conveyed, I understand, I get it. Hush, hush, Chen Dong urged. Though his hands were still busy, let us not attract Li Wei. The crowd, understanding the unspoken cue, quieted down, while a few audacious souls called out to Fu Zhanli, who was diligently writing at the back door, Fu, wishing you and Qi Xian a lifetime of happiness. May you have a bountiful family and everlasting unity. Oh, this candy is truly delectable. It is the finest I have ever tasted in my life. This is not merely a piece of confectionery, but a testament to their love. What could be more exhilarating than the candy shared by the academic prodigy and the school tyrant? Fu Zhanli's pen glided effortlessly across the paper, yet a subtle smile graced his lips. Shall I arrange a few more tables for a lively gathering? A flippant and indifferent voice suddenly echoed from the back of the crowd. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, finding the suggestion rather appealing. Qi Xian. Only Chen Dong, who was distributing the candy, recognized the voice. The crowd gasped in surprise and instinctively parted to create a pathway. Qi Xian wore a smirk. Unlike the others clad in uniforms, he donned a black long-sleeve shirt beneath a windbreaker, paired with cargo pants and fashionable sneakers. Feeling bold? Qi Xian's tone was icy, sending an involuntary shiver down spines. Upon his arrival, the crowd hastily waved goodbye, eager to avoid confrontation. Some who had yet to receive candy dared not approach. Watching Qi Xian cautiously instead, he made his way to his seat, seemingly indifferent to Chen Dong's distribution of candy, tacitly acknowledging the situation. You really dare? Qi Xian turned to him, a scoff escaping his lips. If you provoke old Li, you'll have to summon your parents. His words held no malice, merely serving as a reminder that escalating matters could indeed bring parental involvement. Fu Zhanli narrowed his eyes. Do you wish to see your parents? That can be arranged. After all, the candy had been distributed, and parents could indeed make an appearance. Qi Xian choked momentarily, glaring at him. Do you seek death? Fu Zhanli's expression remained earnest. I seek you. Qi Xian. Following Fu Zhanli's boldness, the entire school now knew of their relationship. Everyone kept silent, refraining from informing the teachers, who were oblivious to the discussions on the forums. Thus none were aware of their union. Many admirers lamented. The most handsome school tyrant and the academic genius were together, leaving them uncertain about whom to address their future love letters. In truth, their school once had a designated heartthrob, but since Fu Zhanli's arrival, he and Qi Xian were nearly indistinguishable in their allure, each possessing unique charms, leading them to decide against including a heartthrob in their school identity. Only the school tyrant and the academic genius remained. On this day, during physical education class, Qi Xian was called to play basketball. He did not refuse. After solving a complex problem, he joined them on the court, arms draped over each other's shoulders. Xian, should you not inform the academic genius? Wen Ziyu, of similar height to Qi Xian, casually draped his arm over his shoulder. Noticing Qi Xian's unwavering consent, he hesitated slightly before speaking. Qi Xian simply smirked. No need. He is busy. Then let us go, quickly. If we linger, the court will be claimed by others. Another companion, Zhou Zhangxian, chimed in. Hey, we're missing someone. Du Fan remarked, counting heads and noting the absence of one individual. Indeed, one was missing. Zhou Zhangxian tapped his forehead, realizing that Su Yang had not arrived. Wen Ziyue inquired, should we wait for him? Zhou Zhangxian waved his hand dismissively. No need to wait. Let us secure our spots first. He'll come on his own. Qi Xian, hands tucked into his pockets, departed amidst their company. Just as the physical education teacher was counting heads, Su Yang finally arrived, panting as he joined the line, not forgetting to request leave for Fu Zhanli from the teacher. Fu Zhanli had been held back in the office by Li Wei and only appeared on the playground once the roll call and running were completed. It was against the rules to remain in the classroom during physical education, and many complained about this during the sweltering weather. After finishing his run, Qi Xian joined them for a game of basketball, completely oblivious to Fu Zhanli's presence. However, Su Yang seized a moment of rest to jest. Xian, your boyfriend truly has no fear. Qi Xian replied nonchalantly, raising his head to drink water. Su Yang recalled Fu Zhanli's earlier actions in front of Li Wei. The academic prodigy had actually shared candy with the teachers in the office. When old Li inquired what day it was, he maintained his composure, saying, Thank you for your hard work, teachers. Zhou Zhangxian could no longer contain his laughter, exclaiming, I never expected Fu Xiuxian to be so cunning. Indeed, the teachers worked hard. Wen Ziyu joined in the laughter. Only Fu Xiuxian could remain so unfazed. Qi Xian shot them a glance. Is it really that amusing? The chilling words caused them to promptly silence themselves. Well, Xian was the mightiest, the true powerhouse of the school. They exchanged no further pleasantries and headed straight to the basketball court, quickly putting the matter behind them. Fu Zhanli was waiting to pay, a bottle of water in hand, when suddenly someone in front turned to look at him, their gaze piercing and unavoidable. Fu Zhanli raised an eyebrow, regarding her with indifference. What? Fu Zhanli, 2 alphas will never result in anything, she retorted. Fu Zhanli swiftly averted his gaze, seemingly dismissive of her presence. I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear? Zhou Man had once harbored feelings for Fu Zhanli, but his aloof demeanor made him difficult to approach, compelling her to shift her affections toward Qi Xian, who was much more open to romantic pursuits. As she anticipated, Qi Xian agreed to her, yet she never experienced the obligations of being his girlfriend. Now that Qi Xian had cast her aside to be with Fu Zhanli, Zhou Man felt an intense loathing toward them, mixed with a sense of bitterness. Fu Zhanli's dark eyes were as cold as ice. Is that so? I thought a stray dog had wandered out. Known for his sharp tongue and lack of courtesy towards unfriendly individuals, Fu Zhanli did not hold back. Zhou Man glared at him fiercely, yet she was simultaneously enamored, muttering, You both are truly repulsive. Fu Zhanli's gaze grew even icier. Only you are repulsive. A stifled laugh escaped someone nearby, who discreetly captured a few photos out of Zhou Man's sight. Although many disapproved of two alphas being together at school, it provided a source of amusement for others. They understood their own preferences and enjoyed them. Love, after all, was not dictated by the judgments of others. Ignoring the disdainful gaze directed at him, Fu Zhanli spoke in a nonchalant manner. Are you ready to settle the bill? If not, please step aside. He had some recollection of Zhou Man. She was Qi Xian's former Omega girlfriend. It was precisely this association that made Fu Zhanli remember her a bit longer. Despite the politeness in his tone, he deftly maneuvered past her to complete his transaction. Qi Xian's drink had already been consumed, and if he did not hurry, he might soon find himself parched. Fuming at Fu Zhanli's retreating figure, Zhou Man hastily paid for her purchase. She intended to bring the water to Qi Xian. However, as she exited the supermarket, several unfriendly girls approached her, blocking her path. Zhou Man, feeling irritated, snapped, "Don't obstruct my way." The leading girl, an alpha, was more imposing than Zhou Man. Although Zhou Man preferred to avoid confrontations, it seemed these girls had decided to target her today. "What do you want?" she inquired. "Oh, nothing much. We just wanted to invite you for a bite," one of them said, casually grabbing Zhou Man without concern for the Alpha-Omega distinction. "Let us discuss it here." Zhou Man understood they were intent on causing her trouble. "Isn't this inappropriate? It could lead to unfavorable consequences." The Alpha replied, "I've been irritated by you for quite some time, so come with us." Before Zhou Man could react, they forcibly dragged her away, determined not to let this Omega spoil their plans. By the time Fu Zhanli arrived, Qi Xian was still engaged in his activities. Patiently, he waited under the shade outside. Su Yang, with keen eyes, quickly spotted Fu Zhanli and teased, "Xiange, your boyfriend is here." His voice announced to everyone that Fu Zhanli was waiting for Qi Xian, prompting curious glances towards Fu Zhanli's direction. Qi Xian clicked his tongue, turned back, and effortlessly tossed the ball into the hoop, striding outside without a backward glance. "Xian, off to find your boyfriend already? Are you abandoning us just like that?" Su Yang shouted, his voice loud enough for everyone in the playground to hear. With a playful curse, Qi Xian called Su Yang an idiot as he continued to approach Fu Zhanli. "What brings you here?" Qi Xian naturally accepted the already open drink. Tilting his head back to take a sip, his attractive Adam's apple bobbing enticingly with the motion. Fu Zhanli unabashedly gazed at him. "You are here." Such succinctness. Qi Xian chuckled, handing him the bottle. "You should return to your studies." Fu Zhanli countered, "Sports do not allow for retreat." "Where were you before?" Qi Xian inquired. "In the library." Qi Xian was reluctant to engage in conversation. What was the difference between the library and the classroom? "Xiange, are you still playing?" Zhou Zhengxian approached with a question. "No more. You all carry on," Qi Xian replied, preparing to change his clothes. Su Yang, feeling disgruntled, asked, "You're not really going to accompany the academic prodigy, are you?" In their eyes, Fu Zhanli appeared delicate and incapable of self-sufficiency, thus requiring the companionship of his boyfriend. "Behave." Qi Xian affectionately ruffled Su Yang's hair, grinning. "After all, it's important to share the love." "Xiange, that one do, you should stay with the academic genius." Wen Ziyao chimed in, displaying a sense of fairness. "My father is definitely the rightful heir," Chun Dong interjected, enjoying the unfolding drama. "How could you have such a foolish son?" Zhou Zhengxian retorted bluntly. Chun Dong sprang up and engaged him in a scuffle. Qi Xian, uninterested in their antics, decided to take Fu Zhan away to change clothes. "What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" From a moment, he spoke with Su Yang. It was evident that Fu Zhan's mood was rather low. He pressed his lips together and refrained from looking at Qi Xian. Qi Xian paused, a teasing glint in his eyes as he regarded Fu Zhan. "Could it be that you're genuinely upset over something so trivial? Just a simple touch of Su Yang's hair, and you're feeling possessive?" "You are mine," Fu Zhan stated, his gaze steady and his tone indifferent. Yet, Qi Xian sensed an undercurrent of grievance in those words. Noticing Fu Zhan's intense stare, Qi Xian felt a twinge of irritation. But surely, a little physical contact now and then is permissible? Absolutely not, Fu Zhan coldly rejected. It's too intimate. At a loss for words, Qi Xian could only frown and sigh. Fine, whatever Fu Xiuxian says goes. A flicker of amusement danced in Fu Zhan's eyes. The two lingered in their affectionate exchange until the bell rang, and the sounds of bustling students outside finally released him from their moment. Lately, Qi Xian couldn't shake the feeling that Fu Xian had become increasingly fond of physical affection. His little gestures had certainly multiplied. However, he soon rationalized this. After all, they were newly in love, and given his own charm, it was only natural for Fu Zhan to feel a bit possessive. Qi Xian held a robust confidence in his own appearance. When Su Yang entered the changing room and spotted Qi Xian still lingering, he was taken aback. "Xian, you haven't left yet?" Qi Xian replied, "It's too hot outside, so I decided to stay in here for a while." When Ziyu glanced outside, although the sun was not particularly fierce, the humidity was palpable, making it understandable. After exchanging pleasantries with them, Qi Xian returned to the classroom with Fu Zhan. Once seated, he contemplated for a moment before addressing Fu Zhan. "Li Gu, may I request a day off this weekend?" Fu Zhan lifted his gaze, naturally drawn to Qi Xian's lips. Whenever Qi Xian called him Gu, it signaled that he had a favor to ask. "What is the matter?" "I wish to go out and have some fun," Qi Xian confessed. He had been engrossed in studying with Fu Zhan for some time, without indulging in leisure. Recently, after playing basketball, the desire for adventure had resurfaced. Expecting Fu Zhan to decline, he was pleasantly surprised when Fu Zhan nodded readily. "All right, but you must check in with your English studies every day." Though Qi Xian had a solid foundation in English, he was aware that he had yet to reach the level of proficiency he desired. "Very well." Qi Xian slowly turned his head, aware that while everyone outside believed he had the upper hand over Fu Zhan, in private, it was quite the opposite, given the weight of their respective statuses. Chapter 46. Is today as sweetness satisfying? After receiving permission, Qi Xian spent the final class playing video games with Chun Dong and the others. He leaned back lazily, casually engaging in the game, but upon closer inspection, one could see his gameplay was ferociously skilled. Chun Dong exclaimed excitedly, "Xian, you are truly my idol." With a relaxed and carefree tone, Qi Xian replied, "Keep it low-key." Chun Dong was so engrossed in the game that he failed to hear Qi Xian's words, continuing to shower him with praise. "Xian Dad, please carry me. It's been ages since I've had a winning streak." He then started scolding his teammates. "Don't you have your eyes on the game? Did you not see the jungler surrounded in the wild? Is he just sitting under the tower?" Qi Xian gazed at the darkening screen, unfazed unlike Chun Dong, who was visibly angry. "Don't speak. It will ruin the atmosphere," he said lazily, re-engaging with the game. Chun Dong fell silent, unable to resist praising Qi Xian's impressive maneuvers, and even Su Yang turned to give him a thumbs up. A faint smile crept across Qi Xian's lips, and just as he opened his mouth to speak, he felt a gentle prod from behind. While controlling the jungler to secure the buff, he glanced back, his voice unexpectedly hoarse. "What is the matter?" Fu Zhanli's dark eyes slowly shifted from the nape of his neck to his brows. "Keep it down. It's self-study." Chun Dong quickly chimed in. All right, we'll be quiet and won't disturb your studying, Dad." Whether it was the pleasure derived from Qi Xian's obedience or Chun Dong's playful address, Fu Zhanli found his mood considerably improved from the initial irritation. During the last class, Li Wei adjusted the seating arrangements, placing Fu Zhanli and Qi Xian together. Expecting some discontent from their peers, they were surprised when everyone erupted in cheers, leaving Li Wei bewildered. "What's all this noise about? It's just a seat change. Are you all envious?" With Fu Zhanli's assistance, Qi Xian's grades had seen a notable improvement. "If you all did the same, I wouldn't be so worried." Qi Xian smirked at the remark. A 15-point increase was indeed significant. No, let Brother Xian enjoy his privileges," the others chuckled. These boys, Li Wei assumed they were reveling in misfortune and pretended to scold them. Su Yang, seemingly invigorated, cheekily asked Li Wei, "Old Li, is the candy sweet today? Is it delicious?" Upon hearing this, the group rallied, clamoring about the sweetness of the candy. Though Li Wei was puzzled by their antics, he confirmed, "It's quite sweet." The noise grew louder, even reaching the classrooms below. Li Wei feigned a reprimand. "What are you shouting for? Get back to your studies." "Old Li, sweet candy is just right," they retorted. "Of course, it's sweet. It's no ordinary candy." "Old Li, it's good that you like it." Li Wei found it all rather absurd. Isn't candy supposed to be sweet, not bitter? Su Yang replied. Old Li, you wouldn't understand. Li Wei, unwilling to engage further, worried that their noise might attract unwanted attention from other classes. Just as he finished his admonition, a few heads popped in from outside. Teacher Li, that candy is truly sweet. It's the best I've ever had. Fu Xian's candy has a magical quality. I hope it helps me score higher. Please give me a few more pieces of a scholar-esque candy. Qi Xian lifted his gaze, a subtle smile gracing his lips, thinking how foolish they were. Fu Zhanli, for once, paused his writing and looked at them, offering a gentle smile. The sight of two such handsome alphas together was truly delightful, making their hearts soar. Suddenly, the candy in their mouths tasted even sweeter. Li Wei declared, since it's sweet, you should hurry and thank the one who provided you with the candy. Everyone spoke in unison. Thank you, Fu Xian. Subsequently, with remarkable synchronicity, they added, thank you, Qi Xian. Once they had dispersed in a cheerful uproar, Li Wei inquired, does today's candy also include Qi Xian's share? Indeed, Su Yang replied loudly. It was they who treated us previously. Laughter erupted once more. Li Wei, feeling gratified, observed the camaraderie and affection among the group, his heart swelling with joy. Even Qi Xian, who had once been quite boisterous, had notably subdued his demeanor. Qi Xian smirked. It's time to teach them a lesson for daring to joke about me. Yet, inexplicably, he felt an unusual sensation within. He did not feel repulsed, nor did he harbor any anger. Had he unconsciously begun to accept all that Fu Zhanli represented? Qi Xian turned to glance at Fu Zhanli, who was engrossed in drawing beside him. Their desks had been rearranged, and they now sat together. To avoid hindering Fu Zhanli's performance, and due to their considerable height obstructing others' views, Li Wei had adjusted their positions, placing them 2 rows ahead, making it the third-to-last desk. This was Qi Xian's first time sitting so close to the front, a position he found somewhat uncomfortable, as it might impede his grand ambitions. Thus, he proposed to Fu Zhanli, shall we mention the seating arrangement to Old Li, so you can sit in front while I sit behind? Fu Zhanli paused, his dark eyes fixed on him, coolly stating, I intend to tutor you. Qi Xian replied, there's ample time after class. Fu Zhanli averted his gaze, remaining silent. But Qi Xian understood his reluctance and sighed. Very well, we shall remain as we are. Li Wei, noticing their quiet study, had already exited the classroom. The other students, hearing their conversation, instinctively glanced towards Qi Xian and Fu Zhanli. From their vantage point, they could see Qi Xian smiling, gazing affectionately at Fu Zhanli, his expression radiating tenderness, which prompted another wave of screams. Was this not the very essence of doting upon one's partner? Unbelievable. Both were selflessly considering each other, yet ultimately, Fu Xian triumphed. Oh dear, Xiangu, you must give us some respite. Qi Xian suppressed his smile and looked over, tormenting the dogs. He chuckled softly, neither confirming nor denying. All right, let us draw the line. Otherwise, we might truly have to meet the parents. Understood, Xianye. The school's forum erupted in another frenzy. Fu Xian and Qi Xiaoba's wedding candy is simply delightful. As we have witnessed, the concept of meeting the parents for the school bully is vastly different from ours. Please allow their love to flourish, solidify this couple. Another day of slumber approached. I can't take it anymore. Fu Xian is truly remarkable. He actually treated the entire school to their wedding candy. The most resentful exclaimed, I had some today, and it was incredibly sweet. Please give me another serving. Thank you. A cute girl chimed in. If I heard correctly today, Qi Xiaoba even mentioned hosting a banquet. Cupid interjected. Did you mishear? Didn't you catch that Qi Xiaoba was merely jesting? If it were true, it wouldn't concern us. Today, a milk tea enthusiast mused. Oh, I must remain optimistic. Perhaps Fu Xian will indeed. Cupid replied. That is certainly a possibility. Chapter 47. Speaking plainly, Qindong was once again scrolling through the forum. Intrigued by the discussions surrounding today's wedding candy, he decided to sit down at Qi Xian's desk behind him. Xianye. They're speculating whether you two will host a banquet for everyone. Qi Xian lightly tugged at the corner of his mouth, saying, why not let them create a ruckus in the bridal chamber? Upon hearing this, Fu Zhanli cast a sidelong glance in his direction. Dong, feeling invigorated, replied. It's not entirely out of the question. No sooner had he spoken than someone lightly smacked the top of his head, retorting, dream on. Dong furtively glanced at Fu Zhanli and lowered his voice. Xian, I've heard that 2 alphas in that regard must be quite formidable. You ought to exercise some restraint. My father doesn't seem like someone who could withstand it. Fu Zhanli stiffened momentarily, his lips twitching slightly. Yet he feigned ignorance and continued with his work. Qi Xian had no intention of explaining his relationship with Fu Zhanli to them. Indeed, it would be even better if everyone knew he was the dominant one. I am fully aware of my own boundaries, Qi Xian thought, lifting his eyelids slightly. Oh, Dong said, half convinced. After the final class, Fu Zhanli made a trip to the office, and Qi Xian seized the opportunity to slip away with Dong. Upon returning, Fu Zhanli noticed their absence, his gaze darkening, and his lips pressed tightly together. His previously good mood was abruptly overshadowed by a looming storm. He inquired of a nearby individual, "Where is Qi Xian?" The person, a rather shy beta, stumbled over his words. Xian went out. Fu Zhanli thanked him and, once seated, checked the vicinity for any potential threats before reaching for his phone. The chat interface with Qi Xian still lingered from the previous day. He casually sent a question mark. Qi Xian did not respond immediately, and Fu Zhanli knew he had once again climbed over the wall. He redirected his attention to his exam paper, though his thoughts meandered far from it, a sense of inexplicable irritation gnawing at him. Why didn't he inform him beforehand? Why did he leave without a word? No reply to his messages. This question echoed persistently in Fu Zhanli's mind. After glancing at his phone 10 times, Qi Xian finally replied with a mere period. Fu Zhanli needed no further contemplation. The timing aligned perfectly with Qi Xian's escapade. A solitary symbol indicated that Qi Xian wished to keep his outing a secret. "Where are you?" Fu Zhanli sent coldly, his dark eyes veiled in frost. "Just full and bored." Qi Xian's response was nonsensical, and before he could muster a retort, Fu Zhanli sent, "Sunbathing off campus?" Seeing Qi Xian had not followed, Dong curiously asked, "Xian, did you leave? If we don't hurry, they'll think we're afraid." "I'm here," Qi Xian replied, unsure of what to send, eventually opting for an emoji. Dong, noticing the smile on Qi Xian's lips, remarked, "Has my dad found out?" Qi Xian replied nonchalantly, relieved he had escaped quickly. "Xian, do you think the study genius will have you firmly under his thumb? We might never get to hang out again. What are you thinking?" Qi Xian shot him a glance. "It's still early." Dong, slow to realize, responded, "That's true." Qi Xian had indeed stood up the driver more than once. So he always returned from fights by taxi. As night fell, he meandered home beneath the streetlights, his features both exquisite and wild. Qi Xian sensed something amiss and shifted his gaze from his phone, only to behold a figure standing ahead. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. "What brings you here?" Fu Zhanli's pitch-black eyes quietly regarded him, devoid of any discernible emotion. The dim light rendered it difficult for Qi Xian to ascertain whether Fu Zhanli was angry. It must be said that Fu Zhanli's silent presence exuded an invisible pressure, his sharply contrasting eyes seeming capable of piercing into one's soul. Noticing Fu Zhanli's silence, Qi Xian attempted to evoke a smile, but the movement tugged at the wound at the corner of his mouth, causing him to wince in pain. Finally, Fu Zhanli stirred, a flicker of concern appearing on his previously expressionless face. "Are you hurt?" Qi Xian dismissed it nonchalantly, waving his hand. "It's just a minor injury. I'll be fine shortly." Fu Zhanli remained silent, the shadows thickening around them as they stood in the dim light of a street lamp. He produced his phone for illumination. "Show me," he commanded. Qi Xian let out a scoff. "See for yourself." He inadvertently tugged at the wound again, drawing in a sharp breath. Fu Zhanli sighed in exasperation. "Will you fight again next time?" "Of course," Qi Xian replied without a second thought. "They've already come to my doorstep. I cannot let this grievance go unpunished." Fu Zhanli was struggling to suppress his gaze on the wound at the corner of Qi Xian's mouth, which was small yet slightly swollen and bleeding. His long, pale thumb gently brushed along the edge, his eyes dark with unspoken thoughts. Qi Xian could not discern Fu Zhanli's expression, nor did he hear any words from him. Would it be wrong? Is the wound more serious than I thought? The anger surged within Qi Xian as he recalled how, for some inexplicable reason, he had been targeted repeatedly, even managing to evade some blows. Damn it! If I see them again, I'll make sure to beat them to a pulp. Suddenly, he felt warm breath cascading over him, imbued with the scent of cedar and peppermint, and then soft, cool lips pressed against his. Fu Zhanli kissed him cautiously, deftly avoiding the wound. Qi Xian was taken aback by Fu Zhanli's boldness, momentarily stunned, but soon reciprocated the kiss slowly. He was not one to be pushed around. If Fu Zhanli kissed him, he would certainly kiss back. Anything less would be a disservice. It seemed Fu Zhanli understood this little quirk of his, for after pulling away, he pressed his lips against Qi Xian's brow and eyes. Can we refrain from fighting in the future? Qi Xian was at a loss for words. His gaze fixated on Fu Zhanli as he instinctively replied, "Why?" Fu Zhanli spoke softly. "It pains me to see you hurt. Qi Xian chuckled lightly, "Apure, unblemished lauter." His slender, affectionate eyes sparkling with allure, leaving Fu Zhanli feeling a delightful itch in his heart. "But I rather enjoy seeing you concerned for me. Yet, one cannot jest with their own well-being." Fu Zhanli's expression was earnest. Qi Xian paused for a moment before slowly responding, "All right." Fu Zhanli felt relieved. "Are you hungry?" "Very." Qi Xian licked his lips, "But I crave something else more." Fu Zhanli's expression turned serious. "Please speak plainly." "Fine, I want to tease you," Qi Xian sighed. Feeling somewhat helpless, the one who kissed him was also the one refusing him, leaving him uncertain about how to navigate the situation. Initially, the two had decided to dine out, but upon seeing the injuries adorning Qi Xian's body, Fu Zhanli's mood swiftly shifted from clear skies to overcast. Not only was dining out off the table, but Qi Xian had nearly succumbed to the cold. "Life is not easy," Qi Xian sighed. Chapter 48. Quite charming. Qi Xian bore several faint marks, and though Fu Zhanli found the task of applying medicine to be somewhat tedious, he noticed Fu Zhanli's troubled demeanor and prudently remained silent. After applying the ointment, Fu Zhanli observed the silence linger and shifted his gaze from Qi Xian's slender waist to his sharply defined profile. "Why the silence?" Qi Xian replied. "What is there to discuss? The process of the fight?" Fu Zhanli lowered his gaze, his fingertips applying slight pressure to Qi Xian's waist, prompting him to wince and leap back, his elongated, almond-shaped eyes flashing with indignation and confusion. "What are you doing? Are you rubbing salt in the wound? Don't think that just because you're with me, I won't dare to hit you." Seeing him resemble a feisty little tiger, Fu Zhanli allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. "Just a reminder for you." Suppressing the urge to roll his eyes, Qi Xian returned to his seat. "Fu Zhanli, I am hungry." Fu Zhanli silently retrieved his phone, but upon noticing Qi Xian's actions, he frowned and stated, "No takeout." The resentful tone made Fu Zhanli's fingers pause momentarily, and he lifted his eyelids. "Shall we dine out then?" "All right." Thus, Qi Xian led Fu Zhanli to the barbecue place they had visited previously, the same spot where Fu Zhanli had come to pick him up that morning. As Fu Zhanli surveyed the surroundings, he felt as if he were in a dream. He was not entirely comfortable with the environment. Over the past few days, Qi Xian had come to realize that this scholarly figure had a penchant for cleanliness, and such an ambience might be unsettling for him. Yet, with a mischievous smile, Qi Xian quipped, "Fu Xiuetian, do lower yourself a bit and grant me this favor." Fu Zhanli frowned. He did not find the place particularly distasteful, but its suddenness made him uncomfortable. Conversely, Qi Xian, who certainly was not from an ordinary family, seemed quite at ease. The owner, upon seeing Qi Xian, approached warmly to take their order. "Back again? Is it the same as last time?" Noticing Fu Zhanli's unfamiliarity, she recognized it was his first visit. After all, Fu Zhanli's aura did not align with this venue, his expression serene, as if he would never have set foot here were it not for the person before him. Qi Xian waved dismissively. "No, I want tea drinking today." He handed the menu to Fu Zhanli, who did not take it, but merely glanced at it. "You decide." Without further ado, Qi Xian ordered what he desired. Though the environment was lacking, it was sufficiently clean. How do you know about places like this? It was not that Fu Zhanli looked down upon these establishments, but rather that Qi Xian's demeanor surprised him. After all, Qi Xian had previously struck him as arrogant and ostentatious, as though he could not tolerate a speck of dust, yet here he was, grounded and relatable in private. Fu Zhanli had only gleaned a few personal details about Qi Xian. Much remained a mystery to him, as he wished to avoid intrusive methods of discovering more. Instead, he aspired to gradually immerse himself in Qi Xian's life, uncovering its layers bit by bit. He was Qi Xian, whom he noticed only after transferring schools. Yet he felt no fondness for him, even ignoring his provocations. At that time, he perceived Qi Xian as a ruthless and dim-witted alpha. But later he realized he had been mistaken. Shundong and the others. Qi Xian's elongated eyes, illuminated by the warm light, were particularly captivating. His thin lips slightly parted. Their family situation isn't ideal. I often treat them to meals, and they feel uncomfortable, yet they can't afford high-end places. So they can only bring me to these venues. Fu Zhanli lowered his eyelashes, remaining silent. Qi Xian continued, interestingly, when I first arrived here, I was much like you, perhaps even more overt in my demeanor, nearly turning to leave outright. However, after their persuasion, I chose to stay, only to be met with swift repercussions. Fu Zhanli murmured. Shundong is a decent person. I have always had a keen eye for character. Qi Xian's gaze sparkled mischievously as he looked at him. If you have requests, you should voice them directly. Once spoken, the other party must comply. He replied softly, yet did not express any clear stance. Qi Xian seemed unwilling to relent. Leaning closer, scholar, just agree, it's a minor request. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Otherwise, I would be quite heartbroken. Until the barbecue arrived. Fu Zhanli did not offer him a definitive response. Qi Xian cast several displeased glances his way, nearly resorting to forcibly extracting a response. However, this minor interlude soon passed, and Qi Xian and Fu Zhanli engaged in a casual conversation while the proprietress's business thrived, with a number of Omegas arriving. The proprietress beamed with delight, generously providing them with several complimentary skewers. What's going on? She chuckled, her eyes nearly squinting with glee. It's because you are so appealing. A considerable number of patrons have come in, all inquiring about you. Upon hearing this, Qi Xian turned to look, and to his surprise, many people had gathered inside the shop, while the chefs seemed to wish for extra hands. Noticing Qi Xian glance their way, the young Omegas blushed and lowered their heads, yet peeked at him furtively. There was no denying it. He truly attracted attention. Qi Xian smiled lazily, feeling particularly joyful. Lucky charm. No sooner had he spoken than a wave of low laughter erupted nearby. Qi Xian turned to confront the source of the sound. What are you laughing at? Nothing. I just think your metaphor is quite apartment. A lucky cat seems to suit you well. Fu Zhanli's earnest declaration left Qi Xian half convinced. Qi Xian glared at him. After the proprietress set down the barbecue, she hurried off to attend to other matters. Fu Zhanli and Qi Xian were leisurely enjoying their meal. In truth, it was Qi Xian who was eating more, while Fu Zhanli sampled each dish, opting for seconds only on those he found agreeable. Qi Xian found his demeanor amusing, perceiving him as quite adorable at that moment. Beyond that, he struggled to find any other words to describe him. He appeared to desire the food, yet hesitated, furrowing his brow as if engaged in a prolonged internal struggle before finally placing it in his mouth. Excuse me, may I get to know you? As Qi Xian was watching Fu Zhanli eat and preparing to tease him about the slight blush on his cheeks, a crisp and cautious voice suddenly chimed beside him. Fu Zhanli remained silent, his dark eyes fixed upon the Omega. I admire you. May I have your contact information? Noticing Qi Xian and Fu Zhanli both gazing at him, he felt a surge of nervousness, yet the encouraging voices of his friends behind him bolstered his confidence. He considered himself quite handsome, standing out among the other Omegas with his exquisite features and soft demeanor, easily evoking the protective instincts of alphas. Qi Xian, with his slightly tousled hair, possessed a strikingly handsome face with sharp contours, fair skin, and a prominent nose. His azure eyes held a captivating allure, reminiscent of countless stars, drawing others in. He and Fu Zhanli were undeniably eye-catching in this gathering. Chapter 49. Is the scholar implying something? In stark contrast to Qi Xian, Fu Zhanli's innate nobility could not be concealed even in the slightly chaotic environment. When silent, he resembled a pure snow lotus, exuding an air of cold elegance. However, the Omega found Qi Xian to be more approachable, thus summoning the courage to request his contact information. Clenching the hem of his shirt and his phone, the Omega felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The world seemed to fade away, leaving only the three of them. He was certain his face was flushed red, and after 3 long seconds, he finally saw Qi Xian move. Qi Xian tilted his chin slightly upwards, warm light casting a glow on his facial contours. With a nonchalant yet expressive tone, he said, "We can get to know each other, but there's no need for contact information." Although his demeanor was relaxed, there was no hint of disrespect. The Omega looked at him in surprise. "May I ask why?" He had not detected any Omega pheromones from Qi Xian, nor even Alpha pheromones. He was either a top-tier Alpha or a Beta. "Someone's here." Qi Xian glanced at Fu Zhanli, his tone affectionate yet somewhat fierce. Following his gaze, the Omega saw Fu Zhanli silently seated, fiddling with the barbecue, seemingly contemplating which skewer to choose. Suddenly, it dawned on him that Fu Zhanli was already taken. "I'm sorry, I didn't know." Qi Xian waved his hand dismissively. "Well, we've met. It's getting late. Let's finish eating and head back." "All right." The Omega left, his cheeks still flushed, but he wasn't disheartened. At least he hadn't been embarrassed. Moreover, the two of them were undeniably attractive, resembling a perfect couple when standing together. Returning to his friends, they eagerly inquired, "So, how did it go? Did you get it?" The Omega shook his head. "No, he's taken." His friends looked slightly disappointed, but the Omega's next words piqued their interest. Qi Xian leaned closer to Fu Zhanli. "For you, I turned down an Omega's invitation." Fu Zhanli smirked. "So? A kiss in return?" Qi Xian's mischievous thoughts surfaced. Fu Zhanli, somewhat exasperated, pinched the bridge of his nose. Previously, he had always wanted to mark him, and now he was contemplating kissing. "Are you sure here?" Qi Xian sensed something amiss and turned to glance at their table of onlookers. It was just moments ago that Omega and his companion, upon noticing Qi Xian's gaze, instinctively turned to enjoy their meal, occasionally stealing glances in his direction. Qi Xian mused, although he did not particularly care. He felt a sudden wave of shyness wash over him. Fu Zhanli, with a chill in his tone, remarked, "You too can feel shy?" Qi Xian forced a smile, his eyes betraying irritation. "Do you wish to be hit?" He fell silent, jotting down notes. After finishing their meal, considering Fu Zhanli had hardly eaten, Qi Xian suggested he wait at the bus stop for a moment while he hurried off to procure a bowl of porridge. Fu Zhanli, taken aback, asked, "Is this for me?" Qi Xian, initially inclined to respond with sarcasm, redirected for the dog. Wasn't Fu Zhanli, indeed, akin to a dog? Fu Zhanli, however, was unfazed by the comment, a charming smile gracing his lips. The street was quiet, with only a few pairs of pedestrians occasionally passing by. Standing beside Qi Xian, Fu Zhanli suddenly inched closer. The streetlight illuminated their tall figures, casting a shadow that appeared as if they were leaning into one another. Qi Xian lowered his gaze, sensing Fu Zhanli's pinky entwining with his own. He tilted his head, raising his eyes. Is the academic prodigy hinting at something? Fu Zhanli lowered his lashes. Yet the warmth of affection in his eyes could not be concealed. Indeed, the surroundings were tranquil, a gentle breeze rustling the hem of their garments. Fu Zhanli's gaze fell upon Qi Xian's exquisite features, his deep-set eyes reflecting an indescribable longing, akin to an ocean brimming with love, utterly irresistible. Qi Xian, peering into Fu Zhanli's eyes, saw his own reflection. With a playful smile, he leaned in to kiss those slightly cool, delicate lips. It was merely a fleeting brush, devoid of desire, yet it sent his heart racing. As he felt Fu Zhanli's warm, moist kiss, his eyes darkened, breath nearly stifled, but he quickly responded, deepening the innocent peck. Aware that others might pass by, Qi Xian swiftly withdrew, appearing quite the rogue. Fu Zhanli's fingertips brushed against the corner of Qi Xian's lips, caressing gently, his voice husky. "Does it still hurt?" The barbecued food they had earlier was mildly spicy, but seeing Qi Xian relish it, Fu Zhanli had refrained from intervening. Qi Xian, slightly breathless, chuckled softly. It did hurt initially, but a kiss made it better. He rolled his throat, a smile escaping. Who knew such a remedy existed? There's much you remain unaware of. Fu Zhanli nodded in agreement. So, Qi school bully, will you teach me? Qi Xian licked his lips, a smile dancing at the corners. All right. Upon returning home, Fu Zhanli noticed the bright lights and momentarily hesitated before resuming his stride, carrying the takeaway porridge inside. After changing his shoes, he entered to find someone seated in the living room, his alpha father. Little dad, Fu Zhanli greeted lightly. Out having fun? The man, Shang Shishua, was clad in casual home attire, his dark hair slightly damp, as if he had just returned. Fu Zhanli responded tersely, clearly not wishing to engage further. Shang Shishua turned his head, his narrow eyes exuding a dangerous aura, sharp and piercing like a blade. The elegantly angled and sharp eyebrows, coupled with finely pressed lips and a distinctly chiseled profile, resemble an eagle soaring through the night. Within those eyes lies a hint of madness and obsession. Shang Shua is not a gentle or ordinary alpha. Rather, he embodies the commanding presence of an alpha perched at the pinnacle, exuding an air of superiority over the world. Perhaps sensing that Fu Zhanli was reluctant to discuss the matter further, he deftly shifted the conversation. I heard from your father that you recently brought a classmate home. In their eyes, Fu Zhanli perfectly inherited their genes, yet perhaps due to his personality, he has few friends and would be unlikely to bring anyone home. Fu Zhanli walked over, placed the items on the dining table, lifted his eyelids slightly, and spoke in a casual tone. Why does he share everything with you? He not deny it. Shang Shua smirked, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He anticipated Fu Zhanli would so readily acknowledge it. Is it strange that he talks to me? Shang Shua's long legs were crossed, exuding an air of nonchalance. Fu Zhanli remained silent, choosing not to engage with Shang Shua. On the surface, neither would yield nor show weakness. Yet privately, they were inseparable. When Fu Mingyuan informed Shang Shua of this matter, he was not at all surprised. Are you going out with that classmate? Shang Shua glanced at Fu Zhanli, observing his calm demeanor. And the questions in his heart found answers. Are you in the dating phase or still pursuing? Chapter 50, Be Obedient to him? Noticing Fu Zhanli's lack of response, Shang Shua felt no irritation. Your father mentioned he is an alpha. Seems quite decent. Fu Zhanli frowned at Shang Shua. This is my affair. Please refrain from investigating him. Shang Shua gazed intently at Fu Zhanli. The deep, dark eyes inherited from Shang Shua sent shivers down other spines, as if he were a king observing his subjects. Fine. It's your affair. We won't interfere. Shang Shua understood Fu Zhanli's character and had no intention of meddling in his matters, though his curiosity had prompted him to inquire. Unbeknownst to him, there seemed to be some hidden motives, suggesting that Fu Zhanli was indeed on the receiving end of pursuit. It had been quite some time since Shang Shua had witnessed this side of Fu Zhanli. Contemplating, he thought, if Fu Zhanli were unwilling, he could inform his father to help him reclaim the other. Fu Zhanli pinched the bridge of his nose, aware of Shang Shua's personality. Should he discover Fu Zhanli's unrequited love, he would truly resort to bringing Qi Xian before him. Don't frighten him, please. I have a grasp of this matter. After a pause, he added, your methods from years past won't work on me. Shang Shua looked at him with mild surprise. Oddly enough, your father did precisely that. Fu Zhanli lowered his gaze to sip his porridge, clearly wishing to disengage from the conversation. There was an underlying pride in his tone. Likely only Shang Shua could provoke such a reaction. Had it not been for Fu Mingyuan's own affection, could he really bind someone for a lifetime? As Shang Shua and Fu Zhanli each returned to their respective tasks, after Fu Zhanli finished his meal, Shang Shua received a phone call that beckoned him away. He donned a black trench coat and stepped into the thick of night, ultimately merging with the darkness. Fu Zhanli did not cast him a glance. Seemingly accustomed to such scenes, he and Qi Xian were quite alike. Both had fathers who were frequently absent, often caught up in their own affairs. Unlike others, the profession of Shang Shua is fraught with peril. In the past, Fu Zhanli would remind him to be cautious when out and about, yet now that he has matured, such words have fallen silent. I'm off to bed. Good night. he mused, glancing at the time. Out of courtesy, he refrained from exposing the pretense of the person across from him, suspecting they would soon indulge in a game. Remember not to be late tomorrow, he sent, but the message vanished into the abyss, eliciting no reply. Though Fu Zhanli felt quite sated, he diligently finished the kanji, tidied up briefly, and then ascended to wash up. Sitting at his desk, he organized his notes in the vast residence, where only his room emanated light, devoid of any warmth, imbued with a chill that accentuated his solitude. The illumination remained until dawn, intensifying the desolation of the quiet night. Qi Xian descended from the car, drifting into the classroom like a wandering spirit, utterly devoid of energy, as though his very essence had been drained. Su Yang was startled by his listless demeanor. "Xianga, did the class monitor exhaust you last night?" Qi Xian lazily raised his gaze, stifling a yawn before casting a glance in Su Yang's direction, seemingly oblivious to the question. "What?" Su Yang pointed to his head. "Your spirit is adrift." Then, feigning to capture his wandering soul, he playfully tapped it back into his body. "Feeling better now?" "Fool!" Qi Xian retorted with a smirk. Lazily reclining against the chair, his legs casually draped over the crossbar beneath the desk. "I think you're just looking for a fight." Qi Xian arrived just in time. Scarcely had he settled into his seat when the bell rang, prompting the class to rustle as they retrieved their textbooks. This moment coincided with Qi Xian's drowsiness, the cool temperature creating a comfortable atmosphere, perfect for a brief slumber. As Fu Zhanli entered, clutching his assignments, his gaze instinctively drifted to a certain spot, where he found Qi Xian resting his head on his hand, eyes half closed, brow furrowed in weariness. It appeared he truly had been gaming all night. As Fu Zhanli distributed the assignments, he noted that Qi Xian had claimed half of his seat, shaking his head in resignation. Qi Xian, unable to withstand his fatigue, promptly buried his face in his arm and fell into a deep sleep. "Today we have to run." Fu Zhanli roused Qi Xian. "Not going." Qi Xian replied without a second thought, his voice thick with sleep. "Oldie will come to check." He mumbled a vague acknowledgement before succumbing to slumber once more. With no recourse, Fu Zhanli settled into his seat, perusing his exercises with a muted voice and gentle movements. "Qi Xian." In his dreams, Qi Xian was jolted awake by a resounding shout at his ear, recognizing it as Li Wei's voice. Blinking his bleary eyes, he gazed at Li Wei in confusion. "Still sleeping? What were you up to last night? Did you game all night again?" Li Wei, exasperated, exclaimed, "Today it's our class's turn to run. A little exercise could invigorate you. Yet here you are, sleeping?" Qi Xian offered no response, turning to find Fu Zhanli steadfastly seated, seemingly oblivious to Li Wei's presence. A question lingered in his mind. Why hadn't Fu Zhanli gone down either? Reply. What are you staring at? Does Fu Zhanli hold the answers? Li Wei's face flushed with anger, his heart heavy with worry. He regretted praising Qi Xian last time, and now he had further ruined his cabbage. Upon hearing this, Fu Zhanli turned his gaze towards him. Qi Xian instantly averted his eyes, having overslept. "You still have the audacity to argue?" Qi Xian replied innocently, "It's the truth." He had completely forgotten the moment when Fu Zhanli had called him. Li Wei was caught in a breathless moment, glancing at Fu Zhanli before gritting his teeth and declaring, "Later, during class, you two will stand outside as punishment. You may return when you're no longer drowsy." "Oh, all right," the two replied in unison, devoid of any emotion, prompting Li Wei to glare at Qi Xian before turning to leave. Qi Xian looked at Fu Zhanli, an expression of displeasure crossing his face. "Why does it seem like I'm the one causing you trouble?" Fu Zhanli pressed his lips together. "Perhaps it's because you're not well-liked?" "Indeed, a model student?" Qi Xian smiled, unperturbed, his gaze lingering on Fu Zhanli's taut jawline. Truth be told, observing Fu Zhanli quietly sitting there, clad in a youthful blue and white uniform, radiating a cool elegance, was a delight. Every gesture exuded refinement and calmness. It was hard to believe someone like him could be so restrained and patient when interacting with Qi Xian. Qi Xian was not an Omega. Fundamentally, he was still an Alpha. In the absence of pheromone suppression, an uncontrollable restlessness surged within him when kissing Fu Zhanli, a desire to devour him whole. Unlike Fu Zhanli, who concealed his needs in the shadows, waiting for the right moment, Qi Xian was overt about his desires. As Qi Xian's intense gaze fixed upon Fu Zhanli, the latter playfully tapped a notebook against his face. Meeting those deep, clear eyes, Qi Xian felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. Make sure to memorize the points in this notebook. Fearing rejection, Fu Zhanli gently pressed a stray lock of hair down, as if merely smoothing it. Be obedient, all right? Chapter 51. These two are unbelievable reluctantly. Qi Xian accepted the notebook, casually flipping through its pages, filled with meticulous notes that warmed his heart. Just looking at the handwriting and content revealed the dedication of its owner. Supporting his head with one hand, he gently tugged at Fu Zhanli's shirt hem with the other, swaying slightly like a kitten, an itch at the core of his being. Fu Zhanli paused, glancing down at him. Qi Xian's alluring lips curled slightly, his azure eyes sparkling like the stars. What is it? Qi Xian raised an eyebrow, lowering his voice. Want a kiss? Fu Zhanli pinched the bridge of his nose, thinking, here we go again. It was quite frustrating, yet oddly endearing. Qi Xian tilted his head, suggesting, shall we? Before Fu Zhanli could respond, Qi Xian had already stood up, saying, I'll go first. Once Qi Xian's figure vanished from sight, Fu Zhanli leisurely rose to follow. As Fu Zhanli entered the restroom, before he could spot Qi Xian, an unexpected pull yanked him aside, pressing him against the cold wall. Immediately, the warmth of humid breath mingled with the chill of lips upon his own, impatient yet fervent. Upon seeing Fu Zhanli remain unresponsive, Qi Xian murmured his dissatisfaction. Although he did not catch every word, he instinctively ensnared him in his embrace. Qi Xian felt a fiery pain on his lips, yet it was pleasurable. They dared not indulge too excessively, as they were to venture out shortly, and thus could only part ways temporarily. After a brief gasp, Qi Xian composed himself and smiled. Not bad. Observing Fu Zhanli's expression revert to its usual demeanor, Qi Xian perceived him more as a fickle suitor. In one moment, he was enveloped in ardor, and in the next, he had completely detached from that role, as if he were a mere bystander, utterly indifferent to the previous intimacy. Especially with him clad in a blue and white school uniform, Qi Xian felt somewhat out of place. Despite having just emerged from an intense encounter, Fu Zhanli's uniform remained impeccably intact, in stark contrast to Qi Xian's slightly disheveled attire. Qi Xian mused, well, such is the disparity. Fu Zhanli stepped forward to adjust Qi Xian's slightly tousled clothing. They're preparing to return. Oh, Fu Zhanli returned to the classroom first, while Qi Xian lingered inside. Once the others gathered outside, he emerged, a smile playing on his lips as he conversed with those nearby. Unbeknownst to him, someone had commented on a matter of interest, prompting him to turn his head, revealing a sharply defined jawline and deep-set eyes, his slender gaze both affectionate and assertive. Noticing the height difference, the individual caught sight of Qi Xian's slightly swollen lips and blurted out, Xiange, why are your lips swollen? The attention of Qi Xian's companions immediately fixated on his lips, a mixture of confusion, curiosity, and amusement flickering across their faces. You didn't go for hot pot again, did you? Hilarity erupted. The inquirer, perplexed by their laughter, questioned, is my question inappropriate? Indeed, is quite accurate. Su Yang laughed until his stomach hurt, doubling over to stifle his mirth. Xiange has gone for hot pot again with the class monitor. Qi Xian narrowed his eyes and coldly retorted, scram. Given that Qi Xian and Fu Zhanli had skipped their exercise session, it was clear to anyone with the slightest wit what had transpired. The audacity of someone innocently posing such a question was almost comical. Seeing Su Yang still in stitches, Qindong wrapped an arm around him. Show some decorum. He then raised a hand before Su Yang, gesturing for silence. Enough. Su Yang complied graciously. The bell chimed, and the group sluggishly returned to their seats, while Qi Xian remained standing outside. Xiange, aren't you coming in? The first period is Mr. Li's class. Be careful, he might scold you again. Qindong remarked quizzically. Punished with standing, Qi Xian replied nonchalantly, and Qindong instantly understood the situation. Mr. Li would enter the classroom during the exercise period to check if any students had failed to attend, and upon discovering such, students would face penalties. Some would be assigned to copy texts, while others would be made to stand. Clearly, Qi Xian was enduring the latter. Upon entering, Dong noticed Fu Zhanli picking up a test paper and a notebook before heading out. In the past, such an action would have raised no suspicions. But now that they had become prominent figures within the school, every move they made attracted considerable attention. Just like now, everyone was curious about Fu Zhanli's intentions. Could it be that he was to accompany Qi Xian in standing punishment? Is Fu Xian planning to accompany Qi Xiaoba? After all, it's Teacher Li's class. It's likely that Teacher Li would not approve. He will be entering shortly. The students were engaged in animated discussions when someone privy to the situation interjected. Are you not aware? Aware of what? Do you possess some insider knowledge? Qi Xiaoba was asleep, and to keep him company, Fu Xian chose not to leave, ultimately getting caught by Teacher Li. Now, they're both about to face punishment together. How thrilling. This is what loyalty looks like. You singletons wouldn't understand, would you? You two, stop pretending to be an emotional expert, one chimed in. Fu Zhanli handed over a notebook he had just taken notes in and stood beside him. Why didn't you leave? Qi Xian inquired, somewhat perplexed. You didn't leave. Fu Zhanli cast him a fleeting glance, as if stating the most ordinary of facts. Yet, those words sounded particularly sweet to Qi Xian, causing a gentle smile to curve his lips. Suddenly leaning closer to Fu Zhanli, his magnetic voice lowered. I've come to realize that I like you more and more. Fu Zhanli slightly turned his head, his warm breath brushing against Qi Xian's face, carrying a faint scent of cedar and mint. His deep, dark eyes sparkled with a hint of mirth, reflecting his exquisitely crafted features. Indeed, I feel the same. Unable to contain himself, Qi Xian chuckled. Unbeknownst to them, their classmates behind were nearly losing their composure at the sight, ready to burst into cheers had it not been for the class setting. They frantically pulled out their phones to capture the moment. This is simply extraordinary. Someone, please put me out of my misery for their enjoyment. I could ship these two for a lifetime. My eyes. What sins did I commit in my past life to be inundated with dog food now? Have you noticed that the class monitor is slightly taller than the school bully? Goodness, it's true. One exclaimed, and the imaginative minds began to speculate. Could it be that we have been shipping the wrong couple? The class monitor is the dominant one. Chapter 52, Standing Punishment. Who was the one that said they'd eat excrement if these two ended up together? Come forth. I am a witness. Yes, yes. Shouting so loudly is merely to ensure we remember, isn't it? I recall it was Tang Ge who had a fierce argument with Su Qing. However, Su Qing is absent today. Otherwise, she could have directly pointed it out. As soon as the words left their lips, the collective gaze of the class turned towards Tang Ge, who was huddled in a corner like a quail. No wonder she remained silent. She had been evading this moment. With Su Qing absent, the one who initially sparked the conversation was Su Qing's companion, and this grievance could not go unavenged. Tang Ge, you must stand by your words. Being a beta does not grant you the liberty to act as you please. You must face the consequences of what you say. Tang Ge remained silent, ignoring the gazes and murmurs surrounding her. This was merely a thoughtless outburst in her moment of anger. She had not anticipated that anyone would remember it now. However, before any further comments could be made, Li Wei appeared at the classroom door, prompting silence. Tang Ge sighed in relief and began to listen to the lecture with a distracted mind. Following this incident, the relationship between Qi Xian and Fu Zhanli exploded across the school's forum, sending everyone into a frenzy. Forget about childbirth. Now, it's all about sweet romance. Qi Xian noticed that Li Wei didn't spare them even a fleeting glance, which emboldened him to cling to Fu Zhanli, his thoughts decidedly elsewhere. He gazed intently at Fu Zhanli, his eyes burning with a fervor that seemed capable of igniting flames. Finally, Fu Zhanli diverted his gaze from the exam paper, lowering his eyes to meet Qi Xian's. Suddenly, the hem of his clothing swayed, and Qi Xian smiled at him in silence. Fu Zhanli lowered his hand to entwine their pinkies. They stood close enough that the surveillance cameras were positioned on the opposite side, rendering their subtle gestures unnoticed. Qi Xian's heart raced with exhilaration. He found this utterly delightful, relishing the thrill of the moment. He parted his lips, poised to speak, when Li Wei's incessant chatter abruptly ceased. Qi Xian released Fu Zhanli's hand and stood upright. In the next instant, Li Wei appeared at the doorway, and Qi Xian found himself leaning against others in a manner that seemed devoid of structure. This remark elicited laughter from the crowd, the atmosphere laced with a hint of flirtation. However, Li Wei remained oblivious to their implications, focusing solely on reprimanding Qi Xian. Qi Xian held his tongue, and Li Wei's gaze shifted to Fu Zhanli. Fu Zhanli, please come forward to discuss this complex problem. Your approach to the solution is commendable. Share it with the class, and you shall be spared from detention. Qi Xian instantly felt disgruntled. Old Li, why not invite me to present? Li Wei shot him a glare. If you could, I wouldn't have to concern myself so much. Qi Xian mused that he wasn't particularly averse to sitting. He could endure it just for a while. He discreetly nudged Fu Zhanli with his elbow, encouraging him to step up. The latter stood up, earnest and solemn. Teacher, I'm afraid I cannot solve this problem. I prefer to take the punishment. Li Wei clearly doubted him. But you wrote the solution. I've forgotten it now. Given Fu Zhanli's insistence, Li Wei couldn't compel him and reluctantly retreated. Amidst the incessant chatter around him, Li Wei could no longer contain himself and barked for them to resume the lesson. Qi Xian chuckled softly, lazily leaning against the wall as he began to peruse his notebook. The material was relatively straightforward for him, some of which Fu Zhanli had already tutored him on. A gentle breeze tousled their hair, adding a slight disarray, while the sounds of reading occasionally drifted through the air, filling the surroundings with a vibrant atmosphere. The relentless rain brought about heavy traffic on the roads, with a sea of red lights stretching as far as the eye could see, raindrops incessantly drumming against the car windows. November's temperatures had plummeted, yet the students remained steadfast in their uniforms, struggling against the chill. Once Qi Xian boarded the car, his mood soured, a wave of irritability washing over him. Only after the vehicle responsible for picking up Fu Zhanli had departed did he instruct the driver to proceed. It wasn't that their relationship was faltering. Rather, when Jifan was returning, accompanied by Qi Yizhou, the mere thought of their previous arguments sent a pulse of tension to Qi Xian's temples. He didn't harbor any dislike for Qi Yizhou. It was merely a pattern in their father-son dynamic. Were it not for Wen Jifan's mediation, Qi Yizhou would have likely found himself hospitalized several times due to their clashes. As the car entered through the gate, a Rolls-Royce was spotted parked at the entrance, a testament to Qi Yizhou's taste. Qi Xian furrowed his brow, questioning why he had returned so soon. Wasn't he supposed to arrive 2 days later? With a displeased expression, he strode inside. Outside, the rain poured down, and he had shared an umbrella with Fu Zhanli, making their proximity somewhat cramped as their shoulders became dampened by the rain. Back already? Upon entering, Qi Xian heard Qi Yizhou's voice and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Though Qi Yizhou did not turn around, he sensed Qi Xian's lack of response and shot him a disapproving glare. When Jifan, seated beside Qi Yizhou, subtly shifted away upon hearing the exchange, further aggravating Qi Yizhou's discontent. He wished he could kick Qi Xian out and return to their intimate world. What does Xian want to eat tonight? Little Dad will make it for you. When Jifan's gentle voice alleviated the strange tension in the room, he was engrossed in reviewing something on his tablet, seemingly busy with work. Upon noticing Qi Xian's approach, he stepped back to peruse the menu. Before Qi Xian could respond, Qi Yizhou expressed his discontent, suggesting they let Aunt Lin handle it instead. You just had a break. It's best not to exert yourself. Besides, your hands shouldn't touch these things. Despite the sternness directed at Wen Jifan, his tone was filled with affection and concern. Wen Jifan ignored him, turning to Qi Xian with a warm smile. What does Xian wish to eat? Little Dad has plenty of time. The resemblance between Qi Xian's hair and eyes and Wen Jifan's was striking, one exuding wildness and ferocity, the other radiating warmth and gentleness. Seeing his persuasion failing, Qi Yizhou directed his gaze towards Qi Xian, signaling him. A glimmer of mischief flickered in Qi Xian's eyes as he smiled. Qi Yizhou widened his eyes, frantic in his gestures, urging him not to provoke Little Dad. I don't particularly crave anything. Let Aunt Lin handle it. Little Dad, you must be exhausted from your flight. You should rest first. Observing Qi Yizhou visibly relax, Qi Xian found the situation amusing. Father is right. You should heed his advice. Indeed, When Jifan's hands were not suited for kitchen work. All right, I'll listen to Xian. When Jifan had never been one to cling stubbornly to Qi Xian's words. It wasn't that he was merely going through the motions. Qi Xian's words had always held weight. Leaving behind a casual, "I'm heading to my room," Qi Xian departed. Had he lingered any longer, Qi Yizhou's gaze could have pierced him multiple times. Ah, the lovesick Qi Yizhou, truly unmatched, Qi Xian silently scoffed. As he entered his room, a video call from Fu Zhanli came through. He removed his sweatshirt and answered the call, placing his phone beside him. Neither spoke, as if accustomed to the silent exchange of video calls. Chapter 53. Monotony. Qi Xian cast aside his earlier vexation and began to focus on his chemistry studies under Fu Zhanli's gentle prodding. The rain continued to pour outside, intensifying with each passing moment. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze towards the window, the sound of raindrops cascading and Fu Zhanli flipping through textbooks filling the quiet space. In this tranquil atmosphere, he felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. The person on the other end of the video seemed unaware of Qi Xian's distraction. Perhaps he heard the rustling of papers, as Fu Zhanli lifted his gaze to meet Qi Xian's. His cerulean eyes were fixed intently upon him, revealing no pretense. Fu Zhanli had grown accustomed to Qi Xian's unrestrained demeanor during their interactions, as if he were eager to inscribe his thoughts upon his very countenance. It was evident that Qi Xian was deep in contemplation once more. He rapped his knuckles against the table, producing a sound. "Is there a problem with my face?" At this moment, Qi Xian yearned to undertake a particular endeavor, for mere video calls no longer sufficed to satiate him. Typically, their time together at school was scant, at least from Qi Xian's perspective. Even on weekends, they found themselves either engaged in video study or ensconced in one another's homes, leaving Qi Xian feeling increasingly stifled. It was not that he lacked desire, but rather that he found the monotony utterly tedious. Fu Zhanli had also noted Qi Xian's recent demeanor and feared that it was the influence of pheromones that had piqued his interest. However, he was mistaken. Who could sway Qi Xian when he was unwilling? Qi Xian chuckled softly, propping his chin on his hand and gazing at him. If he were to write it down, then perhaps there would be. Fu Zhanli appeared amused, the corners of his lips curving into a gentle arc. The two exchanged glances for a moment until a knock at the door interrupted them, accompanied by Wen Jifan's voice. "Xian, dinner is ready." "Coming," Qi Xian replied, and once Wen Jifan departed, Fu Zhanli spoke. "Your father has returned?" Qi Xian nodded, feeling a surge of frustration. "I'll have to share a roof with him for the foreseeable future." Fu Zhanli understood to whom he referred and sighed in resignation. "At least he still regards you as his son." Although Qi Yizhou was not fond of Qi Xian, the latter had not been deprived of the essentials. It was merely that their personalities had not yet found harmony. Qi Xian scoffed and chose not to respond. After ending the video call, he slowly made his way downstairs, confronting the sight of Qi Yizhou and Wen Jifan awaiting him at the dining table. An adjustment he found somewhat disconcerting. It had been a considerable time since the three of them had dined together, precisely 6 months since their trip abroad. Wen Jifan's gaze was soft and affectionate as he beckoned to Qi Xian. "Come." Although Qi Xian had grown significantly taller, Wen Jifan still regarded him as a child. With calm composure, Qi Xian took his seat, not averse to Wen Jifan's affection, perhaps unable to muster any resentment. There seemed to be an enchanting quality about Wen Jifan. His cerulean eyes sparkled with warmth, concealing a universe of stars, rendering the surrounding scenery suddenly dim in comparison. It was no wonder that Qi Yizhou had succumbed to his charm. "We will be staying in the country for a while, to accompany you properly." Qi Xian replied affirmatively. "You need not design my clothes personally. Is something wrong? Do you not like them?" Wen Jifan inquired, his brow furrowed with gentle concern. Qi Xian hastily denied. Not at all. Though Wen Jifan approached his 40s, he had maintained an impressive appearance, with time leaving no visible traces upon his face. Were one to view him from behind, they would scarcely associate him with his age. He resembled a kind and courteous older brother, entirely incongruous with the fact that he had a child of such age. Hence, Qi Xian often found himself pondering that Qi Yizhou was rather beastly. Of course, he had never voiced this thought, lest it provoke a scolding. In any case, he concluded that he needed to learn to fend for himself. When Zhifan busily navigates his daily tasks, immersed in sketching, selecting materials, and designing garments, each endeavor demanding considerable mental energy. His frequent late nights have taken a toll on his health, yet he still finds the strength to prepare an array of clothing for his partner. It is no wonder that Qi Xian remains by his side. For a brief moment, when Zhifan was taken aback, but then a smile illuminated his features, bathing him in a warm glow akin to the gentle embrace of spring. His voice, tinged with mirth, softly resonated. "All right, I will heed Qian's advice." Qi Xian cast a knowing glance at Qi Xian, signaling his understanding. The atmosphere during their meal was relatively pleasant, and after dining, Qi Xian ascended the stairs, leaving the space for the couple. He sent a message to Fu Zhanli, who, unsurprisingly, did not respond, likely still engaged in his meal. Qi Xian perused the assignments on the table, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of Fu Zhanli. Running a hand through his hair, he retrieved his nightwear and made his way to the bathroom. Moments later, the sound of running water filled the air as Qi Xian allowed the droplets to cascade down, soaking his hair. He lowered his gaze and closed his eyes, lost in contemplation, before finally sweeping his tousled locks back, revealing a smooth and full forehead. The delicate skin around his elongated eyes bore a hint of blush, creating an enchanting and ethereal aura. Once he had tidied himself, he picked up his phone, noticing that Fu Zhanli had messaged him just 10 minutes prior. Finished the assignment, requesting a leave. "All right," he replied promptly. When Qi Xian awoke the following morning, he found a living room devoid of Qi Xian and Wen Zhifan. His breakfast was already laid out on the dining table. Aunt Lin had grown accustomed to Qi Xian's early rising, initially believing it to be a fleeting whim, yet he had remarkably maintained the habit. Where was his stepfather? Surely he had not ventured out so early again? Aunt Lin placed a glass of milk before him. "Sir and Madam arrived late yesterday after a long flight. They're likely still asleep. After such a tiring journey, it is quite unusual for them to be awake early." Qi Xian nodded, leisurely enjoying his breakfast while not forgetting to text Fu Zhanli. "What are you up to?" He poked the screen, noting the early hour, and sent him a casual message. "Just finished breakfast." Fu Zhanli's response was swifter than his own. Qi Xian gulped down the milk and grabbed his sandwich. Heading out the door, Fu Zhanli, having completed his breakfast without delay, also departed. When Qi Xian reached the school gate, he found Fu Zhanli arriving simultaneously, and thus they entered together. During the weekend, despite Wen Zhifan's claims of not being busy, Qi Xian often observed him working late in the design studio. That evening, Qi Xian knocked on the door of the studio, and upon receiving permission, he entered. "Stepdad, why are you still working?" Wen Zhifan rubbed his temples, a hint of fatigue evident. "There is a prominent fashion design event coming up, and I receive an invitation. I am currently racing against time to complete the orders." Qi Xian was not well versed in such matters, but he had heard whispers of it. As the chief designer, Wen Zhifan rarely made public appearances, often leaving such tasks to others, resulting in few knowing the true identity of the chief designer. Moreover, with Qi Xian as his support, it would be difficult for anyone to pry into his affairs. Beyond the pursuit of profit, this endeavor is also a manifestation of Wen Zhifan's passion and aspirations. He refrains from elaborating further, merely advising to take care and not strain his eyes. However, upon reflection, with Qi Xian by his side, Wen Zhifan likely has no reason for concern in that regard. Chapter 54. Weekend plans in an effort to infuse his life with vibrancy and joy. Qi Xian devised a weekend plan. Apart from studying, the intention was to engage earnestly in romance. Yet, activities such as haunted houses and amusement parks were conspicuously absent from his itinerary. After much contemplation, he finally inscribed 2 words in his weekend plan. While video chatting with Fu Zhanli, he shared this idea. Fu Zhanli had no objections, but when he saw that aside from the 4 characters denoting weekend plan, there were 2 additional words, hotel, he fell silent, feeling a sense of vexation. Qi Xian had become utterly captivated. Previously, it was Fu Zhanli who took the initiative, but now it was Qi Xian who pursued. Was there anything amiss? Qi Xian's slender eyes gazed intently at him. No, there was nothing wrong. Fu Zhanli's expression remained inscrutable as he quirked his lips, advising, "Let us refrain from discussing such matters in the future." Qi Xian furrowed his brow, questioning why. After a moment of silence, he recalled that Qi Xian was an alpha and felt compelled to offer a caution. Be mindful. Qi Xian pondered whether his hints had been too subtle or if Fu Zhanli simply had no interest. In truth, he harbored no ulterior motives. He merely wished to invite Fu Zhanli to the hotel for a heartfelt discussion to deepen their emotional connection. Nevertheless, Qi Xian spent the night researching information about Enigma, only to be horrified, ultimately discarding his phone and turning pale. Goodness, is Enigma truly that terrifying? Qi Xian instinctively shielded his backside. It appeared that the task of engaging with Enigma would be a formidable challenge. Though Qi Xian was filled with audacity, he sometimes felt inclined to confront difficulties head-on. Nonetheless, during the weekend, the two ventured out, albeit not to the location Qi Xian had suggested. Following Chun Dong's recommendation, Qi Xian found himself amidst a sea of balloons and a throng of people, his temples throbbing. Why had he sought advice from someone who had never been in a relationship? This ludicrous idea could only have originated from that fool, Chun Dong. Amusement parks were inherently popular, and on weekends, they were even more crowded, causing Qi Xian to worry about colliding with others. "Shall we choose a different venue?" Qi Xian inquired, casting a concerned glance at Fu Zhanli. The latter, clearly unimpressed, led their date to the library instead. Qi Xian lamented that he would rather appear foolish in an amusement park, observing Fu Zhanli effortlessly retrieving his practice materials. Qi Xian felt an urge to tear them apart, such a burdensome endeavor. Fu Zhanli nudged his arm, silently gesturing for him to come closer, then pointed to the questions on the practice sheet. Qi Xian's demeanor grew increasingly vexed, yet he ultimately complied and sat down quietly to write. As a dutiful boyfriend, one must heed their partner's words. Throughout the process, Qi Xian's phone vibrated incessantly. There were few people around, and no one noticed. He picked up his phone to discover it was a message from Jiang Xingfa. "Several new pieces of art have arrived," and as Qi Xian surveyed his surroundings, the disheveled state of his emotions was instantaneously smoothed over. Everything appeared somewhat more pleasing, yet soon after, Qi Xian's expression contorted into a frown, his breath becoming unsteady. To his astonishment, Fu Zhanli was depicted prominently in one of the artworks. Jiang Xing immediately grasped the underlying implication. "Isn't it because you stood next to him that your heights were compared?" Among those who shared similar sentiments, there existed a consensus that comparisons often revolve around stature and length, among other attributes. While they were unaware of many things, they now recognized that Fu Zhanli stood taller than Qi Xian, leading to the simultaneous emergence of these artistic representations. Qi Xian, irritated, clenched his teeth and responded, "Is this even permissible?" It felt trivial. If he could not contend in reality, how could he falter in this domain? Yet, despite his vexation, he diligently preserved the moment. After saving his work, he raised his gaze and was met by a pair of deep, dark eyes, which stirred a sense of unease within him. He hurriedly flipped his phone face down on the table and began to write. Once Fu Zhanli averted his gaze, he resumed reading. Qi Xian, curious, cast a glance and discovered that Fu Zhanli was engrossed in a book about emotional matters. One eyebrow arched in surprise. He had not anticipated the academically inclined Fu Zhanli to delve into such literature. Leaning closer, he caught a glimpse of a sentence at the bottom of the page. "Our story has neither a beginning nor an end." Qi Xian's eyes grew complex, as this statement reminded him of something Fu Zhanli had once told him. "Qi Xian, two passive individuals will not have a story. Thus, I took the initiative." He feared that if he did not reach out and grasp the hand of the one with whom he wished to pen his narrative, his story would lack a conclusion. Indeed, Fu Zhanli had taken the initiative, showing no hesitation. He was the first to put pen to paper, seeking out the author of their tale. "What's wrong?" Fu Zhanli's lowered voice echoed in his ear. "Are you crying?" Qi Xian shook his head. He was not on the verge of tears. Fu Zhanli closed the book and began gathering his materials, taking Qi Xian's hand as they exited the library. Perhaps struck by a thought, Qi Xian gazed silently at the back of Fu Zhanli's head. Fu Zhanli, attuned to his mood, inquired gently, What troubles you? Noticing Qi Xian's continued silence, he sighed softly and confessed, I was wrong. Qi Xian yearned for a date with him, yet he had brought him to the library to study. Surely, anyone who did not enjoy studying would eventually become exasperated. It was only now that he realized this conundrum and understood the need for patience. To avoid being seen, they settled nearby, and upon entering, Qi Xian could hardly contain himself and kissed Fu Zhanli eagerly. His reason still intact, during the brief interlude for breath, he hoarsely warned. Nothing else. Fu Zhanli chuckled lightly, comprehending his intent, and acquiesced. Chapter 55. Not one of a kind on his collarbone rested a small black mole, akin to a drop of ink on a pristine sheet of paper, striking yet alluring. Qi Xian found himself unable to resist biting it, as if to assert some claim. Fortunately, the collar of their school uniform was sufficiently high. Once Fu Zhanli fastened it, it concealed the mark of Qi Xian's affection. Perhaps due to the vigorous movement, Qi Xian's pheromones momentarily escaped his control, inadvertently enticing Fu Zhanli. As Qi Xian lingered in his thoughts, eager to continue, he was abruptly enveloped in the quilt by Fu Zhanli, who covered him entirely, leaving only his eyes visible. A fissure of frustration crossed his face. Damn it. He was so close. He had already removed half of his trousers, and now he was forced to retreat under the blanket. Fu Zhanli's clothes were in disarray, and he gazed at Qi Xian with a pained expression, whispering, Behave yourself today. Qi Xian furrowed his brow at him. Is it my fault? Fu Zhanli narrowed his eyes, casting a dangerous glance his way, remaining silent. Qi Xian relished this reaction, just as he thought Fu Zhanli let him off easily. The latter stood up and headed for the bathroom. Ah, quite the gentleman, Qi Xian mumbled to himself. Yet it was not the first time Fu Zhanli had acted with such decorum, always halting at this juncture to take a shower. But Qi Xian was also distressed. He threw off the quilt and sought out Fu Zhanli. As a new week commenced, Qi Xian unexpectedly donned his school uniform, prompting Chun Dong to look at him with unspoken words. Fu Zhanli merely glanced at him, offering no comment. Su Yang's gossiping spirit ignited, and he directly asked the question on everyone's mind. Xiangu, why are you wearing the school uniform? Due to the uniform requirement, the school had prepared autumn and winter versions of a uniform jacket, which incited a wave of complaints among the students. However, when Fu Zhanli arrived, the grievances diminished significantly. He was practically a clothes hanger, looking splendid in anything he wore. With Qi Xian now joining him, they could easily grace the runway. Qi Xian yawned lazily. Couple S outfit, you wouldn't understand. Su Yang, not grasping the concept, inquired, but it's not unique, is it? Before Qi Xian could respond, Chun Dong slapped him on the shoulder. Well, you know, can you look better in it than my Xiangu? Although this was a harsh truth, it was indeed accurate. No one could compare to them, and standing together highlighted the disparity. Help! A couple's outfit. My idol didn't even wear a matching outfit. Am I seeing things? Why does my school uniform look different from what I see? Is this the consequence of having a brilliant partner? I can't dress freely. I can only treat the school uniform as couple attire. Qi Xian huffed, ignoring them. Fu Zhanli continued to gaze intently at his phone. It was the first time Qi Xian had seen him pull out his phone at such a moment, and the content seemed to captivate his attention. What could it be? He was curious about what could entice the studious Fu Zhanli to abandon his studies. Qi Xian glanced over and discovered that he was browsing a forum. Losing interest, he turned away, but then he seemed to catch a glimpse of something, prompting him to look back for confirmation. Fu Zhanli made no attempt to hide it, readily allowing him to see. Not wanting to look was one thing, but upon seeing it, Qi Xian was taken aback. What sort of scandalous content was this? And there were images? He was the one in the provocative position. Fu Zhanli was actually reading explicit material, and it was about them. Without hesitation, Qi Xian snatched the phone away, his ears burning with embarrassment. Fu Zhanli looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Qi Xian found himself momentarily at a loss for words, astonished that someone could peruse the material with such fervor and exhibit an air of indifference even when caught in the act, as if the individual being discussed was not himself. Who permitted your gaze upon it? Qi Xian inquired, his voice low and his teeth clenched in question. Fu Zhanli lowered his eyelashes, trembling slightly, and softly replied, Your friend. Who? Who on earth possesses such audacity? Fu Zhanli seemed to ponder for a moment, unable to recall the name, but insisted, "It is merely your friend. Have you added each other?" Qi Xian browsed through his contacts, failing to find Chun Dong's information. It was evident that it was not him, for if it were, Fu Zhanli would surely remember. "Yes, we have." Qi Xian's expression darkened as he bent to investigate, resembling a partner scrutinizing a phone for evidence of infidelity. Fu Zhanli, however, could not muster any anger towards Qi Xian. One might say he was incapable of being irate with him. As Qi Xian scrolled through the phone, he calmly retrieved his textbook and began to read. Before long, Qi Xian discovered the account in question. However, the profile was unfamiliar to him, and upon peering into the moments shared, he found nothing of substance, clearly a secondary account. Qi Xian clicked his tongue in annoyance, cleared the records, and returned the phone, sternly admonishing, "You must not engage with such unhealthy material." "Understood," Fu Zhanli responded without hesitation, as if the individual who had just been so engrossed in the content was a stranger to him. Qi Xian resolved to unearth this person, as their actions had severely disrupted his romantic life. He felt it was unnecessary to educate Fu Zhanli in such a manner and would not permit him to learn from others. The thought irritated him to the core, and he yearned to confront the culprit and deliver a sound thrashing. Meanwhile, in a distant classroom, Jiang Xing sneezed violently. He wrapped himself tightly in his clothing, shivering as he completed his assignments, entirely oblivious to the fact that he had become a target. Chapter 56. What it feels like through Qi Xian's relentless efforts. He ultimately managed to uncover the identity of the person behind the messages, aided by the latter's persistent attempts to contact Fu Zhanli. Otherwise, he might have never succeeded. Chun Dong also contributed, noting that the profile picture seemed remarkably familiar. Under Qi Xian's intense gaze, he timidly uttered Jiang Xing's name. In truth, Chun Dong was unaware of the implications. Jiang Xing had previously used this account to play games with him, and the ostentatious avatar had captured his attention, remaining etched in his memory. Qi Xian gritted his teeth, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Chun Dong quivered in trepidation, realizing the gravity of the situation. This time, Jiang Xing was truly in for it. After school, Qi Xian cornered Jiang Xing, dragging him aside and delivering a sound reprimand until he complied. Jiang Xing, tears streaming down his face, lamented, "Xiangu, I was only thinking of you." Qi Xian patted his cheek, a mischievous smile gracing his features. "Thinking of me?" Jiang Xing felt that he bore no blame. It was the fault of those on the forum. The tide had turned entirely, with Qi Xian now in a precarious position. He found it rather amusing, believing it essential to be forewarned. Otherwise, Fu Zhanli would be left in the dark, ultimately causing Qi Xian distress. Jiang Xing, understanding Qi Xian's concerns, remarked with a glimmer of hope, "Xiangu, fear not. I believe in you. The scholar may appear frail, but he cannot possibly match your strength." Fu Zhanli was acutely aware of Qi Xian's fragile demeanor. He squinted at Jiang Xing for a moment, who timidly remarked, "Xiangu, please don't look at me like that. I fear I might fall in love with you." "Get lost," Jiang Xing retorted swiftly. Qi Xian's eyes radiated a profound tenderness, glimmering as they gazed upon others, their corners slightly upturned, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. If one were to overlook the arrogance lurking beneath, it would be easy to assume he had already fallen for the person before him. However, those familiar with him knew that Qi Xian was incapable of truly loving anyone, with Fu Zhanli being the sole exception. The observant would notice that when Qi Xian looked at Fu Zhanli, a soft hue would emerge in his eyes, clear and untainted, rippling with gentle waves. To be honest, Qi Xian felt both apprehensive and eager, a tantalizing anticipation coursing through him. Upon finishing the articles, Fu Zhanli remained unperturbed, devoid of any noticeable reaction. While Fu Zhanli maintained his calm, Qi Xian found himself increasingly agitated. He leaned closer to Fu Zhanli, lowering his voice. "Do you not feel anything?" His gaze darted toward him. Fu Zhanli observed his subtle gestures, his elongated eyes sparkling with amusement. What feelings? Keep pretending, Qi Xian thought, lifting his gaze to glare fiercely at him. He was certain that Fu Zhanli was acutely aware of what he was insinuating, merely feigning ignorance. hoping Qi Xian would articulate his thoughts. Yet, Qi Xian stubbornly chose not to comply, diverting his gaze. If not, then forget it. Thus, Qi Xian spent a full hour ruminating over this matter. Was it possible that Fu Zhanli harbored some unspeakable secret? Each time they reached a pivotal moment, Fu Zhanli would halt, remaining as unyielding as a block of wood, no matter how Qi Xian flirted or pleaded with downcast eyes. Could it be that he was too impatient, overwhelming Fu Zhanli? Surely that could not be the case. They had been candid with each other. Noticing Qi Xian's gaze, Fu Zhanli shifted his attention from his textbook, staring intently at him, silently inquiring about his concerns. Qi Xian raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile dancing in his eyes, exuding an air of arrogance akin to a rogue teasing an Omega. However, despite the playful glances, Qi Xian was determined to seize every moment. He set down his pen and took Fu Zhanli's left hand, exploring it with delight, seemingly relishing the contact. After class, Qindong approached him, unable to suppress a smile at the tempting sight before him, hesitating to voice his thoughts. At that moment, Fu Zhanli turned to him. "Is that enough?" "Not nearly," he replied, intertwining their fingers tightly. Although Fu Zhanli feigned disdain, his grip remained firm around Qi Xian's hand. Qindong, unable to bear it any longer, poked him from behind, prompting an annoyed glance from Qi Xian. "Xiange, do you have a case of skin hunger?" Qindong blurted out, casting a glance at their entwined hands beneath the table. "What?" Qindong was uncertain whether to voice his thoughts. When the teacher called for Fu Zhanli, Qi Xian reluctantly released his hold. Once Fu Zhanli had walked away, Qindong unabashedly inquired, "Xiange, how is your relationship?" To ensure Qi Xian understood, he emphasized the word relationship. Qi Xian pondered for a moment, as if reminiscing. Qindong's gaze burned with intensity. "What business is it of yours?" "Qindong, it was all misplaced. After so many years, the affection was ultimately misallocated." Those 4 words have shattered much of his tenderness. "Have you two been getting cozy?" Since Qi Xian is not taking the initiative, he shall take matters into his own hands. However, observing their intimate connection, Qindong can't shake the feeling that something has transpired. As Qi Xian notices the increasingly inappropriate and blatant glances from Qindong, he sneers and swiftly delivers a slap to his head. "Do you want me to go live?" Qindong instinctively replies in the affirmative. But the chilling gaze directed at him is overwhelming, prompting him to quickly amend his response. It seems rather unfeasible. It appears that he has no intention of revealing anything. Yet the more he withholds, the more curious Qindong becomes, convinced that Qi Xian is indeed entangled with Zhanli in some clandestine manner. In his mind, Qi Xian is the epitome of coolness. Thus, such matters must surely be underway. Qi Xian, unfazed by Qindong's inner musings, dismisses him. Just as Qindong takes a few steps away, a thought strikes him, prompting him to return. "Qi Xian, shall we arrange a fight this weekend?" Qi Xian, languidly yawning and appearing disinterested, responds, "Not interested." Qindong, somewhat conflicted, insists, "But it's been ages since our last spar, and they think we're afraid," spreading tales that we're cowards. Ever since their last bout, Qi Xian has refrained from fighting. One could say that since he entered into a romantic relationship, his inclination for brawls has significantly diminished. "Oh," Qi Xian rests his head on his hand, occasionally glancing toward the door, signaling for them to leave and not disturb his romantic endeavors. Qindong comprehends the message. Understood. Thus, from this day forth, whether it be those who had previously arranged fights with Qi Xian or those who had clashed with him, upon hearing the news, they were left utterly astounded. What happened to the erratic and violent Qi Xian, who would resort to fists at the slightest provocation? When did he transform into a lovesick individual? Which Omega has caused him to retire from the fray? Those harboring grievances against Qi Xian ponder how to acquire information about his Omega, knowing that love introduces vulnerabilities that could be leveraged to regain the upper hand and restore lost dignity. Others remain exceedingly curious about the identity of the person who has managed to temper Qi Xian's fierce disposition. They may have fought him, but it was always with a sense of respect. Chapter 57. You single dogs wouldn't understand upon Fu Zhanli's return. Qi Xian resumed his affectionate gestures, holding hands and playful touching, while Fu Zhanli remained unfazed, attentively listening to the lecture. Those seated behind them could hardly bear to watch. When did the notorious school bully become so saccharine? This is akin to addiction. Meanwhile, Zhou Man could only watch in envious agony as they flaunted their affection. Consumed by jealousy, Fu Zhanli seemed to sense the icy glare directed at him, and, without warning, lifted his gaze towards her. His dark eyes resembled a chilling abyss. Foreboding and terrifying, Zhou Man was taken aback. She had not anticipated Fu Zhanli's attention. Before she could avert her gaze, their eyes met. After a prolonged moment, Fu Zhanli indifferently shifted his gaze away. Zhou Man trembled under that penetrating look, as if she had plunged into a frozen cavern, her extremities numb with cold. It was dreadfully frightening. She felt overwhelmed, struggling to catch her breath. Qi Xian did not witness the scene. To be precise, his gaze was solely fixed on Fu Zhanli, rendering everything else irrelevant to him. The opulent hotel nestled against the mountains and beside the water boasted breathtaking scenery. The expansive infinity pool stretched seamlessly toward the sea, its dazzling lights shining brightly against the starless night sky. It was undoubtedly a gathering place for today's most popular celebrities and renowned designers. At the heart of the hotel stood a massive countertop, obscured by a crimson curtain, with imposing bodyguards in tailored suits stationed a few meters away, seemingly guarding whatever lay beyond. Today marked a prestigious fashion design gala in the country, where the air was thick with fragrance and laughter, and glasses clinked in a symphony of toasts and conversations. Qi Xian's expression was sour, his brow furrowed in perpetual discontent. Upon returning home, he had been compelled by Qi Yizhou to dress up and attend, with insistence that he should not hide away while others fought tooth and nail for an invitation to such an event. Qi Xian was well aware of the multitude of suitors vying for Wen Jifan's attention, who, perceiving his youth, believed that the betrothal between Wen Jifan and Qi Yizhou was a mere ruse, even doubting the legitimacy of their child. With so many attendees present, it seemed they wished to showcase him, to awe them into recognition that he was indeed the child of Qi Yizhou and Wen Jifan. While Wen Jifan was unaware of Qi Yizhou's intentions, he too hoped that Qi Xian's connections might ease their future paths. Thus, Qi Xian arrived in formal attire alongside them. Wen Jifan attended as Qi Yizhou's wife, rather than as the chief designer, and thus had no reason to conceal his presence. Clad in a white tailcoat, Wen Jifan exuded elegance, his demeanor softening the space around him, making him stand out among the throngs of admirers. Qi Yizhou, like a guardian, remained closely by his side, shielding him from unwelcome advances. Indeed, Mrs. Qi appeared to be growing more youthful by the day. A female Omega approached to greet them, familiar and warm. Although they were unaware of Wen Jifan's true identity, simply being the wife of the president of Ivan Group was enough to evoke envy. Wen Jifan maintained a gentle and courteous smile, responding with a twinkle in his eye. "Madam, you look radiant lately. I hardly recognized you." Conversing with someone as tender-hearted as Wen Jifan naturally eased the tension within her, and she found herself wishing to befriend him, though voicing such sentiments in this setting felt inappropriate. Mr. Qi is truly fortunate. Qi Yizhou's expression remained placid, yet warmth danced in his eyes when discussing Wen Jifan. Qi Xian stood in the corner, observing their comings and goings with indifference. Were it not for Wen Jifan's deliberate invitation, he would have preferred to slip away unnoticed. He retrieved his phone and opened the chat with Fu Zhanli. "Miss you." "I know." Fu Zhanli replied swiftly. "Is it fun?" "Fun? Hardly." Qi Xian thought to himself, disdainful of the feigned smiles plastered on everyone's faces. Yet he replied, "It's all right." A gentle voice resonated as Qi Xian calmly pocketed his phone and approached Wen Jifan. It was his turn to take the stage. "Dad," Qi Xian called out softly, his gaze settling on the person before him. Upon recognizing the individual, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Zhou Man stood frozen, taken aback by the unexpected encounter with Qi Xian, her palms damp with perspiration, her mind elsewhere. The people beside her called her name several times before she snapped back to reality, only regaining her composure when someone tugged at her hand. The female Omega wore an expression of slight embarrassment, casting an apologetic glance at Wen Jifan. "I apologize for my rudeness," she said, not anticipating Zhou Man's distraction by Qi Xian. "It's quite all right," Wen Jifan replied. Zhou Man, at that moment, could barely comprehend the chatter around her. The next instant, her arm was pinched. "What is wrong with you?" came the discontented tone. Zhou Man managed a smile. "Mr. Qi, Mrs. Qi, I am Zhou Man." Wen Jifan was unfazed, but Qi Zhou frowned, casting a look at his son that seemed to convey, "Your troublesome admirer?" Qi Xian shot him a glance, but remained silent, surprised by Zhou Man's presence. With Qi Xian's striking appearance standing out among the crowd, and being the son of the CEO of AI Fan Group, he drew much curiosity. Qi Zhou relished the moment, enjoying the wounded expressions on his rivals' faces. "See, I told you, our child with Fan is already this big. Perhaps it's time to let go of those unattainable thoughts?" Qi Xian found his father's childish behavior quite perplexing and let out a disdainful snort. Seizing a moment of privacy, Qi Zhou quipped, "You wouldn't understand. You single dog." Qi Xian smirked, his slender eyes sparkling with mischief as he lazily replied, "You truly dare to say that." His hair, gradually shifting to a deep blue, framed his smooth, fair complexion, accentuating his sharp features. His azure eyes held a depth of emotion, yet appeared rather nonchalant, exuding an air of indifference. His sensuous lips curled into a smile, yet his brow bore a wild, untamed spirit. Even clad in formal attire, Qi Xian did not appear out of place, radiating an essence that balanced youth and maturity. His movements, though languid, remained assertive and exuded an air of aristocratic elegance. While responding to a message from Fu Zhanli, he inadvertently attracted numerous admirers. One particularly well-made-up female, Omega, boldly approached him, seeking his contact information. She was of the same age and had come with her family. Upon spotting Qi Xian, she found herself momentarily mesmerized. Qi Xian raised his eyelids slightly, calmly tucking his phone away. "Sorry, my phone is dead," he said, turning away without a hint of remorse, leaving the Omega standing there in a daze. Chapter 58. His downfall. Qi Xian lingered in a corner, awaiting Qi Zhou and Wen Jifan. The hotel's corridor was deserted, and as he chatted with Fu Zhanli amidst the gentle breeze. More than an hour passed. It seemed the event was revealing its underlying designs, with gasps of astonishment occasionally echoing in his ears. Qi Xian remained unfazed, leaning against the railing, lazily poking at his phone screen, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Yet, for reasons unknown, his eyelid twitched incessantly. He rubbed the quivering lid, his gaze inadvertently skimming over the shadows of figures outside. Surely, it couldn't be that he was destined for misfortune? A twitch in his eyelid invariably heralded an event. In his childhood, whenever his eyelid twitched, he would inexplicably stumble and scrape his knee within half an hour, leaving a sizable wound. Qi Zhou would mock him, while Wen Jifan would comfort him. The consequence of Qi Zhou's teasing was that his wife chose to sleep in a separate room that night. Qi Xian regarded Qi Zhou with the triumphant air of a victor. On another occasion, Qi Zhou was to attend a crucial meeting, yet he forgot a vital document. It was only his assistant who rushed back through a traffic jam to retrieve it, leaving Qi Zhou on the brink of despair. Perhaps even fate favored Wen Jifan. For aside from a few minor design issues, Qi Xian's eyelid law had not been invoked. It was merely Qi Zhou who faced a streak of bad luck. Wen Jifan had even jested that Qi Zhou must have owed Qi Xian from a past life, now come to collect. Qi Xian squinted, about to ascertain something, when two figures stealthily approached outside the railing. He quickly swiped on his phone and extinguished the screen, hiding behind a decorative tree. The hotel corridor was devoid of movement, perpetually shrouded in silence. Clad in a black suit, Qi Xian managed to conceal himself effortlessly with a slight shift, especially since the two individuals were outside while he remained within the corridor. Qi Xian felt no particular anxiety. He lounged against the wall, his gaze sweeping the corridor, yet focusing intently on the two figures. "Brother Fong, is this really a viable plan?" Question 1, his voice trembling, as if it were his first encounter with such undertakings. The man addressed, as Brother Fong spoke in a soft tone, yet his words were laced with ferocity. "Just follow my instructions, and I shall ensure Wen Jifan's disgrace. His voice dripped with palpable animosity, sharp as a knife. Upon hearing Wen Jifan's name, Qi Xian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. It seemed he had unwittingly eavesdropped on matters concerning his own. While Wen Jifan was not one to easily make enemies, this individual was filled with malice. However, Wen Jifan was backed by the Ivan group, and his alpha was no pushover either. Yet what of it? Once the die was cast, even Qi Xian, formidable as he was, could not reverse the situation. Wen Jifan would forever bear a stain on his reputation. Chief designer? How long could he maintain that position? Fang Ming's gaze was steely, resolute in pushing Wen Jifan to the brink. But a married Omega is still protected by law. Should this plot unravel, we both face imprisonment. Zhu Xin, are you questioning my capabilities? Fang Ming retorted. Rest assured, as long as you execute this cleanly, you shall not be wronged. Though Wen Jifan's support came from Qi Xian, Fang Ming too had his own backing, sufficient to suppress the entire affair. Zhu Xen, witnessing Fang Ming's unwavering confidence, breathed a sigh of relief. I assume you have arranged for the person involved. Be cautious. Do not let anyone see you. Understood. With that, Zhu Xin took the spare room card Fang Ming had provided and departed. Wen Jifan, you have compelled me. After all, it was you who usurped the position that rightfully belonged to me. Fang Ming uttered ominously, a cold smirk escaping his lips. With these words, he cast a vigilant glance around, and upon finding no suspicious figures, he departed. From behind the shadows of the trees, Qi Xian stepped forward, squinting at Fang Ming's retreating silhouette, and subsequently smiled wryly. This individual appeared familiar, having conversed with Wen Jifan not long ago, exhibiting a rather cordial demeanor, yet exuding an unsettling, almost sinister aura. A discerning eye might even discern his deliberate imitation of Wen Jifan's every gesture. Jealousy toward my little father, how amusing. Qi Xian sent a message to Qi Xian and then took up a position to watch at the hotel. The only available suite was located in the annex of the hotel. It was improbable that Fang Ming could swiftly remove someone from the premises without drawing attention, and he might also attract journalists afterward, potentially exposing Wen Jifan's true identity. Concealed in the shadows, Qi Xian soon spotted 3 figures approaching. The newcomers moved with utmost caution, scanning their surroundings, compelling Qi Xian to press himself against the wall. Hurry up, Zhu Xian urged in a hushed tone. At that moment, Wen Jifan had succumbed to unconsciousness, his face flushed with an unusual hue under the dim light, brows knitted tightly. Qi Xian frowned, suspecting the use of a substance to hasten an Omega's entry into their heat cycle. Uncertain, he could only watch as 2 imposing figures hoisted Wen Jifan into the elevator. Striking at that moment would not only thwart his attempt to rescue Wen Jifan, but could also have dire consequences. Furthermore, Omegas revered their reputation, should word get out. Wen Jifan would face an onslaught of scornful remarks. As the elevator doors closed, Qi Xian seized the opportunity to send a voice message to Qi Xian. Little father is in danger. Bring a few people to the annex quietly. Before Qi Xian could respond, Qi Xian terminated the call, his gaze fixed on the elevator's ascending numbers. Without a moment's hesitation, he bolted up the stairs. His speed was remarkable, leaving only a blur in his wake. Upon reaching the 5th floor, he noted that the elevator's numbers were still climbing and continued his ascent without pausing for breath. This hotel was opulent, boasting 20 floors, while the annex had 15. Yet, regardless of his pace, he was no match for the elevator. By the time he reached the 11th floor, the elevator had already reached the top. Upon arriving at the 15th floor, he discovered the figures had exited the elevator, but he was uncertain of their exact location, forcing him to navigate each corner until he finally heard Zhu Xian's voice around a bend. Call me if something arises. Zhu Xian, though apprehensive, felt compelled to fulfill the task assigned by Fang Ming, having accepted payment. Nevertheless, the reward was substantial. Wen Jifan's striking appearance was exceptional, and his presence was unmatched, even prompting Fang Ming's imitation. The thought of soon being with Qi Xian's Omega stirred a thrill within Zhu Xian. Despite his average looks and pronounced buck teeth, even with his towering stature as an alpha, he remained unwed and the prospect of indulging in such an encounter was enticing. The two individuals stationed outside the door appear to be affiliated with Qi Xian as well. "Why not share a bit with us?" one of them suggested. Qi Xian's expression darkened. "We'll discuss it later." With that, he shut the door, isolating the two from the unfolding events. How presumptuous of him to think so highly of himself. Chapter 59. To whom are you speaking? One of the men muttered a curse under his breath, uncertain whether this slight figure could withstand the situation. However, the Omega's touch was undeniably exquisite, eliciting a reaction even through the fabric. Qi Xian, standing nearby, felt his anger escalating, his eyes turning crimson as they fell upon a flower pot. With a surge of cold energy, he strode over, seizing it. When Qi Fan was roughly tossed onto the bed, slowly awakening amidst their conversation. His vision blurred, his body aflame, and the nape of his neck felt as though pricked by a needle, causing tremors throughout his being. Memories of the earlier encounter in the restroom flooded his mind, revealing that he had been ensnared by treachery. Yet, he felt no particular enmity towards anyone. The more he pondered, the hotter he became, and as the door swung shut, an unfamiliar figure approached him. When Qi Fan gritted his teeth, gasping, "I am willing to pay double." Qi Xian discerned when Qi Fan's intent and hesitated momentarily. Yet the sight of the enchanting beauty before him stifled his resolve. Wealth could not secure an Omega, and the potential risks thereafter outweighed the benefits. It was better to commit a transgression fully. Even if he relinquished this tempting morsel, two wolves lurked outside, awaiting their chance. "I prefer beauties like you." Qi Xian gazed greedily at Qi Fan. He had to admit, Qi Fan was exceptionally well protected by Qi Zhou. Even nearing 40, during his heat period, he bore no distinction from a youthful Omega. The more Qi Xian contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Qi Fan exerted himself to prop up his body, fiercely guarding the glands at the nape of his neck. He harbored a secret known only to his family, and Qi Zhou. His glands were unique, capable of being marked a second time. To avoid falling into peril, this secret had been closely guarded. The fragrance of fresh oranges began to waft from Qi Fan's pheromones. Qi Xian, entranced by the scent, felt the aroma reminiscent of hot pot surge through his nostrils. When Qi Fan's fingertips turned pale, his azure eyes filled with distress. As an Omega, he was inherently vulnerable, and facing an alpha releasing enticing pheromones during his heat was exceedingly perilous. Despite his struggles, Qi Xian stripped away Qi Fan's suit jacket. In such a predicament, there were only two choices, and without hesitation, Qi Fan opted for the more ruthless one. One hand pushed back against Qi Xian's advance, while the other rested on his nape. Just as he prepared to remove his glands, the doorbell rang. Impatient, Qi Xian continued his actions, dismissing the doorbell, assuming it was the others hastening him. Yet, the doorbell persisted. With a curse, Qi Xian shoved Qi Fan aside, swearing under his breath as he rose to answer the door. "Damn it, I haven't even begun, and you're rushing me?" With a resounding bang, Qi Xian's voice was abruptly silenced, as if someone had grasped his throat. Qi Fan clutched his head and raised his gaze towards the doorway, only to witness Qi Xian being throttled by Qi Xian, his back pressed firmly against the wall. The youth's suit was already wrinkled, and his gradient blue hair had become disheveled, yet it did not diminish his allure in the slightest. A chilling aura emanated from him, and beneath his eyes, a faint crimson hue hinted at a bloodthirsty ferocity. Qi Fan was overwhelmed by the aroma of hot pot pheromones, gradually infiltrating his glands. Zhu Xin, gazing at the eyes that bore a striking resemblance to Qi Fan's, yet were starkly different in expression, appeared utterly stunned. He gripped Qi Xian's hand tightly, which was constricting his throat, his complexion turning a shade akin to that of liver. Reluctant to see Qi Xian perish, Qi Xian suddenly flung him aside. Qi Xian collided forcefully with the table, the sound of cracking bones echoing through the air. Qi Xian's eyes were filled with fury. He remained unaffected by Qi Xian's pheromones. His temper merely heightened, which in fact suited him well during a brawl. However, as an Omega, Qi Fan was intolerant of other alpha pheromones, prompting Qi Xian to release his own pheromones to isolate the hot pot scent. He vowed to abstain from hot pot for several days. Given the father-son relationship between Wen Jifan and Qi Xian, the pheromones would not impact Wen Jifan, but could only shield him from others' pheromones. Qi Xian removed his jacket and draped it over Wen Jifan, remaining silent. Wen Jifan was aware of Qi Xian's temperament, but found himself speechless with discomfort, grasping his wrist to signal him to refrain from acting impulsively. Yet, Qi Xian was not one to endure humiliation, especially when provoked. "Calm down for a moment, Dad," he spoke in a steady tone. Without waiting for Wen Jifan to respond, he promptly covered him with a blanket. Although Wen Jifan's pheromones still leaked out, he was unaffected. Yet, that did not mean others were shielded from it. Thus, he needed to protect him before Qi Yizhou arrived. Zhu Xian continued to wail, trembling as he observed Qi Xian, brimming with aggression, approach him. Damn it! Why didn't Fangming mention that Wen Jifan had an alpha son? As Qi Xian's icy gaze bore into him, radiating an oppressive aura akin to a vengeful spirit from the battleground, his eyes glinted with a sinister bloodlust. "Don't come any closer," Zhu Xian stammered, instinctively sensing that Qi Xian would end his life. Qi Xian's eyes narrowed, his thin lips uttering words as frigid as ice. "It's too late." With that, he raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick to Zhu Xian's groin, a horrific scream shattering the air. Though it was merely a single blow, Zhu Xian felt utterly incapacitated. Qi Xian retrieved Zhu Xian's phone, tapping the screen a few times before tossing it aside. Uncertain of Qi Xian's intentions, Zhu Xian could only resist a pungent odor of urine suddenly filling the air. Qi Xian subtly frowned, dragging him to the other side. Before Zhu Xian had a chance to react, Qi Xian seized his head and forcefully slammed it against the wall. With a resounding thud, Zhu Xian's head was soon bloodied, his pleas for mercy spilling from his lips. "Please stop." But Qi Xian's gaze remained dark and unyielding. As if he had not heard a word, Zhu Xian silently cursed Fangming, recognizing that Wen Jifan was easy to bully, yet his son was far from harmless. Qi Xian's breath was uneven, seemingly agitated. His tone was ominous. "Give me a reason." Zhu Xian was on the verge of losing consciousness from pain, and with his fading awareness, he stammered, "I am sorry." Qi Xian, exuding an aura of intimidation, tightened his grip on Zhu Xian's neck, his voice rising. "Who are you speaking to him?" Before Zhu Xian could respond, Qi Xian forcefully slammed his head against the wall. He fell unconscious. Qi Xian leisurely stood up and exited the room, dragging the two already unconscious individuals inside. He then took out his phone and urged Qi Yizhou, seemingly dissatisfied with his pace. In truth, Qi Yizhou had been rushing over immediately after receiving Qi Xian's message, but he had been beset by reporters emerging from nowhere. Upon reading Qi Xian's words, he comprehended the situation instantly, his expression darkening, yet he dared not act rashly or display any signs of panic. "Excuse me, Mr. Qi. Why didn't you bring your esteemed wife to the fashion design venue today?" Chapter 60, Wen Jifan. Your son's mother has gone mad. Qi Yizhou's temples throbbed. But for the sake of Wen Jifan's reputation, he composed himself before replying. Fan went to the restroom. "I'm going to fetch her now." Why can't Mr. Qi let his esteemed wife come out on her own? Is something wrong? Very clever, very shrewd. Qi Yizhou vowed that after today, this reporter would lose his job. With a forced smile, he replied, "My wife and I share a deep affection. She cannot do without me. So I must go to get her." "What? Are you questioning something?" The reporter fell silent, but another chimed in. "Yet someone claims that the esteemed lady is no longer in the restroom, but has left with someone to the presidential suite." At this, the atmosphere around Qi Yizhou shifted dramatically, causing the reporters to feel breathless. "Oh, is that so? Who said that? Bring them out, so I may see who is sowing discord." His words silenced them all. Given such a statement, they could not be oblivious to Qi Yizhou's implications. If they pressed further, they might find themselves jobless by tomorrow. Yet, driven by their profession, they pressed on. "Then how about you take us to see?" Qi Yizhou's gaze turned icy as he scoffed. "What are you?" The situation had grown tense, with numerous reporters present, all of whom understood the implications of their surroundings, sharing knowing glances as they quietly observed. In a nearby corner, a man gently swirled his wine glass, intrigued by the unfolding drama, his dark eyes glimmering with amusement. "How do you think he will resolve this?" he inquired, nudging the man beside him with his elbow. The man next to him, sporting a slick-back hairstyle, could not conceal his noble demeanor, now gazing at his tablet. At the question, he raised his eyelids to glance over without offering any commentary. "I'm asking you." The first man pressed. "I don't know," the other replied, downing the last of his drink and placing the glass on the server's tray, casting a glance at him. "Boring." These two words were directed at Fu Mingyuan. Fu Mingyuan responded softly. Shang Shuashan crossed his arms, watching the unfolding drama with keen interest. Not having received a reply from Qi Xian remained unperturbed, yet when Fan was anxious. He sent another message to Qin Mu, who replied promptly. Qi Xian issued a brief instruction just as the doorbell rang. Qi Xian leisurely put away his phone. Fang Ming pressed the doorbell while scanning the surroundings for any onlookers. The reporters were about to arrive, and he was uncertain why Zhu Exan had summoned him. Damn it! Had the other two vanished? Why was there no one stationed at the door? As he impatiently pressed the doorbell, the door swung open, revealing not Zhu Exan's familiar face, but one he recognized yet found strangely foreign. Before Fang Ming could collect his thoughts, "It's you," Qi Xian exclaimed, pulling him inside. Still disoriented, Fang Ming was yanked by his hair towards the interior. Fang Ming, a colleague of Wen Jifan and a capable designer in his own right, found himself overshadowed by Wen Jifan's brilliance. An Omega with long, well-kept hair, he felt a pang of distress as Qi Xian ruthlessly tugged at it, as if his scalp were about to be wrenched away. My hair! Let go of me!" Fang Ming, timid by nature, felt his pheromones spill forth under such forceful treatment. Qi Xian, irritated by the scratches on his hand from Fang Ming's grasp and the poor quality of his pheromones, frowned and flung him aside. Fang Ming stumbled backward, falling to the ground. He glanced up, and upon meeting Qi Xian's gaze, recognition dawned. The blue hair and eyes were unforgettable, yet the figure before him was not Wen Jifan, but someone else entirely. Wen Jifan's eyes were long and affectionate, imbued with endless warmth, while Qi Xian's were different, full of malice and harshness, as if a tempest were brewing within. His brows were furrowed with rage and arrogance, a stark contrast to the gentleness of his counterpart. "Are you Wen Jifan's child?" Fang Ming stammered, astonished. Who would have imagined that such a gentle soul could bear a son so tempestuous and fierce? Qi Xian offered no reply, merely curling his lips in a cold sneer. The inferior pheromones emanating from Fang Ming irritated Qi Xian, but he refrained from using his own, deeming it unnecessary. However, he considered that Wen Jifan might not withstand the situation, at least until Qi Zhou arrived. Thus, he felt compelled to release some pheromones to keep Wen Jifan at bay. Fang Ming, consumed by jealousy, seethed. He had once believed that Wen Jifan was reluctant to introduce his child due to some hidden shame regarding an Omega. He held a strong bias towards Alpha over Omega, but luckily his own son was a Beta, granting him a sense of superiority in this regard. He had previously mentioned this to Wen Jifan, who insisted that all children, regardless of gender, should be treated equally. At the time, Fang Ming thought Wen Jifan was merely making excuses. However, he was mistaken, for Wen Jifan had no intention of vying for attention in this matter. This made him feel like a fool. Fang Ming stared intently at Qi Xian, a voice in his mind desperately informing him. Wen Jifan excels in every aspect. Even his child is superior to yours. Your child is merely a Beta, while theirs is an Alpha. He felt as if he were losing his sanity, desperately trying to cover up his thoughts. You are not Wen Jifan's child, are you? In response to Fang Ming's sudden frenzy, Qi Xian had no desire to explain. He merely regarded him with indifference. Do you comprehend the consequences? That gaze was unbearable for Fang Ming, akin to being scrutinized by Wen Jifan himself, leaving him profoundly uncomfortable. With a scream, he lunged at Qi Xian, seemingly intent on seizing that piercing gaze. Qi Xian frowned, his mood soured, and with a swift kick, he sent Fang Ming sprawling. Fang Ming cried out in pain, attempting to release his pheromones to entice, but halfway through, the overwhelming scent of roses suppressed his efforts. cutting off his pheromones abruptly. His complexion turned pale as he realized the gravity of his situation, glancing to see Zhu Exin bloodied and sprawled like a lifeless dog nearby. Instantly understanding that he had bitten off more than he could chew, before he could utter a plea for mercy, Qi Xian dragged him into the shower room. Fang Ming could only fix his gaze on Wen Jifan. Wen Jifan, your son's mother has gone mad. Murder is a crime. Wen Jifan's consciousness had begun to blur. He was unaware of his surroundings, and without Qi Yizhou's pheromones. He doubted he could endure on mere reliance of Qi Xian's pheromones. With a resounding bang, the door was slammed shut by Qi Xian, who then filled the sink with water. Fang Ming continued to scream, only to be suddenly plunged into the water, gasping for air. After several desperate gulps, he felt as though he were nearing death when Qi Xian seized him by the nape and forced him against the mirror with considerable force, distorting his face. His vision blurred, yet he could still vaguely discern Qi Xian's icy gaze. You should be grateful that you are an Omega. Otherwise, Qi Xian sneered, his eyes sharp. You would be leaving through that door horizontally. Trembling all over, Fang Ming pleaded, let me go. Qi Xian's expression remained indifferent as he continued to press Fang Ming into the water, releasing him only when Fang Ming could no longer bear it. Who gave you the audacity to extend your hand towards the Qi family? Fang Ming struggled, only to be forcefully doused with water again. Do you truly believe the Qi family is without defenses? Remember to steer clear in the future. I cannot guarantee what I might do. Having said that, Qi Xian dragged the barely conscious Fang Ming out, treating him like a lifeless dog. When Qi Mu entered, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The room was in disarray, with 3 individuals sprawled in various positions, one of whom Qi Xian had just unceremoniously tossed to the ground. He understood Qi Xian's temperament, but had not anticipated such ruthlessness. As an alpha, Qi Mu suppressed his discomfort and stated, everything is prepared. It seems that President Qi cannot hold out much longer. Qi Xian nodded in silence, retracting his pheromones before leading Wen Jifan to another suite. Qi Mu commenced tidying up the group. Upon returning, Qi Xian observed Zhu Exin and Fang Ming deep in contemplation, prompting him to assist in arranging their poses. He aimed to disgrace others, and in turn, Qi Xian was determined to bring them down, savoring the fruits of his labor. Qi Mu, discerning Qi Xian's intentions as he adjusted the poses, suggested, allow me to handle this. Young master may take a moment to tidy up. After toiling for a while, Qi Xian's appearance had become quite disheveled, and should anyone discern the truth later, it would be difficult to explain. He acquiesced and departed. Qi Mu, having meticulously prepared for the situation, ventured next door for a quick rinse and change his attire. Upon his emergence, the noise from outside, despite the suite's soundproofing, was overwhelming. Qi Xian leisurely retrieved his phone, capturing the hotel ambience and sending it to Fu Zhanli. Noticing that Qi Xian had not responded to his previous message, but instead sent a photo of the hotel, Fu Zhanli inquired. ? Qi Xian smirked mischievously, replying, the soundproofing is excellent. Shall we test it out later? He promptly slipped his phone into his pocket and seized a water cup as he opened the door. With a crash, the cup struck the wall, producing a jarring sound that gradually quelled the external clamor, redirecting attention from Qi Yizhou to Qi Xian. Shadows.Fu raised an eyebrow in surprise, remarking, Old Fu, the tables have turned. Fu Mingyuan shifted his gaze from the tablet, and, upon spotting Qi Xian, his previously unperturbed eyes flickered with astonishment. Noticing his reaction, Shadows.Fu turned to him and asked, What's the matter? Do you know him? Fu Mingyuan's lips moved slightly as he finally set down the tablet, frowning, a classmate of Zhanli? In truth, he was uncertain if that assertion held any merit. Perhaps he was a boyfriend instead. Shadows.Fu instantly understood, his gaze intensifying as he smiled in surprise. Is that so? What a serendipitous twist. At that moment, Qi Xian was far from the obedient figure Fu Mingyuan had previously perceived. Rather, he radiated an air of arrogance, exuding a defiance that seemed to challenge anyone to confront him. With a languid demeanor and a slight smile that did not reach his eyes, he declared, What's all this noise? Disturbing one's peaceful slumber invites divine retribution. His words brimmed with audacity, clearly suggesting that he was not someone to be trifled with. Among the reporters, some were unfamiliar with Qi Xian. Yet a few astute individuals recognized him as the son of Wen Jifan and Qi Yizhou by his distinctive hair and eyes. Journalists closest to Qi Xian surged toward him, intent on thrusting their cameras and microphones into his face. Qi Yizhou gestured for the bodyguards to protect Qi Xian, but just as they were about to intervene, Qi Xian languidly remarked, "Anyone who dares approach another step shall leave horizontally today." His tone was casual, leaving others unsure if he was jesting. Nevertheless, for some inexplicable reason, no one dared to advance, instead inquiring from a distance of 2 meters, "Are you aware of Wen Jifan's infidelity?" Qi Xian raised an eyebrow, his gaze settling on the inquisitive reporter. The journalist, caught off guard by the intensity of his stare, felt an overwhelming pressure that rendered him breathless. "I cannot ascertain whether your lips will emerge from here unscathed." The reporter fell silent, rendered momentarily speechless. With a nod from Qin Mu, Qi Yizhou was left with no choice but to allow Qi Xian to handle the journalists, given the precarious situation of Wen Jifan. Surrounded by his bodyguards, Qi Yizhou navigated through the throng and approached Wen Jifan's room. Upon seeing him depart, the reporters converged eagerly. "Who dares to move?" Qi Xian's voice, deep and chilling, resonated ominously. The reporters' steps halted as if compelled by an unseen force. With Qi Yizhou now inside, they redirected their focus to Qi Xian. "Pray tell, is President Qi in such haste to enter because he seeks to comfort Wen Jifan? Does this not further corroborate the rumors of Wen Jifan's infidelity?" Leaning lazily against the doorframe, Qi Xian's cerulean eyes narrowed, his gaze turning inquisitive and teasing. "What? Does your father's Omega seek solace from just anyone during his heat? Could it be that you are merely a product of such indiscretions?" Qi Xian's words darkened the reporter's expression, as the implications not only refuted the allegations against Wen Jifan, but also left the reporter feeling humiliated. Yet, President Qi has consistently evaded our inquiries. With Wen Jifan in his heat, might there be some unspeakable secret at play? Qi Xian replied leisurely, "Are you perhaps a comical creature sprung from a stone?" His retort silenced the reporter once more. Anyone would be anxious during their Omega's heat. The weight of priorities is universally understood. Disinterested in further banter, Qi Xian lowered his eyelids. "This entire incident has been captured in high definition. Should you have any issues, please consult your lawyer. Defaming a married Omega could lead to imprisonment." The journalists grew tense, but recalling the confidence instilled by Fong Ming, one bold reporter ventured, "Could it be that the room Qi Yizhou entered does not house Wen Jifan at all? Are you attempting to divert us to facilitate Wen Jifan's escape?" He gestured towards the room Fong Ming had indicated. "Brothers, Wen Jifan must still be within. Let's not be deceived." Chapter 62. "Those who do not enter shall lose a limb, fools," Qi Xian scoffed coldly. With one reporter leading the charge, others quickly followed suit. As the door swung open, the journalists surged forward with their cameras, the scene erupting into chaos as they clamored to capture the moment. A potent wave of pheromones filled the air, tinged with an unsettling intimacy that was nonetheless nauseating. Before they could fully discern the figure on the bed, the reporter blurted out the rehearsed line. "Mr. Wen, is the individual lying beside you your lover? In the case of marital infidelity, do you harbor grievances against President Qi? Or has your relationship reached a point of evident fracture?" A barrage of unseemly accusations flowed from their lips, each asserting with certainty that the person inside was indeed Wen Jifan, eager to solidify the claims of infidelity. With an expression devoid of emotion, Qi Xian's azure eyes fixed intently upon them, his fingers twitching slightly. Suddenly, the bodyguards behind him sprang into action, parting the crowd at the entrance and pinning the insolent reporters against the wall. "What are you doing? Surely you aren't enraged?" sneered one of the journalists, who had just instigated the chaos. "Fear not. The more they resort to violence, the more guilt they harbor within." Standing at the threshold, Qi Xian exuded an icy demeanor, casting a half-smile at the reporter. At that moment, not only reporters were present, but also the esteemed guests and celebrities who had been below. The room remained shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the outside light, rendering the entangled figures on the bed indistinct. While catching a cheater was permissible. "Your words are rather unclean," Qi Xian remarked nonchalantly. "I find it rather displeasing." With a flicker of his gaze. The reporter's front tooth was shattered by a punch from the bodyguard. Dazed from the blow, the reporter could no longer discern his surroundings. The previously raucous atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence, with all eyes turning towards Qi Xian. His expression remained calm as the reporter received another blow, collapsing into unconsciousness. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. None anticipated Qi Xian would render someone unconscious in plain view. Undeniably, the display of force proved effective. The other journalists hesitated to make any further moves, though they still yearned to pry into the scandalous affair unfolding on the bed. Qi Xian smirked malevolently, his sapphire gaze taking on a mocking quality. "What now? Aren't you eager to catch a cheater? Step inside. Anyone who hesitates will find a foot broken." His voice was deep and hoarse, an oppressive presence washing over the room, instilling a chilling fear. The reporters exchanged wary glances, and, as the bodyguard raised his fist, they scrambled to step inside. A sudden click signaled the lights being turned on, clarity returning to the scene, revealing not Wen-Ji-Fan entangled with another alpha, but someone else entirely. The Omega concealed beneath the covers remained unseen, as Qi Xian stood guard, leaving them no choice but to proceed. The clamor stirred the two individuals on the bed from their slumber. They groaned and squinted towards the entrance, gradually regaining their senses. Fang Ming had never witnessed such a spectacle. With a startled scream, he clutched the blanket tightly, only to discover another person sprawled beside him, whom he promptly kicked off. Zhu Xian felt a throbbing ache throughout his body, his head pounding as Fang Ming's piercing scream resonated in his ears. By the time he regained consciousness, the reporters had already aimed their cameras at him. In their frenzy, they no longer cared about who the main characters were, fixated solely on capturing these two individuals. Their predicament was perilous, and they hoped to appease Qi Xian through this incident, seeking leniency from him thereafter. However, they miscalculated. Qi Xian was not one to be trifled with. Witnessing Fang Ming's breakdown elicited a cold smile from him. Just then, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Hastily shifting his gaze to the crowd nearby, where he only discerned a figure with their back turned towards him. Not giving it much thought, he dismissed it, indifferent as he averted his eyes and departed. He has completed his tasks, and it is time to clock out. Having accompanied Wen-Ji-Fan for many years, Qin Mu naturally knows how to handle the situation. As Qi Xian passed by, everyone instinctively made way for him, offering a respectful acknowledgement. However, he remained unperturbed, instead pulling out his phone to send a message to Fu Zhanli, scrolling through previous messages to reply one by one. Fu Mingyuan observed his departing figure, falling into silence for a moment. At that time, he seemed quite obedient. He had thought that Fu Zhanli preferred someone compliant and docile, but unexpectedly, Shang Shishua cast a sidelong glance at him, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. "I rather like this child. I wonder if Zhanli has pursued him." With that thought, he fell into contemplation, pondering whether to find a suitable time to have a serious conversation with Fu Zhanli. If the pursuit had not been successful, he wouldn't mind playing the villain. Upon returning home and freshening up, Qi Xian received an invitation for a video call from Fu Zhanli. Fu Zhanli got straight to the point. "Why were you at the hotel?" His tone was cold and indifferent, yet Qi Xian felt a pang of jealousy. He raised an eyebrow. "Just checking out the environment for next time when I bring you along." The remark was rather flippant, causing Fu Zhanli to lightly bite his lip, his dark eyes silently scrutinizing him. Qi Xian sighed. Something came up, that's all. He had informed Fu Zhanli of his outing, but had not specified the location. Thus Fu Zhanli was unaware of the details. "What happened?" "Personal matters," Qi Xian replied vaguely. He felt there was no necessity to divulge the matter to Fu Zhanli, especially since it had been resolved. Speaking of it would serve no purpose. Fu Zhanli remained silent for a while before asking, "Are you tired?" At the mention, Qi Xian instinctively flexed his wrist, letting out a soft scoff. "Not tired, quite refreshing actually." Fu Zhanli fell silent. Yet Qi Xian did not notice anything amiss as he began to check his assignments. While Fu Zhanli was quiet, he received a message from Shang Shishua. He glanced at it without replying, But the next moment, he saw Shua's message. Guess who I saw tonight? After a moment of contemplation, Fu Zhanli clicked on it. And there he spotted a familiar figure captured from an observer's perspective. Qi Xian stood at the periphery of a crowd, his cerulean eyes coldly surveying them, emanating an air of nonchalance. Fu Zhanli noticed the sharpness in his gaze, as if something had occurred to provoke his anger. He shifted his focus to the group of figures. It seemed something had transpired in the room, with reporters raising their cameras to capture the scene. Shao was unfazed by his indifference. Your little classmate. I know. Fu Zhanli paused momentarily before inquiring. What happened? Shao did not respond, but instead sent him a trending topic. Fu Zhanli stared at the unfamiliar name, still bewildered. Shao, rarely patient, explained the situation. And only then did Fu Zhanli grasp what had transpired. Chapter 63. Xiange, you've come. However, given Qi Xian's disposition, he would undoubtedly refrain from meddling in others' affairs. Even if when Jifan's name was involved, he would not intervene. Yet it appeared that not only did Qi Xian intervene, but he had also taken action, clearly indicating that they had plotted against Wen Jifan. It must be said that Fu Zhanli's analysis was astute. Qi Xian not only took action, but nearly caused grievous harm. Taking advantage of the situation, Shao remarked, still pursuing? Fu Zhanli did not respond to this inquiry, simply stating no. Upon seeing that single word, Shua's eyes narrowed. Could it be that this classmate found Fu Zhanli unworthy? Perhaps disheartened. They had chosen to abandon their pursuit? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Shua was distinctly displeased and cast a disdainful glance at Fu Mingyuan, who, it appeared, had not inherited his genes, but rather the empty-headedness attributed to a papaya. Shua believed that whether it pertained to people or possessions, if one cherished something, it should rightfully belong to them. Fu Mingyuan interjected, "Do not interfere in this matter." Zhanli would be displeased. He seemed to envision the times when Shua had previously restrained him. "I had no such intention," Fu Mingyuan replied. "Your expression has betrayed you," he added. The following day, Qi Xian arrived late and fortuitously encountered the disciplinary director, who promptly summoned him for a reprimand. Inside, he found Chen Dong, who, upon seeing him, was overwhelmed with emotion. Finally, there was someone he recognized to keep him company. Qi Xian, the disciplinary director, thundered, shaking the ground with his fury. There were many tardy students that day, including several familiar faces to Qi Xian. "Xian, you have arrived." The repeated calls of Xian Ge finally prompted Qi Xian to lift his eyelids. The disciplinary director was seething with rage, exclaiming, "What are you shouting for? Stand in line." Qi Xian sluggishly complied, his demeanor languid, as if he had yet to awaken. The disciplinary director approached him, his Mediterranean hairstyle gleaming, and surveyed the scene. Qi Xian had often found himself in trouble with the disciplinary director, but recently, he had been preoccupied with other matters and had not anticipated encountering him on the very first day back. "Tell me, how many times have you been late these past few days?" Before Qi Xian could respond, Chen Dong interjected, "Director, Xiange has not been late in quite some time. He has been diligently studying every day." "Oh, is that so?" The disciplinary director scrutinized Qi Xian, seemingly searching for the truth in Chen Dong's words. Indeed. Is that so?" Chen Dong affirmed. Unsure of whether he believed them, the disciplinary director declared, "Then you shall stand here for a while until your homeroom teacher arrives to claim you." He remained skeptical. Qi Xian clicked his tongue, but refrained from arguing. Standing lazily in place, what followed was a lengthy lecture, during which Qi Xian's ears processed the words, but his thoughts drifted far away. Among the assembly were other class ruffians, resentful of their capture, and their patience waned further under the director's admonishments. "Director, we did nothing wrong," one protested. The disciplinary director retorted, "You were tardy. I had already stepped through the school gate a moment before the bell rang. That does not matter. You were not in the classroom. Yet Qi Xian arrived even later than us. Why do you not chastise him?" The speaker was a student from Class 5, a self-proclaimed ruffian, yet he held a modicum of trepidation towards Qi Xian. The disciplinary director turned, locking eyes with Qi Xian before returning his gaze to the ruffian. "At least he is paying attention. As for you, you are gazing about." Would you even hear me if I were not addressing you directly? The little tyrant pouted and fell silent. Dong realized that Qi Xian was not paying attention, but was instead fixated on the Mediterranean hairstyle of the headmaster. They could only leave after the morning reading session, but each was required to submit a 2,000-word reflection by tonight. Dong remarked, "I would rather he make us run laps around the playground. How on earth are we supposed to write 2,000 words? There's barely any water left." However, he wondered aloud, "Qi Xian, why were you late this morning?" Dong cast a curious glance at Qi Xian, who lazily yawned and replied, "I stayed up late last night, got a bit too excited." Just as Qi Xian and Dong reached the classroom door, they were met with a glare from Li Wei, who was exiting the classroom. "You two, come over here," he commanded. Dong found himself at a loss for words. While Qi Xian zipped his uniform all the way to the top, his eyelids drooping as he followed along. He appeared utterly devoid of energy, as if he would doze off at any moment. "Can you two behave yourselves? It's only been a few days, and you're already slipping back into your old habits," Li Wei chided, taking a sip of his brewed tea. Dong responded with sincerity, "Old Li, I spent the whole night on math problems, and when I closed my eyes, all I could see were formulas. I was terrified I wouldn't be able to sleep." Li Wei turned to Qi Xian, "And you?" Leaning against the window, Qi Xian idly fiddled with the succulent on his desk, his demeanor languid. "The English words were so soporific that I accidentally overslept." Had anyone else uttered such a phrase, Li Wei might have considered it plausible, but he suspected these two were merely fabricating excuses. How to prove it? Before Dong could speak, Li Wei continued, "How about I go and fetch a quiz from the subject teacher for you to complete? If you're satisfied with your scores, you can head back." Dong replied, "That won't be necessary." Qi Xian added nonchalantly, "Whatever." 10 minutes later, Li Wei indeed returned with 2 quizzes, one for math and the other for English. Dong sighed, "Can I take back what I just said?" Qi Xian remained silent, lazily standing with his chin tucked into his collar, his gradient blue hair slightly tousled. "Just write it well. After all, the first period is my class, and they will only be working on quizzes, which one T effect you're studying here." Now, only Dong and Qi Xian were in the office. As Li Wei had returned to the classroom, Dong stared at the questions, feeling overwhelmed. "Xiange, do you understand this?" Qi Xian glanced at the English quiz and replied, "Not really." However, the English quiz was evidently much easier, being mostly multiple choice, unlike Dong's, which would take an eternity to complete. Dong could only bury himself in the work, diligently trying to solve the problems. After glancing at one question, Qi Xian's vision began to blur, and he simply closed his eyes, drifting off to sleep. Strangely enough, Li Wei's position was remarkably conducive to napping. As Dong reached to fill in the blank question, he turned to ask Qi Xian how far he'd gotten, only to find nothing but an empty space. Rising to investigate, he discovered that Qi Xian had indeed fallen asleep. Just as Dong hesitated whether to rouse him, Qi Xian stirred momentarily, only to quickly resume his slumber, seemingly shifting to a more comfortable position. "Forget it. It's better if he stays asleep," Dong decided. He chose to sit beside Qi Xian, hoping that Li Wei would wake him when he returned. "Zhanli, you did exceptionally well on this quiz. A glance shows you nearly achieved full marks." Li Wei's voice rang from outside, startling Dong into hastily waking Qi Xian. Qi Xian hesitated for a moment before finally propping himself up, albeit with his eyes still closed. Dong lowered his voice, urging Xiange, "Put on a semblance of alertness. Otherwise, old Li will surely be displeased." Chapter 64. Last night was my mistake, perhaps sensing the commotion. Qi Xian opened his eyes and gazed towards the doorway, locking eyes with the 2 individuals standing there. Li Wei, seeing his drowsy demeanor, felt an overwhelming frustration. He slammed his cup down on the table with a forceful thud. "Qi Xian, are you serious? Have you written a single word on your paper?" Qi Xian, glancing down, realized he had not penned a single letter. Li Wei noticed it too and was fuming. "How is it that just a few days have passed, and you've already reverted to your old ways?" Qi Xian parted his lips slightly, muttering, "I made a mistake today." "A mistake? How can one simply make a mistake?" Li Wei retorta. "Do you have any idea of the consequences your negligence will bring in the future?" "I don't know," Qi Xian replied slowly. I've never made a mistake before, and I certainly won tea in the future. You. Li Wei nearly fainted from exasperation, but managed to calm himself. Teacher, it was my fault last night, spoke Fu Zhanli, who had been silently observing from the side. Li Wei looked at him in confusion, questioning his relevance to the situation. Meanwhile, Shindong's eyes sparkled with interest as he turned to them. Qi Xian lifted his eyelids, meeting his gaze. Fu Zhanli continued. We were studying together last night and inadvertently assigned too much work. He couldn't tell me until the wee hours. Shindong inquired, do you live together? Video call. Came a reply. Oh. Qi Xian shot a perplexed glance at Shindong, thinking, what a fool. Why so disappointed? Li Wei was not easily fooled. He seized upon the crucial detail. What assignment did he have to write? Qi Xian signaled with his eyes, but Li Wei's gaze remained fixed on him. Fu Zhanli pondered for a moment before answering, mathematics. Very well, that's a complete disaster. Qi Xian averted his gaze, staring thoughtfully at the English test paper on the table. Li Wei could only chuckle in disbelief. Qi Xian, explain to me what exactly happened. Reluctantly, Qi Xian stood up, still clutching his English test paper. I was listening to English words, not studying English. Li Wei scrutinized him for a while before shifting his focus back to Fu Zhanli. Fine, I'll let you both off the hook this time. Take your test papers and leave my sight. It's giving me a headache. Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Xian and Shindong hurriedly departed, eager to escape. Fu Zhanli attempted to follow suit, but was halted by Li Wei. Thinking it was about the earlier incident, he responded earnestly, Teacher, everything we said is true. Qi Xian really studied mathematics last night. He just listened to some English afterwards. Li Wei found Fu Zhanli rather agreeable. He believed he wouldn't lie. I know. Is there anything else you need? Li Wei regarded him with a curious glance, wondering why he seemed so eager to return. Upon returning, Qi Xian found Su Yang engaged in a card game with others. Upon noticing their entrance, he tossed aside his cards and turned to them. Xian Yi, you were quite the spectacle at the school gate today. The dean certainly has a loud voice. Qi Xian languidly glanced at him, offering no response. Shindong immediately seized his cards and said, be quiet. I'll take a shot. Goodness, your hand is dreadful. Step aside. I assure you I will help you win. With that, he effortlessly pushed Su Yang out of the way. Su Yang rolled his eyes, thinking it unnecessary to resort to such disparagement. Just then, someone else expressed their reluctance to continue playing. Shindong, still unsatisfied, directly pulled Qi Xian into the game. When Fu Zhanli returned, he noticed his boyfriend was not at his seat. His gaze searched the back row, where he found Qi Xian lazily examining his cards. However, when he played, he showed no mercy, leaving Shindong howling in defeat. Xiangu, are you coming over later? Shindong whispered, mimicking a smoking gesture with his hand. Jiangxing is here too. He rarely skips class, so you should go and bond with him. Qi Xian scoffed. I have no feelings for him. With that, he laid down his final card, stood up, and returned to his seat. Pulling out the chair, Qi Xian sat down and turned to him. Did Lally give you a hard time? Fu Zhanli continued to sketch on his notepad, replying softly, no. Qi Xian yawned lazily, saying, Li Gu, I'm taking a leave today. Just for today. Fu Zhanli glanced at him and gently acknowledged. Qi Xian, snugging his neck into his collar, rested his head on the desk to sleep. Due to his height, his long legs appeared somewhat cramped in the narrow space. The temperature was bearable today, though a slight chill accompanied the breeze. Fu Zhanli discreetly shifted his position to block the cold air streaming in from the window. Although it was chilly, Li Wei insisted on opening several windows for ventilation, so the classroom was not overly warm. The teacher for the third period was rather lenient. As the second period ended, Qi Xian stirred awake and stood up to leave with Shindong, not forgetting to give Fu Zhanli's palm a gentle squeeze before departing. On the first floor of the experimental building, few students passed through. Classes were scarce, making it a hazy enclave. At this moment, Shindong and Jiangxing were casually smoking, and seeing Qi Xian silent, they grew curious. Xiangu, are you sure you don't want one? Jiangxing inquired. Shindong chimed in. Xiangu, you're acting like a model student. Every time I mention this, I feel like I'm committing a crime. Qi Xian laughed and retorted, where was your sense of crime just now? Recently, Qi Xian had been studying alongside Fu Zhanli, acquiring a scholarly aura. Really, not even one? Nope. Observing Qi Xian's strict demeanor, Jiangxing couldn't help but comment, being in a relationship is such a hassle. At that moment, a woman entered their classroom, an alpha and the leader of the last class, known as the only female tyrant. However, Qi Xian had little to no interaction with her, and upon her arrival, he prepared to leave. Jiangxing quickly called out, "Hey Xiange, don't go. I happen to have something to discuss." Qi Xian didn't even lift his eyelids. While Qindong remarked, "It's somewhat related to my dad." Thus, Qi Xian sat back down. The newcomer, named Meng Xian, had a name that sounded quite feminine. But in reality, she was an alpha with a fiery temperament, known for her bluntness. Meng Xin, with her naturally affable demeanor, greeted them warmly. "Sister Meng, would you like a smoke?" She settled beside Jiangxing as Qindong remarked, "Sister Meng can speak now." They had only met the previous week, merely passing by when they overheard her discussing Qi Xian, which fortuitously led to hearing about Fu Zhanli. Meng Xin inhaled sharply, slowly exhaling a cloud of smoke that obscured her outline. "Xiange, how is your relationship with the academic prodigy?" Qi Xian lazily lifted his eyelids, responding, "Pretty good." As their foremost admirer, Meng Xin seized the opportunity to delve deeper. "What stage are you at?" Her tone brimmed with excitement, her gaze fixed intently on Qi Xian. Jiangxing, concerned that Qi Xian might abruptly depart, interjected, All right, we called you here for business, not to pry into personal matters." Though reluctant, Meng Xin complied, asking, "Is there someone named Zhou Man in your class?" Qi Xian looked at her, but remained silent. Qindong replied affirmatively. Meng Xin took another drag, recalling, "Last time you played basketball, I saw her causing trouble for the academic prodigy." I'm not sure what she said, but the prodigy looked quite displeased. She recounted the incident to Qi Xian, whose expression darkened, yet he remained reticent. "Frankly, this woman is not to be trusted. You should remain vigilant, especially since your romantic affair has become quite the buzz, albeit not yet reaching the teacher's ears." With her words hanging in the air, it was evident they understood the implications. Qindong, startled by her reminder, exclaimed, "Oh no, Xiange, how could we have forgotten about this?" They had completely overlooked Zhou Man. Qi Xian smirked coldly. "She wouldn't dare." Jiangxing furrowed his brow. "She lacks the audacity. If she wanted to report, she would have done so long ago. She could easily target the academic prodigy. If a record were to be noted, it would certainly have repercussions for Fu Zhanli." Meng Xin's concerns were not unfounded. Qi Xian feigned indifference. Yet he vowed that if Zhou Man dared to lay a finger on Fu Zhanli, he would not let it go unpunished. "The academic prodigy is too pitiful. Just as you two started dating, he's already being bullied." Jiangxing sighed, feeling a sense of injustice for Fu Zhanli. After all, to them, Fu Zhanli appeared fragile and incapable of defending himself. If he were truly bullied, he would not stand a chance. Qi Xian, however, believed he could prevail in defending him. Considering his strength in bed, he likely possessed comparable prowess in physical confrontations. "Get lost." Qi Xian, wearing a grim expression, shot a glance at Jiangxing. Undeterred, Meng Xin finished her thoughts and began to negotiate. "Xiange, will you really come?" Qi Xian replied, "What do you think?" Meng Xin took a moment to assess him, noting that in every aspect, Qi Xian held the advantage, yet his height was a formidable barrier, reminding her of his stature when he was beneath her. However, her words diverged from her musings. "Of course, we support you." Qi Xian snorted in response, remaining silent. For individuals engaged in conversation, their fervent inhalations igniting Qi Xian's own craving for a smoke. As he reached into his pocket, he realized that he was clad in school trousers and possessed no cigarettes. He contemplated asking Qindong for one, but noticed Qindong's gaze fixed outside the window. "Brother Xian, does my father know you've skipped?" Qi Xian paused momentarily and replied quietly, "No." His fingers, poised to ignite a cigarette, trembled as Qindong interjected, "I see my father approaching, heading our way." Suddenly, Qi Xian felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, and he swiftly placed the cigarette into Qindong's mouth. Startled by the abrupt gesture, Qindong soon understood that Qi Xian feared being spotted by Fu Zhanli. "But how did he know we were here?" Qindong inquired, just as Qi Xian instinctively glanced toward Jiangxing, who was lurking in the corner, narrowing his eyes with a mocking smirk. Dong turned his gaze to Jiangxing. Could it be you? Jiangxing, feeling guilty, stammered. How could that be? I would never be that kind of person. Yet, you always touch your nose when you lie. Dong retorted. The air is thick with smoke. Jiangxing defended himself, prompting Qi Xian to rise. You all continue your chat. I shall take my leave. Meng Xian teased with a laugh, watching them with delight. This was the couple she held in high regard. As Qi Xian exited, Fu Zhanli arrived in the corridor. Catching a whiff of smoke, his attractive brows furrowing slightly. What brings you here? Qi Xian asked. When my boyfriend misbehaves, I come to retrieve him for a lesson. Whether it was the mention of a boyfriend or the prospect of a lesson that amused Qi Xian, he couldn't help but chuckle. Leaning in mischievously, he whispered, How would you punish me? Shall I find a soundproof location? Fu Zhanli did not respond. Suddenly drawing near, his gaze lowered. Qi Xian was taken aback, unsure of Fu Zhanli's intentions, until he felt the gentle scent of his breath near his lips. I haven't smoked. I merely carry the scent. Qi Xian sighed. It's from them. The smoke has lingered on me. Fu Zhanli lowered his lashes, remaining silent. Qi Xian pointed toward their companions. Really, if you don't believe me, take a whiff. He raised his hand to offer, but Fu Zhanli intercepted it, holding it firmly. Let us go back to class. All right. In an area devoid of surveillance cameras, they boldly intertwined their fingers. Meng Xian, trailing behind, eagerly snapped photos, nearly relishing the moment. Jiangxing questioned, Is it really that serious? Meng Xian shot him a disapproving glance. What do you understand? Yet, Dong appeared troubled. Fu Xian is quite strict. I wonder if Brother Xian can endure it in the future. No, it's not about strictness, Dong asserted, looking at Meng Xian. What is it then? Possessiveness. Meng Xian replied, squinting her eyes. If you ask me, Fu Xian's behavior reflects possessiveness, though it's not yet overt. Over time, you may seldom see Brother Xian. Dong rolled his eyes, only to hear Meng Xian murmur, I wonder if there's a little black room. Little black room? What is that? Dong pondered in confusion. Jiangxing seemed to grasp Meng Xian's implications, but remained skeptical. Surely not? Brother Xian could easily defeat any scholar. Meng Xian spoke outsetly. This is just the beginning. There's no need to rush. Just as Qi Xian and Fu Zhanli settled into their seats, an individual approached Qi Xian. Clutching a test paper, Qi Xian's actions with his phone momentarily faltered. What? The visitor was the class's academic representative, who at that moment was stammering and unable to articulate his thoughts. Qi Xian's gaze fell upon the papers and draft sheets in his hands, and he generously encouraged. Ask away. He had not become so selfish as to deny others the opportunity to inquire about Fu Zhanli's topics. Having said that, he initiated a round of do di zhu. It was only after Qi Xian spoke that Fu Zhanli turned his attention to him, inquiring, which question? The academic representative let out a sigh of relief. He had wished to pose a question for several days. However, having observed Fu Zhanli's usual indifference towards others, he feared rejection and had thus resorted to asking the teacher instead, which he found rather embarrassing. To his surprise, it seemed he had overthought the matter. While Qi Xian might be rather carefree, he appeared to be quite approachable. The low, resonant timbre of Fu Zhanli's voice filled Qi Xian's ears, with the latter taking his time to play cards until the very last seconds, having been urged several times. The academic representative, wary of disturbing Qi Xian's game, spoke in hushed tones. After winning 2 rounds, Fu Zhanli had yet to finish explaining the problems, prompting Qi Xian to put away his phone and patiently observe him elucidate the concepts. A gentle breeze wafted in, carrying the scent of cedar and mint, causing him to squint slightly in contentment. Fu Zhanli sat upright and composed. Despite wearing the autumn-winter school uniform, he remained a pleasing sight. Just as Qi Xian began to drift into slumber, Fu Zhanli finally concluded his explanation. Chapter 66. You may continue. Fu Zhanli reached out, entwining his fingers with Qi Xian's, asking, Why are you so tired? Qi Xian lazily lifted his eyelids, retorting, Isn't it your fault? Last night, they had inexplicably engaged in a video call until the early hours, staring at each other in silence. Fu Zhanli suppressed a chuckle and replied, Yes, it's my fault. As the class bell rang, Qi Xian shifted his posture to sit up straight. It was English class, which indeed proved to be soporific. Unable to resist, he succumbed to sleep once more, comforted by the soft scratch of Fu Zhanli's writing beside him. For some reason, this sound brought him an unusual sense of security. He wished to put forth effort, yet today he felt overwhelmingly fatigued. Having taken a leave of absence, he reasoned that he need not be present. With that thought, Qi Xian drifted peacefully into slumber. By midday, Qi Xian found himself contemplating how to entice Fu Zhanli into a hotel. "I've been so forward. Can you at least give me some face?" he mused, feeling disheartened by Fu Zhanli's reticent demeanor. Could it be that he was shy? Yet, observing his calm expression, Qi Xian dismissed the notion, pondering whether Fu Zhanli had pursued him fervently only to become indifferent afterward. The more he considered, the more plausible this theory appeared. Fu Zhanli's writing momentarily paused as he raised his gaze towards Qi Xian, hesitating as if he wished to speak. Qi Xian's cerulean eyes remained fixed on him, eager to hear what he might say, but after a long silence, his irritation surfaced, manifesting in a familiar vexation reminiscent of when he had felt the urge to confront someone. Now, with everyone else gone, only he and Fu Zhanli remained. Qi Xian stood up, leaning down to ensnare Fu Zhanli within his embrace, expressing his discontent with a disapproving look. He lifted Fu Zhanli's chin, demanding, "Are you playing with me?" His tone grew grave, eyes narrowing as he nearly ground out, "Fu dog, can you not summon the fervor you had when you were pursuing me?" Back then, Fu Zhanli's gaze had been akin to that of a ravenous wolf, fixated on him with an insatiable hunger. Now, he seemed to live as if in abstinence. Fu Zhanli gazed into his inky black eyes, blinking gently, seemingly helpless. "Qi Xian, I still call you by your full name. What kind of boyfriend is that?" Qi Xian's expression darkened further, his fingertips turning pale from the pressure of his grip. Fu Zhanli found the situation both infuriating and amusing, feeling utterly exasperated with Qi Xian, particularly as the latter remained oblivious, persistently teasing him. Just as he was about to speak, the sound of shuffling footsteps echoed from outside. Before Qi Xian could release Fu Zhanli, the back door swung open, accompanied by the voices of Chun Dong and Su Yang. Su Yang's voice boomed, "Xiange, are you up for some basketball? We're short on players." The words abruptly halted as he widened his eyes, nearly unable to contain his jaw. Even Chun Dong exclaimed in surprise, taken aback by the scene before them. It was no wonder they were astonished. Qi Xian's face was stormy, his gaze fiercely fixed on Fu Zhanli, who was firmly gripping his chin, exuding an air reminiscent of a rogue, as if he might take liberties at any moment. Trapped within Qi Xian's orbit, Fu Zhanli appeared quite vulnerable. Upon their entrance, his slender, frost-laden eyes turned toward them, sending shivers down their spines. "Xiange, you, continue," Su Yang stammered. Chun Dong, equally startled, couldn't help but sense a hint of dissatisfaction on Qi Xian's face. Qi Xian coldly uttered a single word, "Get out." Su Yang, quick on his feet, shoved Chun Dong aside, only to retreat a few steps before returning to close the door, not forgetting to express concern. "Xiange, be gentle. The academic prodigy can't handle your antics. And there are cameras in the classroom. Get out." With the door shut, Qi Xian's gaze returned to Fu Zhanli. He squinted at him for a moment. The thought of kissing him dissipated, and in his irritation, he released his grip, rummaging through his desk for his phone before kicking his chair aside and leaving. Fu Zhanli was unable to stop him. Su Yang and Chun Dong, having returned, stealthily pressed against the back door, eager to catch any sounds from within. "Can you stop crowding me?" Chun Dong grumbled. Su Yang replied, "Come on. Xiange is a top tier. It must be intense and thrilling. I wonder if the academic prodigy can handle it." Chun Dong shot him a glare, as if to suggest they were somehow complicit in whatever was transpiring inside. However, they heard nothing, only witnessing Qi Xian emerge with a face as grim as a coffin. As they watched Qi Xian walk away, Chun Dong and Su Yang exchanged silent glances, perplexed by the situation. Su Yang was the first to react, turning his gaze to Fu Zhanli, who was busy organizing his textbooks, his back to them obscuring his expression. "Fu Su, did you have a fight with Xiange?" Fu Zhanli turned slightly, casting a faint glance their way before musing, "I suppose so." Shindong and Su Yang were taken aback. Qi Xian, feeling agitated, exited the school, the last remnants of sleepiness evaporating. He made his way to an internet cafe, settling at a computer in the far corner. Contemplating Fu Zhanli's fluctuating demeanor, Qi Xian couldn't help but let his thoughts wander. He had always played the role of the one in control. Now, was he being toyed with by Fu Zhanli? Had he become too easily pursued, rendering himself cheap? In a fit of frustration, Qi Xian launched into a game, furiously maneuvering his character to score kills. His phone buzzed incessantly beside him, a distraction that ultimately led to his demise in the game. He furrowed his brows and glanced at the message from Shindong. "Xiangu, are you at the internet cafe?" Shindong did not reply further, presumably on his way there. At that moment, he overheard a conversation between two individuals behind him. "I'm not saying, but didn't you promise your Omega not to come to the cafe?" The other person mumbled, "That was merely a ruse I employed while pursuing him. An Omega is simple. As long as you treat him well initially, once you have him, he will love you even more. If you ignore him for a few days, making him feel insecure, he will become more reliant on you. Whatever you say goes." Impressive, brother. How do you know this? It's self-taught. Any alpha knows this. Upon hearing this, Qi Xian couldn't help but think of Fu Zhanli's attitude towards him. It was infuriating. Qi Xian decided it would be best not to approach him for now, letting him stew a little to realize his mistake. With this thought, Qi Xian felt a tad more at ease. Shindong arrived with Jiang Xing and Si Wuyu, and trailing behind them was Fu Zhanli, carrying a backpack. He exuded an aura of scholarly refinement that starkly contrasted with the cafe's atmosphere, prompting the front desk staff to steal a few glances. Qi Xian caught a familiar scent of cedar and mint, and his expression shifted. He deliberately ignored them. Jiang Xing plopped down beside him and asked, "What brings you here suddenly?" Qi Xian coldly replied, "None of your business." It was evident he was in a foul mood. Shindong, with a sense of awareness, vacated the seat next to Qi Xian for Fu Zhanli and settled beside Jiang Xing instead. "All right, not my concern," Jiang Xing said, logging into his account with practiced ease. "It's just that some people are feeling wronged, following us here to study." Chapter 67. A strange feeling. Jiang Xing, bold as ever, turned to look at Fu Zhanli. At that moment, Fu Zhanli was seated on Qi Xian's left, unfolding a paper from his backpack. Qi Xian shot him a cold glance, remarking, "If you need to write, do it elsewhere. Don't occupy space here." He himself was unaware of the petulance that had crept into his tone. Fu Zhanli, undeterred, continued with his work, as there were other seats available. Qi Xian fell silent. His intention was to prompt Fu Zhanli to leave. Yet it seemed the latter did not comprehend. Si Wuyu, unable to hold back, chimed in, "Why does it feel so sour?" Qi Xian retorted, "Say another word and I'll throw you off the bus." Si Wuyu was left speechless but obediently closed his mouth. The internet cafe was filled with the raucous sounds of gamers, making it nearly impossible to concentrate. Yet Fu Zhanli appeared unaffected, immersed in his own world. Qi Xian occasionally stole glances at him, feeling increasingly unsettled. If he was here to comfort someone, why did he remain so indifferent? Growing more irritable, Qi Xian lost focus and was killed several times. Finally, Jiang Xing couldn't help but ask, "Xiangu, what is going on? You're not in the zone today." Qi Xian remained silent, but began to concentrate. After winning a game, he stood up and kicked Fu Zhanli's chair, his expression unreadable. "Switch seats with me." Fu Zhanli glanced at him with suspicion, but said nothing, obediently changing seats. After Qi Xian took a seat, he quietly addressed the brother to his left. "Could you please lower your voice?" Upon hearing Qi Xian speak to him, the brother cast a rather unfriendly glance in his direction, retorting, "What is the matter? Do you have a problem? Is this place owned by your family?" Qi Xian's eyes darkened, yet he remained silent. The man then noticed Fu Zhanli and scoffed. "I've never seen anyone come here to do homework. If it's too noisy for you, why don't you just go back and write in peace? What are you pretending for?" The man's expression was fierce, his voice gruff, and he exuded a brooding and irritable demeanor. Qi Xian's fingers twitched slightly, prompting Shindong, who had witnessed this, to jump up quickly. Xiangu, don't be impulsive, let us talk it out. This was the impulse Qi Xian felt to lash out. The man merely scoffed again, ignoring them, and returned to his game. Qi Xian cast a faint glance at Dong before resuming his own activities. Fu Zhanli appeared unaffected. Yet his gaze towards the man was icy and piercing. After playing a game, Qi Xian's mood soured, and he simply walked away. Fu Zhanli packed his belongings and followed suit, saying nothing. Dong observed their departing figures and inquired of Jiang Xing. Xiange is upset. Why isn't the study genius saying anything? Jiang Xing, equally perplexed, speculated perhaps it's just a little couple-esque quirk. Dong found this plausible and nodded in agreement. Siwu watched the two and rolled his eyes in exasperation, indicating his disinterest in the conversation. Qi Xian walked with his hands shoved in his pockets, his demeanor icy. Strangely, he deliberately slowed his pace, yet the person behind him matched his tempo, trailing at a leisurely speed. Very well, Qi Xian thought. He should not provide an opportunity for this person to save face. He would not yield. Thus, his expression darkened further. During the afternoon class, Qi Xian either lounged asleep or played games, his demeanor inscrutable. Fu Zhanli maintained an upright posture, attentively listening to the lecture while occasionally stealing glances at him. This only served to embolden Qi Xian, who wore an expression that seemed to say, "Hurry up and appease me, but do it poorly." However, when class ended, Fu Zhanli merely scribbled on a piece of scrap paper, "Are you not angry anymore?" "No." Qi Xian huffed in response. Fu Zhanli took back the paper and, after a few seconds, slid it back over. The handwriting was less neat than when he was doing his assignments, but it still held an aesthetically pleasing quality. He wrote, "I realize my mistake. Will you forgive me, darling?" Qi Xian exclaimed. "What is this? Did Fu Zhanli just call me darling?" Suddenly reminded of his earlier remark at noon, he quickly diverted his gaze, fixating intently on his phone screen. Fu Zhanli noticed the tips of his ears turning slightly red and couldn't help but smile silently. He then lowered his eyes and continued writing. "I'll give you a kiss when we get back." A sharp sound erupted as a chair scraped against the floor, creating an ear-piercing noise. The teacher at the front of the class was startled by the sudden sound, and all eyes turned to Qi Xian. "Qi Xian?" The teacher frowned and scolded. Qi Xian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly gathered himself, responding, "Teacher, I need to go to the restroom." "Go ahead," the teacher replied. "But why make such a fuss about it?" Dong watched Qi Xian's figure leave, unable to contain his curiosity. "Why are Xian's ears so red? Could it be he is frozen?" Qi Xian splashed his face with cold water, the biting sensation instantly awakening him. Damn it, was it just a kiss? Wasn't that what he had always desired? Why did he flee when Fu Go brought it up? Qi Xian's expression soured as he stepped outside to find Dong and Jiang Xing waiting at the stairway. He almost forgot he still had a matter to settle. "Xiange, I thought you had forgotten if you didn't come out," Dong said. In truth, he had indeed forgotten, had it not been for Fu Zhan's words. He might not have emerged at all. "Let's go. The others are already waiting. Those brats from noon won't know their names if we don't teach them a lesson." Qi Xian led them over the wall to the alley where they frequently fought. The opposing side had brought a considerable number of people as well. Qi Xian's brows were furrowed with hostility, yet his gaze remained indifferent. "Is it you, kid? Enough chatter. Who told you to say things you shouldn't have?" Dong retorted. "Today, Xiange will teach you a lesson." They had purposely chosen a more secluded alley to avoid the police. Qi Xian removed his jacket and stretched his muscles. Then, without further ado, he charged in. Finally, there was someone to vent his pent-up frustration on. It felt necessary to release this pressure or he would remain uncomfortable. The sounds of grappling and muffled groans echoed through the alley, and it was difficult to tell how much time had passed before they finally ceased. Qi Xian coldly wiped the corner of his lips, the metallic taste of blood lingering in his mouth, while the sole of his shoe pressed against a face. "Big brother, I know I was wrong," the defeated one whimpered. Just moments ago, he had been shouting insults, and now he was rubbing against the ground beneath Qi Xian's shoe. Though unwilling, he was no match for Qi Xian's prowess or the pheromones that radiated from him. The man quickly deduced that Qi Xian had mocked his esteemed Omega earlier that day. "I should have referred to you as your Omega. Sorry. Please let me go." Dong let out a breath and spat. "Remember to take the long way around next time." Jiangxing approached and patted Qi Xian on the shoulder. That's enough. We might end up causing a fatality soon. Qi Xian remained silent, but withdrew his foot. Jiangxing barked, hurry up and get lost. The man quickly scrambled to his feet and left with his entourage. Once they were gone, Qindong and Jiangxing noticed that Qi Xian was still lingering. Xiangu, aren't you leaving? It's almost time for school to let out. We should head back for a meal. Qi Xian picked up his jacket. You go ahead. Qindong had to return to school, so he and Jiangxing left first. Only after they departed did Qi Xian slowly exit the alley. Having fought, he was now sweating. The cold wind made him feel chilly, and his limbs began to tingle. Just then, the sound of an engine revving caught his attention, and a sleek black luxury car came to a stop before him. Qi Xian lifted his eyelids, sensing that the arrival was anything but benign. Chapter 68. Abduction. Before Qi Xian could retreat, the car door swung open, and a group of sharply dressed bodyguards, clad in suits and sunglasses, swiftly surrounded him. Qi Xian's expression hardened as he scanned the scene. This was clearly a setup. His slender eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold smile crept across his lips. This demeanor hardly resembles that of those he usually confronts. Could it be that Qi Xian mishandled the situation, prompting them to shift their target to him? With this thought in mind, Qi Xian shrugged his coat over his shoulders, contemplating taking down a few adversaries to facilitate his escape. However, it appeared that they were acutely aware of his intentions, subtly encroaching upon him. Could Master Qi accompany us for a moment? Qi Xian felt a sense of inexplicable irritation, his tone growing colder. Why? Provide a reason. Our master merely wishes to extend an invitation for your company. Qi Xian clicked his tongue dismissively, his demeanor nonchalant. Is this your approach? As he spoke, his gaze flickered towards the interior of the vehicle, yet he discerned nothing of significance. Please, Master Qi, do not make this difficult for us. Qi Xian's expression darkened, and with a swift motion, he flung his coat aside and charged forward, fists raised. These individuals were betas, impervious to phenomenal influences. Thus, his escape relied solely on brute strength. Yet, this plan seemed futile, as he was swiftly subdued and unceremoniously tossed into the vehicle, his discarded coat retrieved and taken along. Damn it, that was reckless. Once inside, Qi Xian found himself blindfolded, enveloped in darkness. It seemed that they bore him no ill will. He simply pondered their motives for abducting him. Were they intending to extort him? What about his boyfriend's future happiness? On second thought, that didn't seem to be a concern. Consequently, Qi Xian remained unusually compliant during the journey, conserving his energy by refraining from any outbursts. This marked Qi Xian's inaugural experience of being kidnapped. After a brief interlude of several minutes, the vehicle came to a halt, and he was hoisted out once more, his phone confiscated in the process. Frustration mounting, Qi Xian demanded, "What exactly do you intend to do? If it's money you seek, I can provide it. Just release me." Receiving no response, Qi Xian could only scowl in silence, awaiting the final act. It appeared that his captor had escorted him into a living room, where he discerned two voices engaged in conversation, though he could not make out the specifics, only catching snippets of irate undertones. "Boss, the person has been brought." The bodyguard's cold voice resonated, and Qi Xian was finally released from his restraints, though the bindings on his wrists remained intact. Unable to see anyone, he spoke in a chill tone. "If you plan to use me to threaten Qi Xian, you've miscalculated. Aside from Qi Xian or Wen Jifan's enemies, I cannot fathom who else would be interested in me. We have no interest in him. This is solely about you," a deep voice interjected, laced with a hint of amusement. Qi Xian fell silent, genuinely perplexed by their intentions. Shangshuo wasted no time with banter. With a simple command, Qi Xian was escorted upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, an idea sparked in Qi Xian's mind, and he delivered a forceful kick to the bodyguard beside him. The impact was substantial, and even with a swift reaction, the bodyguard could not maintain his balance, collapsing to the ground. Anticipating Qi Xian to flee, he merely stood there lazily, exhibiting no further movement, seemingly content with avenging the bodyguard's earlier actions. Shangshuo and Fu Mingyuan exchanged glances. This is quite troublesome. Does he truly relish a challenge? As Qi Xian vanished from their sight, Fu Mingyuan, with a complex expression, remarked, "Quite fierce, isn't he?" Shang Shishua cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, "Can a top-tier alpha be anything less?" On the table lay Qi Xian's personal information, documents extracted from a school. Even if Fu Zhanli claimed they were conducting an investigation, they could easily feign ignorance. Very few were aware of Fu Zhanli's involvement with Enigma, and Shang Shishua, concerned for his well-being, could only label him a top-tier alpha in the school records. Qi Xian, dazed and confused, was forcibly taken for a bath and changed into fresh garments. Initially resistant, he soon wore a sullen expression, allowing them to handle him. Then the most absurd situation unfolded. He found himself shackled to the bed with chains. Was he truly to be subjected to such indignity? Did they genuinely have their eyes set on him in such a manner? He acknowledged the appeal of his physique, but surely this was excessive. Cursing under his breath, he attempted to break free from the chains binding his wrists. Under normal circumstances, he would have torn them apart effortlessly, but now no amount of struggle seemed to work. He could only recline against the headboard with arms outstretched. At least his feet were unshackled. Wasn't that some small mercy? Today was undeniably a series of unfortunate events. After the third period, Fu Zhanli noticed Qi Xian's absence and, receiving no replies to his messages, decided to reach out to Jiang Xing. Jiang Xing recounted their earlier discussions, suggesting that Brother Xian had likely returned home. However, Fu Zhanli was unconvinced, furrowing his brow as he hastily packed his bag and exited the school. Upon arriving at the location Jiang Xing had mentioned, he found no trace of Qi Xian, not even signs of struggle. Could it be that Qi Xian had truly gone home? Was his silence a deliberate choice to ignore him? Fu Zhanli's heart raced with uncertainty. Just as he contemplated asking Jiang Xing if Qi Xian had been in contact with them, a message from Shang Shishua arrived. "Shang Shishua, I've prepared a surprise for you. Seize the opportunity." Fu Zhanli pressed his lips together, pondering briefly. "Did you bring him back?" "Shang Shishua, you'll find out when you return." Upon reading this, Fu Zhanli's tense body relaxed slightly. At least Qi Xian was safe. Once home, he cut straight to the chase. "Where is he?" With cold, elongated eyes, Fu Mingyuan regarded them, clearly disapproving of their actions. Shang Shishua replied nonchalantly, "Don't be upset. Little Dad noticed you were struggling to pursue him, so I offered a helping hand." Fu Zhanli raised his eyelids and retorted, "Who says I haven't pursued him? Isn't that the case?" Shang Shishua squinted thoughtfully, realizing that while Fu Zhanli hadn't explicitly stated he had succeeded, he also hadn't claimed failure. Had he misjudged the situation? Yet, he distinctly recalled seeing Fu Zhanli trailing behind Qi Xian at noon, appearing hesitant to approach, which had left him quite anxious. Fu Mingyuan's cold voice interrupted, "He's upstairs." Fu Zhanli pinched the bridge of his nose and said, "Little Dad, Qi Xian dislikes being forced by others." Shang Shishua shrugged indifferently. "What can we do now? The deed is done." Unreliable indeed. Fu Zhanli silently ascended the stairs. Instead of heading to his own room, he proceeded to the third floor, where he immediately noticed a bodyguard stationed at the door. The guard bowed slightly upon his approach. Fu Zhanli gestured for him to step back, and only after the guard withdrew did he open the door and enter. The room was suffused with light, and though he had long been prepared to welcome Shang Shishua's surprises, he was still taken aback by the scene before him. Chapter 69, A Hasty Decision. Qi Xian found his hands bound to the headboard, a black cloth covering his eyes. It seemed that Shang Shishua had a modicum of conscience, as he had merely dressed him in an oversized shirt and a pair of gray shorts. Fu Zhanli observed Qi Xian's frustrated attempts to free himself, feeling both amused and exasperated. Perhaps alerted by the sound of the door opening, Qi Xian instinctively turned his attention toward it. In the next moment, sensing someone drawing near, he subconsciously released his pheromones in an effort to suppress the intruder. The mingling scent of cedar and mint enveloped him, and his initial wariness dissipated in an instant. "Fu Zhanli." Fu Zhanli murmured, lifting his hand to remove the blindfold. Qi Xian's azure eyes, having not seen light for some time, blinked as they adjusted, and when they finally focused on him, a thin veil of moisture coated them. "What are you doing here?" Qi Xian's tension surged. "Could it be that you've been brought here against your will as well?" "Damn it. as if it weren't enough that they coveted his kidneys. Now they were after his boyfriend too. Fu Zhanli swallowed hard, ruffling Qi Xian's hair reassuringly. No. Upon hearing that he was merely brought here by Fu Zhanli's father, Qi Xian's brows knitted together tightly, as if he could crush a fly with them. It took him a moment to muster a response. Why would he do such a thing? Surely, the only explanation was that he intended to gift Qi Xian to Fu Zhanli. Reflecting on the coercive actions he had just endured, Qi Xian felt this was indeed the only rationale. His expression darkened, as if ink could drip from it. Fu Zhanli, believing Qi Xian was upset about Shang Shishua's actions, felt his eyelashes flutter slightly. Qi Xian, this matters indeed. Fu Zhanli? Qi Xian interrupted, causing Fu Zhanli to pause in surprise before looking at him. What is it? Qi Xian narrowed his eyes, clearly displeased. What exactly did you tell your father? Fu Zhanli pondered for a moment before Qi Xian continued. Why was I the one brought here for you, rather than you being taken instead? Damn it! It had always been Fu Zhanli who had rejected him. If Shang Shishuo had brought someone here for him, they might as well be preparing for a family next year. Just a thought, merely a fleeting whimsy. Fu Zhanli, understanding Qi Xian's sentiments, felt it necessary to speak with his father. Qi Xian, still lost in his own thoughts, remarked, I can't return home now. My family is there. You'll have to endure staying in a hotel. Fu Zhanli's lips curled slightly, his dark, profound gaze resting upon him. Still contemplating how to lure his partner into the hotel, Qi Xian earnestly considered. Oh, remember to buy an extra-large one. The hotel size won't accommodate me. Fu Zhanli grasped his chin, gently but firmly silencing his incessant chatter with a kiss imbued with the scent of cedar and mint. The kiss deepened, gradually pulling Qi Xian's consciousness away. Maintaining his original posture, Qi Xian remained motionless as Fu Zhanli's hand at the back of his head exerted slight pressure. Drawing him closer, Qi Xian instinctively wanted to embrace him, but as he moved, the iron chains at the headboard clinked ominously. He tilted his head slightly. Is there a way to free myself? Perhaps after a brief exchange of kisses, Qi Xian's voice emerged slightly hoarse, imbued with a hint of seduction. Fu Zhanli lowered his eyelashes, his gaze fixed upon Qi Xian's plump, reddened lips, his eyes darkening, throat constricting slightly, yet he remained silent. Believing he had not been heard, Qi Xian nudged him with his leg, expressing discomfort. He lowered his gaze, his cool fingertips gently caressing Fu Zhanli's face. The warmth of his fingertips teasingly grazing, his voice a low, lingering whisper. Darling, do you not enjoy this? Qi Xian's eyes widened in surprise. A fleeting look of astonishment flickering within, followed by a blush staining his ears. No, I do not like it. He despised being restrained. Such constraints would only hinder his performance. Fu Zhanli swallowed, pushing away slightly, his gaze sweeping over Qi Xian, a faint smile gracing his features. But darling, I do. Qi Xian gazed deeply at him, his throat constricting, his expression shifting abruptly under Fu Zhanli's gaze. Damn, he was inexplicably reacting so strongly to a few utterances of darling. Fu Zhanli seemed to sense this change, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Do you recall the words I penned for you this afternoon? Qi Xian's cheeks flushed, his entire being ablaze, yet constrained in movement. He could only kick at him. I remember. Not only did he remember, but Fu Zhanli had also fulfilled each promise. Fu Zhanli, with utmost seriousness, inquired. So, may I continue? Qi Xian glanced at his school uniform. First, remove your clothes. Fu Zhanli complied, and this. Qi Xian lifted his chin. Yet, Fu Zhanli remained still, seemingly reluctant. I'm still upset. With a resigned sigh, Fu Zhanli rose to fetch the keys. Upon returning, he also drew the curtains closed. Once Qi Xian was liberated, he immediately sat up, rubbing his sore wrists. He had not forgotten his predicament, his eyes landing on Fu Zhanli, who was met with a scoff. If you appease me today, I shall not remain angry with you. It remained unclear whether he referred to today's events or the actions of Shang Shishuo. However, for Fu Zhanli, both were inconsequential. What mattered was that his dear Qi needed comforting. Thus, Fu Zhanli devoted nearly 2 hours to soothing him. As Qi Xian was coaxed downstairs, Shang Shishuo, and company were just preparing to dine, their eyes drawn to Qi Xian as he descended in a change of clothes. Regardless of his typically audacious demeanor, being scrutinized by his future father-in-law inevitably rendered him bashful. Qi Xian suppressed his usual arrogance, adopting a compliant expression, utterly oblivious to the fact that he had shattered his previous persona. Oncle Xing, Oncle Fu. Sheng Shua's gaze was laden with meaning. I thought you two had decided against dining. Before Qi Xian could respond, Fu Zhanli followed closely behind, frowning. Little dad. Sheng Shua chuckled lightly, clearly disinclined to engage him, redirecting his attention to Qi Xian. Xian, is it? Come, let us dine together. Qi Xian complied, obediently taking a seat beside Fu Zhanli. Today's events were attributed to the uncle's oversight, as he had failed to clarify matters adequately. Sheng Shua carefully considered his words, cautious not to frighten anyone away. Qi Xian, however, responded with a bright smile. It is quite all right, though uncle should not have brought me here against my will. Oh. Sheng Shua raised an eyebrow. Qi Xian said solemnly, you should tie him up and bring him to me. Fu Mingyuan cleared his throat. Sheng Shua reacted swiftly, unable to suppress a laugh at the remark. Indeed, it's uncle's fault. I promise to rectify it next time. Fu Zhanli frowned, addressing him as little dad. Sheng Shua, evidently uninterested in engaging with him, found delight in conversing with Qi Xian, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, relishing the atmosphere. Fu Zhanli sighed in relief. He had initially thought Qi Xian might not enjoy himself. Who is in charge? Sheng Shua suddenly inquired. Qi Xian nearly choked. Why were they always so curious about this matter? Chapter 70. A bit excited, this topic ignited Qi Xian's eagerness, seeming ready to boast. Yet Fu Zhanli did not grant him the opportunity, swiftly dismissing the question. Sheng Shua appeared unconcerned about any potential actions from Fu Zhanli. After finishing his meal, Qi Xian returned home in high spirits. Fu Zhanli tilted his head to observe him. What is the matter? Are you very happy? Qi Xian chuckled softly. Of course. It's akin to meeting the father-in-law, though this father-in-law seems quite eager to hand you over to me. They're not your father-in-law, Fu Zhanli replied coolly. They're your father. Very well. Qi Xian retorted. The temper of Qi baby has flared up again. Nevertheless, in light of Sheng Shua's presence, Qi Xian resolved not to hold it against him. By the way, what does your little dad do for a living? Qi Xian teased. I really enjoy spending time with him. Of course, your father is quite nice as well. Fu Zhanli responded mysteriously. A secret. Such enigma? How thrilling. Qi Xian mused. Upon returning home, he discovered that Fu Yizhou and Wen Jifan were not present. Observing the marks on his body, he thought to himself that it was fortunate he wore a thick coat. Otherwise, he would be at a loss for how to face others the next day. The following day, the director of education stood at the entrance, ready to catch students. Qi Xian arrived with half an hour to spare, playfully sauntering in front of the director. The director glared at him. What are you prancing about for? Hurry back and prepare for your studies. Raising an eyebrow, Qi Xian replied, Isn't it because I feared you might doubt my words? After all, I've been diligently adhering to the school rules every day. Get lost, the director retorted, and Qi Xian cheerfully walked away. However, just as he turned, he saw Fu Zhanli entering from outside, facing the director's scorching gaze with composure. Isn't this our academic prodigy, Fu? Why are you so late today? Qi Xian remarked, casting a meaningful glance at the director. Fu Zhanli shifted his gaze, meeting Qi Xian's eyes, responding calmly. The director, unwilling to witness Qi Xian's triumphant demeanor, turned away and walked off. Qi Xian wrapped his arm around Fu Zhanli's shoulder, leading him away. It would be foolish not to seize such an opportunity. Only Qi Xian dared to stroll arm in arm with his partner on a university campus. Had Fu Zhanli been an Omega, he would never have had the audacity to do so. Alas, he was not. Fu Zhanli lowered his lashes, casting his gaze upon Qi Xian, who was almost pressed against him, his brow softening as the corners of his lips unconsciously curved upwards. Are you this happy? Qi Xian leaned closer, his slender eyes sparkling like a sky full of stars. I am simply exhilarated to openly express my affection for my boyfriend in front of the director. Not everyone has this privilege. Fu Zhanli gently caressed his side, softly affirming his sentiment. Qi Xian was not particularly afraid of the cold. Rather, he simply disliked wearing too many layers. Even amidst the chilling temperatures, he chose to dress lightly. It was evident that beneath his autumn-winter school uniform, he wore merely a long-sleeved shirt. How unfortunate to enter and immediately encounter this couple. Those dog-like husbands. Siweyu's voice, laced with venom, echoed behind him, expressing his intense disdain for couples. Qi Xian straightened up, casting a rather unfriendly glance in his direction, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Siweyu, quick-witted and agile, evaded Qi Xian's attempt to confront him and swiftly made his escape. Having slept soundly the previous night, Qi Xian felt alert throughout the morning, diligently following along with Fu Zhanli's lessons. Under Fu Zhanli's one-on-one guidance, Qi Xian found that attending classes had become less strenuous than before, though he still craved the affection of his boyfriend. As soon as the class concluded, he laid his head lazily against Fu Zhanli's shoulder, listening intently to the questions posed. The classmates seated behind them had grown numb to the sight, transitioning from expressions of shock to indifference in a fleeting moment. Chen Dong observed this scene, a pang of frustration welling within him. Just yesterday, these two had been at odds, and today they were inseparable. Was it truly the case that they quarreled at the head of the bed and reconciled at its foot? Indeed, that saying held merit. Chen Dong thought to himself, witnessing Qi Xian's transformation into a lovesick individual deeply enmeshed in romance. He even found himself nostalgic for the days when Qi Xian exuded an air of restraint. As Qi Xian clung to Fu Zhanli, the school forum buzzed with discussions about them. Countless articles and stories had emerged, showcasing the fervor of their admirers. In December, they unexpectedly received a notice, urging them to experience the pressure of impending exams ahead of time. It was clear from the outset that this was not welcome news. Due to the premature timing, many protested, lamenting the excessive demands placed upon them. Qi Xian observed their complaints with little emotional response. In the past, he would have likely disregarded such matters, focusing solely on his own tasks. Yet now, he found himself inexplicably anxious, particularly when confronted with unfamiliar question types. As he gazed at the papers spread across the table, his attractive brows furrowed, a sense of heaviness settling in his chest. Would his grades continue to falter, jeopardizing his relationship with Fu Zhanli? The current material felt overwhelming, and he feared that if faced with more challenging questions, graduation would slip from his grasp. Fu Zhanli seemed to sense Qi Xian's distress, his dark eyes turning towards him as he set aside his notebook to gently smooth Qi Xian's furrowed brow. "It's all right, I'm here for you." How could Fu Zhanli not be aware of Qi Xian's worries, which were plainly etched upon his face? Qi Xian tossed aside his pen in frustration. "I can't learn this. How could that be? Haven't you been grasping so much lately? Take your time. We still have a year and a half," Fu Zhanli reassured him, organizing a new notebook with a smile illuminating his features. "As long as you listen well, I will grant you whatever you desire. Any request?" Fu Zhanli hesitated momentarily, seemingly weighing his words. Qi Xian scoffed lightly. "You hesitated." Fu Zhanli sighed. "As long as it is within my power. Don't regret it," Qi Xian warned. Qi Xian smiled wickedly, his handsome and exquisite features adorned with a hint of allure. Fu Zhanli hooked his little finger, while his other hand flipped through the textbook, his voice barely a whisper. "No regrets. As long as it pertains to him, there shall never be any remorse." Qi Xian picked up his pen again, twirling it thoughtfully, his gaze drifting towards the person beside him before he finally settled down. In the frigid winter, only Fu Zhanli's hand radiated warmth, instantly warming Qi Xian's heart. Suddenly, a crisp sound cut through the once boisterous classroom, drawing everyone's attention to its source. Even Fu Zhanli and Qi Xian instinctively turned to look. A classmate, holding a Polaroid camera, froze in her pose, flustered by the sudden focus on her, and quickly turned her gaze to Qi Xian. She wondered if her candid shot might provoke his ire. She simply found him captivating and could not resist capturing the moment. "I'm so sorry," she stammered, her cheeks flushing under the scrutiny of so many eyes. Her blue hair brushed against her face, and she wore a smile that had yet to fade. When she looked at the Omega, her heart raced, and her breath quickened. Chapter 71. Captivating, his features were strikingly refined, yet he never concealed his brilliance, the light accentuating the contours of his face. Once the Omega realized she had been staring at Qi Xian, she quickly apologized. I just thought you looked beautiful, so I took a picture. I can delete it if you'd like. Qi Xian replied languidly. Just how beautiful am I? The Omega's cheeks flushed deeper, leaving her at a loss for words. Not wanting to be cruel, Qi Xian continued, show me. If I deem it worthy, I will allow you to keep it. Under everyone's gaze, the Omega presented the Polaroid to him. Qi Xian looked at the captured moment, feeling quite pleased. It depicted him and Fu Zhanli holding hands discreetly, though it failed to capture the glint of laughter in his eyes as they rested on Fu Zhanli, who held his hand with one while writing with the other. Upon closer inspection, one could see the slight upward curve of Fu Zhanli's lips, imbued with affection and indulgence. Quite charming indeed. Send it to me later, so I may admire it myself, Qi Xian said, returning the Polaroid, a smile playing at his lips. The Omega, her eyes twinkling, shyly offered him a photograph. This is a Polaroid. The photo will be ready soon. Qi Xian accepted it and placed it before Fu Zhanli. What do you think? Fu Zhanli glanced at the image of Qi Xian. Yes, it looks good. Just one glance, and it's beautiful. Qi Xian furrowed his brow. Before Fu Zhanli could respond, others began to tease. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, especially when it comes to lovers. Besides, if you two weren't good-looking, what would that mean for the rest of us? Indeed, the academic prodigy has spoken. Qi Xian, do not be so critical. Qi Xian retorted playfully. Only you lot would understand. Of course, we may not excel at much, but we are the champions of shipping CPs. Go on, who can't do anything? Don't drag us into your shortcomings. Come now, show some loyalty. Good brothers should stick together. Ignoring their banter, Qi Xian tucked the photograph away. I shall keep it safe. Fu Zhanli had no objections. As the end of the month approached, Qi Xian found himself disinterested in engaging in conflicts, opting instead to study alongside Fu Zhanli. They would venture out together during the day, either to each other's homes or to engage in video discussions at night. However, they made it a point to visit each other's residences only when their parents were absent. Frequently, they would leave the house with backpacks, prompting Wen Fan to inquire, Xian, are you going out to study with your classmates? It was hardly a secret, and Qi Xian candidly affirmed it. Wen Fan paused momentarily, reflecting on the fact that Qi Xian had never had particularly close friends, aside from Chun Dong and a few others, who seemed less inclined toward academia. Was it possible that he was now striving for excellence? Nevertheless, Wen Fan never imposed restrictions on Qi Xian's friendships. He believed that the more one learned, the better. Qi Xian could sense Wen Fan's misunderstanding, but ultimately chose not to clarify, deciding that a misunderstanding was preferable to an explanation. Little dad, I'm off. Remember to return early for dinner tonight. Understood. After Qi Xian departed, Wen Fan contemplated the situation, finding nothing amiss. Was it possible that things were progressing positively? Perhaps Qi Xian was even in a romantic relationship? Recently, during meals, Qi Xian had been seen grinning at his phone, initially thought to be due to a humorous video. But when asked, he denied it. However, Wen Fan dismissed the notion, as he had too many matters to attend to, especially after the incident with Fong Ming. His own awareness during that time had been hazy, but he was not oblivious to the events that transpired. Fong Ming's actions had landed him in prison for an extended period, and Qi Yizhou had taken matters into his own hands to ensure Fong Ming's imprisonment was secure. Moreover, their studio was still in the process of recruiting qualified newcomers. Upon arriving at Fu Zhanli's home, Qi Xian navigated effortlessly to the room and plopped down at the desk. Engrossed in his phone, the group chat buzzed with activity, and Jiangxing was particularly animated. Where's Xiange? Come play games. I brought a sweet Omega. Chun Dong retorted. Xiange already has a study partner. What do you want? Jiangxing replied. It's better to share the fun than to enjoy it alone. I'm just sharing with you all. See what you interjected, duck? No need. Noticing Qi Xian's silence, Jiangxing tagged him directly. Are you really not coming? I've told the Omega there's a big shot here. Slowly, Qi Xian responded. Don't drag me into your antics. My study partner might get jealous. Jiangxing reacted with disdain. Jiangxing then pulled the submerged Si Wuyu into the conversation. Come on, buddy, keep me company, even if your skills don't match CNGE's. I have faith in you. Si Wuyu retorted, get lost. At that moment, Fu Zhanli entered, holding a cup of warm milk. Here, drink this to warm up. Qi Xian set down his phone. Although he was indifferent to milk, he would certainly drink it since it was brought by his study partner. After finishing, Qi Xian took out a test paper he had completed the previous night, waiting for Fu Zhanli to identify the errors before gradually explaining them. However, after a while without any movement from Fu Zhanli, Qi Xian turned to look at him, causing Fu Zhanli's brow to twitch under Qi Xian's unwavering gaze. Qi Xian licked his teeth and remarked, what happened to the sense of ritual? Fu Zhanli replied, Qi Xian is truly exhausting. This story must be traced back a few days prior, when he was attempting to explain something to Qi Xian, yet those around him remained inattentive, their minds wandering elsewhere. Fu Zhanli could only kiss him affectionately, which Qi Xian then whimsically declared to be the ritual before each study session. Indeed, once something is obtained, it is often taken for granted. Qi Xian lifted his eyelids and scoffed. It was only when he was kissed into a daze that Qi Xian obediently picked up his pen. At dinner time, with no one at Fu Zhanli's home, the two decided to dine out. After informing Wen Jifan, Qi Xian stepped out with Fu Zhanli. Qi Xian had always been restless, while Fu Zhanli remained remarkably composed. You should return home to sleep tonight, Fu Zhanli stated. Oh, Qi Xian replied, not particularly concerned. Why did Fu Zhanli harbor such a self-important belief that he would wish to sleep together? Fu Zhanli's elongated, dark eyes rested upon him, imbued with amusement. However, given your commendable behavior recently, I shall reluctantly acquiesce. Qi Xian remained silent, rummaging through his phone for something. What are you doing? Fu Zhanli inquired. Looking for a place, came Qi Xian's response. Have you found it? Fu Zhanli pressed. I have. This hotel has excellent soundproofing, Qi Xian exclaimed. Fu Zhanli fell silent. Why was soundproofing a concern when their intention was merely to chat under the covers? Clearly, they were not on the same wavelength. Darling, are we not going for something else? Fu Zhanli asked. Qi Xian suddenly looked up, staring intently at him. What is wrong? Fu Zhanli queried, puzzled. Shouldn't he clarify? What if Qi Xian felt disillusioned? Could you refrain from calling me darling? Qi Xian retorted, narrowing his eyes. Why? Fu Zhanli raised an eyebrow. I have a strong reaction. Qi Xian replied. Chapter 72. Something is amiss. Qi Xian spent an unabashed night, lifting his eyelids to cast a reproachful glance at the instigator. Why can't you be a little more subtle? Fu Zhanli, freshly washed and seated by the window, perusing an unknown book, glanced up at him. I wish I could, he admitted. Qi Xian's temples throbbed. Why couldn't Fu Zhanli just voice it? Wasn't it rather humiliating for a top-tier alpha to initiate? He was certain Fu Zhanli was doing this on purpose, waiting for him to say the words. Just as Qi Xian prepared to explode, Fu Zhanli closed the book and approached, ruffling his hair, as if soothing a large pet. Qi Xian, who was on the verge of a meltdown, immediately calmed down, his voice low and seemingly aggrieved. Then why are you still holding back? Fu Zhanli paused momentarily, then chuckled softly. Is our little Xian so eager? Who said that? Qi Xian exclaimed, his eyes widening, desperate to retort. I only feel for your discomfort. Understand? Fu Zhanli acknowledged him with a hum, seemingly pondering. It appears my restraint is lacking. I have wronged our little Xian. Don't call me little Xian, it's too clingy. Qi Xian protested. What should I call you then? Fu Zhanli paused. How about darling? Qi Xian's slender eyes glimmered with a hint of red, his gaze captivating, like a baited hook. That won't he do either. He certainly did not wish to engage in such acts publicly. He possessed a sense of shame. Qi baby, go away. Fu Zhanli seemed to grasp the underlying meaning, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. He refrained from shouting, instead opting for a roundabout remark. Baby? How childish. And what about Xian Xian? Qi Xian accepted it, for that was how Wen Jifan addressed him. He thought he would never again hear the term baby. Yet Fu Zhanli would occasionally call him baby, darling, his deep voice laced with an intoxicating tenderness, ensnaring him entirely. Time passed swiftly, and with Fu Zhanli's assistance, Qi Xian entered the examination hall filled with eager anticipation. This was the first time he approached it with genuine seriousness, his mind brimming with knowledge. Fu Zhanli was in a different examination hall, separated by an entire building. Chen Dong, initially unperturbed, felt his heart race upon witnessing Qi Xian anxiously clinging to Fu Zhanli, embracing and touching him. "Xian, what are you doing? It's not particularly appropriate in front of Li Wei, is it?" Qi Xian, nestled in his boyfriend's embrace, was imparting knowledge. At the inquiry, he lifted his gaze, transferring luck, borrowing some knowledge. Su Yang happened to pass by and glanced at him. "If only I could find a genius boyfriend too. Then dream on, go back and fantasize." Chen Dong retorted without hesitation. Su Yang leaped, hanging on to Chen Dong, twisting his ear and grinning. "You're just as bad. Neither of us has the right to mock the other. Here's a challenge." With someone clinging to Chen Dong's back, traversing the path became arduous. "Xian, save me." However, Qi Xian, who was seizing the opportunity to indulge, was oblivious to their plight. Chen Dong scoffed again. "Well, now you're completely ignoring me." Utterly ensnared by that academic enchantress. In Chen Dong's eyes, Fu Zhanli had acquired the label of a captivating sprite, one who specifically enticed his Xian. The crucial point was that Xian seemed to revel in it, utterly enchanted. Fu Zhanli firmly grasped Qi Xian's increasingly audacious hand, lowering his gaze as he spoke, his throat rolling. "Behave." Qi Xian could only restrain himself under the luminous gazes of those around them, quietly retracting his hand. "I feel as if my mind is overflowing with knowledge." Qi Xian languidly leaned against the wall, a teasing glint in his eyes. Fu Zhanli chuckled softly, his gaze filled with affection. Just as Chen Dong managed to shake off that insufferable Su Yang, he caught wind of Qi Xian's remark and immediately interjected. "Xian, let me touch it once, I want to as well." He had originally intended to say touch, but sensing a certain gaze, he swiftly altered his words. He feared for his very existence. Qi Xian unfalteringly extended his hand. "Here, can you catch it?" Chen Dong cared little for whether he could catch it. A mere psychological comfort sufficed, and he reached out to grasp it. As Qi Xian withdrew his hand just before contact, he said, "My apologies. This is a gift from my boyfriend, not for lending." Chen Dong exclaimed, "Xian, you weren't like this before." Xian used to allow him to touch and even accompany him in the same examination hall. Qi Xian tilted toward Fu Zhanli, his slender eyes appearing drowsy, causing Chen Dong to further believe him to be a rogue. "Didn't you say that was in the past?" Qi Xian smiled slyly. "Now I have a family, and my partner is quite strict." Chen Dong was so exasperated that he howled, leaving Qi Xian feeling as though he had been betrayed by a despicable antagonist. Fu Zhanli's eyes glimmered with a hint of mischief as he smirked softly. "This behavior is rather inappropriate. I assent to it." Qi Xian, valuing aesthetics over friendship, dismissed the concern. "It's fine. That lad Chen Dong will be all right soon." A group of onlookers behind them cast complex glances at Fu Zhanli. How could they not perceive the scholarly Fu as a cunning adversary? "What is the hold-up? Why are you all crowding here? Hurry and find your seats." Li Wei's voice rang out from behind. Before Qi Xian could release Fu Zhanli, he was abruptly seized. "Qi Xian, what are you doing? This is rather intimate." Qi Xian reluctantly loosened his grip on Fu Zhanli's arm. Li Wei confronted him directly. "Your actions are improper and severely disrupt the atmosphere. What will outsiders think if everyone behaves like you too?" "I was merely borrowing some knowledge from the class leader." "Old Li, you've misunderstood," Qi Xian replied. Li Wei scrutinized him and, seeing no signs of panic, sighed in relief. Thankfully, both of them were alphas, or it would have been a convoluted explanation. Enough of this. Success relies on a blend of luck and hard work. Reflect on whether you are putting in any effort instead of merely reaping the benefits. Oh, observing his demeanor, it was clear that the words had not registered. Li Wei began to shoo them away. "Scram, scram, scram. Don't linger here." His gaze turned warm as he looked at Fu Zhanli. "Zhanli, focus on your work. This may be a bit challenging, but you can do it." "Thank you, teacher." Qi Xian scoffed. "Old Li, your attitude changes too rapidly." Li Wei shot him a glare. "Why are you still here?" Qi Xian chuckled. "Well, we're leaving now. Get lost." Li Wei watched their departing figures, lost in thought. He felt an inexplicable unease regarding the two. yet he could not pinpoint the source. What was amiss? Was it Qi Xian's newfound willingness to heed advice and study diligently? That didn't feel quite right. Was it their transformation from bitter rivals to close friends? No, that also seemed inaccurate. Li Wei was thoroughly vexed. He blamed Qi Xian for his troubles, claiming that if it weren't for him, he would be losing hair every day. With a disdainful snort, Li Wei walked away. Chapter 73. Affection. Qi Xian's examination venue was in another building, conveniently along the way, so he accompanied Fu Zhanli to his examination hall. Good luck, do your best, Qi Xian encouraged, playfully curling his finger. Fu Zhanli responded with a gentle tug of his finger. You too, my boyfriend. His tone rose playfully, tempting Qi Xian to urge him to repeat it. But time was fleeting, and he had to let it go. Go on in. Once Fu Zhanli entered, Qi Xian joined the others. The few familiar faces around Fu Zhanli seemed to be his fellow players. Zhou Zhengxian hooked an arm around Qi Xian. Xian.What.This? Have you two reached the point of being inseparable? Qi Xian swatted his hand away. If you know, keep your distance. Zhou Zhengxian, understanding the hint, replied, All right. A strict partner, I get it. You understand? One Ziyu scoffed. You've been single for over a decade. How dare you claim to understand? What do you mean? As if you're any different, Zhou Zhengxian retorted, catching Wen Ziyu off guard with a playful jab. After the exam, are you brave enough to challenge me? Wen Ziyu forcefully pushed him away, exclaiming, Very well, who fears whom? Zhou Zhengxian turned to Qi Xian, asking, Brother Xian, would you care to join us? He added, Hey, it's just the two of us. No outside help allowed. Qi Xian, disinterested in their antics, replied, Not going. Why not? Zhou Zhengxian ignored Wen Ziyu and continued. Accompany my boyfriend. Zhou Zhengxian refrained from further persuasion, having heard that Fu Zhanli, despite being an academic prodigy, had a frail constitution. Despite his robust appearance, a strong gust could easily topple him. Moreover, considering the current cold temperatures, one could easily fall ill. It was no wonder that many preferred Qi Xian's fiery temperament. Can he endure that? Zhou Zhengxian inquired, his face flushed as he shyly voiced his concern. You two are both top-tier A's. Won't the scene be rather intense? Can your boyfriend withstand it? Qi Xian replied, Whether it is intense or not remains to be seen. They nearly collapsed the hotel bed with just a simple kiss. And afterward, the hotel had the audacity to demand compensation. Before Qi Xian could elaborate further, Wen Ziyu interjected, with your mind constantly preoccupied with such trivial matters. Am I the only one? Zhou Zhengxian retorted. There are plenty of curious folks on the forum. Qi Xian turned to him. Did people on the forum truly say that? Yes, they are even debating who takes the lead. Anything else? Zhou Zhengxian continued. There could be several volumes written about your exploits. Do you think otherwise? So sensational? Qi Xian raised an eyebrow, genuinely intrigued about whether these individuals had nothing better to do. Indeed, Qi Xian felt it necessary to check the situation himself. After all, Jiang Xing, that fool, had shared it with Fu Zhanli. Since saving a few images, he had not revisited the content. Qi Xian effortlessly returned to his seat and awaited the exam papers. This time, it was Chinese, and after briefly scanning the pages, he found them all quite familiar and began to write. Chen Dong, feeling rather bored, casually filled in a few answers and let his gaze wander, only to find Qi Xian deeply engrossed in his work. Could it be that Brother Xian is truly studying diligently? Once they had shared a bed, now he was putting in effort. Chen Dong felt that everything had changed. The time spent studying always seemed to fly by. Fu Zhanli meticulously explained the material to him every day, and Qi Xian would encounter either the same questions or similar ones, which bolstered his confidence. By the time he submitted his final exam, Qi Xian felt a wave of relief wash over him, utterly exhausted. It was Fu Zhanli who came to collect him in the end. For the past couple of days, Fu Zhanli had consistently arrived at the last moment to wait for him. Qi Xian looked at him. Submitted early? Fu Zhanli replied affirmatively. Qi Xian intended to say something, but ultimately kept his thoughts to himself. Let's go eat. He languidly strolled alongside Fu Zhanli toward the exit. Shall we dine out tonight? Sure. What would you like to eat? Anything is fine. Epitome cuisine. I'll defer to you. Qi Xian scoffed lightly. You always follow my lead. Don't you have any cravings of your own? A smile danced in Fu Zhanli's eyes. There is something I'd like to eat. But I can't indulge at the moment. I need to take care of myself. How dull. Qi Xian pouted, insisting that the decision rested with him. Fu Zhanli tousled his hair affectionately. Qi Xian, somewhat displeased, remarked, I am an esteemed top student. Constantly ruffling my hair is quite detrimental to my image. Fu Zhanli glanced at his hair and ran his fingers through it a few times, responding, I like it. Qi Xian boasted a luxuriant mane, with stray locks occasionally obscuring his eyelashes. During kisses, Fu Zhanli enjoyed brushing aside these errant strands, revealing his hazy, alluring eyes. He was undeniably beautiful, a sight that never grew tiresome, especially when his eyes glistened with moisture, evoking an irresistible allure that nearly drove Fu Zhanli to distraction. Can your stomach handle it? Qi Xian's words swiftly pulled him back to reality. I do not wish to escort you to the doctor, as I did previously. Fu Zhanli chuckled. Yes, I can manage. He could consume anything. Qi Xian trusted that Fu Zhanli would not deceive him regarding such matters, and thus they instructed the driver to take them to their destination. Qi Xian ordered several of his favorite dishes, opting for milder options for Fu Zhanli, just in case. I've been out with you so frequently that my dad has noticed. It can't be concealed. Qi Xian rested his chin on his hand, gazing at him. Fu Zhanli raised an eyebrow. So, would you care to meet my father? He had already encountered Fu Zhanli's father, yet Fu Zhanli held no formal status in his life, which felt somewhat inequitable. Fu Zhanli replied, Do you wish for that? It is certainly possible. Qi Xian grinned mischievously. I wonder if our esteemed scholar would be willing. After all, a son-in-law must always meet his in-laws. Fu Zhanli lifted an eyelid. To clarify, they are not in-laws. They are my future father-in-law. Chapter 74. Is there an Omega hidden? With Fu Zhanli's assistance, Qi Xian experienced a remarkable improvement in his grades, soaring into the top 1,000 and astonishing everyone. It was unexpected for someone previously deemed academically mediocre to achieve such a leap. The twist was that Li Wei claimed this round was particularly challenging. Qi Xian was taken aback, nearly ascending to euphoric heights upon seeing his total score. Even Qi Yizhou regarded him with newfound respect. When Ji Fan beamed, crediting Qi Xian's classmates for their support, Qi Yizhou was rather surprised, initially believing Qi Xian had merely discovered his conscience, unaware that there was someone backing him. Qi Xian, however, was forthcoming, clarifying that it was not his classmates. When Ji Fan paused momentarily, puzzled, then who is it? Qi Xian smiled, a good friend. Qi Yizhou and Wen Ji Fan exchanged knowing glances, instantly understanding. What good child. Qi Xian proudly huffed, confident in the abilities of his esteemed scholar. Due to Qi Xian's significant academic improvement, Li Wei believed Fu Zhanli played an indispensable role, insisting that Qi Xian express his gratitude. Qi Xian snorted with amusement, of course. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have made sure to thank him properly. He emphasized the word thank with particular weight, leaving Fu Zhanli speechless. In truth, it was unnecessary. As the examination approached, Qi Xian consistently maintained his current state, effortlessly achieving several excellent grades. During the new year, Qi Xian brought Fu Zhanli home, a swift progression that aligned perfectly with his style. Fu Zhanli donned a black down jacket, wrapped in a scarf, holding a gift. Qi Xian seemed to have abducted him like a kidnapper, bringing him home. As when Ji Fan opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of Fu Zhanli, whose eyes sparkled with a cheerful smile, exuding an endearing demeanor that elders often cherish. Wen Shu, it's you, little Fu. Come in and take a seat. It's quite chilly outside, Wen Ji Fan warmly invited. Thank you, Uncle One, Fu Zhanli replied with a gentle smile. Initially, Qi Xian speculated that Qi Yizhou would scrutinize Fu Zhanli with a critical eye, yet the reality proved otherwise. Qi Yizhou appeared even more delighted than when he encountered his own son. After the meal, Qi Xian sat beside Fu Zhanli and whispered, Why does my father seem so fond of you? Fu Zhanli chuckled softly. Perhaps it's because I tend to be obedient? This remark triggered memories for Qi Xian of his father's frequent wishes for him to be a well-behaved child, only for him to often rebel against those desires. Nevertheless, Fu Zhanli was indeed quite charming, which accounted for Qi Yizhou's approval. As time swiftly flowed, their relationship blossomed remarkably. They enjoyed an extensive 3-month vacation, with their respective schools located 1,000 kilometers apart. Leaning on Fu Zhanli's shoulder, Qi Xian gazed at the night sky, reflecting, time truly flies. We are about to embark on a new chapter of our lives. In truth, he longed for the moments spent together with Fu Zhanli, which played out like a film in his mind, now faded as they prepared to part ways. Fu Zhanli lowered his eyelashes, a tender smile gracing his features. I will always be by your side. We will never be apart. Qi Xian chuckled softly, suddenly recalling something. By the way, I asked my dad to prepare a house near the school for us, so we won't suffer from the agony of being apart every day. Fu Zhanli smiled, gently acknowledging his words. Yet, the reality was that Fu Zhanli orchestrated the entire arrangement, including having Sheng Shishua assist in finding the property. Their parents had no objections, primarily concerned about their ability to care for themselves outside, especially Wen Jifan, who was eager to transfer his work closer. Qi Xian quickly intervened, using considerable persuasion to alleviate Wen Jifan's worries. However, the interior furnishings were absent, necessitating personal procurement, which was not a daunting task. Once everything was settled, Qi Xian and Fu Zhanli began booking tickets, planning to arrive a month early. Upon learning of their plans, Qindong promptly called Qi Xian, exclaiming, "Xiange, how can you be so inconsiderate? Just leaving without a proper farewell?" Qi Xian replied leisurely, "All right, I'll ensure you have a memorable experience." Their schools were not in the same city, with Qi Xian and Fu Zhanli's being somewhat farther apart. The group convened at their usual KTV spot. Upon entering, Qi Xian was nearly overwhelmed by Qindong's devilish singing prowess. Spotting Qi Xian, Qindong bellowed, "Xiange, you finally made it." Jiangxing smacked Qindong on the head, gritting his teeth, "Control your voice." Fu Zhanli accompanied Qi Xian, and Qindong, unfazed, pulled them both down to start pouring drinks. "Come on, it's been ages since we gathered like this." Siwu interjected without hesitation. "It's barely been a week since you last said that while drinking." Qindong retorted, "You wouldn't understand." Qi Xian naturally felt reluctant to part with them. It was an inevitable circumstance. He indulged in a hearty drink with them, while Fu Zhanli did not intervene, sitting quietly beside him, abstaining from alcohol. Qindong, unfazed, noticed no one was urging him to join in the festivities. Throughout, Siwu was preoccupied with his phone, seemingly distracted. Qindong, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, "Siwu, how many times has it been? You keep staring at your phone as if something has stolen your soul." Qi Xian raised an eyebrow, casting a familiar glance at Siwu. In response to Qindong's comment, Siwu promptly stowed away his phone, feigning innocence. "Are you hiding an Omega?" Qindong teased, wearing a knowing smile. "What Omega? Do you think I'm like you?" "Oh, I forgot, you're a beta." After this remark, Qindong chose not to pursue the topic further, as they were all quite inebriated. Jiangxing had already slumped over in his seat, asleep. Qindong mumbled with closed eyes, while Siwu, his cheeks flushed, lay dozing beside him. Only Fu Zhanli remained sober. Just as he intended to call for a driver to take them home, a knock resounded at the door, followed by the appearance of a head. "Hello, is Siwu inside?" Chapter 75. A precious treasure. Fu Zhanli's gaze lingered on the figure at the door for barely a second before he averted his eyes, responding succinctly. The newcomer appeared to be an Omega, slender and delicate, with raven hair that accentuated his gentle demeanor. Unfazed by Fu Zhanli's presence, he entered upon receiving permission. "I am his friend, here to take him home." Fu Zhanli helped Qi Xian to his feet, his deep, dark eyes settling on Qi Xian's exquisite features. "Thank you for your assistance." The Omega, in the dim light, immediately spotted the unconscious Siwu in the corner. He attempted to rouse Siwu, but the latter merely opened his bleary eyes slightly and murmured, "Why are you here?" In the quiet confines of the room, the Omega sighed softly. "I'm here to take you back." His expression suggested he was unaware that someone would assist them in their return. Fu Zhanli made no effort to elaborate, allowing the Omega to lead Siwu away. The Omega appeared frail, yet his steps remained steady as he carried Siwu out. Only when the door closed did Fu Zhanli lift his gaze slightly, a faint furrow forming on his brow. After arranging for their return, the room was left with just Fu Zhanli and Qi Xian. After more than a year together, Qi Xian had grown increasingly clingy. Although they were now adults and on the cusp of university life, Qi Xian's long-held desires remained unfulfilled. Not to mention Qi Xian's eagerness. It makes me anxious just watching. Fu Zhanli, you're such a ninja. Qi Xian vowed that when the opportunity arose, he would ensure Fu Zhanli broke his resolve. After all, university was the perfect chance. Leaning sleepily against Fu Zhanli, Qi Xian's consciousness began to blur. Inhaling the familiar scent of his favorite pheromones, he smiled softly, tugging at Fu Zhanli's collar to draw him closer. Li Ge, tell me, do you still love me? Fu Zhanli lowered his gaze, seemingly accustomed to his drunken antics. Qi Xian did not hear Fu Zhanli's response and continued to speak to himself. I've been trying so hard to push myself. Why are you so unmoved? His delicate cheeks flushed crimson, the intoxication evident on his face, and his slightly parted lips glistened under the dim light, appearing strikingly red. Fu Zhanli chuckled softly and placed a kiss on his full forehead. He loved Qi Xian deeply. His magnetic, husky voice gradually resonated, tender and lingering. Without Qi Xian, Fu Zhanli felt he could not breathe. Qi Xian's eyelashes fluttered gently, as if he were already in slumber. Fu Zhanli effortlessly lifted him and exited the private room. The next day, Qi Xian awoke in his own home, staring at the familiar ceiling with a throbbing headache, his temples pulsating. He had truly gotten drunk the previous day, the worst in quite some time, rendering the subsequent events hazy in his memory. However, he was certain that Fu Zhanli had brought him home. He picked up his phone and noticed a message from Fu Zhanli displayed on the screen. Fu Zhanli, take some medicine when you wake up, or the headache will be unbearable. Fu Zhanli's demeanor and messaging had remained unchanged over time. It was not difficult to coax him into expressing more affectionate words. Qi Xian replied, okay. After sending the message, he got up to wash up. As he descended the stairs, he spotted Wen Jifan and Qi Yizhou sitting in the living room. Upon seeing him, Wen Jifan smiled. Breakfast is in the kitchen. Let Aunt Lin heat it up. Qi Xian lazily nodded. Qi Yizhou shot him a glance. You're always so late, making little Fu bring you back like this drunkard. He's my boyfriend, and I enjoy it, Qi Xian replied with a smirk. Besides, every time you return from social gathering, I send tea at little dad who helps you clean up a mess. Qi Yizhou glared at him. We're lawfully wed. My relationship with Fu Zhanli is also legitimate. What if we lack that little red book? It's hardly a big deal. Qi Xian scoffed dismissively. When Jifan had grown accustomed to their banter, shaking his head helplessly, choosing not to intervene in their father-son squabble. The day before their departure, both families dined together again. Qi Yizhou was quite fond of Fu Zhanli, and Sheng Shuo shared a similar affection for Qi Xian. The two appeared as if they wished to exchange places. This caused Wen Jifan and Fu Mingyuan to sigh deeply. However, Qi Xian remained quite curious about Sheng Shuo's profession. He had heard Fu Zhanli mention it, but remained uncertain, suspecting it was something related to the underworld. When Qi Xian and Fu Zhanli left, they did not allow their families to see them off, yet Shendong, Jiangxing, and Si Wuyu all showed up. Shendong, in particular, had tears in his eyes, making Qi Xian feel an urge to punch him. What was there to be sad about? They could come and play with him later. Qi Xian raised an eyelid, his tone languid. Shendong wiped his tears. It's not the same. It feels like a heartbreaking farewell, as if we will never meet again. Qi Xian laughed and scolded. Come over whenever you can. Brother Xian will provide food and lodging. All right? Shendong nodded vigorously. You have my word. Qi Xian gently patted his shoulder, noticing that Shendong appeared even thinner than before. It seemed the burdens of his family had suddenly fallen upon him. However, he chose not to voice his concerns, and they pretended to be oblivious, silently waiting to offer support whenever he might need it. After exchanging a few words with Jiang Xingxi Wuyu, as they prepared to board, Jiang stealthily pulled him aside, shielding them from the other's gaze. Qi Xian scrutinized his expression, sensing that something significant was afoot. What is it? Xinge, I have a treasure for you. What treasure? Jiang smiled knowingly. Something that will be beneficial to you. A gem I have gathered after much effort. As an alpha, Qi Xian grasped the implication immediately. snatching the USB drive from Zhang's hand while casting a furtive glance towards their companions. Fortunately, Fu Zhanli was engrossed in conversation with Qin, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Xiange, no need to thank me. Good luck. Thus far, no one knew the exact nature of Qi Xian and Fu Zhanli's relationship, and speculation ran rampant, with some even suggesting a mutual pursuit. Qi Xian narrowed his elongated eyes, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Don't be coy. Zhang chuckled. I wish you well. In under 2 hours, they arrived at their destination, a surprisingly short distance. Upon disembarking, Fu Zhanli and Qi Xian headed straight for the address provided by Sheng Shihua. Qi Xian gazed out of the car window, enthralled by the rapidly changing scenery. How wonderful it was. Under the same roof, he couldn't help but wonder how long Fu Zhanli could maintain his composure. Unaware of Qi Xian's inner musings, Fu Zhanli focused on his phone, assuming his companion was merely admiring the city's vibrancy. If you like, we can set aside some time to explore. Qi Xian turned his head slightly. That sounds fine. Sheng Shihua had arranged for them a well-appointed apartment, featuring 2 bedrooms, a living room, and an open kitchen with ample natural light. Qi Xian pondered the necessity of the 2 bedrooms. Why not just one? Noticing his silence, Fu Zhanli lifted his gaze. What's wrong? Qi Xian contemplated briefly before shaking his head. Nothing, just quite fond of it. While Fu Zhanli busied himself with arranging furniture, Qi Xian discreetly contacted Sheng Shihua. Uncle Sheng, why are there 2 rooms? Sheng Shihua replied almost instantly. Don't be sad, Xian baby. Uncle Sheng had no choice. It was Zhanli's request. Qi Xian gritted his teeth, realizing that it was indeed Fu Zhanli who had insisted on this arrangement. Damn it. Sheng Shihua encouraged. Hang in there, Xian baby. If things get tough, Uncle Sheng will assist you. By now, Qi Xian knew Sheng Shihua's character well. If he were to truly intervene, Fu Zhanli and Qi Xian would be unlikely to step out of their room the following day. Rumor had it, that Fu uncle had once taken a similar approach. Sometimes, Qi Xian felt fortunate that Fu Zhanli had not inherited Sheng Shihua's forceful methods of affection. Yet he simultaneously resented Fu Zhanli's indifference. After replying to Sheng Shihua, Qi Xian walked over to Fu Zhanli's side. Fu Zhanli had meticulously prepared everything he wished to purchase along with various strategies. They merely needed to set out to acquire them. After resolving their basic needs, Qi Xian and Fu Zhanli ventured forth to shop for furniture. Qi Xian clearly harbored resentment regarding Fu Zhanli's request for 2 rooms. Thus, when selecting a sofa, he insisted on acquiring an oversized one, ample enough to comfortably accommodate 2 individuals. Fu Zhanli cast a glance at him, but remained silent, decisively making the purchase. Qi Xian let out a soft hum of amusement and continued browsing. Most of their purchases were in cool tones, while personal items leaned towards couple-themed designs. However, it would take more than a day to complete their shopping, so they prepared accordingly. That evening, they were left with no choice but to stay at a nearby hotel. This time, Qi Xian was surprisingly well-behaved, refraining from any mischief and even focusing on playing with Qin and the others as they aimed to climb the ranks of the national server leaderboard. This delighted both Qin and Jiang Xing. Yet, Qi Xian's attention was drawn to a rather inconspicuous player, seemingly brought in by Siwuyu. This player was neither weak nor particularly strong, but Qi Xian, with his prowess, could easily discern the player's capabilities. Despite having considerable skill, he had chosen to play a supportive role, protecting Siwuyu. In a moment of contemplation, Qi Xian was caught off guard and was subsequently defeated by the opposing team. Jiang Xing's voice rang out. Xiange, what are you doing? Is the scholar suppressing your hands? Just emerging from the bathroom. Fu Zhanli instinctively fixed his gaze on Qi Xian upon hearing this. How do you know? Qi Xian replied, lowering his voice. Can you not be so clingy? The opposing team is quite formidable. One mistake, and we could be overwhelmed. Jiang Xing's urgent voice followed, accompanied by his excited shout. Damn, if it weren't for the support, I'd be done for. Distracted by the sudden interruption, Qi Xian lost focus on the support and lazily leaned back in his chair to play. Fu Zhanli, clad in a bathrobe that revealed his well-defined abs, approached Qi Xian, lowering his eyelashes. After this match, let's freshen up, he said. While Qi Xian was in the midst of a team fight, he responded absent-mindedly. Fu Zhanli pressed his lips together lightly, enveloping Qi Xian in his arms, and gently nibbled on his earlobe. Qi Xian stiffened, momentarily pausing, instinctively trying to retreat. Fu Zhanli held his chin, tilting it gently, and bestowed a fleeting kiss upon him. Qi Xian's breath quickened, his fingertips whitening as he stared intently at Fu Zhanli. Fu Zhanli caressed the corner of his lips, silently urging him to return to the game. Just then, Jiangxing's explosive voice broke through. "Xiange, what are you two up to again? My stars, please show some respect to my stars." Accompanied by the triumphant remarks from the opposing team. "Is the jungler on the opposing side perhaps AFK? We need that early game aggression." Bystander 1. Could they be giving up the struggle? Bystander 2. The marksman isn't great in the late game. I think this match is secure. Bystander 3. Victory is beckoning me. Jiangxing exclaimed. "I'm cutting through you like chopping vegetables. Don't talk nonsense." Unable to tolerate the situation any longer, Jiangxing implored. "Xiange, my reputation is resting on your shoulders." Qindong also chimed in, shouting, "Xiange, the opposing team is a bunch of old silver coins." Qi Xian impatiently spoke. "Shut up. After this match, you all can leave." His voice was hoarse yet alluring. Jiangxing and Qindong replied cheerfully, "All right." Si Wuyu and the supporting player remained silent throughout. A serious determination was etched on Qi Xian's brow. 5 minutes later, Jiangxing gazed at the star, tears of excitement streaming down his face. Before the crystal could shatter, Qi Xian tossed his phone aside and rose to join Fu Zhanli. "Shall we continue?" Fu Zhanli shifted his gaze from the computer, raising an eyebrow. "Continue what?" Qi Xian smiled with a carefree nonchalance. "What do you think, Fu Zhanli? I don't understand. What are you joking about?" Qi Xian did not miss the fleeting glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Fu Zhanli smiled lightly. "Stop messing around. Go wash up." With a cold huff, Qi Xian circumvented him and headed for the shower. Fu Zhanli watched his fading silhouette, his throat tightening, before redirecting his attention back to the computer. He typed leisurely, "Is the quality of your beds guaranteed?" Customer service replied, "Absolutely, dear. Perfect for the passionate charm of two." After a moment's contemplation, he responded, "All right, I'll order 2. In the days that followed, Fu Zhanli and Qi Xian busied themselves with setting up their cozy abode. Though Qi Xian appeared rather unreliable, he displayed a commendable diligence when focused, ensuring that no chaotic items infiltrated their space. After over half a month of labor, gazing at their fully prepared little home, Qi Xian sighed with relief. Finally done. No more cramped hotel living. Once they moved their luggage in, they set off to buy groceries. Everything was ready, except for the ingredients. However, Qi Xian found himself in a predicament. "Neither of us can cook. Are we to starve?" Fu Zhanli chuckled at him. "Do you really not trust your boyfriend?" Qi Xian's eyes widened. "You can?" Fu Zhanli nodded slowly. "At least I won't let us starve." Qi Xian retorted. "It was the one who forced you to make fried rice a year ago." Upon reaching the ingredient section, Qi Xian couldn't discern much difference and felt lost. While Fu Zhanli meticulously selected items, Qi Xian informed him he would explore other areas. Though not particularly interested in snacks, he thought it wise to indulge a little, unsure of what to purchase. As he perused the snacks, he felt a gentle brush against his leg. Looking down, he saw a pure white Persian cat, languid and graceful, gazing up at him. The two shared a moment of eye contact. Qi Xian narrowed his slender eyes, growling, "What are you looking at?" Chapter 77. Compatibility level. The Persian cat, unfazed by his reprimand, affectionately rubbed against his calf. Qi Xian stared at it for a few seconds, then discreetly turned to leave for another area. Yet the cat followed him, unperturbed. Just as Qi Xian contemplated helping it find its owner, he heard hurried, fragmented footsteps nearby. 17? 17. Oh no, if I lose 17, Yenge will kill me. My sister adores this little treasure. Shendu, Yuri. I can already sense 17. As anxious voices echoed around him, Qi Xian discerned that the Persian cat at his feet was indeed the feline they were searching for. He lifted his gaze just in time to see 2 figures approaching him. The leading man was slender, with a hint of youthful innocence in his features, and his tousled hair gave him a charmingly innocent appearance. At that moment, he was frantically scanning the surroundings for something. Following closely behind him was another man dressed in a black short-sleeved shirt and loose-fitting jeans, exuding a sense of composure, his calm gaze unwaveringly fixed on the person ahead. The muscular definition of his arms was clearly visible, and his tall stature imparted an intangible sense of pressure. Perhaps sensing Qi Xian's scrutiny, he raised his eyelids. Meeting Qi Xian's gaze directly. At that moment, Jiang Jin also caught sight of the Persian cat, which was entwined around Qi Xian's legs like a playful teddy bear. His expression shifted. 17, do not forget, you no longer possess that capability. Only after uttering those words did he notice Qi Xian, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. Hello, this cat belongs to my family. It accidentally wandered off. Thank you for helping me find it. This individual was rather attractive, though he seemed somewhat challenging to interact with. Qi Xian recognized them as a couple, realizing that the one speaking to him was an Omega. He cast a languid glance at 17. I just happened upon it. With that, Qi Xian turned to leave, leaving them with the cat. Jiang Jin hurriedly scooped up the cat, exhaling in relief. Thank goodness we found it. 17, you truly are remarkable. Even after being neutered, you still remember to seek companionship. And not just any companion, but a person. Chengdu watched him chastising 17 with a helpless smile, ruffling his hair and murmuring, All right, we've also finished shopping. Let us head back. Jiang Jin instantly shivered, casting him a warning glance. Do not entertain such thoughts. My heat period is yet to arrive. Yen Ge had entrusted 17 to him, so he could enjoy some quality time with his sister. As night fell, Chengdu again locked the cat outside, then engaged in unsavory activities with him. Chen Dong, seemingly oblivious to his warning, leaned down to whisper in his ear. An alpha can induce an omega to enter their heat period prematurely. The mere thought of their AO compatibility reaching a staggering 96 left Jiang Jin's cheeks. Fu Zhanli gently squeezed his palm, saying, This year we can finally take the test. But you are an enigma. Things will change once we go to university. Qi Xian frowned. What if our compatibility is low? Fu Zhanli shot him a cool glance. Do you really think that is possible? Qi Xian instinctively thought of a negative answer, for their pheromones had never repelled each other. Whenever they released their enticing pheromones, both would lose their reason. There was even an occasion where things nearly spiraled out of control. Dinner was prepared by Fu Zhanli. While Qi Xian lounged in the living room like a lord, engrossed in his phone, it wasn't that he didn't wish to help. But Fu Zhanli feared he might ruin the kitchen, especially since it was their first day. He couldn't endure too much chaos. In the group chat, Chen Dong started chatting. Xian Ge, haven't you both prepared your house? How does it feel, akin to newlyweds? Before Qi Xian could respond, Jiang Xing chimed in. With such fiery passion, it would be a shame if nothing happens tonight. Yes, guess it will be sleepwalking tonight, Xian Ge or the academic prodigy. Do you really think the prodigy is the sleepwalking type? True, Xian Ge has the highest likelihood. Tian Dong Mihiwuslu Tagit Koi Xian Ye. Remember to lock the door tonight. Don't let yourself get too carried away. Qi Xian chuckled and retorted coldly with a single word. Get lost. Jiang Xing added. Xian Ge, make sure to check out the treasure I sent you. It will enrich your knowledge and benefit your blissful life. Chen Dong chimed in jokingly. When did you two make this trade? Jiang Xing replied, not telling, it's a secret. At this point, Si Wuyu coldly dissociated himself from them. You two? Stop being so flirty. I can smell it from afar. Jiang Xing immediately challenged him with a voice message. I say, Si Wuyu, if you hadn't come out, I would have forgotten about you. Are you really with that Omega? Qi Xian seemed to catch a whiff of some gossip. None. Chen Dong, ever the instigator, said, Oh. Wuyu, if you're together, just admit it. We've all seen it. That Omega has been pursuing you relentlessly and even moved to your city for you. That's no small feat, skipping the online romance for an in-person encounter. Come on, give us a kiss. Si Wuyu exited the group chat. Jiang Xing quipped. I've seen through everything. Qi Xian asked, what Omega? I don't recall an Omega around Si Wuyu. Jiang Xing, now fully engaged. Couldn't he wait to reveal the whole story? It's the support player we usually game with. They started interacting before we even graduated. Qi Xian pondered for a moment. Jiang Xing continued. I was the one who introduced the soft Omega. They didn't fancy me, but instead took a liking to see Wu Yu, always trailing behind him. Chun Dong interjected, "Enough? You're just jealous. Look at you rambling on. If I were them, I wouldn't fancy you either." Thus, the two began to bicker in the group chat. Qi Xian, uninterested, exited the conversation, set down his phone, and walked into the kitchen to find Fu Zhanli, who was diligently cooking, now emanating the warmth of culinary passion. Qi Xian propped his chin on his hands, observing him as he busied himself. "Li Yi, is it possible tonight?" Chapter 78. Forgive me him? Alas, on the very first night they shared a home, Qi Xian was met with yet another rejection. With a casual swipe at his meal, he retreated to his room, the sound of the door slamming resonating loudly, as if to announce to someone that he was indeed upset. Fu Zhanli lowered his gaze, his dark, profound eyes swirling like a vortex, inscrutable in their thoughts. After waiting in anger for a while, Qi Xian realized he ought not to be upset, as it might convey to Fu Zhanli an eagerness he did not wish to express. He should appear more aloof, maintaining control of the situation rather than being led by Fu Zhanli. Thus, Qi Xian composed himself and proceeded to take a shower. Upon emerging, he still found no sign of Fu Zhanli seeking him out, but a message from Jiangxing served as a reminder. Quietly, he retrieved the USB drive Jiangxing had given him, determinedly inserting it into his computer. Although reluctant to admit it, this was indeed his first encounter with such material. Fu Zhanli had never marked him, not even once. Sometimes, Qi Xian found himself perplexed by Fu Zhanli's thoughts. Soon, he was captivated by the images displayed, cursor moving aimlessly across the screen. How much has Jiangxing stored? He pondered. Ultimately, he clicked on the first file with an expression devoid of emotion. Qi Xian concluded that trusting Jiangxing's materials was ill-advised. After viewing several, he finally grasped their meaning. His face fell, yet he found himself unwittingly yielding, conflicted in his feelings. In a moment of frustration, he dashed back to the bathroom to rinse off with cold water once more. After tidying up the remnants of the outside, Fu Zhanli knocked on Qi Xian's door, but after a prolonged silence, he assumed Qi Xian was sulking and refusing to let him in. "I'm coming in." Upon entering, he found the room empty, though the sound of the shower echoed from the bathroom. So he was bathing. A hint of amusement flickered in Fu Zhanli's eyes as he raised an eyebrow. When Qi Xian emerged and spotted Fu Zhanli seated at the edge of his bed, he was momentarily startled, feeling an uncharacteristic guilt wash over him. However, noticing Fu Zhanli's gaze was unremarkable, he sighed in relief. Recalling the earlier rejection, Qi Xian snapped defensively, "What are you doing here? Did I grant you permission to enter?" Amused, Fu Zhanli replied, "Do I need permission to enter my boyfriend's room? You still remember you're my boyfriend?" Qi Xian erupted, his long, slender eyes alight with indignation, and yet a sense of grievance lingered. The individual before him rejected his invitation, yet claimed the title of boyfriend. Fu Zhanli approached him, ruffling his hair gently. "All right, let me help you dry your hair." Qi Xian remained silent as Fu Zhanli turned to fetch the hairdryer. By the time Fu Zhanli returned, Qi Xian had assumed a serious demeanor, seated on the small sofa in his room. Qi Xian merely wrapped himself in a bath towel, his upper body exposed, showcasing broad shoulders and a narrow waist, with beautifully defined muscle contours. Drops of water cascaded down his skin, exuding a sensual allure. His facial features were sharp and profound, with his elongated, expressive eyes serving as a captivating focal point. At this moment, Qi Xian appeared less fierce and more docile, yet still possessed an alluring charm. Fu Zhanli's fingers wove through Qi Xian's thick hair, which felt remarkably smooth. Qi Xian tilted his head back in irritation, seemingly displeased with the gesture. An alpha's head is not something to be touched without permission. Fu Zhanli turned off the hairdryer. A tall silhouette descended slowly, the light casting shadows, obscuring Fu Zhanli's handsome face. Yet Qi Xian could discern his expression with precision. He grasped Qi Xian's chin, his thumb gently caressing his pale lips. His voice low and husky. "Forgive me." Qi Xian smirked coldly. "Forgive you for what?" Fu Zhanli chuckled softly, his voice magnetic and enticing. "There are still 2 weeks until school starts." And then? Qi Xian raised an eyebrow. "My boyfriend misses me. Fu Zhanli replied slowly, his tone tender and lingering, as if teasing at the edge of Qi Xian's heart. Of course, I cannot disappoint him. Qi Xian found himself reluctantly leaning against the edge of the sofa, his throat tightening, his long eyes shimmering with a hint of confusion. The two seemed to be lost in an unfathomable sea. Qi Xian's eyes grew slightly red in his agitation, his delicate lashes fluttering, his gaze glimmering. Fu Zhanli lifted his hand, and a white shadow flitted past. By the time Qi Xian comprehended the situation, it was already too late. He was exasperated, not holding back his displeasure towards Fu Zhanli, refusing to be passive. The previously composed Qi Xian now wore an entirely different expression. Li. Qi Xian murmured softly in his dazed state. Fu Zhanli remained exceedingly patient in his response. What kind of top-tier alpha was he, reduced to nothing before enigma? Qi Xian's head sank into the soft pillow, a buzzing sensation enveloping him. 2 weeks would be sufficient. He intended to remain here without venturing elsewhere. Fu Zhanli's voice was husky and low, a slight rasp in his throat. Upon hearing this, Qi Xian regained his composure, curling his lips into a cold smile. His breath slightly disordered. No more nonsense. Qi Xian felt as if he were living a fate worse than death. Eventually, his expression shifted to one of resignation. He was mistaken. He had underestimated Fu Zhanli. Yet, as an alpha, he could never concede defeat. Thus, Qi Xian steeled himself. Fortunately, the quality of this encounter was good, and it had yet to falter. Fu Zhanli considered giving it a 5-star review. Chapter 79. In a relationship during this time, Qi Xian connected with classmates from the same major. They were as talkative as Chun Dong and his friends, chattering incessantly. Fu Zhanli had been notified to arrive early at school due to his field of study and was currently on campus. He had chosen a common, yet demanding major, clinical medicine. Qi Xian found it curious that a wealthy heir like Fu Zhanli would opt for such a busy discipline. Qi Xian was rather lackadaisical, having no particular passions, planning to wait for Qi Yizhou to take over his family's business. If Qi Yizhou were to discover this thought, he would likely be infuriated. Hence, Qi Xian made a simplistic and blunt choice to pursue a degree in finance. The weather is exceedingly hot, to the extent that one feels as though they might evaporate upon arriving at school. A few individuals have agreed to wait outside the school gate, where a tree offers shade. Otherwise, they would surely risk sunburn. This summer remains oppressively warm. Qi Xian, donning a cap and dressed in casual attire, strolls leisurely toward the entrance. Who is that? They seem to have quite an appealing physique. Could they, like us, be a newcomer? That seems likely. After all, who would choose to linger here on such a sweltering day? Should we approach and extend an invitation to join us? That might be inappropriate. I struggle with social anxiety. Wait, why are they walking toward us? Could it be that they are interested in me? But I am a beta. I shall feel shy. You seem to be engaging quite animatedly with them. A voice pipes up from beside them, one who has remained silent until now. Zheng Yan, what are you talking about? Well, have I ever spoken to them? The first speaker is Fang Yao, the most active member of their group. Fang Yao, he is the person we are waiting for. Qi Xian, a soft, delicate voice interrupts them. It belongs to Wei Xing'er, the only Omega in their group, possessing a gentle appearance and a shy demeanor. When he speaks, his voice is soft and soothing, quite pleasant to hear. Another member is Ren Xian, a female alpha. Thus, with Qi Xian, they consist of 2 alphas, 2 betas, and 1 omega. Qi Xian's companions had assumed that an omega would not walk with them, as many omegas tend to be cautious around certain alphas. My goodness, how handsome is my brother Xian! Fang Yao exclaims loudly, causing Qi Xian to lift his eyelids and cast a cool glance in his direction. Realizing his overzealous reaction, Fang Yao quickly clarifies, Brother Xian, I did not mean it that way. You are the most stunning in the universe. Qi Xian merely nods in acknowledgement, and they all proceed to introduce themselves. Brother Xian, there is something I wish to mention, but I am uncertain if it is appropriate. Qi Xian lazily raises his gaze. What is it? Since they have known him for a few days, they have come to understand his character, and they harbor no discontent toward him. Fang Yao's face flushes, and his eyes dart away, making it evident what he wishes to say. Aside from Wei Xing, The others are too embarrassed to look on. Qi Xian seems to grasp what he is implying. Brother Xian, do you have a partner? Qi Xian, everyone, please remain silent. I'm at a loss for words. Fang Yao senses the awkward atmosphere and shoots them a glare. We are all adults here. Is it not permissible to pursue one's idol? Zheng Yin, with a somber expression, adds, that is not unthinkable, but he hesitates. Just as Qi Xian is about to respond, Wei Xing'er suddenly interjects. I have ordered milk tea for all of you. It is a perfect way to cool down on such a hot day. Ren Xian volunteers. Where? I will accompany you to fetch it. Ren Xian is somewhat aloof, speaking little, yet she possesses a warm heart. Wei Xing'er does not refuse and goes with her to retrieve it. The milk tea shop is not far. It is merely a few hundred meters away. Given Qi Xian's presence, Fang Yao refrains from saying much more, acknowledging that his initial impulse was perhaps unwise. It is no wonder that Fang Yao would suddenly make such a remark. Passersby couldn't help but steal glances at Qi Xian, their faces subtly flushed. Qi Xian smiled softly, indicating he was in a relationship. Fang Yao was momentarily taken aback, realizing Qi Xian was responding to his earlier inquiry, whether he was the delicate and soft Omega. Through Fang Yao's lens, Qi Xian undoubtedly appeared to be an exquisitely sweet Omega. Qi Xian lowered his eyelashes, seemingly in contemplation. Although Fu Zhanli appeared frail, his physique was surprisingly robust when undressed. He chose his words carefully. I suppose so? Fang Yao, perplexed, wondered why Qi Xian seemed hesitant. Could it be shyness? When the milk tea arrived, Qi Xian, unable to refuse the kindness of others, accepted it. During his time familiarizing himself with the campus, Qi Xian had not grown too close to Wei Xing'er and Ren Xian. Despite having applied a barrier agent, there was still a possibility that pheromones might escape. To be precise, today marked his first venture outside in the past 2 weeks, and the implications were clear. Fu Zhanli, that rascal, truly meant what he said. Had it not been for his recent busyness and Qi Xian's outing, he would not have let up. Consequently, the sun's rays made Qi Xian feel drowsy, exhaustion evident in his brow. In his dazed state, Chen Dong had called, urging him to join a game online, but before Qi Xian could reach for his phone, Fu Zhanli had already snatched it up and hung up. Qi Xian could even hear him murmuring, when engaging in such activities, one must not be distracted. Frustrated by the relentless torment of both body and spirit, Qi Xian retaliated by biting him. After all, they attended a prestigious university, equipped with all necessary facilities. And after a brief familiarization with the route, they departed. The entire ordeal lasted nearly 3 hours. Shall we go for a meal together? Fang Yao asked, his stomach already growling from their wanderings. The others had no objections, and their gazes turned expectantly to Qi Xian for his response. Checking the time, Qi Xian noted that Fu Zhanli would not return for a while longer, so he agreed. The local cuisine leaned towards spicy, but Qi Xian found it acceptable. It seemed that apart from Ren Xian and Wei Xing'er, the rest were not locals. As they became acquainted, they discovered that although Qi Xian spoke little, he was not aloof. Rather, he exuded a languid charm, radiating a sense of rebellious pride. This only heightened Fang Yao's curiosity about Qi Xian's partner, wondering who could possibly win over such a captivating individual. In his loquacious nature, Fang Yao suddenly inquired, "What prompted you to choose this major?" Zheng Yin replied in a subdued tone, "I was assigned here." Wei Xing'er smiled sheepishly. "I followed family advice." Fang Yao chuckled. "I chose it because the entry score was low." Ren Xian paused before stating, "My father wants me to manage his company." "And you, Xiange?" Chapter 80. Fearing someone might steal his prized possession, he could only come personally to guard the cabbage. Qi Xian lifted his eyelids, his enchanting gaze making their hearts race. With a mischievous grin, he replied, "To inherit the family business." Fang Yao remarked, "Isn't that similar to Ren Xian?" "Not quite," Qi Xian countered. "In what way is it different?" They did not fully comprehend Qi Xian's intentions, but was it not simply a matter of returning to manage the company like Ren Xian? Qi Xian replied indifferently, "What I mean is to sideline him." Fang Yao, along with the remaining 3, observed as Qi Yizhou, far away at the company, sneezed loudly, thinking that it must be Fan missing him. Fang Yao found Qi Xian to be quite bold, indeed full of filial piety. Brother Xian, is your partner from our school as well? Y Xian responded, no. Disappointment washed over Fang Yao. He had hoped to meet the individual. Zheng Yin inquired, which school? Jingxi Medical University. Goodness, Fang Yao exclaimed, that is an esteemed institution, recognized as a top-tier medical college. Many aspire to enter, but opportunities are scarce. It is not merely a matter of applying. Brother Xian, your partner isn't bald, is he? Qi Xian shot a chilling glance at Fang Yao's hair. You're the one who is balding. The others were left in stunned silence. Despite Jingxi Medical University being merely a medical school, its ranking is prominent. Those who gain admission must have exceptional scores. Brother Xian, your words only pique my curiosity further about your partner. Zheng Yin nodded in agreement. It is quite an intriguing experience to interact with someone of such high academic standing. Qi Xian effectively played the part, as no alpha could resist the pride stemming from their partner's accomplishments. He tilted his head slightly. In fact, you all can engage with me more. Brother Xian, are you perhaps an unseen academic prodigy? Not all. Qi Xian replied leisurely. I used to be a poor student, lacking in knowledge. For over a year, he has pulled me up from the depths. Is this the advantage of having an academically gifted partner? Fang Yao pondered. Wei Xing'er, eyes sparkling with admiration, asked, Brother Qi Xian, could you introduce your partner to us? I would love to befriend him. Given their similar attributes, they would surely get along splendidly. Unexpectedly, Qi Xian declined, leaving Wei Xing'er feeling disheartened. A smile played on Qi Xian's lips, his gaze twinkling. You would not find common ground. It is better for you to stay with me. Upon hearing this, they could not help but regard him with suspicion. Even Ren Xian glanced at him a few extra times. Fang Yao and Zheng Yin were also uncertain of Qi Xian's thoughts, but his demeanor did not suggest any interest in Wei Xing'er. Qi Xian had no intention of clarifying. Isn't it just a few streets away from our school? Wei Xing'er smiled gently, shifting the topic. Brother Xian, you must have come with your partner. Qi Xian nodded. Fearing that someone might steal him away, he had to personally guard his prize. As he said this, a hint of softness appeared on his otherwise arrogant face. After spending a while with them, Qi Xian glanced at the time and declared, It is getting late. I should head back. What? Did your sister-in-law set a curfew? Fang Yao believed Fu Zhanli to be an Omega, for the aura Qi Xian exuded was so formidable that even he, a beta, could discern Qi Xian's status as a top alpha. Indeed, Qi Xian confirmed, Fu Zhanli has not set a curfew. He is merely preparing to welcome me home, and will purchase some ingredients for our return. Before departing, Qi Xian took it upon himself to cover the bill for their table, as they had all come together, and it would be inappropriate to leave early without settling the expenses. As Qi Xian arrived at the entrance of Jingxi Medical University, Fu Zhanli had yet to emerge. It was already past 5, and the sun had lost its scorching intensity, casting a warm orange hue across the sky that enveloped the nearby figures in a gentle, glowing light. This warmth accentuated the delicate, soft, and docile features of the person before him. It was Qi Xian's first visit to Fu Zhanli's locale, and he casually found a shaded spot to wait. Compared to the desolation of his own school, Jingxi bustled with a vibrant liveliness. People flowed in and out in a lively throng, prompting Qi Xian to lower the brim of his cap to shield his brow and focus on his phone. Qi Xian sent a message. I've arrived. Despite his attempt at concealment, many gazes were drawn to him. The boy's sharply defined jawline and subtly sensual, lightly tinted lips were gently pressed together, while the pale blue tips of his hair contrasted beautifully against his fair complexion. Even a glance at his slender, elongated fingers hinted at his striking handsomeness. Just as Qi Xian completed his message, a shadow fell over him, prompting him to instinctively look up. The course Fu Zhanli was engaged in was extensive and intricate, more so than those at other medical schools, with a notably high failure rate. To allow students from a prestigious medical institution the opportunity to struggle was undoubtedly daunting. However, some claimed this was merely a tactic to intimidate them. Regardless, to mitigate potential challenges, the school initiated preparatory sessions a week prior to the semester's commencement. Recently, Fu Zhanli had been involved in basic practical training. As he neared the conclusion of his training, he received Qi Xian's message. To avoid making him wait, Fu Zhanli hastened his pace. Observers nearby were astonished. Fu Zhanli, are you some kind of deity? Without lifting his gaze, Fu Zhanli's mind was solely occupied with Qi Xian, offering a perfunctory response. The onlookers seemed accustomed to Fu Zhanli's aloofness and wondered what could be so urgent. As Fu Zhanli wrapped up his tasks, he remarked, "Yes, someone is waiting for me." Just as he intended to say more, he was called away by others. At this moment, it was time for free practice. Once the tasks were completed, they could leave. As the clock struck, marking the end of their work, Fu Zhanli had no intention of lingering. After tidying his workspace, he gave a brief exchange of instructions and departed. "Go on, I've got this," said Zhang Lingyan, the very person who had spoken to him earlier. While others perceived Fu Zhanli as cold and unapproachable, hesitant to draw near, Zhang Lingyan was refreshingly familiar, unperturbed by the distance. "Thank you," Fu Zhanli replied, shedding his lab coat as he exited. Once he left, another individual rushed in, exclaiming excitedly to their companions, "Guess what I just saw?" Fu Zhanli, uninterested, continued on his way. The experimental building was a fair distance from the school's entrance, necessitating transportation. And by the time Fu Zhanli emerged, it was already 6 o'clock. His gaze shifted, and he spotted Qi Xian standing in a corner. From afar, it was evident that Qi Xian was in a particularly foul mood, exuding an aura of chill. However, Fu Zhanli did not attribute this emotion to himself. Perhaps sensing Fu Zhanli's scrutiny, Qi Xian's brows, concealed beneath the cap's brim, bore a hint of irritation. "What is wrong?" Fu Zhanli's usually impassive expression softened with a hint of a smile. Qi Xian furrowed his brow, yet his tone remained irritable as he remarked, "How does your school have so many suitors?" With that, his enchanting eyes dangerously fixed on him, he continued, "Do you attract many admirers?" Before Fu Zhanli could respond, Qi Xian added, "Think carefully before you answer." "My dear, I haven't even posed a question to you yet." Fu Zhanli chuckled lightly, his elongated eyes unwavering as they gazed at him. "Why do you exude the scent of an Omega?" Chapter 81. Where have you been for the past half-month? Qi Xian found the question oddly familiar, yet he couldn't quite place it. A fleeting sense of guilt flickered in his slender gaze, but it stemmed not from any wrongdoing towards Fu Zhanli. Rather, it was fear that gripped him. Fu Zhanli took note of his subtle movements. Qi Xian, stubborn as ever, replied, "How would I know? Once an alpha claims their omega, their possessiveness intensifies. Even the faintest whiff of another pheromone can incite an uncontrollable jealousy." Enigma was no exception. Perhaps even more so, Qi Xian was acutely aware that if Fu Zhanli discovered he had indeed been in the company of an omega, he might as well forfeit his return to school. Every inch of him ached with an unspoken pain. Yet, he underestimated Fu Zhanli, who not only sensed the omega pheromones, but also detected the alpha's scent. As he beheld Fu Zhanli's smiling eyes, Qi Xian's heart trembled. It was evident to him. There lurked an undeniable danger beneath the surface. Qi Xian realized he might not fully comprehend the enigma that was Fu Zhanli. Their relationship encompassed more than mere possessiveness and control. It seemed there was a desire to isolate him from all others. If circumstances allowed, even betas would be subject to scrutiny. Fu Zhanli lowered his eyelashes. Noticing the flicker of terror in Qi Xian's eyes, he inhaled deeply, suppressing his emotions, and said casually, "Let's go." Qi Xian tilted his head slightly to look at him. "Shopping?" Fu Zhanli tapped the brim of his hat, pressing it down further. "If we don't go now, you'll go hungry tonight." Qi Xian responded, "Oh." Perhaps he had overthought the situation. For some time, Fu Zhanli had been tending to his every need, and Qi Xian had merely awaited his meals. However, this time, perhaps to win Fu Zhanli's favor, he decided to assist by selecting and washing the vegetables. Fu Zhanli sighed in exasperation as he observed the vegetables that Qi Xian was clumsily handling. Qi Xian found himself at a loss, resigned to simply watch. In truth, Fu Zhanli bore the burden of their domestic life, having to cook for them to sustain their time together. "Brotherly, should we consider hiring a housekeeper? At the very least, it would alleviate some of your burdens." Fu Zhanli glanced at him. "No need, but I know nothing about cooking." "It can't always be you who is busy while I merely watch," Qi Xian protested. Fu Zhanli struggled to imagine the scene of Qi Xian, a robust alpha, bustling about the kitchen. The corners of his lips curled upward. "It's fine," Qi Xian then heard him say. "Just repay me in other ways." Qi Xian frowned, his teeth clenched as he pondered. In the presence of Fu Zhanli, aside from matching his physical prowess, he felt utterly overshadowed. He decided to relinquish his thoughts on trivial matters and accepted his fate. The bowl was washed by Qi Xian under the watchful eye of Fu Zhanli, and thankfully, it remained intact. However, tonight, Fu Zhanli spared him from the continuation of the previous night's events. Qi Xian was more than relieved, for even the sturdiest waist could not endure such torment from Fu Zhanli, leaving him feeling utterly disassembled. Tomorrow, Fu Zhanli would rise early for school, skipping lunch altogether to address matters there. Did this mean he would have to sleep in a separate room from Fu Zhanli tonight? It seemed this was their first experience of sleeping apart. Fu Zhanli sat in the living room, engrossed in his work on the computer, appearing quite busy. Qi Xian had just finished a game and glanced at him. "Ligo, when will you be done?" There was no ulterior motive in his inquiry. He simply felt a twinge of sympathy seeing Fu Zhanli so occupied. Fu Zhanli assumed that Qi Xian desired his company, but felt neglected due to his school responsibilities. He turned to Qi Xian, his dark eyes shimmering subtly under the cold white light, and gently ruffled his hair with his large hand. "Once I finish my tasks, I will make sure to spend quality time with you." Qi Xian sensed trouble brewing. "You focus on your work. There's no need to worry about me." Fu Zhanli understood his concerns, but chose not to address them directly, merely offering a faint smile before returning to his tasks. To avoid disturbing Fu Zhanli, Chen Dong urged him to unmute, and after informing Fu Zhanli, he retreated to his own room. His bed linens had been freshly changed, pristine and new. But this was not the first time. The room had good sound insulation, so he was not worried about his voice disturbing Fu Zhanli. As he turned up the volume, Chen Dong's voice came through. "Xiangu, it's been ages since I heard your voice. I've missed you." Qi Xian raised an eyebrow, unable to contain himself. "Would you dare repeat that?" Chen Dong seemed taken aback. "Oh my Xiangu, you finally unmuted." After catching the essence of Qi Xian's remark, he was unsure whether to fear Fu Zhanli or Qi Xian, quickly backtracking. My bad. For some reason, Qi Xian's gameplay felt off tonight, resulting in 2 consecutive losses. Jiangxing posed a soul-searching question. "Xiangu, where have you been these past 2 weeks?" Ignoring messages, not answering calls, and even hanging up, he refrained from mentioning Fu Zhanli, as he typically remained silent. Qi Xian reflected. He had hardly any time to engage with his phone. The only instance was when Fu Zhanli received a notification that day, providing him with a brief respite. "It's nothing. I just found you all quite bothersome and didn't wish to engage." His voice was low, tinged with dissatisfaction. Chen Dong failed to notice, but Jiangxing, the seasoned veteran, certainly did. Without fail, Jiangxing remarked suggestively, "I understand, I know." Chen Dong, puzzled, asked understand what. Jiangxing had no intention of explaining further, and continued, "Xiangu, has your waist been put to good use?" Only then did Chen Dong realize the implication of Jiangxing's words. He exclaimed, "Xiangu, did you too?" Qi Xian felt a throbbing at his temples. Truly, one cannot expect pearls from a dog. Was it you who held the reins, or the academic prodigy? Qi Xian took a deep breath and chose silence. Had it not been for his resilient waist, he would have struggled to even step out of the door today. Chen Dong perceived that Qi Xian was merely shy, yet Jiangxing held a different opinion. Just as he was about to speak, Qi Xian let out a cold laugh, his pale lips chillingly articulating, "If you continue, you can forget about this star." During their exchange, the game had progressed significantly, and they were on the verge of victory, prompting Jiangxing to wisely fall silent. Chen Dong, too, refrained from voicing his thoughts. At that moment, only the 3 of them were engaged in the game, as Siwei was absent from their company. As they settled into silence, Qi Xian lazily reclined on the sofa, seeking some relief for his back. By the time Fu Zhanli finished his tasks, Qi Xian had already bathed and was seated at the edge of the bed, engrossed in his phone, seemingly chatting with someone. His gradually darkening blue hair still bore traces of moisture, indicating it had been partially dried. His exposed skin was adorned with numerous marks, both fresh and faded. Qi Xian quietly lamented that Fu Zhanli had shown restraint, at least allowing him to venture outside without embarrassment. Upon spotting Fu Zhanli enter the room, he looked at him with curiosity. What's the matter? Chapter 82. Do you want me to be a bit more delicate? Do you wish to share a bed with me? Qi Xian's eyes sparkled with interest as he gazed at him. He had begun to hold a grudge again, recalling that it was Fu Zhanli who had first suggested this, which irked him. Now, he finally had an opportunity for retribution. Fu Zhanli's throat emitted a slight rumble as he shifted his gaze from Qi Xian's form to his face. I came to get some clothes. Qi Xian snorted with amusement, continuing his pretense. Yet, Fu Zhanli indeed retrieved a short-sleeved shirt. Once the door closed again, Qi Xian rose to find something to wear. He had no habit of sleeping in the nude, always opting for pajamas. In a few days, he would need to report back for military training, and he intended to be kinder to himself during this time. Although they had shared a bed, Fu Zhanli had not engaged in any intimate activities, alleviating Qi Xian's concerns in that regard. Their bond was merely a temporary marking. That night, Qi Xian retired early, unaware that after he had fallen into a deep slumber, the door to his room was gently opened. Fu Zhanli entered and looked at his sleeping face, chuckling softly before placing a kiss on his forehead. Good night. His deep, resonant voice carried a teasing undertone. When Qi Xian awoke, Fu Zhanli had already enjoyed breakfast and was preparing to leave. As he was about to step out, Qi Xian, in a mischievous mood, planted a kiss on his cheek, causing Fu Zhanli to momentarily stumble backward, caught off guard. It was only after Fu Zhanli closed the door that Qi Xian realized what he had done, lightly touching the corner of his mouth, wincing at the sting. It chafed. Qi Xian cursed under his breath. Fine, it seems I'm becoming increasingly hard to handle. After finishing breakfast, Qi Xian resumed his focus on recuperating, still feeling a bit sore. On the first day of school, Fu Zhanli accompanied him. Upon hearing that Fu Zhanli was bringing Qi Xian, Fang Yao was ecstatic, bombarding him with questions from the early morning, eager not to miss out on any details. The joy of shared experiences was preferable to solitary enjoyment, leading him to notify others as well. Qi Xian informed Fu Zhanli in advance during their journey. Fu Zhanli looked at him with a smile in his eyes. So, do you want me to appear more delicate? Qi Xian glared at him. Aren't you supposed to maintain your image of being unable to take care of yourself? Fu Zhanli pretended to ponder for a moment. Not needed at the moment. Qi Xian's lips moved slightly, yet ultimately, no words escaped them. After disembarking, before he could even catch sight of anyone, he heard Fang Yao's voice. Qi Xian lifted his eyelids, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Fu Zhan had parked the car and had yet to approach, while Fang Yao, brimming with impatience, inquired, Where's your sister-in-law, Xiange? Zheng Yin could no longer bear to watch. Why are you so eager? So brazenly? Do you not fear that Qi Xian might feel jealous? Qi Xian replied. He's south gonna park. Realization dawned on Fang Yao. It was noon, and they could certainly dine together. Your sister-in-law is quite impressive, Qi Xian remarked. He has no idea what to say anymore. At this moment, Fu Zhan had parked the car. Dressed in a white short-sleeved shirt, his physique was both smooth and upright, with brows sharp as blades and a nose finely sculpted. His pair of dark eyes exuded an icy clarity. Goodness, is he really from our school? Fang Yao's eyes, akin to a hawk's, were drawn to any handsome figure. His exclamation shifted everyone's gaze towards Fu Zhan. Zheng Yin frowned. He doesn't seem like it. Even Ren Xian cast a few extra glances. Qi Xian observed him leisurely, a slight smirk upon his lips, saying nothing. When Fu Zhan finally approached them, Fang Yao stared intently, instinctively asking, Whom are you looking for? Qi Xian shot him a glance, seemingly waiting for him to introduce himself. However, before Fu Zhan could speak, Wei Xing'er interjected, It must be the sister-in-law. Silence lingered for a few seconds before Fang Yao's voice rose in astonishment. What? Shouldn't it be a soft and fragrant Omega? Fu Zhan smiled gently, his voice deep yet melodious. Hello, I am Fu Zhan, Qi Xian's boyfriend. Fang Yao was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief, as he had not anticipated this turn of events. Ren Xian was the first to regain composure. Hello, I am Ren Xian. The individual before them did not seem like an Omega. and as he drew closer, an intangible sense of pressure enveloped them. Zheng Yin and Wei Xing'er also greeted him, while Fang Yao remained transfixed on Fu Zhan. Qi Xian, growing impatient, clicked his tongue and nudged him with his foot. "Have you seen enough?" Fang Yao replied, "Quite enough." Continuing to stare would be impolite, even though he is a beta. Although Fu Zhan maintained his aloof demeanor, Fang Yao had an endless stream of conversation, with Fu Zhan responding occasionally, albeit sparingly. Zheng Yin observed him closely, wondering if this was the hallmark of an academic elite. Qi Xian pushed Fang Yao aside to stand alongside Fu Zhan, stating, "All right, if you like him, you can ask him for an introduction later." Fang Yao felt touched but aware of his unworthiness. He said with tears in his eyes, "Never mind, being solitary is fine." Considering that Fu Zhan had an experiment in the afternoon, he did not wish to waste time and promptly sought out various dining options. "Sister-in-law, is your major always this busy?" Upon hearing Fang Yao's address, Fu Zhan couldn't help but glance at Qi Xian, who had no desire to explain. "Fu Zhanli, it's manageable." "Then, sister-in-law," Fu Zhan interjected, "let's change the address. Sister-in-law doesn't suit me." "Huh?" Fang Yao was momentarily taken aback, seemingly perplexed, but soon grasped that Fu Zhanli might not be accustomed to this form of address. "Just call me by my name," he said. "All right." Qi Xian inexplicably sighed with relief, thankful that Fu Zhanli had not exposed anything in public. Fu Zhanli's fingers subtly beckoned under the table, his expression remaining unperturbed. After their meal, Fu Zhanli returned home. Their purpose for visiting today was merely to procure some items and collect books. Throughout this time, he had been subjected to their incessant inquiries. Ren Xian observed him with a strange yet logical gaze. Qi Xian understood the implication, but chose not to voice it. Upon returning home, Qi Xian neatly arranged the books and then extracted one, diving into its contents with focus. It was a cookbook. Qi Xian felt a responsibility to share the burden. Who wouldn't desire to return home and find a meal awaiting them? He had purchased a basic edition, simple in its teachings, and thus commenced his culinary endeavors, even venturing out to procure missing ingredients. He had previously mastered fried rice, so his capacity to learn was certainly commendable. When washing the vegetables, Qi Xian opted against searching online, instead adding Aunt Lin as a friend to seek photographic guidance. Aunt Lin responded promptly and with meticulous detail, which Qi Xian comprehended well. After washing the vegetables, he began to follow the recipe as instructions. It was likely his first attempt, and though he fumbled, the outcome did not appear dreadful. Fu Zhanli returned quite late, having previously messaged Qi Xian to suggest dining out, lest he return to find him starving. However, upon entering and witnessing the scene before him, he stood frozen, his gaze fixed intently on Qi Xian. Chapter 83. Fu's calculated heart. The dining table was already adorned with 2 steaming dishes, evidently freshly prepared. Qi Xian seemed lost in his own world, oblivious to Fu Zhanli's arrival. He was meticulously cross-referencing the recipe, a pot of soup simmering before him. Surely nothing was amiss? Qi Xian set down the recipe, intending to taste the dish himself, despite knowing it was ill-advised. He could not let Fu Zhanli encounter anything unpalatable. As he turned to retrieve a spoon from behind him, he was met with the warm, amused gaze of Fu Zhanli, his chiseled features softened under the cool light. "When did you return?" Qi Xian exclaimed, startled, instinctively hiding his hands behind him. "Just now." Fu Zhanli's deep, magnetic voice resonated slowly, dissipating the weariness that had enveloped him. He approached, gently brushed against Qi Xian's cheek, and leaned down to plant a kiss at the corner of his lips. "You've worked hard, my dear." Qi Xian was momentarily taken aback, tilting his head slightly. "Didn't we agree not to call each other that?" Fu Zhanli anticipated a deeper conversation, only to find the topic abruptly shifted. He helped Qi Xian remove his apron, hanging it aside. "All right, I'll heed your wishes. Allow me to take over from here." In a playful display of defiance, Qi Xian retaliated by planting a kiss on Fu Zhanli's face before turning and exiting the kitchen. After all, the soup was nearing completion, and entrusting the remainder to Fu Zhanli posed no issue. With a lingering scent of cooking oil, Qi Xian planned to take a shower before dinner. Upon emerging, he found Fu Zhanli seated on the living room sofa, legs crossed, with bowls and chopsticks already laid out on the table. Qi Xian's hair was merely dried off, and he wore a loose-fitting short-sleeved shirt paired with gray shorts. Fu Zhanli did not lift his head, beckoning him. "Come here." Although Qi Xian felt perplexed, he obediently approached. Before him lay a medical kit, and Qi Xian's fingers instinctively curled slightly. Fu Zhanli had already taken out some medicine and looked up at him. "Be good." Qi Xian sat beside him. "How did you know?" He had been concealing his discomfort, thinking that if discovered, Fu Zhanli would surely be displeased. After all, he had been hurt in fights before without being so sensitive. Fu Zhanli concentrated on applying the medication. "Baby Xian, your first time cooking is bound to come with a few injuries." It was a mere guess. Qi Xian pondered for a moment, questioning why he found it hard to believe. After the treatment, the two began their dinner. To be honest, it was Qi Xian's first time feeling so anxious. He fixated on Fu Zhanli's every movement. Fu Zhanli chuckled, offering generous praise after tasting the dish, which relieved Qi Xian. Thankfully, it was not inedible. However, when it was his turn to serve himself, he unhesitatingly spat it out. How much salt did he put in? Seeing his grim expression, Fu Zhanli smiled. "The dish was quite good, my dear." Qi Xian replied, "Aside from the dish we just had, which was a bit too salty, the others were passable. The only thing that truly pleased me was the soup." Fu Zhanli, however, managed to finish his meal without a change in his expression, prompting Qi Xian to marvel at his resilience. With Qi Xian's foray into cooking, Fu Zhanli had been returning home early these past few days. Whenever Qi Xian came back from class, he would see Fu Zhanli's figure and instinctively offer to help. Fu Zhanli started school a week later than Qi Xian, with numerous major courses that filled his schedule from 8 in the morning every day. Qi Xian lay in bed, the outside world now silent. As Fu Zhanli had already left, he lifted his eyelids, half sitting up, only to find that the marks he had almost shed were covered once more. Qi Xian acknowledged that after so many years as an alpha, despite not having much experience with Omegas, he had considered himself relatively seasoned. Yet, the situation had changed. Just a few days prior, he had let his guard down around that rascal Fu Zhanli. Fu Zhanli had nonchalantly inquired about his classes, but engrossed in a game. Qi Xian merely sent him his schedule without much thought. That very night, Fu Zhanli had directly led him into his room. The following morning, upon regaining consciousness, Qi Xian comprehended the implications of Fu Zhanli's actions. Furious, he locked his door tightly at bedtime. It seemed Fu Zhanli was aware, as he did not come to knock. Qi Xian genuinely regretted sending his schedule to Fu Zhanli. His major did not entail that many early classes, at most just the final 2 periods. Rising slowly, Qi Xian took his time brushing his teeth, changing clothes, and having breakfast before finally making his way out. Naturally, he gravitated towards the last row of the classroom, hoping to catch a few more moments of sleep, only to catch a glimpse of Fang Yao and the others. The classroom was already crowded, the good spots occupied, leaving only those near Qi Xian unclaimed. The reason is quite simple. Although Qi Xian possesses striking good looks, the aura of intimidation he exudes is overwhelmingly strong, causing others to hesitate in taking a seat beside him. Just the other day, an Omega dared to sit down, only to be reduced to tears and hastily relocate before the end of the class. Qi Xian found this perplexing. He had cultivated an air of scholarly refinement. Did he truly resemble a villain? At one point, he suspected that the pheromones of Fu Zhanli were influencing him. Yet he himself could not detect any scent. The moment Fang Yao caught sight of Qi Xian, his eyes lit up as he rushed over, fearing that a seat might vanish in the next instant. However, as soon as he settled down, he sprang back up as if pricked by a needle. What the hell? Qi Xian lazily turned his gaze toward him. Fang Yao's exclamation drew the attention of everyone around. Zheng Yin and the others approached, bewildered. "What's wrong? Why do you look so distressed?" Fang Yao replied, "Xianji, I know you're formidable, but you needn't be so intimidating. Even I, as a beta, feel uncomfortable." Ren Xian cast a meaningful glance at Qi Xian. Wei Xing boldly stepped forward, then discreetly took a step back. "Kui Xianyi, you have an overwhelming scent of pheromones." As an Omega, this scent posed no threat to him, yet it still left him feeling breathless and suffocated. Wei Xing spoke in a hushed tone, almost drowned out by the surrounding noise, so that only they heard. Qi Xian's expression shifted, but he quickly regained his composure, biting down on his molars in irritation. Damn it, was this brat trying to make him the center of attention like a fool? Wei Xing's eyes crinkled with amusement as he effortlessly retrieved a pheromone blocker and patch from his bag. Although they were strawberry-flavored, they would suffice for the time being. Qi Xian stared at the strawberry-scented patch and blocker for a moment, his gaze landing on Ren Xian. In truth, he was reluctant to wear a pink, strawberry-scented patch for the entire morning. Ren Xian seemed to perceive his thoughts and shook her head apologetically. I don't have the habit of carrying blockers when I go out. She typically only prepared them during her sensitive periods, and since that time had not yet arrived. Carrying them would be a nuisance. Qi Xian let out a long sigh. Now, everyone was aware that he was the marked one. He irritably raked his fingers through his hair, unwilling to go out and purchase one, and reluctantly accepted the items offered by Wei Xing with a stoic expression. He sprayed the blocker onto his gland and affixed the pink patch. It wasn't tea until the cedar and mint scent of his pheromones dissipated somewhat that Fang Yao dared to sit down. Fang Yao's eyes sparkled with realization. So it was Qi Xian who had marked someone. In that instant, he comprehended the meaning behind Fu Zhanli's previous remark during their meal. Thus, Qi Xian was indeed the one who had taken the initiative. His admiration for Fu Zhanli intensified. Qi Xian shot him a cold glance. What did you say? Fang Yao fell silent, fearing a beating, for Qi Xian's anger was genuinely terrifying. Although Qi Xian underwent a transformation in the end, he still found it impossible to sleep during university lectures. When he did manage to doze off, it was with a profound heaviness. Fang Yao, sitting beside him, could hardly bear to watch. Just how hard had Qi Xian been pushing himself to be so utterly exhausted? However, today Qi Xian was not so fortunate. The teacher on the podium scanned the room and quickly spotted Qi Xian, who was asleep. The teacher furrowed his brows and called out his name. Fang Yao, who was sitting beside him engrossed in a game, reacted even more dramatically. Feeling guilty, he glanced at the teacher and realized that attendance was being taken, prompting him to gently nudge Qi Xian. Qi Xian blinked awake, his drowsy eyes meeting the teacher's gaze, and he skillfully stood up, albeit slowly. The teacher frowned, stating that the question was quite simple. Qi Xian lowered his gaze, realizing that there was not a single book on his desk. Excellent. He had forgotten to bring his book. No matter how simple the question, it was of no use. He glanced sideways and noticed that both Fang Yao and Zheng Yin had also forgotten their books. Although Ren Xian and Wei Xing had theirs, they were separated by an aisle, and any small movements would be easily noticed. Qi Xian slowly averted his gaze, deterred from trying to observe his classmates. The teacher asked, "What are the three main components of a worldview? Which one is the core?" Qi Xian tugged at the corners of his mouth, attempting to conjure a response, yet found himself utterly blank. He cast a fleeting glance at the student in front of him, paused, and then answered slowly. The purpose of life is the core, while the other two are life attitude and life value. The teacher's expression softened slightly, allowing him to sit down and continue with the lesson. Fang Yao sighed in relief. "You're amazing, Xiange." Qi Xian replied, "To be honest, I don't understand." Was he just guessing? Qi Xian chuckled softly, but remained silent. It wasn't until the class ended that Fang Yao realized the truth. It turned out that the student in front had pointed out the answers to Qi Xian. Being tall, Qi Xian could easily see the textbook of the student ahead. His cheeks flushed slightly. He murmured, "It's nothing." This person was the most handsome alpha he had ever encountered. Yet he didn't seem particularly approachable unless one had a strong mental fortitude. During lunch, Qi Xian could no longer restrain himself and directly pinched Fu Zhanli, exclaiming, "This dog left such a strong scent." Fu Zhanli looked at Qi Xian, who was seated on him, his hand instinctively resting on Qi Xian's waist. A smile in his eyes. "This way, others will know you belong to me." Qi Xian paused, his slender eyes narrowing. And then he coldly scoffed, "So should I leave my mark on you as well?" The only way to leave a scent, aside from marking, was not as effective. Since he couldn't mark Fu Zhanli, the scent he left would not be as potent. Nevertheless, Qi Xian gritted his teeth and attempted to leave his scent on Fu Zhanli. Just as he was about to bite down, he suddenly stopped. He hesitated, slowly withdrawing. Then, He collided with those deep-set eyes. Qi Xian thought to himself. He had misjudged. The previous Fu Xian was not like this. Fu Zhanli seemed to sense Qi Xian's hesitation and asked, "Why did you stop?" Qi Xian replied, "Spring is just past. Can you restrain yourself a little?" He couldn't guarantee that if he bit down, Fu Zhanli wouldn't retaliate. Fu Zhanli chuckled softly, leaning closer to Qi Xian's ear. "Don't worry. I won't harm you." Qi Xian shot him a frosty glare. "Are you certain?" Fu Zhanli feigned innocence, shrugging. "There's not much time left for lunch. I have classes in the afternoon." Qi Xian's expression changed, and he promptly sank his teeth into his collarbone. Fu Zhanli furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing it. Qi Xian, for reasons unknown, harbored a peculiar fondness for nibbling on the small mole upon his collarbone. Upon retreating, the vivid red mark of his bite was imprinted on Fu Zhanli's collarbone. The tiny black mole encircled, instantly becoming conspicuous. At noon, Fu Zhanli had kept his word, doing nothing more than sharing a kiss before indulging in a brief nap. When he rose, Qi Xian had also awakened, finding amusement in Fu Zhanli's drooping eyelids. "You have no classes this afternoon. Sleep a little longer," he suggested. Qi Xian nestled into his embrace, whispering, "I am off to catch a cheater." Following Fu Zhanli, Qi Xian entered the capital West Medical University. He could not help but marvel at the stark contrast, a disparity so pronounced. Suddenly, he felt a pang of sympathy for Fu Zhanli, who always seemed rushed to return. "Ligo, why not apply for midday dorm stay? The back and forth must waste considerable time," he proposed. Fu Zhanli shook his head, replying, "No need." He was uneasy leaving Qi Xian alone at home. If it were possible, he would wish to see him every moment. Fu Zhanli attended a specialized course taught by an invited professor, an assembly of several classes requiring space reservation. Qi Xian urged Fu Zhanli to go ahead while he excused himself to the restroom. As he made his way, he encountered a familiar face. A fleeting sense of recognition washed over him, yet he could not recall where he had seen the individual. Choosing not to dwell on it, he resolved to enter quickly and find Fu Zhanli. The person seemed intent on calling out to him, but Qi Xian quickened his pace, unwilling to engage in small talk. Receiving a seat assignment from Fu Zhanli, he hurried over, disregarding the watching figure. Upon entering, movement surrounded him, yet few noticed his presence. After all, the semester had just commenced, and it was difficult to memorize every face. It is often said that even classmates who have spent years together might forget each other's names. Qi Xian scanned the room briefly and spotted Fu Zhanli, frowning at the choice of a wall-side seat amongst the many available. Yet, he assumed that Fu Zhanli preferred a quieter spot. Fu Zhanli rose to allow him entry, and once seated, Qi Xian glanced toward the podium, relieved that it was not far, enabling a clear view. The seating arrangement accommodated 3. Thus, as long as there were other available seats, or 2 already occupied, no one would occupy the 3rd. Consequently, to Fu Zhanli's left sat Qi Xian, while his right remained unoccupied. The bell rang, plunging the room into silence. Qi Xian found himself without a book, uncertain of the situation, and with no one around engrossed in their phones. He turned his gaze toward the window. The view was splendid, overlooking a serene lake with crystal-clear waters. Qi Xian felt drowsiness creeping in once more. Fu Zhanli cast a glance at him and smiled softly. "If you wish to sleep, then do so." Qi Xian shook his head. Although he had once been a bit of a rogue, he was not entirely oblivious. A particularly impressive professor seemed to be leading the class. He needed to understand the dynamics before lowering his guard. His gaze shifted, locking eyes with a distant classmate across several seats, their slender eyes icy, and soon furrowing their exquisitely shaped brows. Chapter 85, No excuses. Your boyfriend is right before you. Qi Xian locked eyes with the individual before him for a considerable moment before realizing where he had encountered this person. This individual had approached him for a casual conversation the first time he came to pick up Fu Zhanli at the school gate. But Qi Xian had not shared his contact information. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity just now. Caught in the act of peeking, the person merely smiled at him before turning away. Qi Xian diverted his gaze, inexplicably drawn to glance at Fu Zhanli. Fu Zhanli furrowed his brow slightly, gazing ahead as if he had noticed something. Qi Xian initially intended to speak to him, but the classroom was so eerily quiet that even the slightest sound could be heard. He had no choice but to set aside his desire to explain. After a while, the professor sauntered into the classroom. Qi Xian initially assumed he was a middle-aged man, but it appeared he was merely 7 or 8 years older than them. With distinct facial features, deep-set eyes, and a serious demeanor, the professor commanded attention. Qi Xian marveled once more. Was this what it meant to attend a prestigious school? As the class commenced, Qi Xian retrieved the book for Fu Zhanli's next lesson and placed it in front of him, then began to play on his phone. Dong was lively in their group chat every day, while Jiangxing would occasionally engage in banter with him. After all, it was said that quarrels could lead to affection. As Qi Xian played, drowsiness crept in, and he propped his head up, gazing at Fu Zhanli's profile. Old Fu remained unchanged, his cool visage marked by seriousness, sitting upright and attentively listening, just as he had in the past. Qi Xian's gaze drifted downward to his pale lips. He squinted slightly before averting his eyes. Another glance, and he felt temptation rising again, determined to distract himself. Qi Xian decided to play a game with Dong to pass the time. He finished a round just as class was ending. Upon exiting, he heard some commotion nearby. Turning his head, he noticed someone sitting beside Fu Zhanli, who was also observing that person. Qi Xian felt perplexed by the scrutiny. What was going on? He lazily regarded the individual, whose slender eyes displayed no emotion. Otherwise, one might think Qi Xian was interested in him. Are you a student in this class? The person inquired, prompting Fu Zhanli to furrow his brow tightly, a shadow passing over his eyes. No, Qi Xian replied carefully. Liu Wei. The newcomer said with a cheerful smile. I regretted not getting your contact information last time, and I'm delighted to see you again. After some thought, I couldn't resist wanting to be friends with you. May I have another chance? Before Qi Xian could respond, Zhang Lingen approached, eager to join the conversation. His gaze flitting between Fu Zhanli and Qi Xian as if assessing the situation. Why did it seem like Fu Zhanli was displeased? Moreover, was he not someone who preferred solitude? Fu Zhanli typically occupied a seat by himself, sometimes sitting with Zhang Lingen, but Zhang Lingen preferred the back and often moved there. With a smirk that hinted at sarcasm, Qi Xian glanced at Fu Zhanli and remarked, Perhaps you didn't hear me clearly. I mentioned last time that I have a boyfriend. Liu Wei's actions did not attract much attention, but curious glances from those around lingered nonetheless. Qi Xian appeared languid, with a hint of ferocity diminished from his brow, yet he still exuded an air of formidable presence. His pair of slender, glimmering eyes could incite a blush and quicken heartbeat in any Omega with the slightest glance. Even some alphas found themselves awkwardly diverting their gaze. Those eyes seemed to possess an enchantment, drawing one in with just a single look. A flicker of disappointment crossed Liu Wei's face. Just as Qi Xian surmised he was about to give up, he suddenly declared, I know you do not harbor any fondness for me. Yet please do not use this as a pretext to reject my overtures. I genuinely wish to be your friend. Qi Xian tugged at the corner of his mouth, stating, It is not a pretext. Your boyfriend stands right before you. As for whether we can be friends, that remains a tantalizing prospect. Who knows? We might end up as such through conversation. Before Qi Xian could respond, the bell rang, and Fu Zhanli, with a stoic expression, announced, Time's up. It's time for the next class. Perhaps due to the professor's unapproachable demeanor, Liu Wei left without receiving an answer. In truth, he was not well acquainted with Fu Zhanli, despite being in the same class. Qi Xian chuckled softly and leaned closer to Fu Zhanli, whispering, Everyone else has commented on it. Is this the extent of the academic prodigy's reaction? Fu Zhanli glanced at him, replying no. Qi Xian responded with a simple, Oh. Qi Xian continued to indulge in his leisurely pursuits, but fortune did not favor him in this class, as he was called upon. He quietly set down his phone, realizing he must have disregarded the auspiciousness of the day, having been called twice, and he was not even a student of this institution. The professor's expression was stern, his gaze piercing, and the gold-rimmed glasses lent him an air of chastity and aloofness. This student, he began since last class. You have not directed a single glance my way. The professor's lips curled slightly. What's the matter? Is your desk mate more appealing? Qi Xian admitted, I must confess. I have gazed at Fu Zhanli many times. The room erupted in laughter at this admission. Qi Xian felt no embarrassment. He was notoriously thick-skinned when it came to classroom matters. He nodded, affirming, "Indeed, he is quite handsome." The laughter grew louder, and even Fu Zhanli could not help but smile. The professor, taken aback by Qi Xian's candidness, wasted no time and posed a question that made the entire class collectively inhale sharply. The question was particularly tricky and challenging. It was rumored that this professor's questioning style deviated entirely from the textbook, and even with an outline, the answers were scant. Qi Xian innocently remarked, "Professor, I'm not a student of this major. Therefore, I cannot answer your question." The professor replied, "Others from different majors may also respond." This implied that, apart from clinical students, individuals from other medical disciplines could attempt an answer. Yet, Qi Xian happened to be neither. He nudged Fu Zhanli's leg. Fu Zhanli stood up, stating, "Professor, he is my boyfriend, and he is here to accompany me today. I apologize for not ensuring he adhered to classroom decorum." Under the scrutinizing gaze of their peers, Fu Zhanli calmly continued, "I will answer this question on his behalf." After addressing the question, the professor did not pursue them further and allowed them to take their seats. Qi Xian found the experience delightful. The exhilaration of publicly claiming his partner was exhilarating. A complete triumph, indeed. Qi Xian whispered, "So handsome." Fu Zhanli's eyes sparkled with mirth as he lifted his gaze to meet Lu Wei's. The expression on Lu Wei's face was one of profound complexity. To his astonishment, Fu Zhanli had the audacity to request contact information right in front of someone else's boyfriend. Zhang Lingyan could hardly contain his urge to whistle. He truly hadn't anticipated that Fu Zhanli's partner would be present. Evidently, his earlier haste to return home was not a ruse, for someone was indeed awaiting him. With this newfound perspective, Zhang Lingyan began to appreciate the chemistry between Fu Zhanli and Qi Xian, increasingly convinced that they resembled a married couple. Once class concluded, Zhang Lingyan hurried over, exclaiming, "Goodness! I never would have guessed Fu Zhanli could be so discreet. No wonder he chose to sit with someone else. It turns out he has a spouse." Fu Zhanli tucked away his textbooks, biding time for the next class. Qi Xian, his eyes twinkling, greeted them warmly, saying, "Hello, everyone. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I'm Qi Xian." In Chapter 86, Qi Xian tempered his radiance, appearing quite amicable at first glance, dispelling any previous notions of him being unapproachable. While there were indeed many attractive students, few matched the caliber of Qi Xian and Fu Zhanli. Together, they formed a striking tableau. Even on the way back, numerous acquaintances greeted them. Lu Wei, however, remained silent. Qi Xian remarked, "It seems my presence here was fortuitous, having won over quite a few hearts." Fu Zhanli gently squeezed his palm, asking, "When have we met before?" Qi Xian paused, momentarily confused, before recalling, "The first time I came to pick you up from school? I didn't know." With an innocent expression, Qi Xian added, "I was aware that was one of your classmates." Fu Zhanli's expression darkened. Perhaps he should have kept a closer watch that day, for even a moment's inattention could lead to misunderstandings. Qi Xian bore Fu Zhanli's mark, and the intensity of his emotions was palpable. Qi Xian shot him a glance, warning, "Don't overthink it. Temper yourself." Understood. Little did Qi Xian realize that Fu Zhanli's interpretation of tempering was entirely at odds with his own. Previously, Qi Xian had longed for a break from classes. But now that he was in college, he found himself wishing for early morning classes every day. The following day, Qi Xian found it a struggle even to turn over in bed, and during this half-hearted endeavor, his bed collapsed under him. However, this did not imply that Fu Zhanli would exercise any restraint. They simply relocated their activities. As Fu Zhanli departed, he tenderly placed a kiss on Qi Xian's forehead, prompting Qi Xian to retaliate with a pillow, though Fu Zhanli deftly evaded it. With his eyes still closed, Qi Xian bore the marks of their night together on his neck, and with a low, cold voice, he uttered a single word, "Leave." Fu Zhanli chuckled softly, departing amidst Qi Xian's simmering frustration. As dawn broke, painting the sky with hues of pale white, Qi Xian contemplated returning to slumber, but the doorbell rang, compelling him to rise. Realizing his disheveled state was unfit for public appearance, He reluctantly donned some clothes, groggily opening the door. He initially saw no one and was about to close it when a youthful voice piped up from below. Looking down, Qi Xian was met with the sight of a chubby little girl, her wide eyes gazing up at him, her face flushed from haste. Qi Xian raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Little one, what brings you here?" "Greetings, esteemed elder brother. Your appearance is quite striking, and it renders her bashful." The carefully prepared words momentarily elude her. Qi Xian bears a mark of affection upon his neck, making it somewhat inconvenient for him to bend down. It would be inappropriate to lead the little ones astray. Thus he can only manage a slight bow. However, unexpectedly, this action causes a change in his countenance, prompting him to instinctively steady himself and rise anew. "What troubles you?" he inquires, as his drowsiness dissipates. The little girl, with a furrowed brow, ponders for a considerable time before recalling, "Elder brother, were you dismantling the house last night?" Qi Xian is taken aback. The little girl continues, "I reside below your dwelling, and the noise was rather loud. It kept me awake." "Ah, Qi Xian répond." She innocently adds, "Could you possibly refrain from such activities when I am attending school next time? Mother says that if I do not sleep early, I shall be drowsy in class the following day, and the teacher will be displeased." At a loss for words, Qi Xian finds himself momentarily speechless. "Elder brother, is it possible?" The little girl asks nervously, her fear of disapproval palpable, as she had sneaked away from her family. Sensing her anxiety, Qi Xian concedes, "Yes. Elder brother shall comply next time." "Thank you, elder brother." She beams, her joy evident as she skips away. Taking a deep breath, Qi Xian finally shuts the door. As the little girl descends the stairs, she suddenly recalls her unfinished thoughts, but refrains from returning for fear of angering the elder brother. "Let be," she muses. He did not intend any harm, even if it was not the first occurrence. It was merely the loud noise that startled her. Meanwhile, Qi Xian rubs his temples in frustration, attributing his distress to Fu Zhanli, whose actions had led to such an intrusion. With his sleep thoroughly disrupted, he opts to wash up and await Fu Zhanli's return. Upon hearing about the recent events, Fu Zhanli cannot suppress his laughter, a grin spreading across his face. Qi Xian, irritated, seizes his collar and draws him closer, his slender eyes glinting with annoyance. "You find this amusing?" Fu Zhanli stifles his mirth, responding, "No, I do not." Yet he cannot contain his laughter, and only after several glares from Qi Xian does he manage to compose himself. "It is my fault." Qi Xian, disinterested in conversation, releases him and sits in silence, exuding an air of indifference. Ultimately, it takes nearly an hour of coaxing from Fu Zhanli to soothe his displeasure. The marks on Qi Xian's neck remain visible, forcing him to take a leave of absence. Thus, he enjoys a delightful 4-day respite, although the traces do not completely fade, leaving behind faint remnants. During this time, Fu Zhanli refrains from any advances, not due to Qi Xian's warnings, but rather because he is preoccupied with his own affairs, even neglecting to return for lunch. After a month of idleness, Qi Xian too begins to immerse himself in work. His previous schedule is rendered obsolete, replaced by a new one, which brings him great joy. The two have refrained from indulgence for a while, only occasionally bearing traces of pheromones, nothing more. Shandong, seizing the opportunity to engage, begins to chatter incessantly in their group, redirecting the conversation toward Qi Xian and Fu Zhanli. Each day, he poses the question, has Brother Xian successfully captured the academic prodigy? What is their current standing? Jiang Xing interjects, "Is that truly a question?" Qi Xian generously responds, "Indeed, I have succeeded." Shandong exclaims. Jiang Xing adds, "Oh dear, si wu yu interjects. How does it compare? The brilliance of the academic prodigy or that of Xian Ge? Xian Yi. Xian Yi. Of course, I am the formidable one." Qi Xian remains unabashed. They remain unaware of the enigma surrounding Fu Zhanli, and Qi Xian has no intention of enlightening them. As Fu Zhanli passes by, he inadvertently catches a glimpse of their conversation, casting a meaningful glance at Qi Xian. Qi Xian feels a chill run down his spine and, instinctively turning his head, encounters Fu Zhanli's dark, profound gaze. Qi Xian thinks Fu Zhanli, in his kind-heartedness, refrains from rebuttal. However, that look, no matter how Qi Xian perceives it, leaves him distinctly uncomfortable. Due to his neglect, Qi Xian has fallen behind in his studies. Without Fu Zhanli, he must rely on his own efforts. As the end of term approaches, Qi Xian immerses himself in his books. The two study separately in their rooms, and Qi Xian, feeling vexed, rakes his fingers through his hair, contemplating whether it might be better to return home and inherit the family business. Fang Yao is also vocal in the group chat. What is this nonsense? It's bound to fail. Zheng Yin responds. If you spent less time playing games at this crucial moment, you wouldn't be worried about failing. Qi Xian, thank you. I appreciate the subtlety. Feeling parched, Qi Xian rises to fetch some water, but as he prepares to return, he sees Fu Zhanli opening his door. Fu Zhanli inquires, how is it going? Chapter 87. Haven't you experienced it already? Qi Xian shakes his head, not particularly well. After staring at the material for a long while, he has absorbed only a fraction. The exams commence in a week, and several subjects still lie ahead. Truly, a surefire method for inducing baldness. Qi Xian unconsciously glances at Fu Zhanli's brown hair. Indeed, it remains thick and full, leaving no concerns about baldness. He then touches his own hair, noticing that it has thinned a bit over the past few days. Fu Zhanli smiles wryly. Come, take a break. We will resume tomorrow. Qi Xian responds sullenly, placing his cup down before retreating to his room. The next morning, Qi Xian awakens to find Fu Zhanli engrossed in his book. Leaning over, he observes Fu Zhanli watching expert videos, diligently jotting notes in a notebook filled with dense annotations. Perhaps hearing the movement, Fu Zhanli pauses the video and looks at him. First, have breakfast, then come over and I will help you review. Qi Xian hesitates, wondering if Fu Zhanli genuinely intends to teach him. Will the pressure be overwhelming? After all, their schedules are nearly identical, and their majors differ. How could he assist him? But can you truly manage it? Qi Xian deliberates. It is not that he doubts Fu Zhanli's capabilities. Rather, he fears it might hinder his own academic pursuits. Fu Zhanli chuckles softly at his hesitation. Haven't you already witnessed my capabilities? Qi Xian feels his ears flush slightly, uncertain whether Fu Zhanli refers to the high school tutoring or something else entirely, though he leans towards the latter. Observing Qi Xian's retreating figure, Fu Zhanli lowers his gaze, chuckling softly, his deep, resonant voice remarkably pleasant. Finance is not particularly challenging for him. Tutoring Qi Xian is well within his abilities. Qi Xian leisurely consumes his breakfast, unhurried. Fu Zhanli does not rush him, focusing intently on his sketches. It is only when Fu Zhanli genuinely begins to assist him with his studies that Qi Xian realizes Fu Zhanli is not jesting. Noticing Qi Xian's gaze, Fu Zhanli tilts his head slightly. Such an astute mind. How I wish I possessed one as well. Fu Zhanli suppressed a smile, his lips curling slightly as his gaze wandered. Qi Xian, after several days of struggle, finally caught up. However, he did not request Fu Zhanli to continue tutoring him, opting instead to review his own material. One cannot afford to neglect one's own studies for the sake of another. Fu Zhanli did not decline the arrangement. After concluding the semester, Qi Xian and Fu Zhanli booked their return flights home. The two families gathered once more for a meal. Chen Dong and the others also commenced their holidays, reuniting as they had the previous year. Qi Xian donned a black turtleneck sweater paired with a black trench coat, leading one to believe he would not feel the chill. The cold wind tousled his hair, which shifted from blue to deeper hues, his features sharply defined, exuding an air of depth and arrogance. In contrast, Fu Zhanli seemed to revert to his delicate persona, enveloped in a black down jacket, appearing far more composed than Qi Xian's flamboyant demeanor. Upon spotting them, Chen Dong waved eagerly. Fu Zhanli and Qi Xian strolled over side by side. This gathering included more than just the five of them. Beside Si Weiyu sat an unfamiliar individual who appeared quite at ease with Qi Xian and Fu Zhanli. Qi Xian could not recall him, while Fu Zhanli felt a sense of familiarity, as though they had crossed paths before. The newcomer bore a hint of baby fat, his features both refined and handsome, possessing a certain charm. Hello, I'm Qin Huan, Si Weiyu's boyfriend. Jiang Xing and Chen Dong exhibited little surprise, as if they had been aware all along. Chen Dong remarked, Xian Ge, Si Wuyu has concealed this rather well. It took him so long to inform us. Had he not brought you today, we might still be in the dark. Jiang Xing added, truly enigmatic. Si Wuyu shot them a glance. We only just confirmed our relationship. I wanted to wait for you all to return before sharing the news. After his introduction, Qin sat quietly beside Si Wuyu, assisting him with food. His every gesture radiated calm and composure, showing no signs of shyness. While Qi Xian and the others conversed, he only responded occasionally, treating the rest of the gathering as though he were invisible. Chen Dong was unconvinced that that's merely an excuse. Fu Zhanli's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Qin. Upon meeting his eyes, offered a subtle smile and a nod. Fu Zhanli inclined his head slightly in return. This was their first reunion since parting, and the group swiftly shifted the conversation away from Si Wuyu. As the evening drew to a close, Chen Dong, typically the most exuberant and the heaviest drinker, appeared unusually clear-headed, frequently glancing at his phone. Jiang Xing, noticing this, wrapped an arm around his shoulder and burped. I can't help but wonder what you're up to, Chen Dong. Always on your phone. Last time someone did that, they ended up in a relationship. You're not preparing for the same, are you? I truly feel for myself, being the lone one here while you all pair off. Chen Dong turned off his phone with a chuckle. So, checking my phone means I'm dating? I'm merely keeping track of the time. Jiang Xing, now quite tipsy, had not heard Chen Dong's words. Qi Xian, still somewhat lucid, furrowed his brow and inquired, looking for part-time job? Chen Dong responded with a wry smile. Xian Ge, you're the impressive one. Chen Dong has shed the rough appearance of his youth, now bearing a semblance of adulthood. Qi Xian, lacking in the art of consolation, simply nodded and said, if there is anything troubling you, feel free to share. We are brothers, and we will assist in any way we can. He had initially hesitated to utter these words, for which Alpha would willingly forego their pride. Yet, fearing that Chen Dong might stray into despair, he felt it prudent to offer a precautionary reassurance. Chen Dong, fully aware of Qi Xian's intentions, was moved to the brink of tears. Rest assured, if I find myself truly at a dead end, Xian Ge, please do not turn me away. Qi Xian chuckled lightly, admonishing him, if you start crying now, I shall throw you out. Chen Dong hastily covered his eyes, staving off the impending tears. After Chen Dong departed, Qin exchanged a brief greeting with Qi Xian before assisting Si Wuyu in leaving. Qi Xian leaned slightly against Fu Zhanli, inquiring, Li Ge, what are your thoughts? Fu Zhanli lowered his gaze to Qi Xian, raising an eyebrow slightly. What is it? Qi Xian replied, Si Wuyu and that Omega. It seems promising. Why? Fu Zhanli cast a meaningful glance at him, yet chose not to speak further. Qi Xian, perplexed by the scrutiny, decided not to dwell on the matter, perhaps influenced by the atmosphere. After escorting Jiang Xing back, Fu Zhanli finally took Qi Xian home. The nature of Qi Xian and Fu Zhanli's relationship had become common knowledge among their peers. As the new year approached, discussions about them bubbled up in the class group chat, with some jokingly asking when they would be treated to sweets and drinks. According to ABO law, an AO compatibility of over 90 allows for marriage registration at the age of 20. However, the regulations governing enigmas are more stringent, requiring them to be at least 22 years old due to their rarity and status atop the food chain to prevent potential complications. Thus, Qi Xian would need to wait until Fu Zhanli turned 22 to obtain their marriage certificate. Xian Ge, what are your thoughts? In Chapter 88, trust me, Chen Dong observed the lively banter among the boys in the group chat, noting that the two principal figures remained unresponsive despite being tagged repeatedly. As someone who shared a close camaraderie with Qi Xian, he found himself inundated with private messages urging him to act. Driven to his limits, Chen Dong sent a voice message to Qi Xian. However, after staring at his screen for what felt like an eternity, Qi Xian still did not reply. Frustrated, he sent another message. Xian Ge, if you two don't speak up soon, I won't be able to hold on any longer. My phone is heating up. Turning off the network doesn't help. The moment I reconnect, my phone becomes useless. Xian Yi. Chen Dong bombarded the chat with messages, his anxiety mounting. In the vast, dimly lit room, The persistent notification sound from his phone echoed ominously. After a moment of silence, a jarring ringtone abruptly shattered the tension. Fu Zhanli gently lifted Qi Xian's chin. Beads of sweat had dampened the stray hairs at his forehead, and his long, shimmering eyes were veiled in a delicate mist. The pheromones surged intensely, invigorating every nerve within Qi Xian. With half-closed eyes, he caught sight of the sole source of light in the room and extended his marked hand. He answered the call, but could not articulate a word. The moment he spoke, his voice would betray him. Qi Xian cursed silently under his breath. Shundong felt a sense of relief when Qi Xian finally answered the phone. However, after speaking for quite some time without receiving a response, he sensed an unsettling silence on the other end. Despite this, Shundong continued to chatter away. Qi Xian, biting his lower lip, was on the verge of hanging up. He had reached his limit, yet his hand was firmly grasped by Fu Zhanli, their fingers intertwined. Frustrated, Qi Xian attempted to push him away, but to no avail. Instead, Shundong's voice abruptly ceased. Cautiously, Shundong spoke. Xian, are you busy? He had just caught a hint of something alarming. After all his prattling, Qi Xian would have typically told him to get lost, yet now he remained silent. The sounds he heard were unmistakable, making it difficult not to speculate on what Qi Xian might be engaged in. So, Shundong ventured. Did I interrupt something important for you, Xiange? Should I hang up? Just as he was about to end the call, Qi Xian's hoarse voice broke through, asking, "What's the matter?" Shundong swallowed hard. He could sense that Xiange was in a rather displeased mood. However, having already posed a question, he couldn't simply hang up. They were inquiring about your wedding candies and banquet arrangements. Shundong felt like crying, anxiously listening to Qi Xian's heavy breathing on the other end. Was this really something that required a phone call? Qi Xian held Fu Zhanli's nape with one hand while clutching his phone with the other, his expression darkening. Fu Zhanli remained unflustered. No, it's just that Shundong was a bit flustered, Qi Xian noted, tightening his grip on the phone. His voice dipped low. If there's nothing else, hang up. Wait, Shundong exclaimed, feeling the urgency rise within him. He understood that disturbing someone in such a manner was rather inconsiderate, but failure to provide an answer would leave him utterly lost. Xiange, how should I respond? Qi Xian, his words slipping out swiftly, replied, CZ, do not disturb. Looking at the call that had just ended, Shundong's expression cracked. What on earth did I just hear? Xiange was. In such crude language. How can I honestly convey that? He pondered for a moment, deciding to disregard the matter. Perhaps his phone could be repaired if it broke. Fu Zhanli appeared de calme, gazing at him with a smile. Baby, do you even realize what you just said? Qi Xian, thoroughly annoyed by Fu Zhanli's demeanor, had not paid attention to his own words. With this reminder, his face shifted slightly. Amused, Fu Zhanli asked, Are you afraid? He was inquiring whether Qi Xian was concerned about Shundong learning that he was Fu Zhanli's exclusive Omega. An enigma could transform an Alpha into someone else's Omega. Yet in the presence of others, that Alpha remained an Alpha. Qi Xian lifted his gaze defiantly. Afraid of what? Even if such words were to spread, Qi Xian could easily confront him the next day. Fu Zhanli's deep, husky voice flowed gently, a hint of a smile playing at his lips. As evening approached, Qi Xian slowly began to awaken, though it did not imply that he felt any better. He opened his eyes to find the room shrouded in darkness. Glancing at his phone to discover that it was already past 5, he turned over, intending to return to sleep, just as the door to the room swung open, revealing a tall, imposing figure standing in the doorway. Hearing the sound of him turning over, Fu Zhanli slowly approached and sat at the edge of the bed. Are you going to get up and eat something? Qi Xian opened his lips, intending to respond, but his phone rang. Assuming it was that rascal Shundong inquiring about the matter, he frowned upon seeing the caller's identity. It was Jiangxing seldom called him, as he usually preferred to send messages, unless something urgent had occurred. Without hesitation, Qi Xian answered the call. Perhaps due to their long silence, his voice was hoarse. Yet the ever-composed Jiangxing failed to notice the change in his tone and spoke anxiously. Xiange, where are you right now? That scoundrel Shundong has been cornered. I can't find him anywhere. He must have been taken to another location. We need to gather people and rescue him. Qi Xian's heart sank, and he immediately sat upright. Do you know who it is? He had only scant knowledge about Chen Dong's troubles. Chen Dong had not divulged much, but it was rumored that his family was in debt, a substantial sum, and they were currently scrambling to repay it. The likelihood of this being true was high. They chose to feign ignorance, yet they had already given Chen Dong ample hints. He was probably entangled with some underworld figures. A ferocious glint flickered in Qi Xian's eyes. These individuals were ruthless, and he hoped Chen Dong would not provoke them before they could arrive. All right, send me the address. I'll head over immediately. After hanging up, Qi Xian disregarded his own pain and hastily donned his clothes. However, Fu Zhanli pulled him back. Qi Xian turned to him, even in the dim light. They could discern each other's eyes. Stay home and rest, Fu Zhanli urged. He had heard the conversation on speakerphone. Qi Xian grit his teeth. No, you can't handle this. These people were violent and unpredictable. Fu Zhanli, lacking combat experience, would surely be at a disadvantage. Fu Zhanli tightened his grip on Qi Xian's wrist. Trust me. Chapter 89. Xiangu is prepared under the darkened sky. A relentless drizzle fell, and the cold wind rustled the branches. In a filthy, chaotic alley, silence reigned until it was shattered by a cacophony of sounds. A group of menacing figures surrounded a person still clad in a service uniform from a nearby establishment. Behave yourself, or you won't leave this alley alive, one of them growled, his voice coarse and laden with menace. Chen Dong's lips were stained with blood, his clothes soiled, one eye swollen shut, hair disheveled, appearing utterly wretched. I will transfer the money to you in 2 weeks. It's not time yet. Chen Dong's chest heaved violently, his expression contorted with fury. He was being dragged forward until he was unceremoniously thrown into a corner. He had just finished a shift and was about to clean up when he stepped out to dispose of the trash, only to be ambushed by this group. Although it wasn't his first encounter, the ferocity of their approach this time was alarming. If he couldn't escape today, he feared he would not survive. The leader of the group had a rough face, with a scar running from his brow down to beneath one eye, enhancing his menacing gaze. You keep delaying. My patience is wearing thin. Chen Dong's face flushed with anger. We clearly accounted for that in the interest. The leader showed no intention of engaging in further dialogue. Chen Dong was not foolish. These individuals were not entirely motivated by monetary gain, for he was currently devoid of wealth. Even if they were to beat him to death here, they would not acquire a single penny. Although Chen Dong initially harbored intentions of resistance, the more he fought back, the more ferociously they attacked him. With no advantage to be gained, he merely incited their wrath, leaving him with no choice but to endure the blows, hoping only to survive long enough to escape the alley. The assailants discerned Chen Dong's thoughts, a sinister smile curling at the corners of their lips. When Jiang Xing located him, Chen Dong was already marred with numerous injuries, sprawled on the ground, barely clinging to life, unconscious. Jiang Xing's eyes burned crimson with fury as he fixed his gaze upon the thugs in the alley. Perhaps alerted by the commotion, the leader of the group turned to regard Jiang Xing and his companions. Jiang Xing had rushed out in haste, bringing along only a scant few people, most of whom were former allies from previous brawls. To them, Chen Dong was a cherished brother, and what was a fight for a brother if not worth the risk? They only needed to hold out until Qi Xian arrived. Oh, calling for reinforcements? The man observed Jiang Xing with keen interest, dismissing them entirely. After all, they were merely a group of inexperienced youths, and their imposing stature was hardly a concern. Chen Dong, Jiang Xing called out, anxiety lacing his voice. Chen Dong stirred, consciousness slowly returning. His fingers twitched as he attempted to signal them to flee, but his body felt as if it had been shattered, rendering him mute. Jiang Xing remained uncertain about Chen Dong's condition, unaware of the extent of his injuries. The man let out a cold chuckle, striding over to stomp on Chen Dong's back. A muffled groan escaped Chen Dong as a sickening crack echoed through the alley. Chen Dong. Jiang Xing felt on the verge of collapse. At some point, Chen Dong had become exceedingly gaunt. Come on, the man taunted, meeting Jiang Xing's murderous glare. Don't you want to fight? Jiang Xing hesitated, unwilling to gamble the safety of others, even if they were willing participants. Don't worry about him. Brother Xian will be here soon, and he'll make him regret this. Someone assured. Indeed, it's been a while since I've had a good fight, It's a pity to waste my black belt from these past years. With Qi Xian absent, Jiangxing had become the focal point of their confrontations. Jiangxing calculated the time. It had already been over 10 minutes since Qi Xian left, and he would arrive shortly. He resolved not to engage just yet. However, the opposing group was running out of patience. If you're not going to fight, then don't blame us. Come and join your good friend. The drizzle intensified, obscuring their vision. The two factions stood in silent confrontation, the atmosphere thick with pheromones and tension. Yet, Jiangxing could not hold them off for long, as all but the leader were betas, indicating that the assailants had come prepared. Don't kill them. That would be far too dull. No sooner had he spoken than the man's companions surged forward. Jiangxing narrowed his eyes, drag him out, avoid injuries if possible. The others nodded, fearlessly launching themselves into the fray. Their previous skirmishes had been trivial, but this was a fight for their lives. It was only when they found themselves cornered that Jiangxing cursed under his breath, relieved that none had sustained serious injuries, the worst of it being a few bruises. Jiangxing, why hasn't Xiangu arrived yet? Logically, given Qi Xian's pace, he should have been here by now, yet he remains unseen. Could it be that he has lost his way? However, since they are already here, he cannot check his phone. Drag, he muttered under his breath. Then moved beside Chen Dong, careful not to touch him, merely wishing to ascertain Chen Dong's condition. At this moment, Chen Dong had already fainted, his complexion pale. Jiangxing's hands trembled. The man let out a hearty laugh, asking, "What do you propose we do? Shall I leave you all in ruin?" Jiangxing scoffed coldly. "You may attempt it." The man squinted at Jiangxing, finding him exceedingly irritating. He detested the absence of fear etched upon their faces. Jiangxing could sense their seriousness intensifying. "As long as no lives are lost, you may strike as you please." The man grinned maliciously, his eyes glinting with menace. Jiangxing stood up, positioning himself in front, though his trembling figure was unmistakable to those behind him. "Jiangxing, do not fear. Xiangu is about to arrive. At worst, we shall endure the beating together. We hold you blameless, for it was our choice to come. An alpha should never cower." Hearing their words, Jiangxing recognized that they merely wished to alleviate his mental burden. The atmosphere was thick with tension, an oppressive weight descending upon them. A few burly figures approached. Their footsteps measured, they relished the sight of their fear. In an instant, the sound of engines erupted, growing louder, and it was not just one vehicle. The men instantly became alert. From past experiences, such sounds often heralded ill intentions. The wary expression on Jiangxing's face finally eased, for he knew Qi Xian must be arriving, though he was uncertain of the new method of his entrance. Could it be Xiangu? Who else besides us would know this place? Excitement coursed through them as their pillar of support appeared. None were devoid of exhilaration. "Damn it, Biaoge, should we withdraw?" The man referred to as Biaoge, the leader, scoffed unperturbed. "Are you afraid of a few inexperienced brats?" His words instantly restored confidence in the others. They had navigated the streets for far too long to be intimidated by a handful of youngsters. Just as they spoke, several large SUVs approached, halting in unison, their headlights illuminating the individuals outside the alley. Beneath the evening sky, with fine rain still falling, a tall figure emerged, holding a black long-handled umbrella, emanating an aura of chill. Chapter 90. He is resting Biaoge? Biaoge regarded the figure, feeling an uncanny familiarity, yet unable to recall from where. A companion's call snapped him back to reality. Jiangxing, observing the newcomer, hesitated in identifying him, for this posture did not resemble Qi Xian's. Qi Xian exuded a casual demeanor, his expression haughty. The person before him radiated an air of cold indifference, their every movement distinct from Qi Xian's. Could this truly be Xiangu? Others nearby began to take notice as well. Jiangxing paused before stating, "It is not him." Then who is it? Fu Zhanli. Qi Xian did not arrive, yet Fu Zhanli did. The legendary academic prodigy, the cherished one of Xiangu. Fu Zhanli's elongated gaze fell lightly upon the group, led by Biaoge, his tightly knit brows shimmering with an icy chill, remaining utterly motionless. "Biaoge, shall we proceed?" Biaoge, irritated by the blinding lights, squinted slightly and replied, "Let us go." Just as he was about to advance, another figure approached and whispered beside him, Biao Ge. It seems he is not alone. Biao Ji's eyes shifted to the side, and his expression abruptly changed. A cluster of shadowy figures, akin to phantoms, had stealthily positioned themselves, concealed in the darkness on either side of the light. They were tall and imposing, brandishing weapons that sent shivers down one's spine, iron hammers and wooden clubs among them. Who the hell is this kid? A muscle memory sent a chill racing through Biao Ge. He instinctively took a small step back. Damn, Fu Xian is handsome. Of course. Can a man of Xian Ge be anything but? The aura emanating from him was overwhelming. No one could withstand it. Jiangxing immediately went to check on Chen Dong's condition. Fu Zhanli strode in, the light dancing across his face. His long eyelashes framed deep-set eyes, and his high nose and finely chiseled features exuded a frosty allure. His lips were tightly pressed as he cast a languid glance at Biao Ge. What game do you wish to play? I will accompany you. His piercing gaze met Biao Ge's, his voice devoid of warmth, as frigid as ancient ice, striking a chord of fear deep within Biao Ji's heart. It was reminiscent of several months prior when an alpha had towered above him, looking down with an icy demeanor, his voice chilling as if from a frozen abyss. Yet those eyes were filled with madness and bloodlust. He had barely survived like a dog clinging to life, desperate to escape. At that time, hope had seemed elusive, yet fortune smiled upon him, allowing him to flee from that hellish torment. In that fleeting moment, Biao Ge hesitated, but the thought that his adversary might merely be posturing rekindled his courage. With a scoff, he retorted, Just you? Fu Zhanli fell silent. Yet the individuals accompanying him stepped forward, their formidable presence enveloping Biao Ge in an overwhelming pressure. Fu Zhanli's tone remained unruffled. Spare a life. Indeed, he intended to leave a life spared, but what atrocities had that group not committed? To them, this statement merely dangled a thread of hope. The moment Biao Ge caught sight of the markings on their arms, terror surged within him. These were the very individuals who haunted his nightmares. Those who had rendered his nights a living hell. Each day since his escape had been fraught with trepidation, fearing capture. And only when he felt secure did he dare to act, not anticipating that he would soon walk into a trap. When one of them laid eyes on him, a smirk graced his lips. Long time no see, old friend. You even brought back the person the boss has been searching for. Biao Ji's face drained of color, filled with a mixture of fury and dread. In the next moment, the alley erupted with screams, while Jiangxing's entourage watched the scene unfold, exhilarated, wishing they could join in the fray. Fu Zhanli approached with an umbrella, handing it to someone nearby, before crouching down to check Chen Dong's pulse. Chen Dong was covered in wounds, his back having been trampled. Jiangxing's lips trembled as he spoke. Fu Zhanli withdrew his hand. An ambulance is on its way. Do not worry. They were oblivious to Chen Dong's plight, merely refraining from disturbing his body, waiting for the medical personnel to arrive. Fu Zhanli instructed the one holding the umbrella to shield Chen Dong, while he himself approached Biao Ge. The youth's eyes were deep and intense as he walked towards Biao Ge, his gaze piercing like a finely honed blade. Soon, Biao Ge and his companions found themselves pinned to the ground, pleading for mercy. As Fu Zhanli approached, everyone ceased their movements. Biye, assuming their cessation meant they had chosen to relent, instinctively glanced up. In that hushed night, a sharp crack echoed. An excruciating pain surged through Biao Ge's knee, spreading like ice shards, piercing his flesh, rendering him breathless. In agony, Biao Ge curled over, clutching his throbbing knee, only to be met with a swift kick to his chest. Before he could comprehend the situation, he heard the sickening sound of his scapula fracturing. His anguished cry sent shivers through the others, who dared not lift their gazes to Fu Zhanli. With a foot planted on Biao Ji's shoulder, Fu Zhanli wore an expression of indifference, as if engaged in a trivial task. Lowering his lashes, his dark eyes blended seamlessly with the night. His voice chilling. Does it feel good? Biao Ge understood this was retribution for his earlier attack on Chen Dong. He realized the gravity of his circumstances and could only nod vigorously through the pain. Yet Fu Zhanli seemed dissatisfied with his response, gradually increasing the pressure. "How much do you owe me?" An overwhelming sense of dread enveloped Biao Ge as he broke into a cold sweat. 1 million. Again, the sound of breaking bones echoed as his scapula shattered anew. 800,000. Fu Zhanli's eyes were dark, his demeanor unyielding, and Biao Ji's expression grew even more dismal. 300,000. Upon uttering these words, the weight on his shoulder was abruptly lifted. Who orchestrated this? Biao Yi hesitated. But a towering man beside him wore a sinister grin, gripping his collar. "I'm asking you a question." Instantly cowed, Biao Ge stammered, It's the Su group." "Oui." The only person Fu Zhanli could think of was Su Yi. Biao Yi nodded frontically, fearing that any delay would result in a fist to his face. Though his visage was already bruised and battered, he realized he could not endure further. Fu Zhanli fell silent, and the ambulance finally arrived. When the medical personnel reached the scene, they were taken aback by the chaos, having never witnessed such a spectacle. They swiftly loaded the patient onto the vehicle. Jiang Xing followed the ambulance, hoping to attend to Chen Dong during the journey. After handing the situation over to them, Fu Zhanli turned and left. From their dialogue, he discerned that Biao Ge was an associate of Shang Shife. Fu Zhanli instructed everyone to undergo medical examinations, as it was evident this group had not held back in their assaults. "Scholar, where's Xian Ge?" Realizing his words were inappropriate, he quickly added, "Scholar, please don't misunderstand. I meant that Xian Ge usually comes. How would you be here? You have no idea how perilous it is. If we hadn't brought anyone, we would have been utterly defeated." Fu Zhanli merely lifted his eyelids. He needs rest. Chapter 91. Thank you. Although they did not comprehend the meaning of Fu Zhanli's words, they refrained from inquiring further, assuming that Qi Xian had matters to attend to, which necessitated Fu Zhanli bringing the others along. Once everyone else had departed, Fu Zhanli remained to manage the aftermath. These individuals were borrowed from him and Shang Shirsha. "Young master, we have taken this person with us," one of the men reported. Fu Zhanli nodded in agreement and promptly drove alongside the ambulance. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a figure. He abruptly slammed on the brakes, exited the vehicle, and approached the silhouette. Qi Xian gazed darkly at the group. Fu Zhanli removed his coat and draped it over Qi Xian's shoulders. "What brings you here?" he inquired. "I couldn't shake off my worries," Qi Xian replied, his lips pressed together. He indeed felt uneasy about Fu Zhanli's arrival, fearing potential repercussions. Additionally, he harbored concerns for Jiang Xing and Chen Dong. However, to his surprise, Fu Zhanli did not intend to engage personally, but rather sought assistance. Indeed, that clever mind was not merely for show. After ushering Qi Xian into the car, Fu Zhanli informed others to retrieve the vehicle Qi Xian had driven. He removed his scarf and gently used it to dry the droplets from Qi Xian's hair, advising him to dress warmly next time to avoid catching a chill. Qi Xian merely shook his head, opting for silence. He had just arrived and did not fully grasp the situation, so he could only pose questions to Fu Zhanli. Fu Zhanli recounted the entire affair to him, causing Qi Xian's expression to darken further. He clenched his fists, itching to confront the situation directly. Fu Zhanli reached out with one hand to grasp Qi Xian's, the warmth of his palm enveloping Qi Xian's icy skin. "Do not worry, he will not fare well. Little Dad will take care of it," he reassured. "Is Uncle Shang getting involved in this matter?" Qi Xian asked, sensing the implications. Noticing his confusion, Fu Zhanli chuckled lightly. "Indeed, this individual is someone he has been seeking recently, and we happen to cross paths by chance." Qi Xian exhaled a sigh of relief, fatigue washing over him. Fu Zhanli remained focused on driving, occasionally glancing at him. "If you are tired, feel free to rest. I will handle the situation with Chen Dong." Qi Xian could not miss the underlying message in his words. With half-closed eyes, he glared at Fu Zhanli dangerously. "If you exhibited a bit more restraint, you wouldn't be this exhausted." Although he lay there, he felt the weight of the situation more acutely than Fu Zhanli, who seemed unfazed. How could Qi Xian not feel resentment? He was a top-tier alpha, a top-tier one. Sensing his discontent, Fu Zhanli grinned. "Darling, before me, you are merely an Omega." Qi Xian's expression darkened, and he resolved to ignore Fu Zhanli on this road. The atmosphere within the car fell into a sudden silence, and Qi Xian, lost in thought, gradually dozed off. As the car came to a halt, Qi Xian awoke, taking a moment to compose himself before alighting. The two soon arrived outside the operating room, where only Jiangxing awaited, as the others had been taken for examination. Qi Xian approached Jiangxing and patted his shoulder. "That rascal Dong is fortunate. He'll be fine," he assured. Jiangxing nodded in silence. The three of them remained in quiet vigil outside for several hours until the lights in the operating room extinguished in the early hours of the morning. They immediately converged towards the door. "Doctor, how is he?" Jiangxing, both exhilarated and anxious, implored. "You must save him. He is still so young." The doctor regarded Jiangxing with a look of incredulity, replying, "In this age of advanced technology, a mere fracture is hardly insurmountable." Jiangxing paid little heed to such remarks. All he cared about was that Dong was unharmed. Qi Xian also breathed a sigh of relief, though he could not entirely suppress his anxiety. The patient's condition appeared stable, and typically no lasting complications would ensue. Adequate rest was all that was required. He needed to remain in bed and refrain from any strenuous activity. Jiangxing listened intently, not daring to overlook a single detail. Once Dong was transferred to a private room, Jiangxing's taut nerves finally began to relax. Qi Xian handed him a change of clothes, saying, "Go wash up. You smell terrible." Jiangxing's clothing was disheveled and soiled. He had lost track of the jacket he had worn upon arrival and was now clad only in a sweater. After Dong emerged, Fu Zhanli had arranged for their clean clothes and food. Although he had reminded Qi Xian to eat before leaving, it was likely that, given his nature, he had neglected to do so. Aside from Jiangxing, the two had merely gotten their outer garments wet in the rain, while the rest remained in good condition. However, Fu Zhanli was still concerned and insisted that Qi Xian change clothes and dry his hair. The warmth of the indoor heating alleviated some of the chill, but Qi Xian could not tolerate Fu Zhanli's motherly demeanor and complied obediently. As Jiangxing and Qi Xian were enjoying their meal, Jiangxing glanced up and noticed Qi Xian's fatigued expression. "Xiangu, if you're tired, you should head back. I can stay here." With his body warming and having eaten well, Jiangxing felt revitalized. Qi Xian, however, seemed as if he had not rested at all, as though he had pulled an all-nighter gaming. He then turned to Fu Zhanli, saying, "Scholar, Xiangu often plays through the night. You must keep an eye on him." Qi Xian's expression darkened, but Fu Zhanli merely smiled. Jiangxing, bewildered, attempted to speak further, but Qi Xian swiftly shoved a meatball into his mouth, saying, "Can't you keep quiet while eating?" They dared not speak too loudly for fear of waking Dong, yet he still stirred. Finding Jiangxing and a perplexed Qi Xian by his side, his fingers twitched as he attempted to sit up, but a sharp pain shot through his back. Fu Zhanli was the first to notice that Dong had awoken. "Dong is awake." Qi Xian and Jiangxing hurried to his bedside. Jiangxing, filled with concern, exclaimed, "Brother, why are you awake? Why not sleep a little longer?" In his haste, Jiangxing stumbled over his words. Qi Xian stood beside him, reassuringly stating that everything was fine now. Dong looked at Qi Xian, tears welling up in his eyes, and in that moment he understood. His face bore the marks of injury, bruised and battered, with one eye swollen nearly shut. "Rest assured, I have informed your mother that you are with us," Qi Xian assured him. They were aware that Dong would not divulge this to his family. Anticipating this possibility, they had taken it upon themselves to decide. Otherwise, they could not deceive Dong's family. "Xiangu, Jiangxing." Dong turned his gaze to Fu Zhanli, saying, "Scholar, thank you all." Though alphas rarely shed tears, at that moment, Dong could no longer contain his emotions. The events of this evening have shattered him completely. After enduring for so long without shedding a single tear, he now weeps uncontrollably, as if a dam has burst. The hospital room is enveloped in silence, save for the heavy sound of his sobs, which seem to release all the grievances and burdens he has been carrying. The weeping subsides after a short while, gradually yielding to a sense of tranquility. Qi Xian hands him a tissue to dry his tears. Only after Dong has finished crying does he feel a considerable sense of relief. "My father became ensnared by gambling a year ago.